them, the liaisons, to give us the information about what the aliens want, right?
Now you're thinking. There you go.
Well, that's
Only
why
we
there
can
are.
talk to the outer ponders, right?
Well, that's why there are no other countries like having these type of declarations. Is because it was all made up, and it was made up by the American, Black Ops government.
Yeah.
Because if it
That
was real, then the all countries talking about it, not just America, right?
isn't that awesome? They've literally created the thing that's going to be their escape clause. It sounds like a good lawyer to me.
It's like Plan B. They just wanted to see how far they could fool everyone about the shape of the Earth, and they said, well, if it ever gets to the point where it's like critical mass, and we're just going to have to implement Plan B, and that's going to be aliens, man. And they've probably got Plan C, Plan D, Plan Z.
The critical mass was awesome. Once it reaches critical mass, we gotta go. She can't take no more, Captain.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been programming us for a long time to make us believe in this paradigm, with Star Trek and fucking. Oh, in England as well, they had one called Red Dwarf that was based on a spaceship. Doctor Who, all sorts of these like programming, but the programming is wearing off, and people are starting to see through it because, well, the energy shifted, right? The energy has shifted, and people are just breaking out of that because maybe they just it was their downfall, creating all this world which is saturated in different types of frequencies, and people have become immune to some frequencies, and they can see through it. They're lifting the veil, basically, can see through the matrix.
Yeah, it seems like they reveal themselves on purpose to just to tell us who our daddy is more than anything. That's why they have guys like Alex Jones basically just telling us how fucked we are, not really any solutions.
But they've also got the other agenda as well, the 2030 and 2035. All of these, they've got these other agendas all playing off at the same time. They're masters of deception. That's what they are, because they've got the scare of the global warming. Next thing you know, we're all going to be having lockdowns because of it.
Yeah. Iron Mountain. If everyone here see Iron Mountain, that's basically like the whole that came out in the JFK administration. It was basically what we're living through right now. Just
We've
that they're
got
gonna have like a warless, the silent weapons for quiet wars or whatever.
the space station just down the road. Well, it's like a big warehouse where they make jet engines, for rockets that go into space. The name of that building is giant. It's just like this giant one-level warehouse, as long as the eye can see. It's called Iron Mountain.
Ah, interesting.
It's quite interesting to think about history. Like they say, New Zealand's only 250 years old. Like there was no one here. There was just the native people here. But the treaty between the native people after all the wars, the like civil wars with the intruders that came from, England, they signed the treaty in 1841, for a peace treaty, and there's been land claims ever since for stealing their land. It's just ongoing. But prior to that, like the the colonizers, they came here on a trip before they actually made their colonization. It was like in the late 1700s, and there are stories that when they got here, there were already lots of these Roman style buildings and brick buildings just everywhere, but all they saw was natives, and no one could explain how come these buildings were here. And then that's why they made up this big story to, you know, say they founded the building, but actually they found it. There's so much mud flood evidence here as well in the cities, with buildings with windows beneath the ground, doors beneath the ground that go into nowhere, into the soil.
The way you just said that made me think about the word founded. Is it just a coincidence that that's very close to found it? Sounds like found it, the word founded.
Yep. And I like Dr. Longo last night on his show. He said, understand. He was gave the description of the meaning of the word understand. It's to do with, you know, where you are, because the earth is under you while you're standing. So if it basically, the word understand etymologically, it basically comes down to one meaning, is that you know where you are. And if you know where you are, you know everything about like where you are, because how would you know where you are? And you know that you're not moving, not spinning. You know that you're not like in the center of a galaxy.
That's interesting. Yeah, to understand. Yeah, would that be connected to being grounded as well? It reminds me of those terms like level-headed. You know, people say level-headed and being grounded. Do you think it's connected? It could be connected to those as well.
Yeah, one of the things I heard as well with regards to understanding is you're taking the collection of information and you're placing yourself under it all just so you can view it. But the aspect of actually standing on this plateau and understanding it, there's levels to this. Level-headed. I love it. All these little plays, perhaps they've been hiding in front of our face this entire time.
Do you think, like, you know how there are different strains of marijuana, right? And you can get a different buzz, or even if you want to talk about psychedelics, it's like there's so many different realities and experiences that you can gather from all of these substances and plants and herbs. But that's kind of sort of, it relates to everything else as well, not just that. Like, what is real, you know? How do you, is there a test for sanity that we can do, like an IQ test or an EQ test? I wonder if there's a sanity test. Do you think, like, if they brought you in one of those straitjackets and said, you're a flat earther, you're spreading disinformation, you're just like poisoning the well, and we'll lock you up in a insane asylum. Just imagine the conversation between you and the therapist, right? And you knew everything about the flat earth argument. You're like the pro, and you had this conversation with this therapist. You'd end up turning the therapist insane, and she would just say, you've got to go, and she'll just let you free, right? I don't know. It's like, if you got the opportunity to talk to a therapist, you know, to work out your insanity level, you know, I wonder if the therapist would go insane, because you'd have a couple of hours every day to spend with this therapist for weeks and months, and to see your progress, and eventually you'd turn them into a flat earther, and they'd let you free, you know? because no one can deny the truth. You know? Once it really they'll feel so guilty that you're locked up in there because you know, they will start to get some empathy. Hey, Snacks. I'm gonna go to the men's room, but I'm gonna go on mute. Can you play us some music on your saxophone? I have never heard you play the saxophone. Come on, man. There's a live stream going. You've got to keep the customers happy. Where's our saxophone?
Play some saxophone now.
Have you ever played live on on the internet? Ever
Been done.
been done?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched
Long before Issa ever put his voice and guitar to the internet, I was imposing my saxophone upon people's ears, for sure.
have you seen the French Kiwi Juice, that band?
No, but it sounds delicious.
It's called FKJ. You must have heard of him. He sings that song Tello or Teddo.
For the big hit in New Zealand?
Yeah, you just search
No,
you
I
search
haven't heard
you search
it.
FKJ French Kiwi Juice and the song Tedao. I think it's spelled TADOW maybe.
I'm not hit.
And he's a saxophonist, and he's got this like a little model of a saxophone as a pendant around his neck, and he
That's
and he
adorable.
picked it up and he like what do you call it? Mimes himself to his own
Yeah.
music with this little tiny little mini saxophone.
Oh man, that's so cute.
Have you got one?
Mini saxophone?
Yeah,
Somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, from when I was a
you can't
baby.
play
I was a wee baby.
a good quality one made of brass.
No, I should electroplate it. Actually, I probably need to repair it a little bit.
I've got a
It only
dictionary
play
here from 1800 and something, and it's about a foot thick.
squeaky saxophone.
Have you got any precious antiques? Like a book I've got is a dictionary. It's about a foot thick.
Oh,
It's gold leaf, leather bounded, really
well,
fucking old.
I used to have some big dictionaries in the past, but they're heavy, and I think I had to abandon them.
Yeah, it's like don't need that anymore. You ever played that game when you're like really fucking stoned and you bring out a dictionary and you randomly flick through the pages with a group of people, with some friends,
It's like
and you
something
just
people did in the 70s.
yeah, you randomly you put your finger on a word when you just
Mhm.
flick the pages randomly, and then
Okay.
you look at the word and you think, "Fuck, that's so right. What's going in my life right now?" It's like one word
Visually,
explains
yeah.
everything. It's
Yeah.
total random, but it inspires your inspiration of like of thought, you know.
Yeah, words or thoughts, almost parts of thoughts or
When I
words.
wasn't playing that game, when I wasn't playing that game, would either play spin the bottle or truth or dare, or you'd get a pocket knife and you stand opposite each other on the grass and you with bare feet and you throw the knife so it stabs into the ground between your feet, like with your feet like just slightly spread apart.
Okay. So
And
spin the
every time
bottle,
you do
truth
it,
or dare,
you take turns and you move
pocket
back.
knife
And
launching,
what's it called?
or right. So you're saying spin the bottle, truth or dare, throw pocket knives at each other, or the other thing.
What was the other one?
The first one you started with?
What was that?
That's a good question.
Fuck, you've got a memory like Nemo's friend. What's her name? Dory. I was testing your memory there. That was funny, that movie, when that came out. I like the one with the seagulls hitting into the sails and they're like, mine, mine, mine. Yeah, some of these animations are pretty well done. There's probably a lot of crap in the background subliminally that I'm not noticing, but just on that basic childlike sort of a playful sort of a level, it's pretty well done. That one in Ice Age.
I think I'm going to do some saxophone recording and then try to feed that to the computer and see what happens from there.
Would it sound really bad just over your microphone?
Yeah, probably. I think so. Yes, that's my belief.
Can you
Fill it
play
out.
what's it called? The fleur de lis? No, what's it called?
That's literally. I'll play the shape. Yes.
The play the shape. Yeah, yeah. That's a auspicious shape. Yeah.
Supposed to be related to a bee, right? As far as the
Yeah.
secret teachings of all ages says.
Well, I was hanging wallpaper once with that stuff, and I accidentally put the whole lot upside down, and it was a customer's house. And they actually didn't notice the fleur de lis was upside down the whole way. All the wallpaper hung the wrong way. Fuck.
Nice. Get out of there. You're talking about for release, maybe?
Yeah. Furley's, yeah, that's the song. That's the track. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one.
Win the game show now. All right. I
There's
guess.
one
I,
called
yeah.
Green
Okay.
Leaf. That's a pretty good song. That's a pretty good one, eh?
Green sleeves.
Green Sleeves there. Green Sleeves.
Yeah, green leaf is good too.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know. I like it. Green leaves.
But Green Sleeves, that's one that you can whistle all day long and never get sick of it.
Sounds like it should be a site where like I can look up strains. I could go on green leaves. Yeah. Oh, it's an indica sativa. Yeah, 60%. Nice.
Well, there's a channel
Yeah,
called Green
it's a
Grapes.
little minor ditty. You ever heard John Coltrane's Greensleeves? It's
Is
on
it?
soprano. It's on
Is it?
soprano, so it's like I don't know, but
Oh, is it not like New Orleans style jazz?
I like him on tenor. You know, the soprano is like another realm, sort of Coltrane.
It's quite amazing how you can be attracted to, like, depending on your mood, all different genres of music. Because, like, I could listen to Neil Young live on stage with a guitar and a long hair and a harmonica and playing like "Old Man Lying by the Side of the Road." You know that one, and it's like real hippie music, like real like down to earth. And then I can go over and I can listen to some modern techno Turkish underground, or I can go back and I can listen to some Ozzy Osbourne or fucking Sinead O'Connor. It's like it's. I think music is not just.
I don't know. Like when I hear like Coltrane is sort of spiritual music, in addition to being jazz. You know, I
Spiritual
don't know if
jazz.
like have you ever listened to like "A Love Supreme" by John Coltrane?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, these are like the parts like acknowledgement, dedication. You know what I mean? Things like that. They're just like these open pieces of music where there's just like it's like testimonial jazz explosion. You know, and so so that one's Love Supreme. Yeah, definitely like worth a listen. Um, and within like that, there's like sort of a trinity of saxophone players that sort of embody this sort of style. With Pharoah Sanders, Pharoah fucking Sanders, Pharoah Sanders, bro. And
Fuck, I saw this guy. He was a customer today, and he looked identical to that that guy. That's what's his name, Lionel Richie. Fucking
oh
hell,
my gosh,
he could definitely be a body double for that
that would
dude.
be imagine that like you wake up every day looking like Lionel Richie. That would be crazy,
You're
man.
looking in the mirror and you just go like, "Hello,
Yeah,
is it
it's,
me you're
it
looking
is it
for?"
is actually, yeah. I'm looking for my own identity. I'm quashed with this Lionel Richie avatar. Oh man, you just have to look in your own eyes, look in your own smile.
He's
Man,
got really white.
so
The
deep.
whites of his eyes are really white, and he's like really like he's really awake. You can tell some people they've got the whites of their eyes are just so clear with no blood vessels or anything. They're just like so. It's like they're so stable and they're grounded.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah,
He's got those.
it's a very clear hello.
Most Hare Krishnas are like that. If you've ever met like a white Hare Krishna and they
I think
invite
I've
you to
met
come
one.
and they've got
Yeah.
really like damp damp dampness about them, but I
Dampness
think
about
it's
them? Are you
diet.
serious?
Yeah,
I don't know. Okay. All right.
you know
I'll
what I
take that
mean.
call
Dampness,
out.
like as in
No.
the as in the what do you call it? The makeup of your body. It's like
Like
everyone has
the body
a different.
what body moisture? No, I have no reading on this at all. Most people.
In Chinese medicine, dampness is a medical term.
Really?
It's not meaning like wet. It's like how you say you've got heat in your lungs, or you've got heat in your liver, or you have
Not even
dampness in your
those
body.
terms. Okay. All right. All right, sure.
Yeah, and like phlegm
Yeah.
itself is like when you eat lots and lots of sponge cake with heaps of cream and custard and all sugar all day long and lots of fat and cream and fucking
Yummy.
you name it, all your favorite sweets. That when you get like the energetic sort of a ranting type of a like when you just start like you you become hyperactive a little bit and you sort of talk like I don't know. Just
Like Lionel
that
Richie.
yeah, that's called dampness in Chinese
Oh.
medicine when you're in that mode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That
Oh,
that's called
interesting.
that's called sorry, did I say dampness? I mean that's called phlegming. The phlegm in your body
Yeah.
is affecting
I'll
the
rewrite that in my
behavior.
brain. Okay. Sure. That's called
Yeah.
phlegm.
So if
Because
someone's like
phlegm sounds like
spazzing out
dampness in itself.
if someone's if someone's spazzing out after like lots of cake and stuff, you in Chinese you'll say it's don't phlegm out, man. Stop phlegming.
Oh, really? That's weird.
Yeah.
Wow. I think, yeah, probably also there's drawbacks to like saying dampness too. But cool. Wow. Yeah, that's Chinese medicine, right? It's pretty much like the it's sister to the Ayurveda and that, right?
Oh, I think Chinese have their own medicine mostly, but yeah, there was a huge influence from the Indian medicine as well. Just like Thailand, Thailand has got a lot of influence from Indians and Indian food. Very similar cultures, except India was locked down and Thailand was in love with America. So that's why Thailand is very accepting to foreigners. I've bumped into so many people lately saying they're going to move to Thailand. Yeah, to live. Yeah,
Our way, man. Wow.
it's a good place to retire. Doesn't cost you much, and you can live and you're accepted into the community really well as a foreigner. There's a lot of other countries that they're very fake, but in Thailand, that yeah, you get people that are jealous. You get people that are jealous, but overall, it's a very accepting, one of the most accepting Southeast Asian, well, Asian culture out of them all. Actually, I think Thailand is the most accepting to Westerners. Not just Westerners, right? I saw a lot of Africans in Thailand as well, and a lot of Muslims.
Like just like pictures of what the Philippines looks like is crazy. Some of it just so amazing. It's like
Well,
Avatar
they
or
have
something.
plans. They
It's
they
crazy.
have plans for the Philippines, don't they, to sort of make it the hub of the one world order.
Oh, word, yeah, totally. Out of a Kuala
They're,
Lumpur,
bu- they're building like the biggest Walmart in the world is going to be in Philippines.
well, they're home to One World Plaza, One World Center. It's all called One World Airlines in Malaysia.
Yeah, been there. It's pretty cool. I like the sound of the mosques at 5 o'clock or maybe 5:30 in the morning, and staying in your hotel, and you can hear their chanting or whatever going on. It's beautiful. Brunei was a bummer though. You can't drink alcohol there, man.
The Philippines is you can't smoke less. In the Philippines, you don't want to be there.
Are you talking with a pillow on your lips? Sound like you've got a pillow on your head.
Was it? No,
You,
no, it's
you
just
sounded like you're talking through a pillow.
it wasn't.
What time is it there
6:44
in the evening?
in the morning.
Ah, that's why everyone's quiet.
Yeah, yeah, that's why this is quiet time, pretty much.
Jeez. It's 10:46 at night here in your future.
And I don't know what time it is in California, but it's late. Anyway, man, John Coltrane, Pharoah Sanders, and Albert Eiler. There you go. That's what you need to know. Say, how are you leaving Sonny Rollins off this list? And to those people, I'd say, you must be from some sort of jazz Discord. Fighters have no idea about saxophone players, jazz artists. Yeah, it's not a jazz crowd. It's more like a Dungeons and Dragons crowd. I think, if I had to say. Back, man. I was like, there goes my music discussion.
Have you seen my uncle doing the moonwalk?
Oh,
Have you ever seen that video?
my uncle doing the moonwalk? No.
My uncle, not your uncle.
Yeah, I figured it was, not my personal uncle.
He did it 1 year before Michael Jackson did it in public.
Oh, okay.
I gotta log out and log back in. My phone's frozen.
Okay.
Oh, that's better. Didn't have to log out. There we are. Yeah, what was I talking about? Can you hear me still?
Yep.
So there's a song called One Step Ahead, and the band's name is Split Ends. 2 words, Split. Second name Ends, E-N-Z. It's called One Step Ahead. It's the official TV video, music video,
Right.
and in that music video, he does the moonwalk 1 year before Michael Jackson did it.
What? Yeah.
He's the piano player, and they all get up from their instruments during the song and start dancing, and he does the moonwalk.
It's pretty good, man.
You probably can't search it right now anyway to see. But that was one of the first things when Michael Jackson died. It was because New Zealand has their own news, right? So, like, one of the first things that came on the news after Michael Jackson died was my uncle doing the moonwalk. It was just, when someone famous dies, they look back at and how they've affected the world, and that was just one of the stories that they told. There used to be a button on here where you could have noise suppression, but that's disappeared. I guess it's just automatic noise suppression now for background noise. Because I just had my V8 engine purring, and I guess you couldn't hear it while I was talking.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool. I think next time I'm gonna try to capture some performance and then try and re-midify it through computer means, and then maybe build a backing track for it. I don't know. I should have this figured out, but I don't. It's always a mysterious process. And then I can throw it through my looping pedal and be like, shoo, shoo, shoo,
It's one of the skills that I'm really like. It's a shame that I never learned to play music. I really appreciate music so much, and I've been involved with music a lot, like as a roadie, as someone who sets up the sound stage, and I've been there, done that. I've lived with bands, seen them practice, been together with them all the time, all different bands.
out that
I've got
life.
musicians in my family, but
You've
yeah, it's a shame. I guess you're never too old, right?
in your DNA.
Never too old.
Yeah. Yeah, it would just be nice to have something like a that I could travel with that's like, that doesn't require having a band. Like, just like having a track like basically on the looping pedal.
Like, you wouldn't want to travel with a dog, right?
With a dog? No. No.
Yeah, that
Maybe
lone
German Shepherd. German Shepherd
lone
maybe.
musician with a guitar and a box on their back and like a stick with a bag on the end with their lunch in it, and like off
A
into
dog.
the world with the dog.
Yeah, but they're gonna bark and stuff like that. You start playing, it's just like a mess. Well, I don't know. I like just playing places. Anywhere really can be fun.
I once had my
And
palms read, and the lady said that I've got the same like I've got the same like features and stuff on my handwriting as Jamie Oliver. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
the chef, of course, yes, Jamie Oliver.
Yeah,
Eat
and in
fresh.
so many ways, and I can sort of see what she's talking about. But
Mhm. Yeah, you need like an internet cooking show or something.
and she said, one day you'll write a book, Carlos. You'll write a book. Okay, I'm 49 now, still haven't written a book. You probably wouldn't even know it that I speak fluent Chinese Mandarin. Yeah,
I really think
most
you
people do.
should do a cooking channel, and if you'd like, message me and I'll tell you how to do that.
A cooking channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bilingual and shit. Oh man, big audience. And you got a
Well,
funny accent. Americans will like listening to you.
I've been
That's
invited to like do some thing on Chinese TikTok, and
wow.
I just
Yeah,
need to find the opportunity to get over there with my whole family. Not I just don't want to go by myself, so got to set things up first. But
yeah. Blow it
um,
up, man.
they're already really big themselves in the Chinese TikTok theme scene. That's
Okay.
yeah, that's the new Hollywood. That's what no one watches movies anymore. They just watch that instead.
Wow.
It's totally different from the American TikTok or the other TikToks. It's like it's a portal to all sorts of amateur, productions and
Uh,
shorts and long ones as well. But they're done really professionally. They spend a lot of time. They have whole teams, making these shorts and
yeah.
making people big, and they're this like
Great.
extremely wealthy doing it. Yeah.
All right. I want to be there.
Why not? I've been I've been in movies before in China.
You're a Chinese action star. See you doing some like Jackie Chan shit.
Oh, you know, and product modeling, where you stand there with a product in your hand, or you've got some TV adverts. I've
All
done
right.
those. It's all fun.
Yeah. And marketing. Gotta,
Oh,
you gotta make those
I was
products,
just I, I, I was just a student, and that's just like a way to make money when you're in China. There was a band from New Zealand, a local band here that
Yeah,
just did
like dumplings
cover
or
songs, and
anything like
they
that.
had a gig in a hotel where they would play like every other night. It
Yeah.
was their like their, what do you call it when you're a musician and you have a main place that
Residency.
you play, but eh?
You think they call it a residency here?
Residency, that's what it was. They were resident, and they actually got all their hotel rooms all covered, paid for as well, plus their wages. Really good life, making really good money, just doing covers.
Yeah. Good stuff.
But the manager of the band was he was a Kiwi guy, New Zealander. He was making a lot of money because basically he took all the money and then he paid them. So they had a really good life, and he had an even better life. Because all he had to do was set them up.
You know what I do want to mess around with the saxophone stuff is I can basically make like note triggers that trigger other sounds in the MIDI. So like notes can trigger drum sounds, like I play a beat or whatever, or you know, at least I can nail like the bass, the snare, and the hi hat. That's kind
Or
of cool, you know.
that
I don't know.
French Kiwi Juice, FKJ, that band. They
Oh yeah.
they
Mhm.
they use that device which a lot of people are using now for live like looping.
Okay.
You know, the looping where they just press a few buttons and whatever they've just sung, they can repeat it and manipulate it and change it as they go live. You know, and they can play a guitar, a little bit of a riff, and it's recorded, and then they could move on to another instrument, and they can play like 10 instruments, one person moving from one to the other, and
Oh, yeah.
and making it all blend together perfectly. That's what they do, this FKJ. Can't believe you haven't heard that song. It's called Tadao.
Yeah, I can do four track looping with my setup, but yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if like I need a different microphone or if I can use the wireless microphone or whatever. Not really sure about that.
Carlos, right quick, what's the name of that group? Hello?
FKJ.
Is it like a jazzy kind of track, two guys?
Yeah, man. And
Yeah, dude.
he does some
Yeah,
rapping in
I
there too.
love that track. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, never heard of it.
Yeah, and they just program it. Like I don't know what I forget what the machine's called, but yeah, you just put in like a couple of bars of beats, whatever instrument you're playing, and you just keep it running on a loop. And you just have to pick up your one live instrument. Some guys use a guitar or whatever, and they just jam along with it. It's a sick way to program a track.
Yeah, what if you try to use that kind of setup? Yeah, basically. But you can record basically like four separate tracks in four separate loops, so they can overlap each other, and then you can bounce them down into like a separate track.
There's a DJ that did it on top of the Eiffel Tower, and he had one of those, and he played the synthesizer. A DJ set. He had a guitar and a saxophone. He played them all and looped them all together as he was going on top of the Eiffel Tower.
that is more than I will be attempting, but yeah, that's. I mean, I guess down the road, yeah, like I could make everything portable with batteries. You know,
There's even
most
a
of.
DJ I've seen flying in a hot air balloon over Turkey
Uh,
doing a live DJ set. Fuck, that's a good video to watch.
yeah. Wow.
Carlos just jumped up massive levels in my books. Great track, dude. I've loved that track for years because it's so good.
What is it? Kiwi what?
French Kiwi Juice. FKJ.
Yeah, just posted in the live chat. It's like 8 minutes, but you actually get to see them like put it together in the studio. I mean, I don't know if it's like a live rip in the studio. It looks pretty legit to me, but it's a great.
Well,
It's
they
like
have
8 minutes long. Great little
the
jam.
cameraman is really good as well with his 4K
Yeah.
what do you call it? Really stable video as he goes around and takes close-ups. It's really high definition in the Red Bull studio, I think, in Amsterdam.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to like release anything because I don't particularly like have like a style per se.
Ethan was talking about, I think Men's Health was doing, they've been interviewing a lot of hip hop stars lately because it's 50 years of hip hop this year.
50 years, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, so
Yesterday.
50 was talking about like new artists coming on and how they get on and whatnot. And he's like, just put it on YouTube, put it somewhere where you can literally say like, this is my creation, no one has messed with it, and it's 100% mine. So, dude, like OBS along with YouTube and stuff, you can totally rip that if you can. If you ever need any help, reach out.
Yeah, yeah. No, I got the OBS stuff. It's a little bit of a challenge to like mic a saxophone properly for some reason.
Yeah, you
Um,
got to get like almost like a mini USB and put it on the horn, like the
right,
actual the horn of the sax itself
right, but
to
it
get a good
sounds
input.
different. It sounds different in different acoustic environments. So, like if you have like a enclosed room, small room, big room with high ceilings, you know, down the street. I don't know. It has all these like weird ways that the sound changes as it diffuses. So I don't know. Just trying to come up with something that
Oh, there's a
you know
band
who?
called Samaris.
Mhm.
There's a band called Samaris, spelt Samiris, and they're from Iceland.
Okay.
It's called Sam. It might be Samasis. Samaris.
Okay.
Anyway, they she one of the girls in the band plays a clarinet. Whatever microphone she's using there, it comes out crystal clear in the KEXP studios. Might want to look into whatever microphone she was using for her clarinet.
I mean, I have like a wireless setup. I just wanted to like just try it with that. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's a mono signal. So it's probably fine.
That's the type of that's the type of music I'm into, by the way. Samaris. Have you ever heard of
I like
Samaris?
I I mean like these older style like ribbon microphones that I think are really the tits as far as like sound.
The tits.
Like yeah, I think they're just like the top end of I don't know microphone technology, like the ribbon microphones. They just sound good. I don't know. They don't sound they like they just sound organic and they've got like good frequency response through the whole thing. And I think they sound great with horns. And like a stereo pair of ribbon microphones would be like awesome and expensive if you were to basically use like retro ribbon microphones. But the technology is very basic actually, you know, and so it's all going to matter like what kind of preamps you put it into. But effectively, what I would like to do is just build like a stereo pair of ribbon microphones, and you could probably do that for I don't know, $50 or $60 or something. You just need some magnets and a piece of foil and some crazy glue.
So does it go inside the what do you call it of the saxophone?
Hmm. That would be great too. That'd be like the most clean ever, right? It should be a contact microphone. that just like is put in through like a borehole in the neck or in the body somewhere.
Oh,
I
it
would
will
like.
pick up all the
Yeah.
vibrations. See?
Yeah, like your fingers tapping and stuff on the depending on what
Yeah, that might.
your
Yeah.
contacts are like. Quick question though, Snacks. Have you looked up USB mic saxophone? There's a new name for you. Saxophone on YouTube. I just went
USB
on
mic
and
saxophone.
searched. Yeah, I put in USB mic saxophone, and there seems to be quite a bit of results. I'll throw up
Yeah.
a result in the
Yeah.
chat for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a small mic, like capsule, like cardioid microphones. You know, they just don't do it. You know, like they don't make a good tone. They sound thin. The audio reproduction just doesn't get there.
Have you ever tried shoving a didgeridoo in the end of your saxophone and seeing what it sounds
Actually,
like?
well, what I would like to experiment with, which is similar, is taking a traffic cone and mounting it, and the traffic cone basically extends out the length of the horn to where different size cones will get you like different like low tones like that, and then you can really fuck around with how that sounds. Yeah, like you can get didgeridoo as action from that. It's kind of cool.
You must be a non-smoker playing the saxophone, right?
No, I'm a smoker. Yeah,
And you play the saxophone.
I've sometimes
Wow.
smoked on stage because I'm a badass. I'm a badass.
That
That's why.
reminds me of Matt Boylan or Math what's his name? Math Powerland smoking on stage talking about the shape of the earth painting. Is it a real painting or is it a photo?
Oh. Yeah,
Have you seen his videos lately?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
covering his
No,
face
I know Matt Boylan. Yeah, Matt.
he covers his face in clay and that's how he's staying young.
What? That's weird.
And he paints floors for a living. He paints floors with
That's
a
yeah,
with a mop,
right. Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
And he's from Canada, but he's in the States.
I kept trying to ask him what the manufacturer of his floor sealer is, but like I could never get a straight answer. And I just know like he dropped it in one video of his, like he was talking about the chemical composition of like this floor sealer that he uses that really makes it the colors more
Well,
vibrant. It's like really
it's
it's
definitely
special.
not like it's not like those epoxy ones because he never has to wear like a gas mask because like if you're doing epoxy floor,
It's a water
it's
based.
so toxic.
That's why I was trying to find out what it is. It's like a water based like high optic acrylic sealer. I think it's like
But
dragonfly something, but
you
whatever.
can
Good
only
luck to
paint
them.
over like sealed surface. You can't do it over wood, right? It has to be done over some type of a cement.
I don't know. I think you can just paint it over whatever.
Is that right? Because he's got a really niche market doing that. I don't see any other like companies doing that. Like that's just him.
Imagine that's your livelihood is like, oh yeah, I got to convince somebody else that they need a $3,000 painted walkway,
I
right?
wonder if anyone else knows what we're talking about. Probably
Like, you
lost
know what
in
I'm
the
saying?
weeds.
Like if that's your job, right? I mean, I can imagine like you're a landscaper, that's one thing, but like if you're trying to sell, like I do walk on murals, you know, like he doesn't even do like walls, really, you know,
He does. He does paintings and he makes shitloads of money from his art.
like does he? Like I don't even
That,
know.
that,
Like it's so
that's
bizarre
how.
to me.
Like,
Like
because I've got a friend that went and stayed with him for 2 weeks.
really,
Yeah, yeah. My friend went and stayed with him, Greg, and he's a hardcore flat earther. And he went to stay with him, and like Matt Powell has got so much money from his art, man. hundreds of thousands of dollars for his art.
What? Okay.
Yeah, that's how we can move around and afford to do this and that, and not, just to be an artist. He's made it already, man.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not poor, that's for sure.
It's just like his photorealistic stuff looks good, but the fact that he never really does it and just does this like very naive painting, is weird to me.
He does a lot of photorealistic stuff live on his channel,
Does he
painting
now?
while he's
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't even know he still had a channel, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seemed like weird to me. Well, I don't know if he's doing photorealistic stuff. Like that's one thing. But I've only ever seen him like do like the monoprints basically, and mop painting, you know.
Monoprint, what's that?
Like we just take like a blob of paint and then you like smush some shit on it, and then you have got two of those things now.
He does hyper realistic paintings, like every time he's on, he's doing a
No,
painting or playing
well then
guitar.
only recently, because like up until then there was nothing ever where he was doing anything with detail to it.
Oh, I've seen detail back from 2015. He's doing
No, you
detail.
haven't. No, you haven't. You
I
never
have.
saw him actually painting like a whole thing. No.
I did.
I mean, in person. Like, he didn't have videos up of it.
That's what I'm saying. I saw videos of him doing that.
No way.
Yeah.
Of
He
what?
had more than one. He had more than one channel. He's had quite a few channels, like NASA channel,
Yeah.
Matt Allen channel, Matthew
Yeah.
Boyland.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen all these. I've never seen any videos where he's the only one that approaches like actually painting like what he said he had painted was the big Kennedy $20 bill thing, which was unfinished. I never saw the finished version of that, but that was the only one. And like it's he just has it, right. It doesn't show you him painting it. No time lapse or anything like that. Um, so yeah, and that goes with every. I don't know. The other stuff that he's done was he had like topless models on, and he was. I mean, that was just like bad looking art. Also, like it wasn't even trying to be photorealistic at all. At all. You know.
Oh, that was his music video.
No, it was just like he just decided to do that one day. I guess
I
it was
thought
just
he
a live stream.
started playing the guitar, and he had someone doing the keyboard, and he made a music
There's
video,
that
and then
too.
he did painting
Yeah.
to the music video with topless women.
Oh, well, it was a separate stream. Maybe it was compiled later with music. But yeah, yeah, it's him and his wife. Him and his wife making the music. Music? I don't know, like, but like it's just like the most uninformed type of guitar
Yeah,
ever. It's
yeah.
you know what I mean. Like
So
I like
something.
primitive guitar. Like I like Thurston Moore. I can be into that. Like Sonic Youth. I mean, there's a tradition there. You know what I mean. But he just doesn't have any of that stuff. You know, he's just like totally just. It's but my thing is like if you're capable of rendering things with photographic clarity with paints, and then you switch over to electric guitar where it's you suck at it, like I can't understand the transitions that in that to do that to yourself, and then to make that about like your whole message is just this like noise music, like
Yeah, but like he has his own sound, and like
Does he?
In the future, it'll be like an acquired taste. It'll be like caviar.
He's on like some kind of post new wave kind of deal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm just like it's not music to enjoy. It's just an expression of his identity, of who he is. It doesn't mean you need to enjoy it, but he definitely has a message there, which is the world is fucked up.
it's like he's trying to do some kind of imitation channeling of Devo or something, like early Devo or something. Like I don't know, man. Like I just don't find it to be like it doesn't credit him. You know what I mean? It's like a jackassy type thing to do to especially to like your I I don't know what's like sort of you, you know what I mean? Like if you're known for doing something great, you know what I mean? Like why muck it up with this other like nonsense stuff? Like, you know?
Does I don't know if he thinks he's done something great. I just know that he's
It-
in 2015 he was a big part of the the unveiling of the flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And without what with the content that he shared, like you'd be missing a big part of your awakening, because it's definitely an internet awakening, because like all the information that made you become and realize that we're on a flat earth all came from the internet.
Oh, well, not really. I mean, you know, I don't think so.
Well, you didn't get it from the telephone, and you didn't get it from the guy that lives next door, or your family, or your friends, or your work. You definitely got it from the internet.
Well,
You
no,
didn't
though.
just wake up one day and then you knew, and then you turned on the internet.
Yeah.
And
No, yeah, like I was like atomic bombs are maybe not real. Like what if the Earth's not a globe? You know, this is my direct line of thinking.
but didn't you get
So
that, like
I didn't find
all that
that.
information,
No.
like from the internet?
I mean, besides knowing of the meme of the flat Earth, you know, like with the water dripping off it and stuff. Yeah, that was my primer prior to questioning it. You know,
Yeah, but where did you
so
get that information from? Wasn't it from the internet?
no. Well, like from
Was it from the,
Wikipedia, like I was like looking at Wikipedia and I thought that like,
isn't
oh,
that the
is
internet?
it
That
possible like with the
that's the
what's that?
internet, right? That's what I mean.
Well, but it was for the atomic bomb.
Yeah, but all your information comes from the internet. That's what I'm trying to say.
It was for a totally different topic that I'm looking up, and I didn't use Wikipedia to confirm my question, which is the question is just all you need is just to have the question.
Isn't there like another internet, another web? It's like
Oh,
there's another communication web going on somewhere. It's like the
there's many.
dark web,
Let's say
eh?
there's a so-called dark web, I guess. Yeah.
Imagine if there was multiple internets that you could go onto, not just this one.
I mean, there are effectively many internets that make up the internet net total.
But it's all www dot. It's the same address, www dot
You can type in direct addresses
http.
too. Which Anyway,
When you get time, listen to the music video I posted by Samaris. It's the full performance live on KEXP.
oh, XP, they do some good stuff.
I like Tiny Desk as well. It's pretty cool
Yeah,
studio.
I listen to dumb shit, I guess.
Tiny Desk. There's a guy called Anderson Paak. Have you heard of Anderson Paak? He's got like a nose ring.
I would listen to anybody with a nose ring.
Oh, come on.
I can't do
That's
that.
prejudice.
I'd be taking Lenny Kravitz seriously. I know.
You would dig
So
his
what's
music.
wrong with nose ring?
I mean, how serious can you take Lenny Kravitz or anybody with a nose ring? Dennis Rodman has got a nose ring with somebody that's got credibility. I think they're maybe not directly related, but there's an index somewhere. There's a
You know
matrix.
Ben Harper?
Credibility
Ben
to nose
Harper.
ring.
Jack Johnson and Ben Harper?
Are you saying that they have nose rings?
No. They're surfers and they have batches here, houses here in New Zealand on the beach, right on Piha Beach.
Mm-hmm.
I've been surfing with Jack Johnson and Ben Harper at the same time, man.
You've been
That was
surfing with
pretty.
Jack Johnson and Ben Harper,
Yeah,
and you can attest that they had no nose rings.
they had no nose rings, but he
You
had a
see what I'm
fucking
saying?
nice house.
Successful, upright citizens. No nose rings.
uh, yeah, he should take that. Anderson Paak should take the nose ring out, but he's got really good teeth.
You guys are hilarious talking about nose rings and teeth. But Snacks, what's wrong with nose rings? Just wondering. Like, you think it's degenerate? It's a degenerate
No,
No,
act.
I
it's
don't know
not
if
the
it's
nose ring.
degenerate.
It's not the nose ring on the outside. It's the nose ring in the middle.
Oh, that one?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying.
well, even on the outside, honestly.
What if it's just like a jewel, not like an actual ring?
Who I can't, like, there's no NBA player, no rock and roll guy I can think of, that I'm like, listen, like, even if Steven Tyler got a nose ring, I'd be like, I don't know, Steven Tyler, was that a good idea? You're kind of old. But anyway, yeah. I don't
Now,
know.
I'm just curious because I'm not that I'm thinking
Is
about
that
it. I'm trying to think
masculine
of
on a
somebody.
guy? Like a little side nose ring on a guy? That's
No, it's
masculine? I don't know.
supposed to be. Actually, it's supposed to be more like a feminine thing, right?
Septum piercing? That's pretty gruesome, actually. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the septum piercings when girls do it. Like, I'm really not.
Right.
But
And then anywhere else in the nose, you're talking about nose bridge piercing, also not so attractive, a little alien like.
no. When
So
when I
that was
think of a
popular in the
nose ring, I
90s.
think of just like a loop around the nostril, like when you just pierce the side of the nose and put a loop in it,
It,
or
it,
just a
it
jewel.
basically
You stick a
like
jewel.
this whole thing I think is a product of National Geographic's pushing this idea of modern primitive and just burying it in the publications, and then it like sort of propagated in this like subculture of like body mods and things like that. You could say there's like alternate press that basically pushed it too, but it's like I don't know if it's like highly professional. Like it's not as if it's like a shoestring budget. So it's like, is that not being pushed by some other entity that's like a part of National Geographic, to sort of like create this Generation X like subculture, sort of pre uh whatever pre-cyborg world. You know what I mean? Like just people doing extreme body modifications and stuff like that. Um, and then I think, basically in the 90s, it was kind of more tame a little bit, but also a little bit more widespread. And I think you see like less of it today. People are more into getting tattoos, like for protest rather than piercing their face up. But I think that still is there too. But like with the girls, like piercing cheek stuff like that, it's like I don't know about all that. Like, why? What is the point? What are you doing there? You know?
I just posted the video of Anderson .Paak and the Free Nationals in NPR Music Tiny Desk concert, and you can see his nose ring. What I'm talking about. He's got a really good song saying "You're my bitch."
Okay. Good.
You know, ever wondered where the idea of the marriage covenant with the ring on the finger, like who started that? Where does that come from?
Hyman situation.
Well, your fingers are obviously right in front of your face all the time, so it's the obvious place to put some type of a memorability, like something to consummate your dedication to your loved one. Yeah.
Apparently, in ancient times, it wasn't a ring on a finger though; it was a ring on the nose. Yeah, I found that very interesting. There is scriptural precedence to this. Contrary to popular belief, a nose ring is scriptural and perfectly okay. Apparently, it's not a degenerate act. It actually was a very normal act back in the day for Israelite women to get nose rings to show that they were in covenant. But this is funny because, like, in modern times, Western culture or the conservative Western culture, they look down upon nose piercings or any piercings whatsoever, including tattoos. But where do we draw the line, right? Like, when is too many tattoos bad, right? Or are any tattoos bad, or face tattoos? Like, people, especially with the hip hop community, where it's funny because the hip hop community wasn't really all about like face tattoos and piercings until like recently. Because back in the day, like, I don't remember rappers with face tattoos when I was growing up. It wasn't until like these backpack rappers came out, like Lil Wayne and stuff, when they first started coming out wearing face tattoos, that kind of spread like wildfire. Now, like, even average kids that aren't, they're not like they had never been to prison. You know what I'm saying? Before it was only prisoners that had face tattoos. They got a long bid with face tattoos. Now, average guys that don't even deserve to have face tattoos, probably, because that makes them look like they're a criminal. That makes them look like they have a history in jail, but they have no history in jail. They just get it because, oh, it's hip. You know what I'm
Do you
saying?
know
Tattoos are good, dude.
what job I'd love to do if I went to America? There's one job that I want to do, and someone else has already got it, but I think I can do it better. Do you know what? Do you know what Snoop Dogg, what one of his employees does as a full-time job?
He's a automatic roller. I heard this.
Yeah, that's what I want
He's
to do.
on salary.
I want to do that job, just rolling marijuana joints all day long.
Like,
$50,000 a year he gets for rolling joints, man.
You could roll like tuna rolls, maybe. No, see what I did there? Forget.
Say it again. Couldn't hear you.
You could like do tuna rolls, like sushi. You could like roll sushi.
Fucking imagine the look on his face when he says, "Roll me one," and you give him a big stick of sushi. Here, have this.
Like, let me get a crab tempura tuna roll. that spicy mayo in there.
That was a rap.
You
could be a rapper.
and you could like throw hot sauce in there. You'd be like, yo, throw extra hot sauce in there. It's,
We just call it chili. You call it hot sauce. We call it chili.
Snoop Dogg is kind of a dope chef, though, a little bit.
Yeah, well, Michael Jackson was too. He had his own McDonald's in Neverland.
Well,
He was one of the only like people in the world that had their own McDonald's.
Snoop Dogg's lobster thermidor really opened me up to like a whole new range of things to do with saltine crackers. You know. So
Are you one of those guys that go to bed with a plate of crackers and cheese?
no, nope.
If you eat a bit of cheese before you go to sleep, you get really good dreams. And
I don't know
depending on what
in, like saltine crackers. There's some kind of crazy drugs in there. I don't
it's
know if you
baking
know.
soda, isn't it?
I don't know what's in there exactly. Is it the palm oil?
Baking soda.
Is it the baking soda? I don't know.
I don't know if we're talking about the same crackers.
It's just crackers, you know, like for soup.
We might not have the same stuff. You call it cling wrap, we call it glad wrap. Is it potato or potato?
It's
Tomato
potato.
or tomato?
It's tomato. Potato, tomato. These are the correct ways to say it. Other people can say it however they want to, but these are the right ways.
Because we say
People say
I'm gonna
potato,
take the-
potato, like it's okay. Like there's not a preferred way to say it, but you know that there fucking is. You know damn well that there is. Either way, you really are about it. It's not an iffy thing. Go ahead.
So is it Z or Z?
it's
Is it
both.
aluminum or aluminium?
Is it I'm gonna take the short route or take the short route?
Tomatoes
Is
and
it aunt?
tomatoes.
Is it aunt or aunt?
That's interesting. Because like if you're from the ghetto, maybe you have an auntie. And
Well, it's got a
maybe
U. It's A-U-N-T. It must be aunt.
Yeah, it's definitely aunt, not
but I
aunt.
said I had an ant. Yeah. Insect with a segmented body and thorax for
But these
siblings.
words get kind of shifted through time. Like in America, you can use aunt or aunt, depending on where you're from.
No, but aunt is a friend of the family, and aunt is a relation.
What?
Right?
No.
Well, not that I know of.
Not
Aunt
the
is
way
your mother or your father's sister, and aunt is just like an auntie or an auntie.
Yeah, like a close family friend, Carlos.
Yeah, we don't
That's
use
right.
it like that. Or if we do use it, it's because we're misguided, and we use it synonymously with aunt in America.
We do use uncle like that though. Like somebody'd be like, it'll be like, oh, Uncle Joe's here, but it's not really your uncle. It's just a good friend. It'd be like your dad's really good friend or something.
And he
Yeah,
touches
same
your
thing.
knee. He touches your knee when when he's babysitting you.
Always
It's gotta be for Carlos.
find an adult and tell them something. Go right now.
Like Santa. That's what Santa does to all the children. Dirty bastard.
He's here. No.
I
the reason-
really
Sorry.
I really appreciate Santos Bonacci's work. I don't know if you
stand
guys
that guy, bro. I can't.
you can't stand him like
No.
explaining how there's so much correlation between the good book and
No. No, he is a deceiver.
Santos.
He is a
What's going on?
deceiver at best. And I have the same name as him. Part of my name is Santos, but my last name is Santos. I didn't want to really give it out there, but whatever, it's out there now. That
You're
Yeah, man.
famous
I've
now.
listened to him talk. He's all over the place. He's in many different groups, subgroups.
I beg to differ. I think that his message and his wisdom is on another level.
Not even
I
close,
don't know.
dude.
I don't
Wisdom,
know
so
if
called.
anyone
No, because
his
he's one of
age.
those guys that can mystify you with his words, and he can connect things that there really is no connection to. It's like the classic definition of pareidolia. Like that's what he does, and he does it really good. And he sounds like he's very profound, but at the end of the day, when you compare it with true wisdom, it crumbles under scrutiny.
Oh,
His understanding crumbles.
I'm not saying that I think that he's a saint, and I'm not saying that I think he's a guru or.
He is he is somewhat of a guru. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think he can compare to like the Dalai Lama or Sadhguru or even like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I think that he's got his niche understanding, and there
He's
are
a Project
some
Guru.
things. Don't you think there's some stuff that you can take away from what he says, though?
Yeah. Regarding flat Earth, yes. Regarding the cosmology, yes. But beyond that, when he starts to talk about spirituality and religion, that's where I tune out. But that's just we're all different, so it is what it is. But and even when it comes to certain things about flat Earth, I don't agree with him on everything, and that's okay. But I was just giving you my opinion on the guy.
Well, I can understand that you have your belief and you're steadfast in your belief enough to stand staunch and not sway from that path that you're on. What if you found out that atoms are real, but they're just little toroids, and we do live in a magnetic universe, not just a.
I agree with that. It's in my name, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Yeah, I got toroidal fields up in there. In my rows. I'm with the toroidal fields, bro. I promote it all the time.
All about it. And the cyclone, right? The anti-toroidal, right? What do you call that thing? A little bit like cyclone, though, right? Yeah. Come on, somebody.
I mean, cyclone, a vortex, yes.
Vortex.
Yeah.
Vortex and toroid. All right, I guess.
The sun, that's what the sun's on. It's on a vortex circuit.
Isn't it just like one complete shape though, too? It's like it's the twin vortices because the toroid has got a top and a bottom too.
Yeah.
There was a lady mystic I was talking to once, and she told me that everybody has a twin. Like you've got someone else who's an identical replica of you somewhere else in the world right now, and all of your actions influence their actions and vice versa. They're living in a different paradigm maybe, but they're still you as a double somewhere else right now.
That knows all about it.
It's a doppelganger. They're their own person, though. pretty sure they wouldn't be speculating like we are right now.
Well, he won't be fucking happy with me today because I cut my thumb real bad. And he's going to be feeling that, man, if there is a double somewhere.
Don't worry, he'll look like you, but he won't feel it. Don't be
Aren't they
alarmed.
both? Are they both not doppelgangers to each other? I mean, who's the real original? Is there a real original, or
No, a
I mean,
doppelganger's only looks genetically the same. They're not the same person. It's not like an identical twin, and even they're not the same person.
and that's different?
no, it's
Just
like you've got,
somebody like making
you've
a
got
clone of you to be your doppelganger. That would be a different story too. But you would still call him a doppelganger? I don't know.
no, just imagine there's someone else who has got your exact soul, like a clone of your soul living right now. They're living a different paradigm, but it's like twins. It's like
Soul
you
clone. Yep.
have
Go ahead.
No,
something
that's not a doppelganger.
That's what he's saying.
something
Yeah.
happens to you and they can feel it.
In the 80s film Doppelganger, though, the doppelganger was out to kill the normal one. If you remember that film.
Never seen it, but
Yeah.
I always thought a doppelganger was like a identical, like your identical twin, but not genetically got nothing to do with your fucking soul or anything.
Same.
It's something like it's sent there to. It's like the Terminator. Well, no, it's not. It's not the Terminator, but it's an agent of some sort, right? The doppelganger. It's not just like a twin. It's like
It's like Jet Li in the one.
okay.
Is
I don't know.
remember that one?
You ever seen Hey Arnold, where he had a doppelganger?
It's like an evil twin.
No, it's just like it's what he. It's like a literal look-alike, genetically the same, except from a different family, different lineage. Like they look alike. Like you might even come across a guy at a store sometime, you know, in your life, and you'll see like, wow, that guy looks just like me. Like, that's never happened to you. We all have one, dude. We might all have more than one.
It was a 90s film. It wasn't an 80s, and it was had Drew Barrymore starring in it. It was terrible. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's like how many billion people on this earth? What's the chance of you bumping into that one? You might as well buy all the lottery tickets today. Like the chance of winning lottery, the big jackpot is like getting run over by a bus 3 times in one day by mistake. That's the same meeting that one person.
Well, they won't be
Somewhere.
identical twins, though. It'll just be a look-alike, so there'll still be significant differences if you just look at their bodies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a doppelganger's got nothing to do genetically. It's just someone that looks exactly the same as you.
Like the guy I saw today that looks just like Lionel Richie.
Yeah.
Except he was 20 years younger.
Might have been looked like Lionel Richie when he was fucking 20.
If I looked like Lionel Richie, man, I'd flaunt that shit. I'd be like, yeah, hello, girls, come on. It's party time.
Dancing on the ceiling.
Dancing around partying.
Oh man, his wardrobe is all Armani, right?
Mustache just won't quit.
Yo, Snacks, I think you're hot micing.
No, I'm talking about Lionel Richie.
Oh,
Lionel Richie's
Couldn't hear you.
mustache just won't quit. Sorry.
Like, imagine being able to wear Armani all day, every day.
yo, Snacks, I forgot to mention, last time you were hot micing, dog, the whole room heard you copping bud.
No, I was asking somebody about it.
Dog, you were asking where the bud was at. We all heard it. You were hot micing hardcore. It was mad funny, dude.
Yeah, that was. I was asking somebody like where, because it was like on the GPS. It was like right there, and I was like, "Is it like in the downstairs?" You know.
You were scratching your neck though. You could tell.
Do you have like a supplier?
And then he's like, "Oh yeah, it's across the street." So I went across the street, and then I asked the guy there. I don't know if it was still hot miking. I think somebody probably would have cut me off then. Well, then I asked another guy, and he was like, "Yeah, we just sell hemp." And I was like, "Okay, thanks. I'm leaving this right away." You know, like, what are you even doing here? My gosh, the rent you pay.
Yeah, hemp. That's for making socks.
They're like, "Yeah, some of it is as high as 15% THC," and I'm like, "Thank you very much," and I left. And
Hey,
terrible.
I smoked some hemp recently just because I'm trying to be straight edge. I still eat a gummy
What?
here and there, but I smoked some hemp rolled cigarettes that were organically grown, no pesticides,
What?
nothing. They're called. It's
So no
called. Go ahead.
no bleach in the paper. It was like brown.
Yeah, it was all hemp. No, yeah, no bleach, none of that stuff. It's called Lowell Smokes. Comes in like a pack, like cigarettes, and they're really good,
Nice.
dude. And honestly, I was surprised of how good these were, because it's just hemp, but they do give you its own like, I don't know, like clear headed, but relaxed and also very focused. Like
Okay, so you can get like a good feeling from hemp.
it has CBD in it.
There was a cigarette I used to buy called Samporna from Indonesia, and it had like this beautiful sweet clove oil in the filter. Made a really nice drag. Samporna cigarettes. They're really thin, skinny cigarettes, and they had clove oil in the filter.
Oh, yeah, clove cigarettes. Yeah,
I don't like the clove. Yeah, I've smoked them. I don't
for
like the
sore
Oh,
throat.
taste.
sweet.
I don't
They
know.
were so sweet. They had like a sweetener in it. It was like juicy. When you take a drag, you actually get a bit of juice, like honey, in your mouth.
San Puerno. Yeah, a little honey
It's,
and a
it's like
cigarette drag is what everybody wants these days.
The
it's like
clove
the
is a killer.
Mexicans like to drink that stuff with the worm in the bottle.
Mezcal.
What's that stuff called?
It's called mezcal.
The worm in the bottle? I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, there's like a worm in there, and it's
called a-
been
Tequila.
dried.
Tequila, man. What the hell?
It's called a bottle of paranoia. It's all
Oh, tequila.
I think it's called something else when it's tequila, but with the worm, I think it's called something else.
It's like a dried worm, and they put it in there when it's dried.
Oh, you weren't talking about tequila?
That's what it is, tequila, yeah. And sometimes if you pay a bit more, you get the one with the double worm. And if you take that worm and then you dry it out and smoke it, you get really high. It's like a drunk high. It's really weird.
You're out of your mind, dude.
I think that's an urban legend.
You get more
Have you
lit
ever
if you do the worm as an anal suppository.
Yeah, worm's supposed
Have
to
you
have
ever
like
tried
that
getting, like,
DMT
when
in
you
it.
peel a banana, you've got those like little like stringy bits. If you get those and you dry them out and you mix it with your marijuana, you get a totally different buzz. It's amazing.
Oh, is the drink called mezcal?
Mezcal, yeah.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Is that the same thing, or is it? I don't know all my Mexican drinks.
But I was at bartender school and I made a drink, and everyone had to give their drink a name, their cocktail. I don't know if I can say the name of my one on live YouTube. Might have to turn the live stream off for a minute
So
because it had dry ice in it, and so it looked like it was steaming. And the ingredients.
Well, don't say anything crazy. Hold on. What do you mean you got to turn the live stream off for a second?
Just joking. But and the ingredients were like really creamy, all the different liqueurs all mixed together. The name of the drink was Steaming Clit.
Nothing wrong with that.
You're a sick puppy, dude.
Well, they have like Rusty Nail and like Quick Clark and all sorts of names. Why not Steaming Clit? That's back in the days, man. That's going back 30 years. Shit.
Yeah, like at a theme restaurant, you can get that like a TGI Fridays. That'd be dope.
TGI Fridays. We had one in Christchurch. That was pretty good experience. Really good service. It was an absolute genuine TGI Fridays here in New Zealand. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there.
On what street was it on? It was by the Park Royal Gardens, right? By the.
Yeah, wasn't on Colombo or Columbus or something.
Well, you know where that is, right? Oh,
Yeah.
this is just a local conversation between me and Jazza just for a second. Like, you know where that TGI Fridays, if you cross the road, there's the Park Royal Gardens Hotel, and there's this like a big sort of a outside area with paving and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. Well, that right there's this paved area, and that's where I went one day, and I stood in one spot, and it was like an echo chamber I walked into, like another dimension right there,
Yeah.
and I talked. When I was talking, it felt like I was in this one spot with no particular sort of shapes around me or whatever to make all the sound like I was in a some type of a room. And then I thought that was fucking weird. There's these Japanese tourists, and they walked into the same spot that what I was just in, and then I saw them freaking out as well. Like, so I wasn't just imagining it. It was this really weird phenomenon where you can walk into like a space, and when you talk, it sounds like you're in a phone box.
Yeah.
The sound of your voice doesn't go. Did you go there? Have you been there? Have you seen that? Have you done it?
No, I've seen it. I know where you mean. I've never been there.
Do you
Right.
think it was
Well, if it's
intentional by the architect?
no, it's just
No.
there was no particular features or shapes around that would make me think it was like in the center of something weird. It was just this one spot. Yeah. Don't know if anyone's ever experienced it, but I guess I'm the only one in the world that's experienced it.
You know, I know exactly where you mean, but no, I've never been there to hear it. Or experience it, as you say.
I don't know what you call that. Like, it's like I had this force field around me where my voice wouldn't go any further, and it would echo back no matter 360 degrees. It was all the same.
Yeah, I think that's just called reverberation, isn't it? It's just like vibrations can make you feel a bit fucking funny.
It was this one spot, and the Japanese tourists, they all experienced it one after another, and they're all laughing and all konnichiwa.
Arigato.
So is it like no echoes or something like that? So it felt like you're in one of those soundproof rooms kind of deal, or was it just weirdness?
It was like walking into a phone booth, and
Yeah.
your voice didn't travel any further, sort of echoed around you.
Have you seen that? There's like a room that these, I don't know if they're like scientists or whatever, or researchers, and it's like a completely soundproof room. And people go in there and they can't handle it for more than a couple of seconds because it just freaks you out. Because there's like absolutely no, when you talk, the sound doesn't travel like further than like anywhere. It doesn't bounce back, so everything's super freaky. Might be the same kind of deal there.
So like all of the walls absorb every tiny little bit of sound.
Yeah, you know, like in a recording studio, they have those sound diffusers and things to bounce sound back properly. It's like the ultimate one of them. It's like everything's just like crazy shapes inside. So it just doesn't echo in any way or reverberate.
Didn't Joe Rogan, someone was telling me they watched Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was saying he likes to take a bath in the dark in this room, and it's kind of like that. And he's like floating on top of the water in the dark in complete silence, and it
Yeah,
feels really free.
isolation chambers, float tanks.
Yeah. That'd do your head in.
They're getting popular in California.
One thing that's really popular in Japan is oxygen shower. So at lunchtime, they go down to a place you put some coins in, or you scan your watch or whatever, and then you go in there and you just get like a real big boost of pure, beautiful oxygen. And so they can work another 16 hours in their little office.
I'm scared of going into a float tank.
I was wondering like how they're producing the oxygen and if it's like if that matters.
So they have this oxygen shower, and it makes them think really clearly, and then they can go back to work and get on with their minion duties. Even when there's an earthquake and the whole building's shaking, they just like hold on to all their stationery and their paperwork and make sure their computer doesn't fall off the desk, and the whole
Probably good,
place
you know.
is.
You know how like
And
there's
then
like
they
a decrease in your efficiency like right around afternoon time, like around lunchtime, and you get like this big decrease in efficiency. Like then you should like definitely hit some oxygen.
That was me
To get back
yesterday
to work.
when I got out of work, dude. I was so drained from doing concrete all day that I could barely have a combo on here, dude. I was like half asleep. But no, I was saying, so you guys know the philosophy about float tanks, like sensory deprivation.
Yeah, what's the whole idea about that?
Well, they want to basically have you completely deprivated of all your senses, because that way your brain can be fully I don't know, used, I guess. Like if you're
Like
not,
ultimate meditation kind of thing.
yeah, like the ultimate meditation, exactly. So like you're floating in some salty solution, because I think that they put something in the water to make it like extremely buoyant, make you extremely buoyant.
Salt.
Yes, tons of salt, tons and tons of salt. It is Himalayan or whatever. Yeah.
And you float in there, and you're connected to an air breather of some sort that has to be comfortable so that it doesn't distract you from your meditation. So they put like these things up your nose, and then you just chilling there in the dark. And I've heard people say after 10 minutes of you being floatless, or
Yeah,
it's
but
just like you start seeing a tunnel open up, though. Like you start seeing the geometric, like something that happens when you're in psychedelics can happen when you're in a float tank. You'll start seeing like the workings of time, bro. Like whatever you want to call it, the geometric patterns that show up when you're doing DMT or LSD, if you do enough of it.
Yeah, you got no external signal, so the water's body temperature, so you don't feel that. You're floating on the salt, so you don't touch any sides of anything or the bottom. Yeah, you can't hear anything because it's completely like isolated. So it's just your mind is just left to kind of do what it wants to do, kind of thing.
That's freaky
pure
to me.
relaxation. Pure
That's not freaky to you?
relaxation.
A lot of this like kind of cognitive noise that we just like carry with us like all over the joint, like, and we kind of bring it to everything that we do. So like doing something like this can make you aware of sort of all that noise, and so you can then filter it out, I guess.
People start tripping.
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes in, they start tripping, like literally going through psychosis.
Well, L. Ron Hubbard wrote a book called Clear Body, Clear Mind, and he was making a concoction that if you're a drug addict or whatever, and you'd had lots of psychedelics and stuff, you'd go into a sauna therapy and take this concoction, and you'd every time you went into the sauna, you'd re-experience your trips. You'd go through it again without having to take any more. It would just be all coming out of your body, and you'd have flashbacks.
Oh, that's a scary thought too, because it's happened to me. But I don't. Yeah, the theory was that some of this stuff would be stored in the cerebral fluid or the spinal fluid, something like that. And if you're in a jacuzzi or a hot tub and your spine cracks or something, you move a certain way, that fluid gets released into your system. But I don't buy that.
L. Ron Hubbard said that it's all, every time you have any toxins or chemicals or anything, it's all stored in your inner thigh, in your groin.
Do you know where they got it all from? It was from John Lilly, the LSD guy. He pioneered float tanks, and he would do a fucking shit ton of acid and go in those float tanks for hours. And he reckoned he could time travel and stuff.
That's what I'm saying, bro. There's all kinds of things that you could do in these things. That it's honestly real freaky, because I don't know how somebody can go in there after doing a quarter of shrooms or 10 pieces of acid and just be in their mind. Like, how can you possibly do that with no sensory stimulation? Like, I don't know. That freaks me out, man.
I saw a Chinese cooking show today, and they were cutting up these big, round, like big ass brown mushrooms. And when you cut them, they're yellow, but they change like an opal. If you've ever seen what an opal looks like, they change color as you cut them, and then they turn like blue and green and yellow and orange as you're cutting them. They're changing color. Really amazing mushrooms.
Yeah, like an apple, the oxygen gets to them. It's in rockets.
Yeah, well, this is like instant, like a fucking camouflage chameleon.
Like a pearlescent kind of, color change.
Did you say like in rockets? Did I hear that?
No, I said it's not science and rockets, but you
Oh.
could be onto something. Maybe it was feeling pain, and the color change was like, "Fuck off! Stop cutting me, you cunt." I don't know.
Well, I've got a friend that's just come back from Taiwan, and a New Zealander, and he's been working on orchards and vineyards lately. But he's got a plan, is to grow all the different exotic species of all different types of mushrooms, and for edibles and all sorts of stuff. None of it's illegal. It's all stuff that you could sell. But his plan is to grow, because no one else is doing it, and there's so many benefits in all different types of mushrooms for every ailment that you can imagine.
Yeah, my area of the country would be fucking perfect for that. Middle of the South Island.
Yeah, if you were the only one like supplying like premium mushrooms and you had a head start, just to give you a little, you don't go into buying shares in the stock market. You come up with your own idea.
No, I've brought shares in a company that's producing bottled oxygen.
Japanese spend a lot of money on that.
I know a woman.
and it's getting big in the States too.
I know a woman of my well, I consider her a sister of mine, but she's invested, or she runs a business where that's what she sells, bro. Oxygen tanks.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of money being made selling them things. A lot of money, because a lot of old people now, you know, this is the biggest generation with old people ever, probably, right? Like, we have so many old people, it's becoming an epidemic. The government's getting prepared to try to knock them all out, because they will become an epidemic. The boomers,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
well, no, I do. I don't think the government's going to try and knock them all out. They're going to naturally knock themselves out because they're old.
Well, the thing is, like, if you turn 63 and you can't really work, but you're not making enough money, so you're gonna be poor, and then you need government assistance, right? There's a lot of old people that are reaching retirement more than ever before that are gonna be disappointed when their Social Security doesn't kick in like it was supposed to, or they delay Social Security another year, or they take their income away. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these people need, because they were smokers and smoked Newports during the 80s and the 90s. Now they all got lung problems and stuff. They've already had 2-3 cancer treatments, like, but they're still hardy. They're still kicking. They're still pushing 65, 70, 72. They're still hitting 80. You know what I mean? And what's the government going to do with all these old people? But that's not. I don't want to get into depopulation. But I was talking about the tanks, because there's a business for these oxygen tanks, because they need oxygen supplementation, because they have COPD and bronchitis. All this stuff.
But I'm not even talking oxygen tanks. I'm not going to go too much into it because I want to get in first, which I hopefully I have done. But I'll just say oxygen canisters is the biggest clue I'll give you.
Well, I had an idea for like serious, like people that want to clean their lungs out from tar and everything else that they've had, is like go on an oxygen tank and then have some type of a natural degreaser in there, and you could like breathe it in, and it would have like this valve that, like, every time you breathed out, it would be a one-way valve, and then you'd be able to sort of dissolve all of the tar in your lungs and all of the toxins if you had this therapy. Just an idea I had.
He said the canisters. My bad. I don't want to interrupt you, but I seen an episode a long time ago, bro, and I laughed because on the episode it was 2 Chainz, an American rapper, who was being interviewed, and he was interviewing somebody regarding different products, right? And one of the products was oxygen canisters to give you a little boost. So it's like a little canister that somebody with asthma would probably have, but it's literally just like fresh air or oxygen, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
See, I never thought that would catch on, but I wouldn't be surprised if it caught on now, and if people are actually making money.
They are. They definitely
really?
are.
One
They're
of
called,
the
they're
one of
called
the
oxygen
techniques.
bars.
I
of the
saw it. Sorry,
Okay, you go.
Sorry, Carlos. I saw it on a TV show, and straight away I fucking Googled them, emailed them, and said I fucking want in on this. And they're big in the States. They were going into Japan, as you said, and yeah, it's there's amazing things oxygen can do, and I told them one thing that a huge market for it would be, and they were like, "Holy fuck, we didn't even think of that." But I'm not going to say it here.
There's a
Well,
few. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
you can make a lot of money. It's like people are smoking cigarettes, then to give up cigarettes, they're doing vaping, and then what are you going to do to give up vaping, right? So you've got to come up with something better than vaping that is a habit.
In Southern California, they have these places. They're called oxygen bars. So just along the lines of agreeing with you guys that there is a business for it, and they are kind of, it's growing, but they're oxygen bars, and you go and you pay to be hooked up to, like, you know, like when you're in the hospital, they put it in your nose and they just feed you like pure oxygen, and you apparently it's like revitalizing, you know, it refreshes you, and you do it for so many minutes, and then, you know, it's kind of like going to a bar and getting a beer. You know, you drink your beers and you're like,
That's
you
what
all right, cool.
that, that's what an oxygen shower in Japan is. You put in these things in your nose and you breathe pure oxygen, and you sit in this little room and you can, you know, you can eat your lunch or you can do whatever you like, and then, you know, your 15 minutes of oxygen therapy is done and you're back to work for 16 hours.
Right.
So, you know, I'm an entrepreneur, even though I have not succeeded. I've started 2 LLCs, and I have a business mind. So I look at these things as viable products, right? I try to weigh the variables out. Will this be a good product? And I didn't expect that to be a good product, because at the time it just seemed like you're selling air, bro. But if you really think about it, people sell water, and water's all
Right.
around it. So if you really think about it, that's smart, man. And I'm looking back
Yeah,
at
but
it now like, wow, like this actually is spreading.
yeah, but that water is bottled and cleaned and filtered, and
Exactly.
the oxygen you're providing, you can't get from the air anyway because it's 70% nitrogen.
Right. That's why they call it like pure oxygen or whatever. Like it's totally it reminds me of remember in Spaceballs when they have the can of air and they breathe it in. Remember the leader, emperor, or whatever, the ruler? He has like all these cans in his drawer. It's like the same thing. It's like Mel Brooks kind of touched it in his movie Spaceballs. It's kind of funny.
I don't think we're
Imagine
even breathing oxygen.
Imagine that they would sell like, this air comes from the Amazon rainforest. This air comes from Antarctica. This air comes from the Peruvian, you know, wherever. Like you'd make up something, and people are like, "Oh, I'm breathing in air from the Amazon."
Like water from the French Alps.
Yeah.
It's funny. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, guys. I was gonna just throw. Have you guys been listening to all the drama between FED and Jaren and all that?
No.
No idea what you're talking about.
Oh man, there's like a whole shit show going on. And I was listening to QE's. He put out a video today, or it's 13 days ago, but he did it again. And then you have Nathan Oakley doing his premiere show right now as we speak, and it's all about, they're like arguing. And then Jaren did a show last night, and like there's just so much mud flinging, if you will. And I was trying to like, I listened to Nathan's show 2 days ago, and he was like, I want to extend an olive branch, and he wants to try to make amends with Jaren. But even in that, they're still like fighting, and I was just trying to like bring the peace, like to try to bring the community together. But I don't know if that's going to be successful at this point, because they're both still flinging a lot of mud back and forth. But hopefully, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know if you
Just
guys
got
knew
cut
about
off.
that or not.
My phone just died. It'd be interesting to know what you're talking about while I was away, but it's like I was just about to mention, like in Japan, they have vending machines where you can buy used schoolgirl underwear that and it's totally legal, like in a vending machine, no age limit. You just put in your money and you buy used schoolgirl underwear, and apparently they did the
Oh
dirty
my
deed,
gosh.
you know, and you can buy farts in a bottle.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not even joking. You can buy farts in a bottle,
That's what the
and you
whole
open the
Nathan
middle.
Oakley and Jaronism argument's about.
Yeah, and in Japan, it's really popular now for middle-aged single men to have like sex toys, and they it's like a doll, and it looks like a human, and they do
Oh my
everything with it,
goodness.
like, and they take it, they even put it in their car, put the seatbelt on it, take it to work, put
Where
it in
do
the
I find one of
cubicle.
those vending machines?
It's a sick
Yeah,
world.
it's
Lord have
sick.
mercy.
Yeah, Lord have mercy.
Listen, bro. The sex bots, we can talk about that. You guys want to talk about sex bots right now?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
early. It's 8 a.m. All right, listen. I'm against all of that, and it's the same thing over here. It's not just Japan; it's worldwide because of the virality of the internet, dude. These things are becoming popular, right?
No,
Virtual
no, no.
porn,
Yeah,
dude. You don't.
you might think so, but in Japan, they put it in their car with the seatbelt on and drive it in the traffic jam to work so everyone can see it.
That's
Weird.
psychotic, dude. They're
Some
losing their
weirdos.
minds if that's the case.
That's not psychotic. That's fucking ballsy.
They put
You
it in
like
their
that? You both like
cubicle
that.
with them
You
together.
both
They
Yeah.
like
like
that,
work
don't
in it.
you?
Hang on,
What doll
they
you
work
got?
in
What model doll you got?
they work
I
in
don't
a
know. I've got to go to
cubicle.
Japan to get
Like,
one.
hang
It's
on, they work
disgusting.
like in an office cubicle with other people working in the same floor, and they put the doll in the chair next to them, like while they're working at their computer.
Holy fuck.
I've seen a whole documentary on it. It's fucking unreal.
And they probably take them to like their work conferences and shit as their girlfriend, I suppose.
It's like people don't even say anything. They're just like, that's normal.
How do the dolls look? Do they look like American women, or do
It
they
looks
look
like a
Asian?
blow up. It looks just like a blow up female. I don't know what race it's supposed to be.
Unbelievable.
You can probably
Yeah,
customize them.
to fit your size, right?
And your taste.
I just imagine a Japanese dude, a short Japanese dude, like a Pamela Anderson doll, sitting on his desk. Like, oh my
You know
goodness.
she's from
He wouldn't be able to see his fucking computer screen.
Pamela Anderson. What's the famous one from New Zealand? The supermodel who married Rod Stewart.
Oh, Rachel Hunter.
Yeah,
Good eye,
yeah.
good eye.
I used to play soccer with her.
Really? How the fuck did you get anything done?
She just looked like a little freckly bitch when she was little.
You ever heard that game Second Life where people basically get married on?
Oh, yeah, that's fucked up.
Some of the Japanese shows are just so crazy. What they do on those shows, stupid things like sexual stuff and like eating like bugs and like.
Oh, they have real fucked up reality shows, don't they?
Japanese overall are good people, man. They just have the there's always gonna be the degenerate class, dude.
Except they went to China and killed 60 million people.
Oh come on, you can't hold that over
And
their heads.
they don't write that in the history books.
I'll tell you what, I've worked in tourism all my life, and the Japanese are the most gracial, fucking most appreciative culture in the fucking world.
Have you been on porn.net lately? Whatever that channel is.
So
Japanese are
pixelated
just
out.
they're so devious, man. I tell you, it's like they're so devious. Like, I knew a Japanese girl when I was in China. She was one of my fellow students. And she was so well behaved. She was so polite and very like quiet. And then as soon as we went back to my apartment to get some supplies for school, the door was locked and she was just this raging animal. It's like, what? So different.
Yeah. You know, I have heard they are like that. I was
You'd
working
never
with
know.
one. One was
There's no
my
hints or anything. Yeah.
one was my
Um,
office girl just not so long ago, and she was leaving. I made her a bacon and egg pie before she left, and holy fucking testicle Tuesday, in the words of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Now that's classy.
Yeah, I just made a bacon egg pie.
All
I thought,
right, all right.
okay, Jeremy, let's get back to it.
I mean, Jesus Christ, what's going on here?
We're
Jesus
waiting for
Christ.
some direction. Give us a topic.
Degeneracy.
Jeremy, write some demerits out, man.
Give us
Bedtime
some
stories.
direction.
Do you ever get in contact with Brandon? When's he coming back to have a chat?
I don't know. I talked to him, but a while ago. I don't know. I told him to come through, come to Geo's. He didn't sound interested.
What happened?
I don't know.
Did he have a midlife crisis? That's what I imagine.
No, I think he just got busy or something. I don't know. What did I hear? APOC in here a minute ago? Was Apocryphon was in here?
Oh yeah, yeah, he was. Where did he go? Oh man.
No, unless he did. Well, because these guys started talking about goofy shit. That's what happens when people start talking about dumb shit. People just fucking leave.
No, when people
It's
start talking about dumb shit,
fucking-
you continue talking about dumb shit.
Isn't it 7:00 in the morning? Who's awake at 7 in the morning?
The conversation started de-evolving into pure depravity.
Yeah, but it kind of lets you know this, like the sociopathic behaviors of people around the world. You can't just turn a blind eye to all of it, right? It's like it's there. You have to acknowledge it. But yeah, if you've got a really good eye
Not only-
for products, you should be a dragon. One of those. Have you seen the show, The Dragon Den? Dragon Den?
Fucking love it.
No. What's about? I haven't seen
It's
it.
called Shark Tank in America.
Oh, Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm all set.
In Shark Tank,
Yeah.
Canada.
With your new ideas like oxygen cylinders.
That's
That's
where I
not-
saw the oxygen canister.
That's not my idea.
Yeah, but it's your idea to think it's still it's a good opportunity right now, like Bitcoin.
Oh, I mean, oxygen canisters of all types, not the specific niche that he's talking about. Because
Yeah, what about
No,
like
the,
strawberry flavored oxygen?
the senior citizen class is increasing, and there's going to be a need of more oxygen suppliers to homes, right? And you could be a millionaire, dude, doing that. It's all about return on investment and what the probability that you will receive your return on investment and how much you're putting in.
But the only trouble is that, like I would, is that you'd have to discount it to save them. So your profit margin's going to go down. You're still going to make money, but not as much as you're selling it to young cunts that are hungover.
No, because you get supplemented by the government, just like doctors when you pay your doctor's bill.
Shit, Carlos, I didn't think of that.
Like for $50 for your doctor's bill, the doctor's actually getting 195.
I didn't think of that, Carlos. Holy shit. I'm going to cut you in on 10%.
The hardest hoops to get through are legislations that you have to abide by, like not legislations technically, but like licenses and permits and stuff like that. Because to get something like this that's approved for the senior citizens, it has to get like inspected but I don't want to go down that route. I was just throwing that out there. If you were to start a business, right, create a business, I would start with something that you don't need a mortar brick building. All you need is a URL, right? A website, and
Yeah,
and if you
exactly.
can advertise it, right, and you can manufacture it at low cost, and you look how much per unit and how much you're getting back. There are so many
Oh man.
products right now, bro, that you can make a killing. And that little canister thing, you could probably ship that. It's very lightweight. You know, that's a big business right there. A lot of potential still. Very young.
Oh yeah, that's well, I'm full
Because
on,
my
full
coworkers
on into
tried
it.
selling. Well, my coworkers tried selling shit on Amazon, and it's like they just hammer you in fees and shit. By the time you actually sell something, you got to be getting shit really cheap or something because Amazon takes a lot, and that, let's face it, that's where most people are going. I mean, yeah, you can open a website up and shit, and maybe you'll do good and shit, but there's other websites too. People go to like Etsy and shit like that, but
Yeah, but see, Jeremy, you've got a good point there, and that's what I was saying about the oxygen thing that I've invested in. Is that I've been having emails backwards and forwards with FedEx and UPS about it's because it's oxygen. It doesn't weigh fuck all, but it's the volume that the canisters take up. And they're like, well, you got to pay by volume. And I'm like, yeah, but everything else is paid by weight. But I know exactly their argument is a container of fucking oxygen tanks weighs 1/10 of a container of fucking car tires. So I get their point, but that's where the freight cost comes in, and that's where you got to factor all that shit in.
Shipping.
I've got my importer's number for importing, and I'm the only one to import the heater bag for heater meals in New Zealand, and that's the bag with it's like aluminium
Is that the
powder
dude
in it.
from Australia?
Well, they've got it all around the world right now. It started in America for like the army, armed force rations, and all you do is open the pouch from the plastic
Yeah,
thing, and then you add water, and it heats up the
heats up
bag,
the
and
rations. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that technology, they were using that in the Olympic Games in China, and
Yeah.
they had a special box, so you put your meal on the second layer of the box, and then your meal would get heated up from underneath from this bag, which was like having a chemical reaction with the water.
Yeah.
And everyone in the 2008 Olympic Games, that's what they were eating. And I saw it, and I thought, wow, I'm going to import that, and I got the license to bring it in. It's hazardous substance, but all you
Wow.
need is a warehouse, and that stuff. That's a lifesaver in an emergency. You can just chuck out the heater meals to everyone, and they can just like have hot food, and it lasts like 10 years, or longer.
And Carlos, that's actually a really good idea because you would have seen the fires in Maui and shit. And
Yeah, you don't have to set up a kitchen, like emergency kitchen and stuff, and supply food to all the people in the earthquake. All you have to do is chuck them
exactly.
a box, and they can just pour some water, which it comes with a little sachet of water, and you just like everything's all complete, and you can have a
I've
hot
used it
meal.
in the military, bro, years ago, decades ago.
Yeah, yeah.
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 But in the way that I've seen it is way more convenient. It's not in a bag. It's your meal's actually in a container, so you can eat it with a spoon
I
out of.
know. Yeah, I know exactly the one you mean.
Like the original ones came in like a green bag, and you
Yeah.
have to fold the top over, and yeah,
But see, that's the sort of thing you could market very, very well is because we've had some fucking major disasters in New Zealand in the last 10 years. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah. Well, I used to know a lady, and she went to the United States, and she had this invention, and it was the most basic invention you can imagine. It was a piece of plastic pipe, and
Yeah.
she cut a slit with a saw, like cut a slit down the side of this little pipe, which is about 4 inches long or 3 inches long.
Yeah.
And sanded it and put a hole in it to make it so you could put it on your keyring. So when you go to the supermarket, you can buy one for 10 cents in the
Yeah.
supermarket, and you slip it on your plastic bag handles. And so if you're walking a long way to get home, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
carry your shopping, and the bags won't dig into your fingers. And she went to the States. She was a car groomer in Christchurch in New Zealand, and she went to the States and she sold that. And now she's a millionaire. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's seen it yet, but like, if you haven't seen it, well, there's still some opportunity to spread the word, because that
Was
most basic thing made her rich.
was she on Shark Tank? American
No,
Shark Tank?
no.
No. Okay. I was going to say, if she wasn't a millionaire, we should buy the fucking patent and become millionaires and help her become one.
You can't get a patent for a bit of pipe and a slit.
It depends. It depends how unique it is. If it's unique, you can get a patent for it. If no one else has thought of it, then you can get a patent.
Well, some people have to walk quite a long way from the supermarket to their apartment or wherever, You don't want to take the bus, or you just walk to the supermarket and you got heaps of shopping.
Yeah, but that's why you can't get a patent for legs and feet or a bicycle. But if you could come
What
up with
about the
some other
paperclip?
way.
Because I've heard it. The guy who made the paperclip.
Oh, yeah. The guy that traded the paperclip for the pen and the pen for the... Is that what you're talking about?
No, enlighten me. It's been so long, but I heard that the guy who invented the paperclip, like, it's an interesting story, but he became filthy rich, right?
Yeah, the guy with
Well,
the paperclip.
the Chinese invented the wheelbarrow, but some dude not long ago just patented it.
And the the Phillips screw.
Yeah, the cross.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy, it was like 1908 or something. I watched a documentary about it the other day, and the guy that invented the Phillips screw and the Phillips screwdriver had patented it in 1908 and was in a bar in Wisconsin or something and couldn't afford to pay his bill at the end of the night. So he owed like $2.50 or $5 or something back in 1908, which would have been like 40, 50, 60, 70 bucks. And he couldn't pay it. So he sold the barman the patent for the screw and the screwdriver that he'd just invented and got the patent for, and the barman's last name was Phillips. And that's how it became the Phillips screw and the Phillips screwdriver.
Wow. That's insane.
My friend's uncle made there's like a how you have a machine gun and it has like a belt with all the bullets. Yeah, well, he made one of those for
Like
a
Gatling
screw
gun.
gun. The
Oh,
screw
yeah.
gun you were just talking about, but he's from
Yeah.
Christchurch. He invented that trigger and the apparatus that you can put this belt of screws on, and you can use it for drywall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you can just like one after the. All you do is press the nozzle of the gun against the drywall, and it drives the screw in. And you can it's on a belt, and you just got all these screws joined together. He invented that. And my uncle invented the gangplate nail, which is it's like a plate of metal spikes, and it's a flat plate with these metal spikes, and you just hammer them in, and you can join two bits of timber together for bracing.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Gang
called a
nails.
gangplate nail. Yeah, he invented that.
Really?
Yeah, runs in my genes. In my Levi's.
Shit. In your loins.
in
He
my
said Levite.
in my Levi's.
They're used on every roof like structure in the UK. Those things to
Yeah.
join on there. Yeah,
Yeah, gang
everywhere
nails.
probably.
There's
Shit.
some weird things. Yeah.
Fucking hell. You must be worth
I did-
millions.
He must be, yeah. It'd be cool to be able to like come up with something that everybody appreciates. Some
Well,
things are held back, though. Like in Canada, they had the nail gun, for framing timber. They had this giant nail gun, which was like battery powered, and we didn't get it here until 10 years after they'd been using it for 10 years before we saw it here.
yeah.
We're still using a hammer, like a hammer, like really basic thing, and they just like bang, 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 bang. We're like firing nails through 4-inch timber.
Compressed air cylinders now, don't they, for those nail guns? You've seen those? It's like it's a battery powered nail gun, but then you put in like a little compressed air cylinder, so that provides the power to shoot the nails in.
Yeah,
Just
it's
goes
called
back
a
to
bread.
it goes back to the oxygen tanks conversation.
Or I don't. Is that oxygen? Is it those tank? I don't think
No,
they're
I
oxygen.
doubt it. No, it's probably just compressed air. I don't know actually.
No, what I was talking about was oxygen, but just on saying that is, who was that? That was it you, Carlos, that just said about your uncle? Was it that come up with the nail gun
Gang
or
plate
whatever it
nail.
was? Oh,
Gang
gang
plate
nail.
nail.
Sorry,
Yeah.
here's one thing. If nothing you can take from me is I had a boss recently that me and him used to talk about business all the time, and I'd come up with a good idea, and I knew it was a good idea when he would say, if it was that good, someone else would have come up with it first. And that's when I knew that he hadn't thought of it, and he knew that it was a good idea, and he knew that no one had thought of it. So when someone ever says to you, if you think of a good idea, and someone ever says, it's never going to work, well, not never going to work, but mainly if they say, someone would have thought of it first, that's when you go, no one has.
Well, one thing that I
That's
think
when you
that
know
is a
you've got a
really
good
good
idea.
invention, and you might be interested in this one since you're a helicopter pilot. It's like, why the fuck they don't come up with helicopters that you don't have to wear earmuffs on?
You always want to hear. You always want to hear your machine.
Yeah, but I've driven a Rolls Royce of $750,000 before, and it's silent, and I had no problem not hearing the engine or the road noise or anything. No problem at all.
No, it's not the price. It's the you want to hear, because you got a lot of moving parts.
Yeah,
You,
that's what I'm saying. In the Rolls Royce, there was zero noise.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, in a helicopter, you wear a headset to talk to on the radio, but you can also hear all the moving parts of the helicopter. You got your tail rotor gearbox, you got your main rotor gearbox, you got your
Yeah, but
transmission.
that's what I'm saying. You don't want to hear any of that shit.
But he's saying
No,
for
Just want
safety
to-
reasons. For safety reasons.
No, you do want to hear that. Yeah,
Why?
exactly, because you want to hear, because you can tell it's like a crying baby. you can hear
Yeah,
if your
but all the
transmission's about to
yeah,
shit itself, you can go, oh,
hang
hang
on,
on, we're going to fucking land.
hang on. But all the passengers don't want to hear that.
No, they don't want to hear it.
But they have to wear these earmuffs, like I had to do when I was on a helicopter.
Yeah. But would you want me to would you want me to go, okay, we're flying along and I've got a fucking screaming baby and it's not going to stop crying and we're going to put it down, we're going to put her to bed? Or would you want me to keep going and it keeps screaming, getting louder and louder and louder, and then the fucking door slams and we're all dead before we even fucking know what happened?
Wow, I don't know how you got all of that mixed together. Eh? That is a tale of.
Because what I'm saying is, in a helicopter, you have to be able to hear what it's doing, and that's like, because you're not looking at your engine instruments all the time. You got to look outside so you don't fly into a hill or fly into another helicopter or a plane, and so you have to be able to hear what it's doing. And if something sounds wrong, that's when you look at your instruments and your instruments go, okay, your oil pressure's going fucking through the roof. Something's not fucking right.
Oh, hang on,
That's how you know.
helicopters. Hang on, how much is a helicopter? Are they so fucking?
It doesn't matter how much they are. It's got
Are they
nothing to
so
do with
not
how much they are.
reliable? Are they so not reliable that you have to have all of your sensors on the sounds and the vibrations?
No. It's got nothing to do with that. They're more reliable than the fucking car you drive.
Why would you have to listen to the sounds?
All I'm saying is it's not about what you were saying. It's about safety.
What the fucking safety? I want to have a nice quiet trip in a helicopter for once instead of having to put earmuffs on because it's about fucking 89 decibels.
Boy, it's way not that much. It's about fucking 56.
That's high. That's like a fucking vacuum cleaner on steroids.
Okay, but we'll talk about another day, Bo.
I think there's a
Yeah.
philosophical disagreement. One guy says, "F the safety," and the other guy says, "Safety is a priority." That's basically where you guys are at right now.
I'm saying I need to hear what the helicopter's doing for safety reasons, and you're going and you're going, fuck the safety. I just want a fucking quiet ride.
Well,
but you also believe that everybody on board should be consciously aware, right? Sensory aware of everything that's going on. So theoretically, let's say the cab was had noise canceling abilities, right?
Which they all do.
But the cockpit does not. So the pilot can still hear all the machines. Well, even the earmuffs that they have or the headset that they have, it still allows some sound to penetrate. I think they do that on purpose. Or am I wrong?
No, that's right. And things like that, there's different things like in a helicopter, like if your engine stops, like in the helicopter in my profile picture, if the engine stops, the nose will violently swing to the left, and that's how you know the fucking engine stopped. And then things will start getting quiet for the passengers, so they don't really need their noise cancelling headsets, because they're probably going to be screaming and they won't be able to hear each other anyway.
But like Carlos was saying, if he invented something that could cancel out the noise in the cab, at least in the cab, not the cockpit, but the cab, just so that the passengers could have a quiet ride, right? Without having to wear any headsets.
I tried to enjoy the city lights one time in the helicopter, and I was going around the city just looking at the buildings, all the lights, and it's like it was just so noisy. It was annoying.
Yeah. I understand what you mean, Carlos. I totally do. It's like that whine. I know the whine you mean. It's not a noise, it's a whine.
It was like fucking. It was so loud. Yeah.
And the clap, clap, clap of the blades as you're turning.
Yeah, well, maybe this year or next year will be the year that they come up with new technology for drones so that we can all just fly around and no more traffic jams.
I think that's going to cause more, to be fair, but in the air at least.
You
No,
can't
well,
have flying. You can't have flying vehicles. Like everyone can't have. I mean, we have flying vehicles now, obviously, but you can't have a flying vehicle like that everyone has until they become autonomous, self-driving. Because let me tell you
Right.
something: people can't fucking drive. All right, look at all the car accidents there is on the ground.
Exactly. I have to agree, Jeremy. It's AI flying shit is not a long
It's
time
hard
away.
enough dodging.
10 years away, 15.
It's
well, in
hard enough
Beijing,
that it's hard enough dodging, Jazz's drunk helicopter flight going on, let alone however many other people.
Exactly.
in Beijing, they got self-driving taxis. In Singapore, they got self-driving public buses. Like, I mean, it's not that far away.
Well, that's in a 2D environment. You got to remember that.
What 2D? There's no 2D about driving.
You're on a fucking flat road. Yeah, there's hills and shit.
2D. You can only go left, right, forward, and
Yeah.
back. You can't. There's no like up and down element to it.
That's
Flying,
still
you
not
add a whole
2D.
nother dimension.
Still not 2D. It's 3D.
It's
No, it's
3D.
2D.
Oh, here we
No,
go.
it's
But it's
2D, bro. You can only
no,
go
no,
left,
no.
right, up.
Yeah.
You can only go
No,
left, right, forward, and back. You're like stuck to the ground. You can't like get off the ground with a flying vehicle. You can go up and down now. You can do all the things you can do in a car, left, right, forward, back. But now you can go up and down in a flying thing.
Yeah, well, they're all going to be controlled by computers, and they'll have different levels. There's way more space in the sky
it's
for roads.
no.
Way, way more space for roads up in the sky.
Carlos, just a real quick question. Real quick, just because of what you just said. Just real quick, and Jeremy, you're gonna get up my ass about this too. But Carlos, you just said about it's gonna get all automated down here. But it's
Go
not.
on, spit it
Okay.
out.
So the satellites are fucking hundreds of miles away, especially the geostationary ones. And the airspace up there's uncongested as fuck. But we're getting closer, which is going to mean that it's more congested. So how do you think that's going to work out? I'm looking forward to your answer. I've got to go.
My answer is like when you're up in the air, like 100 meters up in the air, or 200 or 400 meters up in the air. There are no houses in the way. There are no rivers. There are no mountains. There's nothing in the way. There's way more space.
Okay. I'm going to tell you one thing. And someone said this tonight, and I said to them, if the airspace down here is going to become this congested, that we better hope everyone constantly has clean windscreens. And could you think for a second why I would say that? I'll give you a clue.
I know why you said it. You said it because
sandfly.
I know why you said it. You said it because you're drunk. The thing is, you're not going to even need a windscreen because if you're flying, it's gonna have to be automated.
No. What I'm saying is that Carlos just said that the airspace is going to become congested, which it's not. It's fucking years and years and years away before AI can manage that. And the reason I said is that if that's going to happen, every pilot's windscreen, if someone could come up with a product that could constantly keep aircraft windscreens clean without windscreen wipers, they would
It's going to be automated. We're not going to need windscreens when this happens. There are going to be no windscreens.
They would be a fucking billionaire.
I can't believe I'm calling them windscreens. You're not going to need a windshield when this shit happens because you're not even going to need to see anything. Because
and this isn't this isn't going to happen for 10, 15, 20 years.
I mean, if a plane can fly at night, why would it need a windshield wiper?
And Carlos, this is why I was saying the clean windscreen is because a tiny little speck of dust, a black little speck like a fucking sandfly that's hit my windscreen, you could be coming at me in a tiny little Cessna at fucking 250 kilometers an hour, and you could be right. Your nose spinner could be right on that speck of dust, and I could be flying right towards you. I could be looking right at you. You could be looking right at me, and I wouldn't notice you until I turned left or right, or up or down. And it would be the last second that you fucking fall my windscreen, and we're all dead.
You shouldn't be sitting so close to the windscreen, man.
You shouldn't be sitting so close to the windscreen in your car, but we're going a lot faster in the air.
I don't know about that. I saw a Hellcat outrun a helicopter once.
An F4. What are they? An F4F Hellcat? Grumman F4. I can't remember.
Oh, it's a Dodge. It's a car.
Oh, I thought you meant the World War II fucking biplane.
No, it's a car.
Oh, I don't give two fucks about cars.
I mean, I could imagine a world with streams around certain airports and cities, streams at a certain elevation of just automated flying vehicles. You don't even need a windshield. These are all completely. It's like jumping on a subway, but instead you're jumping on this automated stream of whatever it could be. You know, AI powered and connected to the grid. Very smart.
And that's exactly why I reckon the cartoon The Jetsons should be a movie.
Not prone to human error.
Exactly.
It's really the only practical way that you could do something like this, because people can't be. You can't trust people to act responsibly in the air.
Yeah, we're crashing right now when you can only go in 2 dimensions. You know, if you fucking add the whole other up and down dimension, you're gonna have fucking accidents all over the place. That's why flying cars are they're never gonna be a thing until they're automated.
Well, they're never going to be a thing why dumb cunts are able to fly them. That's why pilots are qualified.
We're all dumb cunts.
Even modern pilots, computers have taken over, dude. Most pilots don't even land the plane anymore unless something happens that they need
hey,
to
dude,
land.
I am one, and you got to be qualified.
I don't understand. What do you mean? You got to be qualified.
You got to be qualified
to land a plane.
If you want
in America, it's called the PPL. There's probably other ones for bigger commercial shit or whatever, but yeah, you need basically a license. Qualified.
No. Jeremy, either Jeremy's trolling or Jeremy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because you have to have your FAA in the States, you have to have your FAA CPL, which is commercial license, and then you have to have an ATPL, which is your airline pilot transport license.
You also have to be not drunk, so I don't know how you're even flying.
And you have to have 2,500 hours pilot in command to fly as just a co-pilot.
Yeah, but there's also different regulations for different altitudes or elevations, more like it, because
And if
I like gyrocopters, for example. Gyrocopters, you don't need anything.
gyrocopters, you don't need shit.
Exactly.
You could be
So
a
if you,
flat earther and fly a
as
gyrocopter.
long as
You could go
they're
fly a
light
gyrocopter
enough,
again tomorrow.
as long as they're light enough, they're not considered like a whatever. I don't know the technicalities.
Yeah, you can actually have one right now. I can get in one and just go fly
Exactly,
around.
Jeremy. You
I
could
don't need any
literally go.
license.
You could literally fly around tomorrow, Jeremy, and do an experiment and fly 69 miles and fly straight and level and run into the ground. I don't want you to do that.
Straight and level. So level is straight, you're saying.
Straight and level, and you could
Level is
fly
a straight line.
You could fly 69 miles along a straight beach and run into the ground. I don't want you to do that.
Straight meaning not curving.
I know. Just looking at your instruments that govern the shape of the Earth. Fly straight and level, and you will fly straight and level. Just only looking at your instruments, and you will fly into the beach. I don't want you to do that, so don't be a dumb cunt.
Why would I fly into the beach if I'm flying straight and level?
Because you're trying to prove that the Earth's flat.
Even in your model, though, you don't fly into the beach. You fly it off into outer space the opposite way.
Facts.
Well, then, if you do that, then you're proving me right. And I don't want you to do that. I want you to prove you right.
By crashing into the beach or flying into outer space?
If you fly, no, you're not going to fly into outer space. You're going to remain straight and level. And you're going to prove me right.
And
But
I'm going
if
to
you
crash into the beach?
But if you take off and you just carry on, and I blank out your vertical speed and your altitude, you're going to fly into the beach. It's not science and rockets, Jeremy. For fuck's sake, we've gone over this so many times. All right, mate. I got to go. We'll catch you another day. Fuck's sake.
All right, Jazza. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus
Sleep
Christ.
it off. Sleep it off, Jazza.
Fucking Godspeed. It's not science and rockets, you dumb cunt.
Going to return bottles. You get about $10 a week in bottles. It's a frigging hassle though.
Bottles in so they don't like tip over when you're driving them.
What'd you say?
You put the bottles in like a bucket of some kind.
Fucking garbage bag, bro. My whole car's full.
Okay. You have one of those like water bottles you just like put change inside of? Had that shit for a while or anything?
What do you put in it?
You know, people used to keep them like by the door, like glass water bottle, and you throw a bunch of like pennies or whatever in there.
Oh, those like 5-gallon jug things from the water cooler. No, I don't.
No.
We do have a giant glass tank for shade though. It's just not shaped like that. It's also not as big.
Interesting, because you never know like what kind of coins are in their collections.
What's up, Sam? Say it again.
You know what kind of coins? I'll say with my chest this time, Jeremy. You never know what kind of coins are in your collection. Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't
Too
even know
much
how to
chest.
check them all or what I'm even looking for.
Yeah.
I did like a thing once where the guy would go buy they'll go buy like $500 worth of quarters or something, and then they'll check them all. And if there's like a silver, like I know how to check for the silver ones; are easy.
There's silver ones. There's ones that are just like 90% silvers on a couple years. I think anything that's like
Yeah, I got a few silver
1965.
ones.
Yeah.
I got a few silver ones in a safety deposit box. Safe, maybe, but yeah, I've always liked that idea. Like, go to the bank, get $500, take the silver ones out, and then just fucking bring it back. Like my bank has a thing where you can just it's like a Coinstar machine, but you don't pay. They don't take any percentages. They would probably start getting pissed though if I was doing that like twice a day or even once a day, $500.
Hey, can you give me $500 worth of quarters? They're like, you're gonna get the same ones from yesterday, sir.
I know. You gotta go to like different banks and shit all the time.
Yeah, man.
You might
On
not
the
even
road.
get it. You might not even get a silver one out of the whole 500 because they just keep getting more and more rare as time every day goes by. There's mad people doing that.
Yeah, that's why they're at the bottom of these like little water jugs that people have in their houses. You know,
Yeah.
like you know, it's weird, man. There's like a run on certain rarities, certain errors in certain years, right? Like the 1965 90% error quarter is like, I don't know, hot right now. It's so hot right now, I guess, right? Um but like other coins with other like silver, you know, you could have errors and all that stuff. It's just like it hasn't hit something like in an auction to where it's like flash that price up. If you can even trust like what eBay prices are, you know, like the solds on there.
I think they're
They're
pretty
crazy.
they're pretty reliable. The sold prices, if they're selling a lot of them. If somebody only got like one or two sold, then maybe not. But
Well, a
if
lot
there's
of
like a
them are
lot
like
of
that,
sold,
you know?
what's
Like
that?
there's zeros, like zero sales, and then they'll just sell like a $200 penny, and it's like I don't know, like are all of those like I mean it can just be like in a way just to avoid like paying the tax on the account or whatever. You know, if you make like less than $600, it's not reportable. Maybe they just do it on separate. I don't know what the I don't know what the deal is.
I'll tell you what you can't trust is fucking reviews. I knew a guy who he was on Joe Rogan before, that Joe Rogan show where he was going around and this one guy that he was big into the Skinwalker Ranch thing, and he
Okay.
went on Joe Rogan for that. Not the Joe Rogan show. It was a different show Joe Rogan was doing, like a series or something. Anyways, he wrote a book on the Skinwalker Ranch, and every time somebody bought a book, it was like $10 or something. Every time somebody bought a book, he would take half the money and go on Fiverr and pay someone to write a good review on the book. Which is why you can't trust reviews on items.
Right. What, was they putting positive reviews for Skinwalker Ranch on Yelp or something?
I think it was right on Amazon.
Maybe I found a $200 nickel just now. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on.
What up? How we doing, guys? Good morning. Good morning on this fine Saturday morning. How we doing? Paul, nice to see you in the house.
Hello, hello, hello. I've been over in Clubhouse for the last little bit, discovering what's going on over there. Have you ever heard of the Clubhouse?
Where you been?
Clubhouse? Have you ever heard of Clubhouse? Kind of like Discord. Has a bunch of
Never
people.
heard of it.
Yeah, just type in Clubhouse in your phone, your app, and you can see. Um, it's pretty simple to get into, and then there's all kinds of rooms in there. There's usually some flat earthers in there. There's atheists, Christians, Muslims, across the board. Similar place as Discord. But you can jump into any room. Usually this you have to get invited, but there you can go in anywhere and just listen and hang out or talk. Pretty interesting.
Check. Going to the Poconos next week. Is what you're saying. If I can get able to next weekend. Did you hear about the whole? Oh, lots happened since you've been gone. Well, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I mean, just a lot of stuff. They found out that dark
Like,
matter is not a thing.
who said that?
What's up?
You said that. Who said that dark matter is not a thing? I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just asking. What are they
Oh,
saying there?
I don't know exactly who said it, but yeah, they made some observations of something moving through something. And they figured out dark matter is not there with a probability of sigma 5 or 5 sigma or some shit. I don't know if you know what that means, but
I
it's like
don't
the
know.
most confident. It's like it's 1 to 5 rating. Like if it was a 4 sigma 4 or 4 sigma, I forgot if you put the number first, but you know what I mean. If it was a 4, it would be more probable than a 3, and like it's only a scale of 1 to 5, I think. So 5 is like the highest probability, or that it's not a thing. So I don't know exactly who said it. Essie's been on about this for days now.
What are you saying about it? Or the people believing in it? What are they saying?
What's up?
What are they
What are
saying?
the
What are
Globers
they?
saying?
Yeah. What are the Globers saying?
There's other kinds of dark. It's cold dark matter. They're saying doesn't exist. Which I don't know if they don't think that's a big deal or not. Because right now we use the lambda CDM model. So if you're not using CDM, the cold dark matter CDM, if you're not using cold dark matter, I don't think you can still use that model, which is going to be a fucking issue probably. But they're saying there's other kinds of exotic dark matter, hot dark matter, or whatever the fuck. Who knows?
Must have
You
evolved
know,
from just being either dark energy or dark matter to different types of dark matter and dark energy. So it's evolved.
this is what happens when you're doing pseudoscience. Nothing's like set in stone. You know what I mean? Like you can just make. That's why they say science doesn't prove things, because you're just doing pseudoscience, making shit up. Real
Yeah, I got into
scientists, you've heard the quotes from QE, that all the quotes QE has are from actual real scientists doing tangible shit here on Earth, talking about science does prove things.
Yeah, they usually talk when they. Yeah, I think usually in most of those discussions, they talk about studies or they talk about equations or something like that. They don't really talk about cause and effect. I got into a discussion with somebody about NDEs and the other in Clubhouse the other day, and they were saying, well, there's this chemical release inside your brain that's what causes it and all this stuff. And then somebody else chimed in about DMT and all this stuff. And I go, you do know that correlation does not mean causation, right? Because all it would take is one person not having that chemical release and having the same experience would completely debunk that model. You know what I mean? That's all it takes. If you can show one, it's the black swan argument. If you show one, then you're done. Because if you're saying that's the cause, but you have somebody that doesn't have that as the cause, your model, your hypothesis is gone. It's done. So they didn't like that. They went off the rail.
Yeah, people got a weird way of viewing science. I know. What they
Now,
have
when you,
is a correlation and causation conflation. That's that Witsit shit right there. Bars.
yeah, I mean, yeah, just because and I was actually thinking about that. Let's say there is some kind of chemical release in the brain and you do have that experience. What if that chemical release is actually causing a piercing of the veil? It's actually not causing the experience, but it's actually helping you see beyond the veil, you know? So DMT or even that near death experience is actually, opens up where you can see beyond what's there. So how do you know, it may be the cause, but not the cause. The experience is real and it's valid, but it's just helping you open up to something else. I'm not saying you should do it or die to try to test that theory by any stretch. I'm not saying that.
I'm down to do DMT. There's only 2 hard drugs I would do at this point in my life, because I'm getting older and shit, and playtime's over with. I've had my fun, but there's only 2 hard drugs I would do, and DMT, the DMT kind of thing is one of them, like
You would
ayahuasca
do?
or DMT or something.
Said you would do? You would not do?
I would. That's one of the only 2 drugs I would do. Like
Yeah, I'm not
hardcore
sure
shit.
about it. I'm not. I'm a little against any kind of drug. Not to say that I think it's necessarily wrong to do. I just don't know if yeah,
I
the
mean, God
Bible
put these
is
here
against
for
all.
us.
Yeah, yeah,
God made these
that's
drugs for
true.
us, bro. Yeah.
No, I don't deny that at one level, but if you become dependent or use them for something maybe they're not intended to be used for, then I think you might be walking into a territory that's, you know, you got to be careful. Basically, I guess it's the same. I err on the side of caution, not just, you know, accepting it, because some of the things people have said that they've seen in ayahuasca or DMT experiences are reminiscent of demonic forces. So you may be opening yourself up to something you may not be ready for. So that's what I would be cautionary about.
I mean, people maybe not be getting the right shit, or there's a whole thing to it. You don't just like it's not just something you just like do. You need like a guide there with you and shit or something. I mean, you can obviously, yeah, you can misuse drugs for the wrong reasons. You get hooked on shit. Yeah, you gotta use it wisely.
I'm in the store, so I might get a little loud.
You gotta use it wisely. Use with caution. No, I mean, I think the creator put these plants and shit here for us, and we're not utilizing them like we should.
I agree. I agree at one level with you, so I don't necessarily disagree. But I sat on the air of caution. That's all.
I see. What's that? Who's saying that dark matter is not a thing anymore? Or do you remember the guys' names, or like, is it multiple people?
I can post you the guy's name. Hold on.
It's just one dude though.
Well, he's a PhD dude, and he brought up a thing. It's in papers. They're talking about it. It's a thing. It's
You know
not
how
just
quick
one
these guys
dude,
are.
that sweeps
Oh,
the
it's not.
park on the weekends. No, it's a PhD dude.
Yeah, but they'll throw. You know how these guys go. They'll throw anyone under the bus. J Ace threw a MIT fucking guy under the bus last night.
Yeah, they already did that. Oh, he's only one guy. Blah blah. It's not just one guy. It's this thing is getting tracks.
Because the thing is, they can't deny the observation. The observation happened. You know what I'm saying? So that's not even a question. Now it's all about what kind of ad hoc bullshit do you make up for the observation. And if your ad hoc thing is getting rid of dark matter because you have to because it doesn't work, then that's what you got to do. The problem is they're left without a model after that because the Lambda CDM is the current model. So I mean, they're going to be in a weird fucking place. Did you ever look at what the replacements are for the Lambda CDM model?
Yeah, yeah,
Fucking not good.
not good at all. And the Lambda CDM is cold dark matter based, no? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, CDM. Yeah, you can't use this Lambda CDM model if you're getting rid of CDM. That doesn't even make sense. I mean, I don't know.
Like it's like saying, well, I'm gonna use this flat tire to replace that flat tire. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
I think his name is Krupta. Trying to find it.
I was just trying to fill in Paul with all the stuff. You missed a lot of stuff.
Who died?
And they doubled the age of the universe. They're about to double the age of the universe here any second.
Life expectancy going up.
That's interesting.
This is the dude right here. This thing obliterates, man. Obliterates their whole fantasy. Everything gets thrown out the window. If you get rid of dark matter, your whole cosmology is ruined.
Oy vavoy.
Say what?
Gewalt. It's Eastern European Jewish expression of shock.
Well, you're saying this guy's a European Jew, so we shouldn't listen to him? Is that your
No,
point?
I said it's like you said something in Greek. I said something in Yiddish.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, look, it's not us, man. It's
No one blamed you.
It's a known PhD astrophysicist, and he did this test, and he found that with a certainty of 5 sigma, which means like 1 in 3.5 million that it's wrong. I mean, that's pretty awesome right there.
Well,
So
never mind the statistics. What happened? Why did he die?
Sorry?
Why did he die?
Who died? What are you talking about, Chaiki?
He didn't die. Your model's dead. Your model died.
My model? Which of my models that I never mentioned?
Okay, my bad. The current mainstream model of cosmology is about to die.
Well, they can go and shove the model you know where.
They can what?
Go and shove their model you know where.
Oh, I like that. Well, we should go tell him that. Me and you, Chike.
Couldn't care less.
There's no more dark matter, Chuck.
I don't think dark matter is included in any model. Well, probably right model, but doesn't work.
Have you ever heard of the Lambda? Just curious. Have you ever heard of the Lambda CDM model?
No.
Oh, well, it's a model, and guess what the CDM stands for?
Current something model.
You don't know, huh, Jackie? It's okay, man.
It stands for cold dark matter.
Cold dark matter. Yeah.
Cold dark matter. Yeah.
I think
dark
it's
matter.
called neutrons. Actually, what they're looking for.
Yeah, the thing this guy killed.
Neutrinos. Sorry.
So let me read. Here you go. This is the guy. Description, right? Let me read this. In this insightful interview, renowned astrophysicist Pavel Krupa challenges the conventional understanding of astrophysics by questioning the existence of dark matter. Despite the long-held belief in dark matter as a key part of our cosmology, Krupa presents compelling statistical evidence that calls its existence into question. Instead, he proposes an alternative theory known as the modified Newtonian dynamics. There you go.
Old news. I need to actually look at Sabina Ostenfelder. She usually talk about those things.
You said that's old news?
Yeah. Months old
Thing
news.
Say what?
What about Sabine Hassenpfeffer? I don't know. Chike's all over the place.
She
You
she
said your
sometimes
thing's
have
old news.
criticism. She give criticism on some declarations. She criticized science, especially her. Well, she has two shows. She has one she give on Saturday. She gives some talk about some subject, and in Wednesday, I think it's Science News.
Yeah, we love Sabine Hassenpfeffer.
Oschenfelder.
Listen, Sabine Hassenpfeffer is awesome. She points out all the fucking bullshit that they do in the mainstream.
It's,
It's fucking
hey,
it's brilliant.
it's her opinion. She points out her opinion. You can agree, you can not agree. It's up to you. She put the cards on the table, tell you what's what, and what she think about it, and give reason why she think about it. Say they want a bigger, a bigger particle accelerator. What will it do? Do you have a target? Do you know how much they need? You can put this money, all this money, a lot of money. You can put it to other little projects that do show progress. And especially she's quite mad about scientists who live in their math. They said the math says, well, physics isn't math.
Oh, Chike, you're a borderline flat earther, Chike. You're gonna be on our side soon.
No, I'm critiqued. That's all.
Check the opponent of the show. It's quick for you. 1 minute.
He's an unknown earther. He doesn't know what he is. He thinks mathematics has to do with physics and not mental stuff. That's the funniest stuff I've ever heard.
He just said the opposite of that. Literally.
No, he said someone else said the opposite of that.
Yeah, but didn't you agree with that, Chike, or no? You think physics is math? He said physics isn't math, or math isn't physics. Chike,
Right.
what's your opinion on this whole math physics thing?
Sometimes the math is right. But what they do, I saw they sit in the room and they suggest changes into equations that you and I have no chance to ever understand a little piece of it. What are you
What's
doing,
that
man?
equation have
What
to do with
you're trying
reality?
your luck? You're trying your luck.
Right, but what's that equation have to do with reality at all when you sit in a room? Like that's your point, right?
Nothing.
Right. So we're with you then. We believe the same thing. That all the math that they use is pointless unless you have a physical attribute. Yeah.
Not what I said. Not what I said.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying
Okay.
all the math is pointless without a physical thing to back it up.
Right. So what she mad about is people who do think they can discover physics just by sitting on the table and write equations.
Yeah, that's Demok's point. You got to have something physical backing up. You can't just be in a room with a pen and paper doing math. You need some physical shit to back your shit up. Now, the math alone doesn't do anything. Yeah.
You need data and math, both. And imagination, of course, doesn't hurt no one.
At the end of the day, what you see physically is what nature's going to do. It's not going to lie. It's going to do what it does. You can misinterpret what you think it's doing. That doesn't mean it's lying. It just does what it does. And then when people start adding numbers and equations and their ideas and their laws and all this other crazy shit there's an exception to everywhere. You go over here in the desert and be like, the law of this desert here. But then you go over to Antarctica, you know what I mean? And it's cold. So like, no, I just ain't falling for none of that law shit or nothing that man makes.
So that was one thing. Oh, Paul left.
You know, like the principles of Bernoulli. Yeah, we got so many laws that man made up from numbers. I just find it weird. Like we have the law of gravity from an M and 2 and a square and a C. at a 9.8 that's not real. None of it's real. None of it matches anything. There's no constants. I mean, how did we even get past the guy saying, well, this is a constant? And we're like, no, it's not. The lighter thing falls first. You said the mass is, it's all backwards. It's all ass backwards, all of it.
I mean, Newton didn't even come up with the law of gravity, the formula they use. Newton didn't even come up with that shit.
It was a conglomerate. It's always a group, Jeremy. It's never Newton and it's never Einstein. It's always a group of people helping them, pushing them, or after they die, pushing the narrative.
Well, they changed it. They changed this. I don't know what formula it was before, but whatever it was before was definitely wrong because they had to change it. Newton's formula has big G in it. They didn't even come up with big G until way after Newton died.
No, Newton formula did not have G in it. Newton formula said that the force is proportional to the mass and acceleration. He didn't know G. He couldn't know G. So he just set the relationship between them until the fat guy found the big G. I think it was that, huh?
Yeah, so Newton didn't come up with that
And
formula.
they
Whatever.
put it in, and they put it in the equations. They put equal instead of proportional to. But the original did not have no G in it.
Was there? What? That's what I'm saying. Whatever formula there was, or if there wasn't one, this isn't even Newton's formula that we're using inside Newton's law of gravity. You know who else got it wrong? You know who else got it? Hold on, Chike. You know who else got it wrong? Was Snell. Snell's law. They had to change that formula too. That's not the original formula for Snell's law. I'm guessing this happened with a bunch of other shit too. Those are the only two I know about.
It had to.
They didn't change. They added. They modified the formula a bit because people then they didn't know. Now they do know.
Okay, but modifying something means changed in English, so maybe you're using wrong words.
Okay, you win.
Nature doesn't modify itself. Nature's been the same since that guy made his jank ass lie law up, right? And then today, when they modify it or change it, it's still jank and wrong. It's still wrong.
No, it did not define the reality. It just told us
right
what reality is.
You know Newton's law is still. You know Newton's law is still wrong.
No, it isn't.
Of course it is. It doesn't work for the Mercury retrograde or perihelion or some shit with Mercury. There's a whole bunch of places.
What's the difference between Newton formula and Einstein formula regarding the precession of Mercury? Do you know? They are on the order of 43 arcseconds per 100 years. The change is about 500 or 400, and only 43 arcseconds discrepancy over 100 years. You understand what a minute change it is? They need to measure over 100 years how much the orbit precesses.
Okay, so if you ask me if you ask me what's 2 times 2, and I tell you 4.00000 like 100 zeros, 1,000, a million zeros, and then a 1, that's not wrong, right? It's just a little bit, just off a little bit. It's not wrong.
We do know that for such extreme conditions, close orbit to very massive objects, Newton formula doesn't work that well. They saw it. Did you see the animation of the stars they track of around the stars of at the center of a black hole at the center of the Milky Way? There are orbits there that change direction. You don't know what's going on there. It's not normal orbit.
How do you know what an orbit is, Guy? How do you even know what an orbit is? You keep saying the word orbit. What is an orbit? Does it go up around the planet? Does it corkscrew? Does it go down? Does it stay in this little path and never ever move and just go in a perfect circle? Like, how does
It's
things
a-
orbit things? How can we demonstrate that?
It's in the name. It's called
What's in the
orbit.
name of what?
Orbit.
What? No, there's no orbit. It's in your mind. Orbits in your mind, like the candy. You know,
Yes.
clean your mouth up with orbits. You got a dirty mouth,
Yes.
clean it up. Yeah.
So basically, orbit is an ellipse shaped. Yes.
Well, show.
With two
Can we see
foci.
how it works?
With
Does it work over the top of a flat plane? What I'm asking is, how does an
two
orbit work, Chai?
foci. With two foci, which one of them is the sun.
Guys, please.
Well,
Democ,
That's
relax.
an
I'm telling you
orbit.
right now, Democ. I'm telling you right now, relax, please. I want you to be a part of this conversation, but you need to control yourself.
well, I can't never tell when Chike's done. I think my phone's messed up. Orbit. I'm asking about orbit. What is an orbit, Chike? I can't see. I want to see what an orbit is without you just explaining it. Can I see one
Yes.
in real life?
Yes. Take a telescope. Day after
No,
day. I know. Okay. You don't.
in the
You want to.
lab, Chike,
So
up
you
close.
He
don't want to
wasn't
see
done,
it. Why
Democ.
you? Why you?
Fucking
Why you
A.
ask questions?
Because that's what I'm asking
He
for.
wasn't. He wasn't done, Democ. Go ahead, Chike.
No, you ask a question. You don't want to hear the answer, man. The
We
answer
do
I give
want to
is not
hear
good.
it.
Look,
We
so
want to
that's
hear
my
it.
answer. You take a telescope, you track the trajectory of your star, of another star, day after day, and then you draw your dots every day, your observation, and you draw it and you see what orbits look like. You don't like to do things, I know. You don't like my answer because you need to do something. But you need to do something, Timo. If I'll do it, you'll say no.
So now I got on mute. All right, hold on, Democ. Okay, go ahead, Chike. I'm gonna don't interrupt him, Chike. And Democ,
Whatever.
make it concise. Democ, make it concise, please.
I
Don't
could if you
like
let me
ramble.
talk.
All right,
Damn,
go
you're
ahead.
rambling.
You're rambling. Just
Make it
keep it
concise,
concise.
Jeremy.
Keep it
Jeremy, make
concise.
it concise, buddy. Okay. Say it one time, and that's all we need. No see and says. All right. Chike, for the 100th time, on Earth, where you're standing, how can you produce an orbit? I don't want to look anywhere. I don't want to use cartoon crayons. I don't use pencils. I want to see what an orbit looks like in a lab.
You dismissed
That was concise.
any possible way to show you an orbit now, because you don't want this, you don't want this, and you don't want this.
I want an orbit in the lab, Chike. I don't know what you keep making up. You want to look through
So
stars,
here's an
palms.
orbit for you.
I'm not
Here's
done.
an
I
orbit.
wasn't finished. You want to
I
look through
know.
bombs and
Hold on,
telescopes.
Chike. Hold on, Democ. Chike, let him finish, please.
I
Come on,
I don't
guys.
need your moderation. I took my finger off.
Chike,
All right,
we don't want to
just
do
go
art
ahead, Democ.
class. We don't want to get high and pack up bongs and look through them to the air. We want to see what an orbit consists of in a lab. I want to know if it's over the top of something or around something floating too. What is an orbit? I don't want your opinion. I want to see one happening in live on Earth, not away from Earth, not in La La Land of what you explained.
Request.
Told you, Dimo, if you want something from me, cost you money. You can dismiss only what you paid for.
All right. What else we got, guys? Where were we? What were we even on? I guess we were just floating around.
We were in dark energy, but then all this happened.
Well,
We
I
were
think
in
it
the destruction
naturally.
of their cosmology.
Hey, we can go back to dark energy. No, it was dark matter.
Dark matter. Be careful, because somebody says something wrong, and next thing you know, we're talking about cold fusion and fucking what was that thing the other day? What was that thing that
Dark
guy said
matter.
wrong? No, Essie, what was that thing that guy said wrong about? We were talking about the Lorentz contraptions.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was
Dark
funny.
matter. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, all this nonsense is tied to it because once you remove that, the whole cosmological story goes out the window. Bye-bye. They have nothing. This is really, really bad. This is just as bad as the James Webb Telescope with the baby galaxies and all that. I don't know what's worse. Like, you know that Tower of Block game when we were kids, when you'd pull a block and whoever pulled the wrong block, the whole thing falls?
Jenga.
Jenga. Yeah, well, this is the Jenga thing, bro. This is the Jenga paradox, if you want to call it. It's game over. They pulled that. That block has been pulled, bro. Yeah. And nobody
The
has
thing
any
is,
answers for it.
when you're playing Jenga, if you're really careful, you can start pulling blocks out that you don't even think is possible. Like I've seen people pull a block out where the tower should have fell, but if you do it, if you're nice with it, you can pull that block out and keep the tower up.
Slowly, yeah. You got to
So
shimmy it, like, kind of.
no, I'm talking about where there's like where you'll have like three blocks, and then there's one block, and then three blocks on top of it. You can pull that one block out and keep the tower up if you do it. You gotta do it mad quick,
Oh, okay. I see what, like, fast. Yeah. See what you're saying.
faster than Van Exel in the '90s.
Faster than the speed of light. Yeah, but this is a real problem for them. And so far, I haven't heard anything. I'm trying to reach out to Professor Parks. Last time I spoke to him, he says he hadn't heard about this certain one. I showed him a video. I haven't heard from him. This was like a month ago. Who was the other guy there in Gems that pops up sometimes? The rocket expert. Haven't heard from him.
Rocket scientist.
Yeah. The dude from Gems that comes sometimes.
You got
About the
twins.
cold,
It's probably
about the dark matter, or
Yeah, about the cold dark matter. Yeah, that's not there. By a certainty of 5 sigma. That means 1 and 3.5 million that it's like not true. 1 and 3.5 million probability. That's what 5 sigma means.
So I see you sit here and you keep repeating the old model. They have a problem then. Do you think someone really have a problem, or are you comforting yourself?
It's not a problem. See, a problem is, oh, I hit my knee. Oh, ouch, I hit my knee. No. This is the guy fell off the Empire State Building problem. This is not ouch, it's a scratch.
Really,
Yeah.
really, tell me what happened in reality.
this is like a
With
Mortal
this problem.
Kombat fatality finish 'em situation.
Yeah.
Blood run in the laboratories. What happened? They lost their jobs.
No, he looked at how.
Someone lost their job. What's the big
what are you
problem?
rambling on about, Cheiki?
I'm rambling about what you're rambling on about day in and day out. Sit here and say they have a problem. The whole model collapsed. Oy vavoy.
Oy vey,
And
yeah.
nobody cares.
Oy vavoy.
Nobody cares.
Okay, let's relax
Except
though.
you.
Hold on.
Except you. Hey, I didn't finish talking.
Okay, Chike,
Nobody
but relax
cares.
though. You're like yelling at us.
I'm well. Why I'm being talked over by a mod?
I'm trying to mod this so that we can
Don't mod this.
calm down.
Don't mod this. Let him speak.
No, I'm trying to mod you because you're like yelling at us. So just relax, please. We're gonna let you say your whole thing. Just don't yell at us.
I'm yelling when I am being talked calmly and people talk over me.
I'm talking over you because you're yelling. The only reason I'm talking right now is because you were yelling. So stop yelling. I won't be. No one will talk over you, and you'll finish your whole thing. Go ahead, please.
But I have to apologize. I did cut him off because he said "Oy vey vu." I haven't heard that one. That's why I wanted to know the explanation.
I know that was neat. Well, you got a big crowd reaction from that. That was honestly impressive. So I mean, there's nothing you can do. Chike, you're gonna finish your whole thing. Go ahead. Don't yell at us, please.
Yes. So what come up for you from this? Nobody lost job. We don't care what you say. You can keep saying it day after day. Doesn't matter for me. Nothing. I'm sure for anyone else it doesn't matter. So the only possible reason you do it is to comfort yourself somehow from something. That's
Can I rebut now?
mm-hmm.
Okay, first I want to ask a question before I rebut. Is that okay?
Sure. You already asked one, by the way.
Yeah, but you didn't answer.
No, you asked. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Is a question. Why ask
Good
one
one.
question?
Good point. You got me. Okay, the question is this, the first question. I heard of oy vey, but I haven't heard of oy vey vey, what you said there. What does that mean? Is that an
You said
extension?
"Oy voy."
Oy
No, what
va
did you?
boy. Oy va boy.
"Oy vavoy."
Yes.
What does that mean?
I mean, oh
Is it
my
like oy
god.
vey
Oh
or is
my
it like
god.
more?
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Something shocking happened. You express shock.
Okay, so oy vey is not the correct statement?
Say it's all the same.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so back to your question now, right? So the reason why it hasn't affected anybody, like you said, right? Because what they say the Big Bang is irrelevant. What these shadow giants think of how the model works, it's absolutely irrelevant. The model was made, the model is there, and the model works. Now, every time, just because they get it wrong every time, doesn't mean anything. Nothing. Of course, nothing's going to change for us, Cheiki, because the creator already made everything the way it is. And these dudes try to figure it out and they get it wrong all the time. That's all it is. Nothing changes for me and you, obviously,
No, so I'm asking why you keep repeating it here day after day.
because we're in a place where people talk about these things. We talk
First
about.
off, I asked him. He didn't even. I didn't even say, "Hey, hi, Se, good morning. How you doing?" I just dragged him straight into this. So I mean, it's kind of not even his fault. I was trying to catch Paul up to speed because Paul wasn't here for a little bit.
Yeah, blame Jeremy. He pulled me into this, Cheiki.
I dragged him right in, like
I didn't even have a coffee yet. Now I'm having my coffee and I'm in this.
What time you have?
It's 10 o'clock, a bit after.
You wake up late.
I slept in today, yeah. So Cheiki,
We're getting
that's the
lazy.
issue here.
You're getting lazy, sleeping in, using snow blowers and shit, bro. This is how we get soft. I'm telling you right now, Se.
I know, bro. We're getting old, bro. Those damn snowblowers. You should do it with shovels, for crying out loud.
I went to sleep with this room in my ear, one ear, and I woke up about 4:30 a.m. They began shouting on each other. It woke me up.
Who was shouting?
I don't know. There was some dispute here.
So, Checky, what do you make out of this? Let's say this is true, right? And they got this thing wrong, called dark matter, right? What do you think the significance of this are?
The spiral arms that are slowing down, let's say, are at least 25,000 years away from me. I don't think I'm going to be affected, and I don't care.
Yeah, but you come here and you defend a certain model.
I never defended no model, Dusty. Never mentioned no model. You wouldn't hear me talking about models ever.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang cosmological model?
Well, I say my beliefs for myself, my knowledge. I'm not here to try to convince you that there is any model that you should believe in. That's not my thing.
But every time we come up with stuff that disproves a certain model, which you say you don't believe in, you seem very attached to it because you defend it like a pit bull.
Never defend anything. I don't know what you call the word defense. If I ask you for references for what you say, that's a defense.
Okay, here we go. I'll show you an example. Jaiki, does the moon orbit the Earth?
But of course.
Sorry?
But of course.
So there you go. So you're defending that model. That's part
I'm
of the
not
model.
defending anything, guys. You asked me a question, I answered you. There's nothing to defend here. The moon orbits the Earth. Whatever answer I'll give you will not change this fact.
Okay, does the Earth orbit the sun?
100%.
Is the sun in a galaxy?
Yes, orbiting
Is
the
that
galaxy.
galaxy called the Milky Way?
Mm-hmm.
Is it orbiting? Is it orbiting a thing called the what the hell do they call it again? The Great Attractor.
Probably.
So there's your model, bro.
And Andromeda, which still merge
Yeah, Andromeda
together
is coming
into.
towards us. They say we're gonna
Or
collide with
we,
Andromeda. Isn't that
or
what
we towards. Yes, they're dancing together. It's mutual. We
So there's
coming
your
to
model,
them, they
bro.
coming to us.
There's
It's
your
not a
model.
model, it's an observation.
It's like me asking a Christian, "Are you Christian?" Yes. Do you believe in Jesus? And he tells me, "No, I'm not Christian." And I tell him, "Do you believe in Jesus?" Yes. Do you believe in the resurrection? Yes. Do you believe in Jesus died on the cross? Yes. And he tells me, "But I'm not Christian." That's what you're doing.
No, what I told you is not a model, it's an observation. It's empirical.
You observed the Milky Way.
Not me.
You
Why
observed the
should it
Milky
be
Way.
me? The right people who knows how to do it did it.
The right people. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Those who have the means.
So
to
you
do
don't
it
believe in the model, but
accurately.
you believe in the people that believe in the model.
Who said they believe in a model?
They make the model. Not only do they believe it, they make
I
it.
don't know who they are.
And they present
The
it.
observers, they don't make no model.
Of course they do. Who made the model?
No, they are theoretical physics, and there are practical. Those who
Are
made
you
the
aware of
experimental
Kepler?
observation. No?
Do you know Kepler?
Yeah. Templar? Yeah.
Do you know Newton?
Not personally, no.
Well, these are the boys that made your model. So I don't understand why you're saying the model wasn't made. The model was made, and the model was made by people that believe in the model, obviously.
Yeah. Yes. But I'm not talking about them. We're talking
Saying
about
that there is no
the
model.
galaxy. Newton didn't predict the Milky Way. It's observed.
It's not observed. We all see what we see, Chaiki, in the sky, right? Just certain
Right.
people, and certain people like 500 years ago decided that they know how stuff works. And they started writing down formulas. Newton was one of them.
Okay. So he
Yeah,
has
so
a
how
model
can
of
you...
gravity. He has a model of gravity.
Okay.
That's it. Not the Milky Way. Not that it's attracted to the great attractor. Not that it's going to be merged with the Andromeda. Those are the observations. You need to make a distinction.
Yeah, that's what they did. They took those numbers, they observed, and they found that, holy crap, this is wrong. This doesn't work with Newton. Newton got it wrong. That was the first observation they made. They said, holy crap, this doesn't work. Then this dude from Germany named Einstein came along, and he said, oh, no, it's not that, it's this. It's the fabric of space-time.
But by the way,
Like,
you know why I said it?
it sounds like a Cinderella story, man.
So why did he do it? Because when he opened the Newton book and said, well, what's the cause of all of it? Newton says the means, the mechanism of how it happened, I don't know, and I leave this to the reader. So Einstein took the challenge and solved the riddle. What's the cause of it? And in the way, while he gathering data, for example, the Michelson-Morley, which he accepted. There's no movement. You can't measure anything. And what's his name? Formulas that the speed of light come from. He says I have two postulates for a new thing. And you call the formulas Lorentz transformation, right? Lorentz made him, not Einstein.
Exactly. We
He
know
was the one,
Einstein solved everything. We
but
know
he
Einstein
didn't.
couldn't tie his shoelaces, right?
Shut up! I was talking.
Hey,
He
don't start, JP.
No, you talk of me.
One at a time.
So Lorenz said the formula, but he had nothing convincing to say about it. He was talking about local something in the ether. And Einstein came and he said, I have two postulates. Speed of light is constant for everyone, and the laws of nature are equal everywhere in the universe. That's all.
Yeah, but guess what? That's wrong as well. Because
No,
they
it's not.
found that those laws are not equal in the universe. They're not.
That,
They're absolutely not. They found whole regions of the universe that are traveling so fast that they had to come up with a new word for it, dark flow. So they came up with another dark. Not only did they get it wrong, they got it so wrong that now the new guys that are looking at it came up with a thing called dark flow. So check this out, Chaiki. They found a
you
region
check
of the
this out.
universe.
Post your data. Let me see
Just
it.
don't interrupt me, Chaiki. Please let me finish. It's not gonna be long. They found that a whole section of the universe is traveling at a speed that's really, really fast and in a direction that it's not homogeneous, it's not isotropic to all the other ones, right? So they came up with a new word, dark flow. And guess what they're saying causes this? You're not gonna believe this. They're saying it's a region outside of the universe that's causing this. So they're coming up with stuff that's not even in our universe that's causing this movement. Do you understand, Jake? It's not a small mistake, it's huge. Go on, bro.
Can I get the references to what you said now?
Yeah, I'll post you. You haven't heard of this dark flow? I know this is new stuff,
No.
bro. I'll post you a thing on it. Sure. Yeah.
If I did, I wouldn't ask for it.
So you agree that Einstein said that the speed of light is constant for all observers in all reference frames?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did that make sense with what I said yesterday about hold on, just real quick before you get into this with Chike. Did that make sense what I said yesterday about the motion of the they have the motion of the orbit, but then there's the motion of the galaxy too, that if we're heading in that certain direction, and you know what I mean? Did that make sense or no?
Wait, before
Well,
we
yeah,
get
in
into that,
response to him, but he was.
sorry, go ahead, Witsit. Finish that. I just want to finish up one thing with Chaiki before you go on.
No, in response to what Dogs was saying, but he was misrepresenting their model. Like their model is that you don't detect any of that motion, and the speed of light is constant in all reference frames. All right, just go ahead, Essie.
So why would it be faster? And all right, go ahead, Essie. We'll get into this later. Anyway.
Yeah. Just to finish off this nonsense. Okay. Look at what I posted for you, Chaiki. You asked for it, right? See that? You see that? The bottom picture? That's the area of our universe that they found that's traveling in a crazy speed and not with the rest of it. And look, that you see that blue thing on top? See that thing? They invented that so they can explain the unexplainable. They put something out of our universe to explain something that's anomalous and they can't explain in our universe. So there you go, Chaiki. Dark flow.
Can I now get the data you posted the cartoons about?
I'll try to find you the data, yeah. And you're gonna
Thank you.
whitewash it away, of course. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
of
waste of time.
course,
But
because
this is for the audience, not you, Chaiki. Go
yes,
ahead. What's it?
because I asked for it, I'm going to wash it out.
Yeah,
Thank you very much,
yeah.
Essie. Thank
You're
you very
welcome.
much.
You're gonna see when I find it for you how you're gonna prove me correct. Oh,
I'm not going to prove you correct.
somebody
I'm
just
going to
posted
look
it.
at it. I'm going to
Somebody
look
just
at it
posted it.
with critical eye. So
Thank you. What's it? There you go, Chaiki. Thanks. What's it?
with it, you fell for it.
Yep.
Essie asked something and you did it. Why? Because the lazy ass can't do it himself.
You see that? He's
No, he
insulting me.
said he was
That's all
about
they
to.
have.
He said he was.
Like, what are you doing?
Wait up. He said he was about. He said he was about to do it, but while he was talking to you, I just did it for him. You said you wanted the evidence, you wanted the documentation, so now you should be reading.
And not
If I
talking.
could save my boy
Yeah.
5-10 minutes from doing something where I got it right here, I would fucking just do it too. I mean, come on, Chike. Go ahead. What's it? What do you got? What were you saying?
Oh, no, I'm nothing. I was just saying that Einstein said that the speed of light is constant for all observers in all reference frames. So, but for GPS to work, what they had to do was they have to account for a preferred direction where the light is variant. And they just kind of swept it under the rug, but it's pretty funny. It's like when Globers bring up GPS, they don't know about this because they swept it under the rug. But when you actually dig into it, they openly admit it, and they've done tons of experiments showing that light actually quote unquote propagates at a quote unquote different speed in different directions on the Earth, and that cannot happen according to relativity. It actually debunks relativity. So.
It's
That's because
inertial
the Earth
reference
has a
frames.
magnetic field.
No, it's because you've mistaken. It's inertial reference frames.
Is the Earth inertial?
Technically, no.
Really? So the Earth's not an inertial reference frame?
I mean, no. There's technically acceleration going on.
Oh, constant.
Oh, okay. Wait. It's okay. So you're saying you're saying that the speed of light varies on the Earth because of the rotation of the Earth?
No, not the rotation, but like the massive amounts of movement. It's not quite varying as well. It's not the correct word for it, but yeah.
No, that's the correct word for it. It's variant. that's the exact word.
Does the Earth's magnetic field supposedly rotate in conjunction with the Coriolis, the rotation of the Earth?
I don't think they say that.
So,
yeah, it's
well, we know.
If you spin a north-south magnet, the field doesn't rotate as long as you're rotating it, constantly in the same direction. It's a toroidal field. It doesn't rotate.
So the Earth's magnetic field doesn't precess. Is that what you're saying?
It precesses, yes, but it doesn't calling it rotating is a bit weird. It's just strange. It's always the exact same shape because you're rotating it along the same place.
I didn't ask about the shape. I just asked if the Earth's magnetic field is precessing. And if so, is it precessing the same direction as the supposed spin of the Earth?
No, I think the magnetic field precession is a little bit more complicated than just the spin of the Earth.
I mean, I'm not trying to get into the finite nuances here. I'm just simply asking if the precession is, in conjunction with the rotation of the Earth, like having the same direction. It's a pretty simple question.
I honestly don't know, but I wouldn't assume that it is because that just seems
me
like
ask
it's
you
only
this, then.
one variable.
All right. Well, let me ask you this then: Does light have a magnetic component involved with it?
Hell yeah, it does.
Okay. So we got a magnetic component involved with light. We've got the Earth's magnetic field precessing, and then we've got the supposed rotation of the Earth. All right. I just wanted to lay that out. Go ahead.
I just want to understand why it is that you jumped in to say that I wasn't understanding something and then proceeded to not understand it.
I just wanted to say that was inertial reference frames. That was it.
Oh, is the speed of light constant on the Earth? Yes or no?
No, it moves through different mediums and shit.
The speed of light constant? Yes or no?
No, it moves through different mediums and shit.
Oh, you don't understand it. Yeah. So your model claims the speed of light is constant, which means invariant, which means it doesn't vary, and
In a
that
vacuum.
whenever you think it's going, buddy, calm down. No, everywhere, everywhere. Because even in a more dense medium, the light's still traveling the same speed. It has to travel a greater distance due to the density of that medium. So it takes a greater time, but it maintains the same speed.
That is what they say. Yeah, it always has the same speed. Exactly.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
so we can get into the theoretical of it. Technically, like, this is a bit above what we need to talk. Technically, light always travels at the same speed, but in different mediums, light slows down and speeds up.
No, it
Impossible.
doesn't.
Wouldn't that
Yeah,
break the
dude. You don't.
conservation of energy law?
No,
Yeah, it would
obviously
literally
not.
violate the law of conservation of energy. So yes, it would.
What? It has to do more work to travel through the medium, so it travels slower.
All right,
Has
let's
to do
explain it
more
to him.
work.
And this is what's so funny. Dude, you said that light changes speed. I corrected you, and then you didn't admit it. Like you just avoided it and said, "Oh, it's
Light
just the
changes
more
speeds in
complicated
different
aspects of the
mediums.
theory." Don't interrupt me, dude. Don't interrupt me, dude. You stepped in it, my guy, and you need to be intellectually honest and admit it once we explain it. So, if I shoot a laser through glass, then it looks like it slows down by 30%. But once it exits the glass, it speeds back up, quote unquote. If it was actually speeding back up once it left the glass, that would violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum because there wasn't additional energy introduced to the light to make it speed back up once it left the glass, which means it would violate the law of conservation of energy.
What? If it
Fact.
enters a new medium, then it's got different variables placed upon it. So when it's in one medium, there are more things. Let's use the in its way explanation. When light is traveling through a very dense medium, there are more particles in its way, and it takes a longer path to travel, so it slows down. When it goes out of the medium, there are less particles, has to do less work, and it speeds up.
So so what's the component
Hold
No,
on, real quick.
hitting this?
I know. Picture this: you're on a motorcycle. Hold on, you're on a motorcycle, and you got to get to the shop. Now, I do a straight line to the shop. I'm doing 100 miles an hour. Now, if you have to go all these zigzag routes and around blocks and all these weird ways, and you still do 100 miles an hour, is your speed the same?
All right, I like this motorbike one. I'm going to hijack it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. So
Speed is the
imagine
same.
this: you're
I know.
traveling. You're always your motorbike. You've pulled the thrust back, and you're always holding it at the exact same point. You're always using a certain amount of power on your engine. Now you travel on a flat, straight road. You go whizzing, whizzing, whizzing. Then you get to a bit where it's mud, and you travel through this large sludge of mud. And even though you're holding the throttle back as far as you were holding it on the straight road, you're traveling slower. It's because the mud is slowing you down.
No, this is not the correct
So-
analogy. Absolutely not.
Yeah, you took it out of context because the whole point is it's the duration of time from getting from point A to point B. And although you've took a zigzag course, the problem is with the photon, it always ends up from A to B at the same time duration, regardless of its path. And that's the point we're making, that there's some sort of like magical gas pedal where light can just pass through an object, take the zigzag course, and then magically speed back up as to not break the law of conservation of energy and still match that A to B duration of time period.
Yeah, my analogy was the correct analogy for how they say light works in the mainstream model. Your analogy would be an analogy that breaks the law of conservation of energy, which is what Witsit was just saying.
No, okay, so light doesn't actually take a zigzag.
Wait, no, dude, just listen, dude.
No
Please
offense,
stop
but you
just
interrupted
denying
me.
it, bro. It's so
Okay, stop.
because
Let's
you're
not go on
just
this preachy
Hold
thing.
on,
dude,
Witsit, you're next. Witsit, hold on, you're next. Let him go. He might have been going first. Let him go. You go next, Witsit. Go ahead.
Okay, so this zigzag path that you guys are talking about, that's how we explain it to people who aren't familiar with quantum physics. That's not actually how it works. It's simply that we're going to call it resistance. Light has more resistance in a greater...
It's called absorption rate. It's called absorption rate. That's the proper term.
Hold on, man. Witsit's
Five
next.
people
Let
talking.
him...
A moderator.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm moderating. Thanks, Jake.
So it's not...
This guy's going to go. This guy's going to go, and then Witsit's going next. Please, nobody interrupt.
So technically, if we want to go into the quantum fucking physics of it, it's that overwriting wave probabilities overlap, and the resulting wave function has a slower transverse speed, but fuck all of that. Light just has more resistance in one medium versus another, so it travels slower.
This is
Fundamentally wrong.
objectively wrong. Yeah. So your paradigm states that the speed of light is constant, and that the reason that it appears to slow down in different mediums is because it's traveling a greater distance. So if I have a guy that runs 20 miles per hour and he runs 100 yards, it takes him 10 seconds. Okay? Takes him 10 seconds. If he runs that same 20 miles per hour but runs 200 yards, it's going to take him 20 seconds. He ran the same speed, but since he traveled further, it took a greater amount of time. That is the official explanation from your paradigm. It is that the speed of light is constant. The reason that it appears to move slower in different mediums is because it had to travel a greater distance, and that the speed of light is invariant.
Okay, so that's how we explain it to children. That is not correct. The actual reason, is because you have these magnetic fields propagating through a medium, which, as a magnetic field propagates through a medium and interacts with other atoms, because they have their own electrical fields, the magnetic fields and electrical fields, they will interact and it will create its own magnetic wave, and these waves will interact, and when you overlap the waves, it creates its own. So you overlap the wave equations, all of them added together, you get an overall slower wave speed for light. What you've said is the way we explain it to people who aren't familiar with quantum physics.
Buddy, no. First of all, relativity isn't conducive with quantum physics. Okay, so what you're doing is being dishonest. We were talking about your model and relativity, which specifically states that the speed of light is invariant and that it's constant. It's called C. It's a base postulate of special relativity. If C is not correct, all of relativity is wrong. Your entire gravity model is wrong. Thus, your entire globe model isn't even viable on its face theoretically. Special relativity says that the speed of light is constant for all observers in all reference frames. It says that there is no preferred reference frame. C, invariant speed of light, relativity. Okay? Now, you want to bring up the nuances of quantum mechanics, which is not even agreed upon. It's heavily disputed, and light is admittedly not understood in quantum physics. Admittedly, and quantum physics doesn't work with relativity. It doesn't work. So how about you stop changing the subject?
Richard, come on.
It's a fact that
Quantum physics
relativity
doesn't work without relativity. It's
Buddy,
incorporated.
relativity,
Moderator,
dude, it's
moderator.
a fact. It's a well-known fact that quantum mechanics cannot merge with relativity. It's one of the most
serious?
well-known problems of relativity.
I want to bet $100 now. Now I want to bet $100.
All right, bet $1,000.
$1,000 now. If I show you that
Yeah, okay.
relativity incorporates quantum physics incorporates special relativity, I get $1,000. I don't show you.
Look at that.
You give me. I give you $1,000. Good bet.
No,
Jake, what do you,
good
Jake,
bet.
what do you think births special relativity, Jake?
Sorry.
How do you think special relativity came about? Was it special relativity came out first, or was it quantum? Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
It's special relativity. I don't know.
Special relativity. Okay.
Actually,
and you're
I
saying
don't know.
You're saying there's no connection between quantum and special relativity. They're two.
No,
they're
Richard says it.
Hold on, Richard. Are you going to do this bet, or are you guys doing a bet?
Well, I'm
waiting for one of these bets to pop off. All right, go ahead.
I'm going to drain you, Richard. Drain you. You'll pay for your stupidity.
Buddy, listen carefully. They tried to apply special relativity to quantum because it's only applicable to infinitesimal straight lines. So they tried to apply it with some success in quantum. They cannot explain the general relativity theory on the quantum scale. It doesn't work. It's fundamentally impossible. It doesn't work. Okay,
Yeah, but
so
special
the bet is
relativity.
about.
Why you said general
Okay,
relativity when no one mentioned it? Is this
okay.
the
So
excuses stage not to make the bet now? What's it?
no, you need to pay attention. So the problem, what you guys want to do is separate the two theories, but you can't because special relativity is the fundamental foundation for general relativity. It's the fundamental foundation for it. And general
You can't
relativity is
separate.
gravity
Yeah.
in your buddy. It's a fact. It's a fact that general relativity, its foundation is special relativity. But
My guy,
Einstein
you can't
himself says.
separate. You can't
Einstein
separate
himself
apples and
says.
pears because, fucking fruits are the fucking pillar on which pears and apples stand. I don't fucking care. Special relativity and quantum mechanics can be linked. I gave you the quantum mechanics explanation for why light has an invariant speed.
Oh, wait. So just to clarify, you're saying that the speed of light is not constant.
No, he just said it was.
No. It is invariant. It appears to do stuff because of quantum physics, but it is technically invariant.
Oh, what it appears
Basically,
to do stuff.
light has no speed. No
Hold on.
speed. It's something that is measured.
Hold on. Does invariant mean doesn't change?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he just got done telling us how the speed. Was that the same guy who just got done arguing with us about how the speed changes?
Yes.
Yes. That's how
I
they
was
do it,
giving
bro.
you
They
guys
just
the silly
double.
children. I was giving you the silly children explanation.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about that.
We're not educated enough to understand your nonsense. This is the bullshit you guys like to portray.
Yeah, projects his own intellectual insecurity, and once he got intellectually dunked on, then claims it's because we don't understand it, and he has to dumb it down as if we're children. It's just a tactic.
No offense, Witsit. Can we not go on this fucking... I don't like the way you speak, man. Can we just talk about the points
Bro, you
and
gotta
not
eat
each
your
other?
words. You made
Brother, calm
claims,
down.
and now you're walking your claims back because of
so-
our own inadequacies. That's not right, bud. You can't do that.
No, you guys understand more than I was expecting. That is true. Yeah, that's fair enough. But okay, so the explanation that you gave me that light has to travel further distances, when you said that, that's the explanation we give to children. So I assumed you had less knowledge than you actually have.
Didn't I say absorption rate? I mean, I'm pretty sure I said absorption rate. Isn't that the proper term they use to explain away their
Dude, the
bullshit?
absorption rate is about distance. It's not just what we say
Absorption
to
rate
children.
isn't
It's
also
basic.
technically
Buddy, it's basic physics, okay? If the light is constant and it doesn't change speed, but it takes a greater amount of time, then that means, based on physics, it has to have traveled a greater distance objectively. Speed equals...
No, Witsit's right on this.
No,
There's only one way to say it's slower, is to say it traveled a longer path. There's no other way.
No, this is why wave equation. Okay, so light, we can calculate light, the way it travels, as a wave equation, all right? We've got our wave equation. The problem is when light propagates through a medium, there are multiple other waves which are actually created as a result of it traveling through that medium. These waves then interact, and you have to add all of them up, and then when you add all of them up, it adds up to a wave which is propagating at a slower rate than the speed of light.
Dude,
my guy. At the same speed. The light travels the same
Hold on,
speed.
Shai, can we start at the same time? What's it? Tell me the speed formula again.
Yeah, speed equals distance over time. So if speed is c and it's invariant, then that we have to lock that in. It can't change. So speed equals distance over time. The speed's locked in. It's constant. Okay. Now, if it takes a longer amount of time, that means you have to increase the distance for the equation to work because the speed stayed the same. So to increase the time, you must increase distance.
Absolutely.
Okay, so again, light has wave-like properties. So we model light as a wave.
No, it doesn't.
It does, but anyway, we model light as a wave, and when this wave propagates through a medium, it creates disturbances which result in other additional waves. just because of basically Lenz's law, it's that type of thing. These waves will have propagation speeds which are in the opposite direction. You then superpose all of these waves, and it adds up to a wave which has a slower transverse speed in the direction of the speed of light, in the direction of the wave of light that was traveling. Now, the wave of light still has the speed of c, but the overall addition of all of these other waves as well then makes it so that that wave has a slower speed.
That, my friend, is called dialetheism. You are believing in two things at the same time. What you just said is not possible, my friend. Not possible.
Yeah,
superposition of waves
Can you
is a
can
normal
you
thing,
explain to
guys.
me? You said wave-like propagation. Can you concisely explain to me what you mean by that? Like, what's this transverse propagation component that you speak of?
It's like a wave on the ocean.
Right, a wave on the ocean. We have water moving in a wave-like pattern. So when we're talking about light, what's analogous to this wave-like motion? Like, what component is actually has this transverse component you speak of? Please go ahead.
All of it. All of it has it.
All of it. All of it.
Yeah, light can have a transverse component to it.
So it's simultaneously
let me try simple
Do
words.
you hear somebody typing, Trike?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
trying
so
to explain
all
to
right.
you your
I
question
don't
in
need your
simple words.
explanation. I
Yeah,
don't need your
you
explanation.
do. You keep
I'm
Hold
asking.
on, Chike, you're next. Hold on, Chike, you're next. Go ahead, Dice-Law.
So does light is light also a wave and a particle simultaneously? Like this duality? Is that what you're insinuating? Pick a username.
It's neither. It's both. It's whatever the fuck you want to think of it as.
Well, reality doesn't just work based on how we think of it as. That's not really what reality does.
Yeah.
So is it simultaneously both, but neither? That's what your claim is.
When we get to the small shit, stuff doesn't really make sense to our human brain. We've sort of separated energy and matter as if they're not the same things, but they're realistically more intertwined than we give them.
The problem is you can never have a wave of itself, right? You always have to have something moving in a wave-like pattern. So you can never have a wave of itself like on its own, because that's just illogical and irrational. So when I ask you, is it a wave or is it a particle or is it a duality, and you choose a duality, it falls short of logic.
Check, go ahead. He's on the Ken script.
Well, when you do the double slit experiment, the photon can take any trajectory it wants, right? There's some places is more likely to be found, some places less. When you shoot it at a medium, how many slits you have there? So there's basically infinite trajectories that the photon can take when it goes through a medium. You need to take them all into account, and that
Hold on.
creates
Yeah,
when you
you're carrying
interact
this off
with
into the weeds.
each one of them, creates the sum, like was said, of another wave that moves slower. The photon itself, the one that entered the medium, is still going at the speed of light, c.
Okay, so you're saying that.
Okay.
I know, right? Go ahead with it.
Yo, okay. This is what's so funny because when you bring up the waves, right, it's just funny, right? Because, like, they say, like, yeah, the wavelength changes, but the frequency stays the same. And so that when you're talking about intersecting different waveforms, right, then you're changing the distance traveled of the photon in your paradigm. Duh. So the speed of light is claimed to be invariant. It's constant. And if it takes a greater time to travel through a medium, it's because it traveled a greater distance. It's just a fact. The fact
are you
that you
guys
guys in
saying this?
2023 are
No,
denying
it
that the
isn't.
speed of light is constant is hilarious.
Yeah, are you guys saying the speed, time, distance formula doesn't work? Like, what are you guys saying?
I'm saying it's
Any
a bit more
photon,
complicated than that.
any
You're
photon you see.
overcomplicating it. You're overcomplicating it due to the fact that you don't have a logical, concise explanation. So you have to add all these variables in order for your bullshit to actually hash out.
Well, look, both of mine and Chicky's responses are the same. They're describing the same thing. It's just when we get to quantum physics, our human brains are just bad at understanding it.
Well, it's
No,
easy
your
to
explanation is
describe
just
nonsense.
incoherent. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
your
easy to
explanation is
describe
incoherent.
nonsense. But if you're gonna provide a logical, concise, rational explanation behind a said phenomena, then your explanation has to be concise itself, right? Like you can't just go invoking fairy tale stuff that can never be objectively verified, and that's what you guys are doing. You guys are insinuating a wave of itself, which is completely illogical. That's the problem I'll make. That's the point I'm pointing to.
But like before we get all the way off into like how quantum physics is wrong because they reify waves as if they're things when they're actually types of movement and no one can verify the photon and all this. Bro, your model claims that light is invariant. It's a fundamental postulate. It is required for your model of gravity. It's a fact. That is a fact that your entire model is built upon the assumption that the speed of light is constant, it's invariant, and that it's just an illusion that it slows down whenever it goes through different mediums. And we think it slows down because it takes a greater amount of time for the light to go through the medium. But in reality, the time increased because the distance increased because the speed has to stay the same. And when he asked you, are you denying the speed equation? Your response was, he said, wait, are you saying that the speed equation is incorrect? You said it's more complicated than that. You can't even answer it. Speed equals distance over time. If speed stays the same but the time increases, distance has to increase. That's a fact.
All your arguments are mute because Einstein says in a vacuum. So forget anything that the photon goes through in a vacuum.
Is there
No.
no medium in a
Wait,
vacuum, Chuck?
No, it's
no,
vacuum
but
in a
wait, it
vacuum.
doesn't
Really?
even matter.
So we've created a perfect vacuum. That's what you're claiming, Chuck?
Nobody says this exists anywhere. This is a theory. It doesn't have to be based on
Okay,
the.
so theories don't reign supreme, Chike, as you know. So there's testing involved. So if we're gonna create the scenario, are you telling me that you can have a vacuum without a medium?
You can have a vacuum, and you can calculate how much medium it has, and how much it should affect the photon, and you see
Okay, so it's
everything is fine.
proportional. That's what you're claiming. It's proportional to the medium, or the lack thereof.
Depends on the laws of physics. Nobody cares.
Well, the guy was saying the whole argument before was the
Wait,
guy was saying this.
wait. I didn't finish. It said something about you need to provide logical. You can't provide logical explanation to nature. This is not math. We didn't invent the rules. We follow the rules that are in existence. We can
Yeah, but
only
you're
observe.
perceiving it.
We can
You're perceiving
only
it from a
observe.
materialistic perception. That's the problem. Is you're ideating everything to be particle interaction, and we're telling you that that's not quite the case.
How do you know?
Because we know, due to the fact that you have always have EMR involved in everything, which you guys have never even explained to begin with. Let alone the fact that a field isn't comprised of a particle. So if fields exist, i.e., particle interactions, not required.
Dude, Dr. Colin, you're not understanding it either. The speed of light in a medium varies because the photons now have to bumble around the medium, which slows them down. It doesn't slow them down. You have to understand when they say that the speed of light slows down in a medium, what they're saying is that the overall amount of time it takes for the light to go through the medium increases. It slows the phenomena of the light getting from point A to point B is slower. But the light itself doesn't change speed. It has to travel a greater distance due to the medium, but the speed stays the same. That's like the 20th time. It's not just what we say to children. It's a basic fact.
Whoever's saying this is either saying C. Hold on, real quick, SE. Whoever's saying this is either saying C is not a constant, or the speed, time, distance formula doesn't work.
Bro, in their own thing, what Witsit just said right now, people have to understand this. In their own freaking model, right? they say that the speed of light doesn't slow down, but when it goes through an object, for example, right, a diamond or whatever, it travels at the same speed. But this is the crazy explanation. I'm surprised nobody knows about it, except maybe Witsit, who just said it. They claim that the light in that object stays the same speed, but it just bounces around, hitting stuff and then exiting at the same speed. That's their explanation.
Because they have
You know,
C. C is a constant. It has to go the same speed always and forever.
Yes.
It's constant.
Yes.
C. Constant means
There's no
doesn't
way
change. I
around
don't know
that.
if everyone knows that, but constant means doesn't change.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what invariant means. It means it doesn't vary, right? It's like because there's more material impeding the path of light, it then effectively bounces around. It takes
Yes.
a longer path to get through the medium because there's more material there. So then it takes longer for it to get through the medium, but it's going the same speed the whole time.
No,
Exactly.
that is
is
the explanation we give to children. That is not correct.
You just keep saying that. He just keeps saying that. Is the
Well, I
speed
gave you one of the
equation correct?
explanations.
Is the
Okay,
speed
so-
equation correct? Yes or no?
Yes, of course it is, but it is a wave. Waves superimpose.
So the speed correction is correct. Okay, so now if speed stays the same, but the time increases, does that require the distance to increase?
That is not the only thing involved. There are
So you're
different.
saying
The
the
way
time
China
distance formula is not correct. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming
Yes,
there
it
is
is. You're
also
claiming it's
other stuff
incomplete.
involved that you are
So you're
just
saying-
completely ignoring.
So you're saying the speed equation is incomplete?
No, the speed
Yes.
equation is fine. I'm saying that there's other variables in this specific situation.
You're saying that the speed equation is incomplete because it doesn't account for all the variables? Speed equals
No,
distance
I'm
over
saying
time.
no.
Speed
I'm saying
equals
you're
distance over
not.
time. You're interrupting me. Speed
You
equals...
interrupted me, motherfucker. What do you mean?
No, I didn't.
Hold
Speed
on, just
equals
let Witsit finish. You can go next.
Okay, and this is the 10th time I've had to say it. Speed equals distance over time. If speed is c and it doesn't change, then that means c equals distance over time. If it takes a longer time, if the time increases, as that time increases, the distance must increase proportionate to the time because c isn't changing.
Okay, so I'm not saying that the speed equation is wrong or misses out variables. I'm saying you, when you're applying the speed equation, are missing out variables. Okay? There's different ways of explaining this. I like Chaik's explanation as well. I think it's called the stopwatch explanation. But light, we consider it as a wave. In this specific example, the way I'm explaining it, you can use it as a photon as well and explain it. But a wave, when it interacts with other waves, those waves will superpose and they will create a resultant wave. The two waves, or however many waves
I wanna go
underneath,
next.
still exist.
Hold on, don't interrupt.
Those waves, yeah. The two waves and shit underneath still exist, but when they superimpose, you just have one net wave.
All right, I wanna go next here. Let me ask you this. Pick a username. Does a wave require an object or a medium to exist?
No, light doesn't require anything for it to propagate. No.
I didn't ask about light. I asked specifically, precisely about a wave itself. Does a wave require a medium in order to propagate?
Honestly, I have no clue what that has to do with light. I don't know is the answer.
You made the claim that light is a wave. Now I'm asking you about waves, and I'm asking if a wave requires a medium. Because if you say it doesn't, then I'd like to see a wave without a medium. You can't provide that because it's illogical, and that's my entire point. Is that if you're going to say that light is a wave, and we know that light can induce within a vacuum, then where's your medium in order to invoke your wave component?
Photon field?
Oh, now we got some photon field that you've never verified. You're just going to throw out there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, listen, let me blow your mind. You have a light source in the vacuum and a target. There's no way you tell which trajectory the photon took. Can go back to the end of the universe, come back, change forms, change from, I don't know, look at Feynman diagrams, can be anything that, and can be infinite possibilities for that to happen.
Okay, that's a nice
There's
red
no
herring,
way
but
to
we're
tell
talking
its
about waves here, Chike.
trajectory. There's no way to
Talking
tell
about
its
waves.
trajectory.
Talking about waves, Chike. We're not talking about
Yeah,
photons
no,
and
it's
red
a wave
herrings.
function. It's a wave function. It's not a wave.
Oh, so there's no wave involved in a photon.
Yes,
It's a
there's
function.
probability to find it anywhere. The function tell you where it's probable that you'll find it.
Let me get this right. So there's no actual wave. You're calling it a wave function.
No. There's a photon that can be found. You can detect if you make a test. It can be here, 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 or here. The likelihood of where you find it is expressed by the wave function.
Okay, you're not answering my question. It's just red herring after
I
red
don't
herring.
answer
Just
what you
stacked on
want to
top of
hear.
itself.
I
I'm
don't
asking
answer what you want to
very
hear.
specific. I'm asking you very specific, concise questions, and you're dancing around them with other
No,
things.
I'm not. You
as
think you're
usual.
concise. You're not.
Okay, is anyone else hearing this, or am I alone here?
Listen, when you talk about quantum mechanics, you don't talk about things that look like things we know. You talk about the things that make the things we know. You can't think about them like you think about things we know because we don't know what they are.
So when
only
common
observe.
sense fails, we have to invoke uncommon sense. Is that what you're implying,
There's
Chase?
no common sense when it comes to nature. Nature does what it does. It doesn't oblige to do anything that looks like common sense to us.
Okay. Yeah. So if something is paradoxical, that means it can't be accurate. So let's just lay all the cards out on the table. They come in places like this and they pretend that quantum mechanics has it all figured out and they know exactly what light is and all this nonsense. But this is the reality, right? It's well known with any quantum physicist worth their salt that all quantum mechanics has done for us is shown us how little we do know and how wrong we were about stuff we thought we did know. That's all quantum mechanics has done. We currently have a wave-particle duality. This is why all quantum physicists know that actually that isn't the proper definition, and we currently don't understand light because it cannot be both a wave and a particle, nor can it just pick and choose and be one at different times. It's just the only way that our concepts have been able to explain it with the assumptions of light. Okay, quantum mechanics is not some agreed upon monolith of thought. There are thousands of different interpretations. There's quantum field theory, and there's 1,000 different interpretations within quantum field theory. There's all kinds of different explanations and definitions, and it's well known that we are currently not in a state of fully understanding the quantum scale. You guys want to come here and pretend that we do. And then the next thing I want to say is what happens is when we point out paradoxes in your paradigm, you guys then immediately just try to morph it into whatever the conversation's about. And you think if you just say quantum mechanics is complicated, then somehow if you throw the word quantum in there, you have the intellectual high ground and have now actually responded. But you haven't. It's just a tactic. So will you guys please stop misrepresenting quantum mechanics as if you actually know things that it doesn't know?
Wait, so can we not talk about fucking representations and bullshit? Can we just talk about points, please? I hate the way you speak.
Hey, if you don't like it,
all right,
go
he's
elsewhere,
not going to
dude.
address it.
Oh,
Yeah, so he's not going to address it. So, Chaiki, can you agree that in quantum mechanics, the top level quantum physicist, any quantum physicist worth their salt knows that our current explanation of, for example, light is not complete. It's incomplete. And we don't actually fully understand what's going on in the quantum scale. And all it did was show us how little we do know. And to quote Richard Feynman, anyone who claims to understand quantum mechanics is either lying or stupid.
Totally disagree. Nobody tries to explain anything. Quantum mechanics, physics in general does not explain things, it describes what they do.
Yeah, that's not an answer to what you said, though, is it?
I know it doesn't make sense, but that's the way things are. We can't explain them. We don't know what they are exactly. We can describe them with equations, predict them very accurately, but we
That's
don't
not
know what
science.
they are. That's
That's
It's
not
not
science.
science.
It's
That's
not an
not
answer to
science.
what you said. It's not.
Science is about
That's a
getting to
fairy
an
tale.
explanation. Yeah, science is about getting
But,
to a
but
concise
No,
explanation, not
no, you
describing.
fat
That's the
guy
But
is
purpose
wait up,
of
about
mathematics.
explanation.
wait up.
You're
Crypto was
interrupting me,
talking.
Jake.
Wait up,
Yeah,
You're
I know.
interrupting
but
me.
Crypto was talking.
I can't really be bothered
Guys,
to fight
guys,
much, but yo, can I get in, Jeremy?
was somebody already
Yes.
going?
Yeah,
No,
can
no,
you let
Crypto was
Crypto
talking.
or what? I got talked over by like two people, so I just gave
All
up
right,
the
go
mic.
ahead.
If I got the
Go
mic
ahead,
back, I'll.
Crypto.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Chaiki, you haven't answered Witz's question even like closely. You do this thing that Globers do a lot, where you just kind of answer the question you wished you'd been asked, and not the question that was actually asked. And also to the other guy, tone policing, dude, that comes across really low test. Please don't do that. The other British guy saying, "Oh, I don't like how Witzer talks." No one cares, dude. So, Chaiki, do you want to go ahead and actually answer Witz's question instead of like dodging it this time?
I can't answer nonsensical questions.
Well, I understood it very easily.
Yeah, you understood it, but it's still nonsensical.
It's not nonsensical. I understand that it's
It is.
nonsensical. Like, well, you can assert that, but it's not.
Well, I said it, and it is, and I can't answer which
Oh.
is asked.
Right, so you're just going to reassert
Dude,
the same incorrect assertion. That's
Yes,
cool.
I say that the science does not attempt to explain anything; it describes it.
That's the purpose of
No.
mathematics, and that's where I was trying to chime in, Jake. But and I overstepped Crypto. My bad. But yeah, the purpose of science is getting to a concise, logical explanation about a said phenomena or subject matter. But mathematics' purpose is to describe. Those are the differences, and that's what I've always said from the beginning, Jake. And you've always gotten it backwards. You always put the cart before the horse. That's the problem with you guys. You're
So, what is a
mathematicians.
photon? What is a photon?
A photon is a non-existent, superficial farce to explain away light having to do with particle interaction rather than field dynamics. That's a photon. But a photon, in all actuality, is the intersection between the magnetic and the dielectric component, which is precisely what makes up light in its totality.
Thank you very much. I missed that nonsense.
Am I
What about
roboting?
toroidal perturbation of non-Euclidean counter space? Huh? What happened to that?
Is that what I said? Is that what I've ever said?
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with
Yeah, sometimes you did.
No, sorry, Jake. I know you want that to be the case, but you're mismatching my words and hodgepodging them together to try to portray me as
Well,
being
that's
something
how
I'm
it
not.
sounded. That's how
No,
it sounded.
well, let me
to
just
me.
clarify here, right? Like my request was that we could be intellectually honest about the discussion and that people are misrepresenting quantum mechanics and how much it actually knows or how much we understand. But in reality, right, it's well known, for example, the wave particle duality is a conundrum. It's a paradox. We know it can't be the final answer. We know it isn't the correct answer. Okay, we use it. We use wave probability distribution. We use particle assumption in certain scenarios and wave in certain scenarios because we can't fully describe and explain light properly. It's well known that the wave particle duality is just a concept we have at the moment. It cannot be the correct answer. Quantum mechanics is well aware. People within quantum mechanics are well aware that all quantum did was show us how little we did know and how much we were wrong about stuff we thought we did know. And I'm asking you guys, can you acknowledge that instead of pretending it has all the answers that it doesn't have, please?
I'll acknowledge that you can learn from quantum mechanics that we know how much little we know. That I'll agree.
Including the wave particle duality of light.
That's a way to describe things. That's all. It's not what things are.
Well, we all.
And
Yeah,
that's
you're
not
correct.
science.
That's my point. But that's my point,
Yeah.
though. It's just a concept we came up with to describe it because we can't fully understand and explain it yet. And the wave particle duality is a paradox that we know cannot be the actual answer.
One word with it. When you make up things in a debate, try not to laugh. And the special things that ticked me off was your new term, the angle of angular resolution you coined. At that point, I left the
And
debate.
can we stay on topic, please? And I don't start off without some kind of weird fallacy it had to have been.
Is that the
Let's
third
just stay on
herring?
topic.
It's on record. He said it.
Dude, it's like the third ring
Just a,
herring. in
yeah,
It's like not even attempting to have a conversation at this point.
yeah. He's talking about
Does
how
that
in a
mean
debate I
let's-
may have accidentally.
I
He's talking about
answered
how in
him.
a debate I may have accidentally said. He's talking about how in a debate I may have accidentally said the angular resolution angle, right, which is redundant when it should just be resolution angle, and that's just totally irrelevant. What's funny is they never actually address that it's based on the relationship between the reception and propagation angles and the resolution angle. But that's a red herring fallacy. I'm asking you
Resolution
guys to
angle,
please
another
be.
thing.
Buddy, can you please just be honest and acknowledge that something such as the wave particle duality is admittedly not the final correct answer? It's just a construct we've come up with because we don't understand light yet.
Just one way to describe things. There are other ways too.
There's more ways
Descriptions,
to describe.
descriptions are not explanations, Chike, and
Right,
explanations will
I
always.
agree.
Hey! Stop interrupting me. Settle down. Descriptions are not explanations, okay? And explanations supersede descriptions. Therefore, ultimately, we should be getting to a concise, logical explanation, not just leaving off with vague descriptions, i.e., mathematics. That's what you guys are. You guys are mathematicians. We're scientists. Big difference.
Yeah, like a more
Everything's
accurate depiction
touching.
of light.
Sorry.
Your premises, your reasoning. I want to hear them.
The more accurate depiction of light would be that there's an oscillating electric field and an oscillating magnetic field, and they intersect like a coaxial cable. They intersect and they keep waving and intersecting with each other. What people call the photon is that location of intersection. It's an event. It's a process. It's an intersection. It's not an object. It's not a corporeal physical particle called the photon. It's an event where the electric field and the magnetic field intersect, right? They call that intersection a photon, but actually it's just an event. It's actually nothing more than electromagnetic radiation, the oscillating electric field and the oscillating magnetic field. That's what it actually is. And waving is a type of movement. Okay, so that means something has to be waving. And waving requires a medium to sustain that movement. You can't pull the wave out of the water. It is just the water moving, which shows you that even in a vacuum chamber, we have this waving phenomena, which means there must be something there waving. Light is the excitation of whatever it is that's already there and begins to move. And where it intersects, the electric and magnetic oscillating fields intersect. They falsely call that a photon. This is why they have to then invoke paradoxical things such as wave particle duality and pick and choose when they're going to use which one.
Have you ever saw the disturbance and the wave?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Have you seen them?
Yeah. When you turn your speakers on in a car, your glass will wave. The glasses, the windows of your car will wave. It's cool. It's all connected, Chike. What he's saying is the vacuum or whatever you call that and the air, it's all one big thing, right? It's all connected to itself. So trying to divide little portions of it out of itself, that's utterly ridiculous. That's the whole point he's trying to make. It's an action or a reaction within this medium, and it's all touching, like me and you holding hands across America. If I wiggle and jiggle, you're going to feel the wiggle and jiggle. So the whole medium, whether it's air, water, vacuum, whatever, earth, whatever, if it's magnified enough, the medium will be felt. I mean, the stuff will be felt through the mediums, all of them, because they're all connected to each other. They cannot be.
So with it, have you ever witnessed the wave propagating to whatever you think it's propagating?
It's just the water moving.
What water? We're talking about photons.
Earthquakes,
Photon. Did you see
earthquakes,
it waving? Did you see it
earthquakes and wind,
propagating?
Chike.
What you
Wind and
base your
earthquakes, Chike.
Timoka was
He already
talking?
told you, Chike. It's just oscillating, an oscillation.
Yeah, how
Yeah.
does he know that he saw it oscillating?
Because there's two
Yes,
fields joined together, okay? And they're
What?
not they're
No, you
inverse to one another. So you're gonna have that
you
effect if
literally
they're
can see it.
inducing one another.
You
No,
literally
I
can see
was.
it. Yes, in different spectrums of light, you can see vibration and oscillation, and they have different frequencies and quote unquote wavelengths. We can absolutely see it, quite literally, physically observe it. Yes.
The
And we can
oscillation.
physically detect it with sensors. With electric sensors, you can actually sense it with high precision, the oscillation that's taking place.
I don't
There's a
think so.
And
Nobody.
displacement.
this is where they get their S and P orbitals and whatnots.
S&P orbitals.
It can also just be explained as differential, you know, but
That's
it's all
easy.
connected. Hot, cold, high, low, negative, positive. One big medium. The idea of the blanket of space and time was stolen from the idea of an actual physical medium.
Correct. Yes, it's like it's actually just displacement or pressure mediation, or like you said, differential. The differential results in pressure mediating, and that's the first law of physics. The actual law is pressure mediates. Pressure always mediates. That's what causes everything. That's why heat goes to cold. That's actually why quote unquote positive and negative charges attract. It's because actually one's charging, one's discharging, and the pressure mediates and they migrate towards each other, just like the heat goes to the cold, just like when you open up a soda and it equalizes, because everything is pressure mediation. But you guys have now taken all the qualities of the background medium, some type of physical medium or a substantive medium. You took all the qualities from it and then claimed there was no medium there, and that this is the one time in all of existence that you can have waving without a medium. That's such an asinine claim. And then when people did that, now they're sitting here with wave particle dualities and all this nonsense because no duh, you said that something's wavy, but there's not something there. It's retarded.
Yeah, that's interesting. That with the pressure thing, is that? Because I was just thinking about that with with Dell's thing where everything's pressing. I was thinking about that before. There's no pull. There's no, you know what I mean? It's like you think about everything pressing. It's like, yeah, everything's pressure of one kind or another, and it's bizarre to think about. Where are the pulling forces, Jake? It's fun to think about.
So you think
Pulling
it's moving
forces
upwards,
now.
Andy?
Sorry, you both
Well,
spoke a lot.
is
Is a
magnetism like a
magnet
pulling?
pulling then, Austin?
No, I'm just saying
Sorry,
that's a
what?
pulling force, right? Oh, I thought you were asking like where the pulling forces were in nature.
Yeah, where are the pulling forces?
Well, I would say technically,
Mag-
yeah, but I would say technically, like the word magnetic attraction is a misnomer. And I know Dyslow would agree. It's actually acceleration to the null pressure point between the two. So, like, because the pressure is basically, you could say it's like pushing if you want to, but really, it just accelerates relative to the surrounding pressure. And since you have two magnets that are mediating pressure, as they get in close proximity, they accelerate to that null pressure point in between the two magnets. So it's
Therefore,
not like there's some magical thing pulling things.
nothing in nature moves from A to B in a straight tangent. It's always curved linear.
So there's no pulling forces anywhere?
Not technically speaking, yeah. I mean, like in a conversation, I would just go along with it usually because, you know, it's the same. You know,
It's just a rudimentary
complicated
way.
subject.
It's a rudimentary way to explain it. Yeah, there's actually no attraction or repulsive forces within a magnet. That's just a vague descriptive way to try to explain it.
It's dielectric
Like, you think
acceleration
about-
to the null pressure point between, and it's point specific as opposed to what people call gravity, which is not point specific. It has no preferred point.
Yeah, think about when you pull a door says pull and you pull it open. You're actually pressing on the door. You're actually like pushing on it with the inside of your finger. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But what about static electricity or magnets? You can feel the pull. You can feel the push. What do you mean there
It's
isn't?
the same thing.
There
It's
is.
just the pressure. It's just the pressure. It's the pressure being mediated. Okay, and the reason that things quote unquote attract is because the pressure that's mediating, like even with electrostatics, relative to its medium, is going to interact with whatever is in its surrounding. And so they accelerate to try to get to a state of equilibrium. They try to move towards the null pressure point where they can find equilibrium. So they accelerate there because that's where they're going to seek equilibrium because of pressure mediation.
At the plane of inertia, technically, which is not at the north or south facing pole, actually adjacent to it.
My bad, that's it's all about equilibrium. I was just gonna say everything's trying to
But
find
literally,
equilibrium.
dude. Yeah, bro, literally. And by the way, I've never had an atheist be able to respond to this. Side note, I'm like, this is such a good argument against atheism, dude. Like, everything in nature seeks equilibrium. Everything that is in nature is constantly in a state of seeking equilibrium. What created that state that it's pursuing? What made the intrinsic order that everything is trying to get to? If there's an actual intrinsically built in equilibrium that everything's trying to get to in all levels of physics, what intention created that? Doesn't the order of equilibrium require intent? And you'll never hear
Brother,
an atheist rebut that. Ever, ever.
you're just talking about the second law of thermodynamics there.
You see how he didn't answer?
Oh my god, what are you... You're talking about equilibrium, everything moving towards equilibrium. That's just a resultant of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, what was my question?
You act as if there is some known state that it's going towards. No one says that, though. It's simply the state of lowest energy potential.
Hey, what was my question?
Actually, that's the inverse of it. It's the highest energy potential, which is an inertial state of rest, which is a state of homeostasis. You're welcome.
Yeah, my bad. I said it wrong.
But what was my question?
You acted as if there was some, predetermined state that it's going to go to. That there's a very big assumption there.
No, stop telling me what I acted like. What was my question?
Who?
Yo, you're acting like you don't know what you're acting like you don't know what his question was.
I do know what his question is. Who or what, with what intent, created this predetermined end bit which everything is trying to get towards?
Sort of. My actual question is, doesn't the intrinsic state of order that is pursued require intent? Doesn't that intrinsic order require intent?
Well, it's not going towards order. Everything is actually going towards a greater state of entropy, so it's actually the exact opposite.
Oh my god, dude.
He's talking about intent in the sentient version, I believe.
Yeah, like so something with intention and determination would have to specify the order. It would have to be put in place. Order requires intent. So now your argument is, oh, there is no order. No, everything in physics is ordered, right? And the chaotic, what we perceive to be chaotic, is just the pursuit of the order. It's everything is constantly in a state of trying to seek equilibrium, which means from the smallest to the biggest scale, everything that exists is constantly trying to get to a state of equilibrium. So why? How is there a state of equilibrium for everything to try to get to? Doesn't order require intent? That's the question.
Equilibrium and order are not the same. And once again, the fact that everything is, quote unquote, heading towards this state of equilibrium is just the laws of thermodynamics at work.
Hey, does order require intent?
That's a pretty big assumption. No, I would not say that I could make that assumption.
Okay, so order, or you can have order without intent.
I don't know. Honestly, that's a big assumption that you'd have to prove to me there.
No. All evidence ever shows us that when you have something specifically ordered, it required intent. So if you're saying it's an assumption or something, can you provide one example of order without intent?
I mean, that's kind of all of evolution, isn't it? Soap goes towards order.
Okay, dude, I'm done.
There's many
I'm
bodies
done.
in thermodynamics which will self-order so that it can reach a state of equilibrium faster.
Whatever. I wasn't even trying to change the subject. I'm sorry. This will go on forever. I was just letting people know that one of the best ways to shut down an atheist and watch them immediately duck and dive is to say that even physics shows us that there's an intrinsically built order, because everything in physics is in a process of seeking equilibrium. And so what made it that way? What gave it that intrinsic order that it's seeking? Okay, just saying, no, it's not order or whatever. No one cares. But we don't have to dive into like like a creationist debate. I was specifically not trying to change the subject. I was just saying side note.
I liked where we were at first a while back, where we were on the speed of light thing, like speed, distance, time. It's super simple. If that's true, and that always applies to, you know, things with speed, then you gotta use that.
Technically not. It's technically not true because when you use speed to explain light, you're inferring that light is moving from A to B. When light doesn't actually travel; it induces. So it's a rate of induction.
Yeah, but that's not the.
That's
Yeah,
what I say speed.
Yeah,
Which
but
has
we're
a time
saying
interval.
that.
It's just, so you're saying light speed's instant?
Yeah, well, okay. Well, technically, the light's already there, and there's a rate, which rates aren't instant. There's a rate of induction, not travel, from point A to point B. So, like, our explanation can perfectly explain the laser through the glass, right? If you shoot, quote unquote, shoot a laser through the glass, and it looks like it slows down 30% and then exits it and speeds back up, we know, based on the law of conservation of energy, that light can't actually be physically speeding up once it leaves the glass, because it would need more energy to make it speed back up. So that means now their explanation is, oh, well, it looks like it slows down 30%, but actually it's just traveling a greater distance inside the glass because of the material impedance of the glass, of the medium, right? So it's just traveling a greater distance. And so it looks like it's slowing down, but it's actually going the same speed the whole time. And then now that it's outside of the glass, there's no material impedance, so its path is shorter again. So then it looks like it's speeding up. Our explanation would be, well, actually, light is just like a visible light, right? It's just the excitation of what's already there. And so it's a background medium that's excited. When you add an additional medium like glass, now you've put a whole other medium of material there that you have to perceive that excitation through. So how quickly you can perceive it slows down, because now there's a whole additional medium layered on top of it that's causing the perception rate to slow down. That's why it can instantly be perceived faster again, because now that medium's not effectively impeding your visibility. Like, that explanation makes perfect sense, because it's just as you layer more mediums, you don't see the light illuminate as fast, right? Because now there's more stuff there blocking your perception. Does that make sense? Like, the light is the background. If you see it in a vacuum, there's nothing additional there. So every medium you add to it is actually slowing it down in the sense of how quickly you can perceive it. Like,
yeah, but it takes longer. It takes longer to get through the glass, though.
Perceivably, it takes longer to perceive the light. It's like, okay, sound. If I scream down the street to you, and it takes a second to hear it, like, there is no sound wave that physically leaves my mouth and travels down the street to you. That's not why it took a second, because sound is actually the air vibrating, right? Because you don't have sound in a vacuum chamber. Sound is just the air vibrating. So there's air around you down the street and air around me at the whole time. So the air didn't
Remember,
travel
we're
to you,
analogizing to
right?
light. We're analogizing this to light, right? So it's a vibrational field disturbance, to be most accurate.
Yeah, but when we're
Well,
talking
that's
about
right.
light, when we're talking about light, the light we can see, we're talking about the vibration you hear, just like sound. It goes from my mouth to your ear, basically those vibrations.
Right.
It's
Well,
like
I'm
being
almost there. So
it's like being in the middle of a pool, flapping your arms, and the waves overlap the edge of the pool. You're not actually touching the edge of the pool. You're creating a disturbance within that medium that's visibly, phenomenal, being illumination, i.e. the byproduct of light, because light itself is not visible.
right, just real, forgive me, just a couple more seconds. So Tesla, for example, said that light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. Okay, what's a sound wave? It's the vibration of air. So sound is actually just air vibrating. Okay, so if you take away the air, you have no sound because it's just the waving of the air. It's the medium waving. That's what sound is. If you take the medium away, you have no sound because there is no corporeal thing called sound waves that exist on their own. It's just the air vibrating. If you take the air away, you have no sound. Now apply that to light, right? Light is the background medium. Okay, so as you add air, now you're adding an additional medium that's actually gonna block it more. If you then add glass, it's gonna block it even more. All you're doing is layering mediums on top of the medium that actually is light. Just like sound is just the medium, light is just the medium, but it's different medium. Sound is air or material medium. Light is an immaterial medium. So as you add material mediums on top of it, it slows down how quickly you can see it.
And when you're dealing with clear, transparent mediums such as air, glass, liquids, oil, whatnot, you're dealing with dielectric insulators essentially. And when you're dealing with like reflective metals, you're dealing with dielectric reflectors. So I mean, it's all analogous.
Do both of you have Ken's script up right now? What is going on?
No, I've got it memorized. No need to have it up.
Oh, my bad.
Like that's all you got, right? Because you can't respond to the specific. I just invoked Nikola Tesla. Yeah. So Nikola Tesla has nothing to do with Ken Willer.
I feel like you were trying to butter me up with Tesla there, but we were talking about the speed though, like the speed of sound, the light, the illumination takes it takes time for it to go from one spot to another spot. That actual, I know it's always there, just like the sound's always there, but the illuminated part that takes time.
Yeah, you can't use speed to explain it, Jeremy, because you're automatically invoking material emission or traveling, and we're not. That's not what we're talking about. And it's kind of a mind fuck when you start using those words because you're automatically assuming, based on the fact that we've been indoctrinated, that everything is particle interaction. You fall right back into the loop, not understanding. So you have to infer the proper terminology, i.e., rate of induction, and then understand what's being said when we say that. No speed here, Jeremy. No trains, planes, or automobiles here, bro.
But doesn't
What did Tesla?
perturbation means movement. Perturbation means movement, though. It doesn't mean that one thing is moving from one spot to the other.
It's propagation.
Propagation.
It's what it is. It's a field disturbance. It's a
that's movement.
There was a word I was trying to.
That's movement. It's not linear movement from one point to the other, but it's movement being transferred.
Correct. Yes. It's a disturbance. It's just like if I'm in a lake and I start waving my arms in the lake, right? The water moves for sure. It's displaced. It oscillates, goes up and down, and moves, but it doesn't travel across the lake because the water was already on the other end of the lake. If I watch a wave go all the way through the lake and then hit the shore, how long did it take the water to get to the shore?
It's kind of like
right.
Kind of like the pistons.
Yeah, but you're talking about the hump though. Hold on, Iceland. But we're talking about the hump though, just like the sound. We're talking about the vibration, the water. We're talking about the hump, the light. We're talking about the illuminated part, the part you can see.
That's where I was going.
Yes, that's where we get the speed of light. That's where we get the speed. Good.
Yeah, the pistons in your car aren't moving the same direction as the car. right? Like the pistons in your car are going up and down, whereas the car is going forward.
No,
You
that
understand that?
part I understood, but just like with sound, from when the wave first appears at one location to where it appears at another location, there is a speed, right? So for that perturbation wave to reach from one point to the other point, there is like some speed, right? It's not that is not instantaneous. The medium is
Yeah.
instantaneously there, but there is a speed from which you see the first. I mean, if you could,
What did Whitsitt say speed
Correct.
was? It's distance
Okay.
over time.
Yes, but like, let me
Right.
just clarify. Where we get the speed of light is how quickly we perceive illumination. That's where we got the speed of light. Rate is technically a speed. It has time. It's movement, time, speed. So rate is technically a speed, but it's not travel from point to point. It's just a rate of induction. It's a rate of illumination.
this.
It's how quickly it illuminates. We
Let
actually
me
got
say
the
this.
speed of light from the permeability and the permittivity of a vacuum from Maxwell's equations.
Let me say this real quick. I tried to briefly analogize on the guy in the middle of flapping his arms, right? And that wave-like pattern that's propagating in all directions is eventually hitting the edge of the pool, right? As he starts to flap his arms, the water's, before he even flaps his arms, the water's perfectly still. He starts to flap his arms. Now, all of a sudden, these waves start propagating in all directions, and eventually they reach the edge of the pool. And how long did it take for the water to get there? Well, the water was already there to begin with.
We're not talking about the water, though. We're talking about the wave part, the
I
hump.
understand. It was the disturbance of that water which took time to reach the edge of the pool. And that's analogous. That water and that disturbance would be analogous to visible light, i.e., illumination,
Sure.
where the water that was already there would be analogous to light in its full totality. We're just talking about the disturbance of what's already there requiring time.
That part is understood. So let's instead of using the word speed, because apparently speed is reserved only for distance over time. So how much time does it take from one point, from the origin point in the lake example to the edge? How much time? Similarly with light, how much time does it take to get from point?
Well, it actually varies. It's variant. See, that's the whole deception. See, because it isn't some corporeal thing that's physically traveling and has a maximum speed limit. It's already there. It has no speed limit. So it varies. That's why in one direction on the Earth, it's different than the other direction. That's because there's actually a preferred direction within the ether, because there's a drift. So, like, that's the whole trick, is that the speed of light, quote unquote, is actually variant. It changed. We have superluminal propagation. And what they say is, they come up with all these mental gymnastics to explain superluminal propagation. They just start making stuff up. But no, it's just because there's less impedance to how quickly you perceive the illumination. That's it. So, like, that proves that it isn't some, like, corporeal thing that physically travels from point to point. It's already there, and all we're quantifying is the differences in how quickly it is excited or illuminated.
That's better. That would be the rate of excitation reaching or something is like, what is that? Because I'm taking umbrage with perception, because there's also like non-perception based experiment, like interferometry. Isn't that based on the fact that there's that you can objectively measure a rate within a medium?
Well, because the C is generally accurate. We got that from the permeability and permittivity in a vacuum. So, like, when we try to get as much air as we can out, and then we measure the rate of induction or excitation, that's called light, then we get permeability and permittivity giving us C, right? So that's where we got the value. It's typically correct. But that it's not an actual finite hard limit to the rate. It's just generally the fastest you're going to see it go. It requires specific situations to see it quicker. And yes, it's not just visible light. You're correct. You can use things that aren't visible or don't require perception. But the problem is that usually when people say light, they're actually talking about visible light. And then they conflate light and illumination. No, visible light is less than 1% of the spectrum of light.
No,
Right? Like
It's
it's
actually
just a
less than that.
certain version of the light. Yeah, it's less than
Way
1%.
way less than that. Yeah.
no, we're in agreement that there's no actual physical distance being covered by any sort of corporeal particles. That 100%. But there is a rate of excitation, not just perception. That's what I'm saying. Because perception.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I guess the reason I say that is because what visible light. This is more accurately stated. Visible light is actually just illumination, and what people call the speed of that visible light is actually just the rate of induction or perceived illumination due to the excitation of the medium. And like people their brains melt when I say something like that. They're like, "Oh, word salad," because I said too many words with syllables.
It's
But that
akin
was a
to like
very specific.
a terminal velocity, except it changes at different altitude because the density of the air. So it's a variable concept.
Yeah, it's like how say let's just use sound as this is why Tesla used sound as an analogy because it's such a good analogy. He said that light can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. So like if I'm talking to you in the air and then I try to talk to you through like many feet of concrete walls, then you're not gonna be able to hear the sound as well, or it's gonna take longer to hear the sound. Because now you've added an additional material medium to the air. So now the more compact material has to vibrate to hear the sound. Right? As you stack on more material, it changes what people call the speed of sound. Same thing with light. The only difference is that sound itself is the air. It is the medium. Sound is nothing more than the vibration of a medium, a material medium, where light is the vibration of the immaterial medium. And so when you add material mediums, you're actually impeding light. You're holding it back because it doesn't need its existence is outside of material. That's the difference between sound and light. One is material, one is immaterial.
There's a bit of a philosophical conundrum also, I guess, from the part of let's even say it from the part of the creator, God, whatever you want to call it. Because as you start removing medium, light, the rate of induction of light increases, right? And then, but at the point of the ether, imagine if the ether was to be made non-existent. Well, then there couldn't even be any travel. So it has to somewhat exist. Like I think you use the word tenuity, right? A tenuity beyond comprehension or whatever. But it's still got to have something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no movement would be possible. So,
You would have
well,
to demonstrate that there is such a thing as a void space of no qualities, and there's no such thing.
how we
I
get
mean, you still
centripetal
have the
convergence.
space there, which includes potential. So you cannot remove all qualities of any kind of spatial amount.
He's just making a profound point, though. He's making a profound point, though. Like Nikola Tesla said that you can think of the ether as a gaseous substance with tenuity beyond comprehension, which means thinness. So, like, if you got to the thinnest amount of air, the ether would be way more tenuous than that. Because he said that to try to convey the concept to us, which it is just a more thin version of air. It's the primary state, it's the primary substance. I think it's just for conceptual purposes, though, because it's immaterial. As far as we can tell, right?
Even in the mainstream paradigm, they say that atoms are like 99% empty, but we're saying that empty space is actually just another medium.
Sure, but even though it's so tenuous or whatever word, right? It's still got to somewhat be there. Otherwise, not if it wasn't there, then even the waves would have no medium to like wave in. So it's got to
for sure.
And that would kind of impose.
It's there. It's absolutely there. It's everywhere.
It's the dielectric field, and that's how we get like electrostatics and many other things. It's the centripetal convergence, the primary half of the magnetic field, being the sink, of course, which everything's kind of like sucked into analogously. If we were to explain it with a shower head and a drain, where the water coming out of the shower head centrifugally diverges and then is collected at the bottom of the floor there at the shower pan and pulled back into that drain in a centripetal converging matter, creating this toroidal force vector. And that's how we get the hyperbole and toroidal geometry of the ether field processing and creating this this vortexual pattern as witnessed within all matter. Yeah.
One of the
How
best
we get the
evidences
golden
is
ratio. Sorry.
wireless power induction in a vacuum. So, well, what's up with that? Or what's up with the Casimir effect, right? Like, there's something other than air that is a medium that sustains electromagnetic phenomena. Right, and so we can
Well,
talk
they'll
about
just
what it
say you
is, and
don't.
that's where we get into speculation.
They'll just say you don't need a medium, though, right? Just be like, fuck it, you don't need a medium
Yeah,
for
but
that
that's
stuff.
it's just stupid though. Like that, they're basically saying that it's nothing, that there's nothing there.
Even if they say this, if you could actually, like, with rigorous metaphysics, even if they say that these light are photons and they're traveling in a wave, right? So they're corporeal particles that are traveling in a wave. Well, then there still has to be something guiding them to travel in that wave. Otherwise, they're going to have to say that these things are actually they're going to be what's it, panpsychists, and that these light particles actually coordinate themselves into a wave. The whole notion of
Yeah.
is actually a misnomer. You can't just have this. You can't have inert matter, but also have it have properties. Properties are ascribed from a metaphysical domain. They can't. They don't just because inert and to have some sort of behavior are actually like contradictory to each other. So even if you had particles traveling, something would be guiding them in the wave. Otherwise, they just wouldn't go in a wave.
Yeah, that's a pretty profound point. Similar to like what's the antecedent to the intrinsic order of equilibrium, but yeah, you're way over the mark for some the people denying the
Yeah, that
background though.
that was pretty good, dude. I don't think I've ever heard this guy before.
Yeah, he's dope. He has very sound epistemology.
You would have to have a medium, correct?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So then when the energy or whatever you say the input is, it cites that medium, there's going to be things that happen. I think that's what light is. It's just energy input into whatever medium we have. It flows
that's
out.
kind of why. That's kind of why early on I tried to correct you when you were analogizing sound to light, because when you say medium, we're talking about the field ultimately, right? And
that guy's
fields,
screen name? What
fields
was
are
that guy's
not.
screen name?
Fields are not. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Never mind,
Sorry.
my bad. Go ahead, never mind.
Yeah, I was just saying fields are not like made of particulates, where when we talk about mediums such as like water, for example, there's obviously atoms within that, i.e. particles. So my point is that we have to be concise when we're talking about light, in the fact that we're talking about a field, and the lack of a medium within that field is where you run out of having visible light, i.e. illumination. Somebody's hot micing, because the fact that illumination, i.e. visible light, requires a medium. So there has to be a medium in order to have illumination, but light doesn't require a medium. Go ahead.
Yeah, what was that guy's screen name? Real quick, what was that guy's screen name? So we all know, because I don't know. Does anyone even know?
What guy, Jeremy?
The guy everyone was like, "Oh, I like this guy."
Oh,
what
that was
his name?
Arul, Arul, or something along those lines.
That's Kosho with a voice changer.
Oh.
No, it's not.
No doubt.
But wouldn't the
Yeah,
field
because I've
be
never gotten
within the
it.
medium?
Well, like if we think about this, we have waving, right? So waving is a type of movement. So if in a vacuum chamber we have waving phenomena, electromagnetic waving, what is waving?
Movement of the medium or field, or movement of the medium within the field. It's energy input. Once you start movement,
Something has to be there to wave in the first place.
Correct.
Waves just don't happen on their own.
So if we were to follow
movement.
this logic, to explain the stars from a terrestrial observation, what would you guys conclude?
Wait, if we were going to do it to explain what?
To explain how we view the stars from here, from standing on the surface. Like when we view the stars, if we're gonna follow this logic of explanation behind light, as we just laid out, what would we conclude in order to have illumination from those stars being witnessed?
Each star is creating its own individual disturbance. So what is it? I mean, good question.
Well, like I just said, like in order to have illumination, you have to have a medium or an object.
How about a superfluid? Would a superfluid wave?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. If you had a concentrated enough vibration, you could have superfluid wave. Yes.
That would be an explanation.
Yeah, that's where I go all the time. As the
Shout out Rakia.
Have you seen the room temperature superfluid that they're saying they've found or whatever? And I think that has to do with the energy, you know, being able to charge your cell phone above the pad or whatever it may be. It's a superconductor at room temperature and pressure. That changes the whole world, basically, if that comes out.
Yeah, good find there, Rakia.
Yeah, they did.
That was pretty impressive. Yeah, superfluidity at room temperature. That changes everything.
Yeah, they literally just came out not long ago saying that they've been able to accomplish quantum levitation or quantum locking magnetic levitation in room temperature and superconductivity in room temperature.
Exactly. Yep.
It's
exactly
likely
that.
not an actual room temperature superconductor, guys. It's not. It's probably not. It seems like it's just a dipole-dipole interaction, which somehow results in this superfluid.
Really? Do you even know what we're talking about? How they had a superconductor in room temperature?
Yes. It's probably not an actual real superconductor, though. It seems like it's a dipole-dipole interaction.
So this is what this guy does. He immediately reads what any mainstream article says to try to explain away how it doesn't comport to the current understanding. He immediately has to believe
Bro,
that.
the mainstream right now thinks it is a fucking superconductor. Realistically, it seems like it isn't actually a superconductor.
Oh, okay. It just has
Did you
all
look
the
into
qualities
it, or
and
you just read the first article that you came across?
The first article I came across, fucking every article I've come across has said it is a superconductor. What the fuck are you on about?
Calm down, bro. I just asked you a question. You don't got to get excited.
You didn't ask me a question. You stated a thing.
Okay, but this is new, relatively new discovery, right? So they're going to be looking into it. Just like the 5 Sigma discovery. This is new stuff, bro.
Yeah, there's a paper from August 4th.
Hold on, whatever this is, whatever this room temperature superconductor thing is, what is it gonna? What can we do with that?
Bro, no more tires. No more tires on trains.
It's limitless.
We'll start there. Yeah.
Limitless as far as energy and movement and like paths of things, anything. It takes away all the limits that we have right now.
Here, motor.
Yeah,
Like
it wouldn't
the
matter what
motors that have impedance, right? A motor that has impedance. Imagine a motor with zero impedance almost. Imagine how much more power they can get out of it. That's just one thing.
Here's the thing, though. I got in a Jesse with this one day, and he said they say it's frictionless, but it also has drag, which didn't really make sense
I
to me.
remember that conversation. He was just double speaking the whole time. Anyway, I just dropped a paper right here, and it exhibits superconductivity. So just this is it looks like a dipole-dipole interaction. It's not actually a superconductor. It exhibits superconductivity at ambient temperatures. So
if you look at the entire interaction thing, there's this one graph where it dips everywhere around the exact temperature and exact conditions that the superconductor was at.
Hey, did they accomplish superconductivity at ambient temperatures?
Under these exact specific things with this exact specific material, it seems as though they have. What I'm trying to say is it doesn't. It's not realistically. It's probably not that.
Oh, so you're just saying you're just appealing to incredulity.
But the effect is
No,
the
I'm
same, right?
saying no.
But
I'm
hold
saying
on.
literally. Okay, the thing is with this thing is if you even change the variables by a tiny slight bit, the superconductivity just fucking disappeared.
That's
But
irrelevant.
the effect is the same, right?
Under
The effect happens with specific conditions.
He just admitted the superconductivity is just when you change the variables one little bit, it changes it. I agree with.
Yes,
I agree
but
with him.
again, if it's like 22.1 degrees, it works, and then 22.2 degrees, it doesn't work. Is it really a room temperature superconductor?
Yes, until you change the variables a little bit. Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, only under very, very precise conditions is it a superconductor, which means there's probably something underlying going on, not just the fact that it's room temperature.
Irregardless of what it is, they have done it, correct? In this one instance? Yes or no? That's a yes, right?
Maybe is the answer, yeah.
I just dropped the
Maybe,
paper.
wow.
I just dropped the paper, though.
He is kind of right about the maybe, because this has come out before and it was proven to be a farce. But this one seems to be more legit, and if you really look into it, it's coming. You know, like, so why wouldn't this be true, or it might be true 10 years from now that someone actually did it and put it in paper form and got it peer reviewed and all that. So he's kind of right on that. It still might be a maybe, but you have to logically deduce that it's coming. I mean, if you agree that superconductivity has been done in other temperatures and pressures, then they would then start working on, bringing it down to room temperature or whatever. And that's what they're claiming they've done.
Well, I mean,
Correct, because
obviously
you're going to have specific conditions. Because it's about a ratio of energy. That's how you get superconductivity, and that's why we use temperature, because it enables us to establish that required ratio more effectively. So if you start to change the temperature towards an ambient temperature, then you're going to have to alter the rest of the variables to attain that ratio. So of course it's going to be very specific, certainly when you first discover it, but it logically makes no sense to claim that superconductivity would be impossible at ambient temperatures. It doesn't even make sense. Physics scales. So if you're able to establish the same ratio of energy, then you're able to establish superconductivity at ambient temperatures. So you're acting like it definitely shouldn't be possible. In reality, it definitely should be possible.
Bro, I'm not saying it shouldn't be possible or isn't. I'm just saying for this specific thing, it looks like it's not actually going on what they're claiming, or at least what mainstream is claiming about it. It isn't just a room temperature superconductor because of the material that it is and the way that it is. It seems as though there is something going on at this exact critical point that causes it to act as though it is a superconductor.
Well, this has been peer reviewed. I mean, this is the exact process that most people in the scientific community dwell upon. So if they're saying it's been peer reviewed, it's put out in papers, and they're claiming it's done, then why would you even fight against it?
I'm sorry, has it been peer reviewed?
Yeah, I just dropped the paper.
Said it has, yeah.
From what I've seen, it seems like it's literally just this one paper has been dropped by a thing, and now it's under peer review.
Have you actually researched it?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but they're saying they're going to win the Nobel Prize.
Well, yeah, if it is an actual real superconductor, yes, they probably would.
Well, I mean, this is the scientific community. This isn't like Joe Blow sitting on his couch saying, this is amazing. This is the best discovery in physics in 100 years. This is actually put out there in the public. That doesn't happen on a whim.
I mean, dude, this is the facts, right? Like, they accomplished superconductivity at ambient temperature. That's a fact. If you're saying, oh, well, maybe it's just like superconductivity, but actually it's not superconductivity, you're just making stuff up. I don't know how we're even supposed to engage with that. Yeah, it's just like
Yeah,
superconductivity, but it's probably not.
So with
We
the
can
whole
agree
peer
with that.
review thing, it isn't. It's being peer reviewed right now, and the tests that are coming out right now, they can't really replicate it. It hasn't actually been peer reviewed yet.
Would you agree that not just anybody could write a paper? Like, it has to be somebody that they take serious, right? Just not anybody could just drop a paper down, right?
Yep, I 100% agree. Yeah, but
Okay.
it's being peer reviewed right now. That's the point.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem. Like, people can make all kinds of claims that aren't true. Like, they can claim they did something in their lab and they didn't really do it, right? And it should be able to be replicated if they did do it. That's definitely true, right? But you're suggesting that if they did actually do it, it doesn't mean it's superconductivity. That doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so a superconductor is a material which will conduct things with little to no resistance. It seems as though it's not actually just the fact that it is this material that makes it a superconductor. There's some fucking ion transfer, some bullshit somewhere going on at an exact critical point which makes it appear to have superconductivity properties.
This dude just said there's probably some ion transfer bullshit going on. Okay.
Yeah, that's why
Well,
I said bullshit, because I was making
I'll write
something funny up off of the top of my head, man. Calm down.
All right. Well, I'll write that down, bro.
Well, doesn't it
Did the joke go over your head?
Doesn't it seem to reason, bro, that whatever it is, right? It's something that mimics superconductivity. So whatever it is, of course, it's not the cold, right? It has to be another mechanism, no? So doesn't it sound to reason that, yeah, it would be something else instead of the cold?
No, because
Obviously.
if there's some energy intake going on from somewhere else, then it would not be this groundbreaking thing that it is. So let me give you what it could be. Something like the material is destroying itself from the inside to power this superconductivity. That would be nothing to us, because it would be the exact same as fucking really cold superconductors. We have to add in loads of external energy.
With this technology, with this technology though, would it possible to be like have a tube of it and then send something like some matter or something faster than the speed of light through it, or like what are we gonna do with this thing?
No. That's
It would just revolutionize electricity.
Okay, Jeremy, imagine a wire, but a wire that has absolutely zero resistance. You just turn energy, the human energy that we have would fucking multiply by billions if we had room temperature superconductors.
Yeah, you'd be able to run your cars. Like, you'd have electric cars that run freaking thousands of miles, and you would be able to do. You wouldn't have to have utility bills because it'd be basically free.
You're talking about implosive. You're talking about implosive technology, i.e., instantaneous, non-lossy, over unity, and what was the third thing? Longitudinal propagation instead of transverse, so it's instantaneous.
Hold on, before you had me at over unity. How do we get over unity with it?
Well, Ken just put out a video. I haven't watched it yet, but supposedly the title of the video says "Over Unity, Ion Propulsion," and then in the next sentence it says, "What does it say?" It says light drive field." I don't know. Sounds pretty interesting. I kind of want to watch it.
It's not a coincidence that all the levitation propulsion systems and the free energy that's coming out. I mean, I think that's what this has to do with. There's no heat transfer. If there is friction at this temperature, it's very little. So you get long-lasting effects that, I mean, it's basically free energy. It's everything that everyone's ever dreamed of, all wrapped into one. And once they conquer it, it changes the world. Like, I don't even, like, weapon systems, propulsion, energy, everything wrapped into one. It's craziness.
Yeah.
Well, look, the reason why I'm
frictionless gears for one. Frictionless gears.
Yeah, you can make UFOs, maybe, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. You could actually physically put something in the sky and make it follow a certain path with programming. Like that's kind of like where it's headed.
Well,
Look,
supposedly,
the reason that there's... Go on, Dice.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I mean, you guys know I'm a fan of Ken, and he says that it's possible to have this like solid state drive over Unity device and have, you know, basically UFO technology, if that's what you want to call it. He said it's just a dielectric arc form, and he gets further in depth as to explain what it is. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you said Nick Cannon's your favorite rapper, no doubt. Go ahead, pick a username.
The reason I'm skeptical of this team is because they've done this before. They've claimed to make superconductors at room temperature before. In like, I don't know, fucking 2015 or something. They claimed to make one before, and their paper had to be redacted because of how many flaws there were in it. And they've even redacted parts of their paper already now. It's to do with one specific method they had. It's not the whole paper, but just one small part of it has already been redacted. It seems as though, and I think there's only been 2 tests since, but they haven't been able to replicate it.
I missed the majority of what you said. You're saying they haven't been able to replicate what in Unity?
Well, just said that this team's claimed superconductivity before at room temperature, and they've had to redact that before. And now there's already been like 2 experiments since which can't replicate the superconductivity at room temperature.
Hey, just to clarify, do you think it's physically impossible?
No, God, I hope not as well.
Okay.
It's kind of just this team is a bit sus.
What if they had a thing where they had 5 sigma certainty? How would you feel about that?
I mean, if they had a 5 sigma certainty, I mean, that's basically a given.
It's basically a given, right? What would you say if there is a scientist right now named Krupa that says that cold, dark matter has been disproven by a factor of 5 sigma? What would you say to that?
I would say he's the scientist that's like actively working against dark matter. He's the MOAD guy. So I don't know. Maybe.
Like
Wait. Did you say
a nail
cold
that's
matter?
sticking out type deal?
Wait.
A nail that's sticking out? That like that?
Did you say cold dark matter? By the way.
Yes.
Oh well, then yeah, that's kind of a, or at least how we understood it. That's kind of a theory of the past.
What theory of the past? So you agree that cold dark matter does not exist?
In the way that we used to think about it, no.
So how do you think about it now?
No, sorry. I'm not saying that there is a way or there isn't a way now. I'm just saying the way this thing, the way we thought about it, what we defined it as like a couple of years ago is definitely wrong. That has been very much thrown out.
Wow, okay, you're the first one that said this. Okay, so do you understand the implications then? If cold dark matter is not a thing, do you understand the implications of your cosmology?
Well, it might not be that cold dark matter isn't a thing. It's just the way we defined it and the way we thought about it before is not correct.
So something would have to replace it then that has the exact same attributes or non-attributes, to be more exact here. Would you agree?
Something would, at least the theories we're going by now for cosmology, we do need something to replace this cold dark matter, yeah.
Yeah, that's 30% of the universe. That's not just a little thing. So
you guys aren't using the. Hold on, Essie. You guys aren't using the Lambda CDM model anymore. Then that's that model's done.
Sorry, explain that, Jeremy.
The Lambda CDM model. You guys, that model's not doesn't get used anymore because we know cold dark matter is not a thing. Or what are you saying?
Well, I mean, like I said, cold dark matter might still be a thing. It's just the way we defined it and used to think of it was definitely wrong.
So what are the implications of that then?
No, so you're saying it's still a thing. No, hold on. So you're saying it is still a thing, and this guy's wrong on his recent findings.
He's saying it's another thing.
Yeah, I'm saying it needs to be something different to what we used to think about it, if it is a thing.
But it has to be a thing for your model to work, bro. This is the paradoxical nature of this.
How do we? Well, let's get into that. What defines a thing to be a thing?
Well, in this case, they need a thing to explain the movement of their galaxies that were wrong with the previous estimations of gravity. So this thing has to be there, or else gravity is gone in the way they understand it.
Does the thing have to be materially existent? Who are we talking to? Pick the username.
What does that mean, Dicely?
Meaning, in order for a thing to be a thing, it has to be quantifiable, in the sense that there's something tangibly existent in order to quantify it.
Yeah, for a thing to be physics rather than metaphysics, it must interact with something in the universe.
And when you say interact, what are we saying?
Literally anything. It could be shooting a beam of light, it could be forces, it could be fucking anything. As long as it has some form of interaction with literally anything else in the universe, it is physical rather than metaphysical.
Right. A physical thing interacting in the sense of materially existent.
Yeah, it's just the difference between physics and metaphysics.
No, I understand that part. Now I'm trying to hash out the difference between perceivability and tangibility in the sense of material existence, i.e., a thing.
I'm not understanding you then.
So when you say dark matter, are you implying that it's material?
Yeah, it interacts with other stuff in the universe, yeah.
And what's the composition of the material?
Well, that's kind of the point. We don't know right now. That's why it's called dark matter.
Well, that's kind of the problem, though, is it's seemingly unextractable, meaning that it's not actually a material thing, although we see its perceivable interaction. But this is the problem: is you're perceiving reality through the lenses of a materialist, i.e., an atomist, versus somebody who understands field dynamics. And this is where you guys have fallen off the wagon, in the sense that you've never defined the intrinsic property which unifies all things in phenomenal reality, being magnetism. That's the problem. So when we understand what magnetism is, and you understand that it's comprised of the loss of the dielectric field, then you'll quickly see that we've got these two fields interacting, which are actually but one field, and that the loss of that primary field, being the dielectric field, is what breeds mass magnitude, i.e., magnetism. And this is how we get space. This is how we get material existence. And this is how we get light and matter. All explainable, very simplistically.
You're not using dielectric correctly. What do you mean by dielectric?
Dielectric being the primary half of the ether field. It's so you got these two conjugate geometries, which are the antithesis of one another, yet simultaneously synonymous with one another, being the hyperboloid, which is the geometry of this dielectric field, and then you've got the toroid, which is the geometry of the magnetic field. And they're the negative images of each other. They're superimposed of each other, meaning that they're inseparable. So when you understand that, quickly see that we only have one field where light, electricity, and magnetism exist within. only ideated as being different due to their manifestations.
Man, that's a big one from Ken. Jesus Christ. How
Well,
does
this
he
explains
come
dark
up with this
matter.
stuff?
This explains dark matter. This makes nature very simple in understanding, not overcomplicated like quantum's done, bastardizing everything into, you
You
know.
say that it's simple and not complicated, but I asked you to define like dielectric, and you go on this like 2-minute session of fucking toroidal fields and superimposing, and it's like, what does that mean? What does any of
That
this
means
mean?
that means that when you look at that magnetic field under a ferrocell or supercell, and you look at those magnetic flux lines, they're interlaced with this other field. It seems like you've got these black lines, which is the dielectric, and you've got this black portal in the center of that visible magnetic field, where everything seems to be emitting from, coming from, and back to. So
how could I detect a dielectric field?
So you, like I just said, if you look at, if you have a ferrocell or a supercell where you visibly see the magnetic field, you're going to see the dielectric field synonymously intertwined within this magnetic field.
When I have
So
one of those, I see a magnetic field. How do I detect a dielectric field?
It's visible. It's the opposite. It's wherever you see the light is the magnetic flux lines, and wherever you see the black is the dielectric. It's that simple. So it's just dielectric is just the capacitance potential of counter space essentially. So the loss of the dielectric is what we call magnetism. So when you have increasing potential terminating towards and into counter space, which is that black center nexus of that ferromagnetic field that's visible, you've got that's counter space. Counter space, the dielectric field are synonymous. So
if I decrease my magnetic field, your dielectric field should increase, yeah?
Dielectric inductance or charge, yeah.
So how could I use that to detect the dielectric induction?
With a Gauss meter. Wherever you're picking up the flux, you're picking up the magnetic, and where you have the loss of that flux, you're picking up the dielectric.
Well, again, you're just telling me that the way to measure the dielectric is by measuring the magnetic. That's not what I want. How do I measure the dielectric field?
I just told you.
You told me to
it's,
measure the magnetic
it's the
field.
loss. Yeah, it's the loss of that magnetic field. The dielectric field of it on its own is non-quantifiable.
So you've just given me a word and a thing that isn't real. As in, I can measure the loss of a magnetic field, but I can't measure the gain of a dielectric field.
It's the same reason why you can't measure dark matter, dark energy. You know it's there, but you can't isolate it. You can't quantify it. There's nothing you can do with it. It's the absence thereof.
No, we've done this before with dark. Neutrinos used to be dark matter. We just simply figured them out after a while, and that's hopefully what's going to happen with dark matter.
You think neutrinos exist?
Yes, neutrinos exist. But again, how do I
have you
detect?
verified that?
How do I detect a dielectric field not by measuring a magnetic field?
Well, like I just said, it's you can't detect it. It's non-quantifiable.
So it's not real. There you go. I'm going to be honest. If you can't detect it, if it's not quantifiable, it's not real.
It's logically necessitated.
Okay, so you're actually just baking in the conclusion into physics. You've actually just said the dielectric field has to exist because it has to exist.
This is how you get electrification. It's phi times psi equals electric. The magnetic times the dielectric. It's the very same understanding that gave us our entire electrical grid that Charles Proteus Steinmetz and Nikola Tesla, Maxwell, and a lot of others were understood upon. So it
I've
seemed to
looked
work for
into this, by
them.
the way, Dicelo.
Seemed to work for them.
There is one mention ever from any of these about the dielectric field, and that is to do with the dielectric inside of a capacitor when it creates an electric field to increase the capacitance. That is the only one time ever.
Completely incorrect. Charles Proteus Steinmetz. Charles Proteus Steinmetz wrote an entire book on the matter.
Show me. When does he actually say dielectric field? Because I've looked into this, and he says, I want to say it's not Nikola Tesla. It might be Charles. He references it once, and that is to do with a capacitor. When you place a dielectric in it, the dielectric creates an electric field which increases the capacitance of that capacitor.
Yeah, so let me see here. So Charles Proteus Steinmetz, he's got a book on, it's called Electric Discharges, Waves, and Impulses. And I quote, he says, unfortunately, to a large extent in dealing with dielectric fields, the prehistoric conception of the electrostatic charge, i.e. the electron on the conductor, still exists, and by its use destroys the analogy between the two components of the electric field, i.e. the magnetic and the dielectric. This makes the consideration of the dielectric fields unnecessarily complicated. Let's see, J.J. Thomson, upon his discovery of the electron, called it one corpuscle of dielectric inductance. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I might miss this. Lincoln.
Let's see. We've got Eric Dollard talks about it. We've got. I mean, this is ongoing. The fact that you never heard about it just goes to show that you've only been given one biased interpretation.
All right, give me your side then. Link me yours.
I just said I gave you the title of that book. That book.
Oh, okay. What's the title?
Electrical waves. Let me go back to it. It says electric discharges, waves, and impulses.
By who is that? Sorry.
Who wrote the book? Who's the author? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, sorry. Who's the author?
C.P. Steinmetz.
You know how much shit in the HUD is named after the Steinmetz guy? He must have been big time.
Oh yeah, he was the real brilliance behind all of Tesla's inventions. He was the one who perfected the AC generator.
Yeah, I mean, we
guy was
built upon other.
I think he's got like a 42-page mathematical equation that he put out in one of his books. Pretty gnarly.
So you're saying Tesla came out with the AC generator, and then Steinmetz just made it tweaked it a little bit.
Yeah, Tesla couldn't quite get it to. Steinmetz was the one that tweaked it a little bit and got it to do what Tesla was anticipating it to.
And if they get cold fusion at room temperature, what would that do as far as this whole electrical thing? Over unity, basically. I mean, that's all you need right there. That's huge.
But yeah, so I'd love a way to detect this dielectric field, because if I can't detect it, and if it only exists in concept, it doesn't exist.
No, there's more to it than that. Look up Eric Dollard on YouTube. Type in Eric Dollard, Dollard, dielectric field. He's way more understood on the topic than me. I'm just parroting what makes sense to me and what I've asserted myself to, you know. But I'm not educated, on the matter. I'm not bona fide in any, field here per se. So this is just
Yo,
what's made sense to me.
no doubt. I just want to say shout out to the 23 people in the VC for participating. Also, shout out to the audience, 34 on YouTube. Let's go.
Let's go.
I mean, if anyone in the VC wants to join, ask a question, challenge Dice Flow's Ken Wheeler script, feel free to come in.
So there's also another guy you should check out. His name is Dr. Oleg, Oleg. Middle name or initial D is in David, and his last name is Jeffiamenko, Jeffimenko. He wrote a book called Causality, Electromagnetic Induction, and Gravitation. You should look into that because he talks about electromagnetic induction as a misnomer. He says since the magnetic effect is involved in the phenomena, and since the induced current is caused solely by the variable electric current and by the electric field produced by that current, he's basically talking about how he's basically getting into the dielectric field. He's saying that there's always a dielectric and magnetic component simultaneously created by their common sources. So yeah, he's just another good source to reference when talking about this, and he's a doctor, so I don't know. Let's see who else. But yeah, there's plenty of people that talked about the dielectric field. It went away very quickly due to the takeover of special relativity and quantum. They just kind of dismissed it all. But this is what gave us our foundation for the technologies we built off of, being, acquiring electricity.
Can you imagine if they had actually funded Tesla and gave him funding and shit, where we would be at today? And there was
Right.
no suppression, and there was no suppression of any kind of battery or electrical technology. Like, I feel like big oil has suppressed the shit out of battery technology. Probably anything to do with electric production.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. There's no incentive to make things easily accessible and limitless. All right, they got to put a meter on everything.
Yeah, until they realize they can use it for control, and then now it's perfect opportunity to force us to charge up off their grid, and then they can control our access to that grid. Hence EVs.
Yeah. No, it's all about control. It's all about control with these guys. Think about your house, whether you rent an apartment, maybe you just live in your mom's basement, maybe you own your own house, whatever the case may be, you want to control everything in your area. The smell, temperature, who comes and goes, the color in the wall, like everything down to the last detail. You want to control everything in your room, your little area. These people, these elite people controlling us, they think this earth, this whole earth is their room. It's all about control. That's all. That's it. That's why would they lie? Control.
Yep. And once we're on EVs, and your EV is somehow associated to your identity, you know, then they can mix social credit score in with that too. And it doesn't have to come from the government. I mean, Amazon, Twitter, like these companies. I mean, you got X, which is, you know, could potentially become associated with your Tesla vehicle. Like, you don't need a government social credit score. These companies can implement corporate credit scores, you know, and
Yeah,
control
this
us
is
that way.
God's room, motherfucker.
Yeah, but pick a username. The second you go against natural logic, rational common sense,
I'm just
to try to explain how the reality works, like you're no sooner getting to an explanation than you are just describing a concept. Like things have to follow, you know, logic and natural order in order to have viability. And that's why I went with model or way of explaining or perceiving reality versus what the mainstream's given, because it's completely nonsensical. And it's all based on quantifiability. Like if you can't quantify it, then it doesn't exist. Even though when we can see its effects, like dark matter and dark energy, we know it still exists, yet they can't quantify it. Like it starts falling into a contradiction upon itself. And this is why they have to like slap these labels like dark matter, because it's dark to them, meaning they don't understand it. It's mysterious or spooky action at a distance, because they see it, perceivably witness it, but have no concise explanation behind it. So it's just spooky because it contradicts their model. Like that's where you start falling into these dichotomies and paradoxes based on how you're perceiving reality. Yeah.
A little off topic, just to get the room's opinion, if I'm thinking right, if y'all don't mind. And we can go back to whatever, because I haven't really been listening lately. I had to go to work, but take a straight edge that's take a level that has a bubble level that's 6 feet long, and it's a straight edge. So you draw a line that's level at that point, and that's a horizontal line, and then you use the straight edge itself, not the bubble, to create a horizontal line extending out into the distance. When you get out in the distance, let's say a mile or two, and you put that bubble level straight edge on your line, the bubble would be different than your starting point. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you go by the radius. Am I thinking right?
That's what should happen on a glove. Yes, you draw that. If you kept extending that straight line horizontally, the bubble on your level over time would start to, you know what it looks like. It'll go one way or another.
Yeah. So I mean, the straight edge, the extending a straight line segment is basically what that is, and that's what these tools do very accurately. But you can use just a straight edge. You don't, you can do it in your mind on a piece of paper. Just draw a straight line and then put the ruler halfway on that line and halfway extending out in any direction, and mark the line again. That extends that straight line into a horizontal straight line segment. That is exactly what these tools that are electric or laser or whatever you want to use do, and at no point do they curve or deviate. You may measure wrong, like plus or minus, but they're not going to deviate in a direction to create a sphere, is my point. Anyway, we can go back to that.
And if you were to do what you're saying, like let's say I did that for a mile let's say I made a horizontal line for a mile, you get to the end, your bubble's on. All right, your line's, horizontal. These guys, well, we know if something's horizontal, if it's perpendicular to plumb, so we could go check that line throughout the way, and there would only be one place on that line where it actually is horizontal. I don't even know if I would call it horizontal, but any part on that line, once you come off the line, isn't even going to be horizontal. I don't even know why they call it horizontal, because you can check to see if it's horizontal with the plumb line. In their model, it wouldn't be horizontal anymore. Points.
Well, that's why I came up with the two buildings that are vertical, perpendicular to plumb in their positions, and you can measure the base of the building and the top of the building, and the distances apart should be different. You can't tell me you can be so accurate with distance and plumb and all that, and not be able to show me that difference over 10 miles or 100 miles or 1,000. It doesn't matter. You pick. So the difference at the top should be greater than the distance at the bottom when you use the tools that you say work and are very accurately to measure earth curve.
That too. That's actually one of the things I think that's actually doable for us to get a tangible measurement of would be plumb lines deviating or not deviating the higher you get.
Well, I've used plumb lines all my life, and the whole point of them is to make them plumb and parallel to each other. Like, that's the whole reasoning that you're doing it. You don't just, I've never just, used one, but knowing what I know now, you can pick one corner or one place anywhere and do a plumb line and then measure from that to any direction, to any wall, to any whatever, and make that the same measurement. And it's all going to be square and plumb and whatever. I mean, if the slab was curving or whatever, or deviating, you would be able to notice that.
No, these guys are saying you got to go the math for the globe. You got to go really high or really far apart to notice any change.
That's not what Larry said, though. Larry said over 2,500 feet that he measured the slab deviating 2 inches or whatever. So that would, if you did the wall on each end of that slab plumb, right, the measurement at the bottom and the top would be different. I don't care what you say. I mean, you can't tell me you can measure it within 2,500 feet, right?
Well, he said he measured a 2 inch drop, right?
A 2-inch drop of the concrete because they were following earth curves. That is craziness. Because if you put the wall up at each end, you could measure the base and the top, and the walls would be different measurements at the bottom, and the bottom would be one measurement, say 100 feet. 2,500 feet, and then the top measurement would be 25 point whatever. It'd be longer because it's angling out. And the taller the wall was, the more out it would be at the top. Like if you made a building that was 100 stories tall, at 50 stories it would be one measurement larger, and at 100 stories it would be even greater because it keeps angling away from the base.
Me and Brandon did the math one night. In order to have it to be able to measure it, the deviation between the bottoms of each plumb line and the tops of each plumb line, you got to get two plumb lines. They got to be like 300 meters high and 300 meters apart to even get like a millimeter difference or some shit.
What distance apart though? Because he's showing
like 300 meters.
Well, he's telling me there's a 2-inch drop over 2,500 feet. If you erect walls at each end of 2,500 feet and there's 2 inches of drop, you're going to be able to measure the difference between the base and the top being wrong because the angle is different.
It depends on how high the wall is.
I know, but the higher you go, the more the angle would be greater.
Yeah, the higher you go, the more deviation. Yeah.
Yeah, or the longer distance at the base, the more deviation you're going to have at the top, shorter distances. If you go 4 miles and it's however many feet drop, then the angle from each end is it's so stupid when you think about it, because the middle would be higher than each end. Like if you go stand in the middle and shoot each end, then each end would be lower. So you erect a wall in the middle that's plumb, and then you erect a wall on each end that's lower. So those angles would be different. That is, I mean, I know it's not true, but it's an easy way to think about it.
the thing. You get your theodolite. You can't do this with the auto level. You got theodolites to share, right? You get your theodolite. You go out. You make the theodolite level. You put 3 points in front of you. Then you don't use level. You don't even worry about level anymore. But you go to the first point, and then you sight up the other 2 points, and then you make a third point, and then you just keep leapfrogging like that, bro. How much land you got? I know you got like swamp land or some shit down in Louisiana.
No, that's what I told you I've done already. I've leapfrogged for 2.7 miles. And then not only leapfrogged at short distances, but double checked, like go set up in the middle and shoot one way and the other, and it's the exact same measurement. That line is a straight line segment extended, and it's all horizontal. If what's underneath it is curving, which in this case was water, then you could measure down from that line, right, and measure the deviation. You can't. No one will ever be able to do that. What you can do is go take the same exact instrument on a flowing piece of water and do the same exact method, leapfrogging for however long you want to do it, and then measure where you started, and then measure the where the water is flowing in the direction that the water is flowing, so you know the elevation is different, and you will be able to measure an elevation change from that horizontal line you established. That's nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but did you do it the way I said, or did you just use level every time?
No, I did it. I leapfrog. Like, that's what extending a straight line segment is.
So okay, so you're telling me you made your shit level. You put 3 points in front of you, and then you went to the first point and only didn't use level anymore. You only used sighting the next 2 points.
Well, that's what you're doing, but it just happens to be level. I mean, when you sight back,
no doubt. Yeah, I hear you.
It's always level. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There is no deviation in that straight line because that's what the tool is designed to do. You can move your instrument, you can set it up taller or shorter, or move it off to the side, or move it off to, in any direction, and then shoot that line that you've established, and it's all horizontal. That's what creating a straight line segment is. And you can forget the level, like put a string up, right? And then not even use the level anymore. Just put a string midway or all the way, and then extend it out in any direction. And then add another string midway and go and extend it out another 100 feet or 1,000 feet or whatever you want to do. I mean, the greater distance you go, especially with a string, you're gonna, not be as accurate. But that measuring creates a straight line segment, and then whatever's underneath it, in our case it's dirt, you can tell what the dirt underneath that horizontal plane is doing. That's the whole point of creating a horizontal plane.
We've actually thought about doing that with strings, but I think a better way would have like you get like 3 precision engineered spirit level shaped pieces of metal, right? The most solid fucking metal you can get, precision engineered. And then you like leapfrog them shits, you know what I'm saying? You have 2 side by side and then one on top of them. And then you just keep like leapfrogging them shits and marking the wall. And you'd be able to tell like that easy. That'd be better than string.
I mean, a string is just like a straight edge. If you pull it tight enough and you have an existing string up, and then from point A to point B you have a string, and then you go back to point A, you make it the same horizontal line to point B, and then you extend that string out to point C. Then
if you overlap it, you're saying if you overlap it?
Yeah, you overlap it, and it's just
like if you were to snap a line, like if you were to like snap a chalk line or something, you would overlap it a little bit to make sure you're on it.
Exactly. But you can only go a certain distance out because you would have sag in the middle. But you would what you're doing is, from A to B, you're making that line horizontal, and then you're extending out to C. We do it all the time. I mean, I do it every day. I just left a job site that if I wanted to extend that building out, I wouldn't even need a laser. I could just pull a string on top of the board that we have set and make sure it's from point A to point B on that farm is horizontal, and then extend it out to point C, and then hang a board. And then point C and point A are the exact same height. I mean, I don't even know. If you do that over water, and the water is curving underneath that horizontal plane, you would easily be able to measure it. Anyway, I mean, it's simple in my mind.
Hey, Rakia, can you please remind everybody what Soundly told you? If you have 20/20 vision and you're at the beach over at Lake Pontchartrain, can you repeat what he told you, please?
He said with 20/20 vision from ground level, you can see Earth curve at Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. I'm actually, I'm on the causeway right now, headed towards New Orleans, but I'm going to Biloxi.
You guys hear that?
So I'm going to cross over. I'm not going to cross over for that bridge. I'm going to cross over the bridge that goes to Slidell. There's 3 different bridges people don't realize. Like I'm coming up from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. That's one bridge. Yeah.
So, Rakia, to be clear, Soundly told you, the guys that measured that bridge, that came up with the picture from the hotel, he told you that from the side of the beach, if you have 20/20 vision, you can see the Earth curve, correct? The water dropping.
Absolutely. He's told me more than...
You heard it, guys. You heard it. And he told me that if I'm standing on one side of the beach, where he told Rakia there's a drop.
More than once. I've gotten him to repeat it because...
That's right. And he told me that if I'm on one side of the bridge and Rakia's on the other side of the bridge on the beach on the water, right? He told me that there's a 90-foot hump of water from our feet up.
Yeah, in the globe model, that's a hump from the sagittal. It's not an actual change in elevation.
Yeah, because
Here goes the first caller.
The center of the Earth, but no one's ever measured that. Soundly cannot take a measurement from the center of the Earth and get that it's 90 feet higher in the middle than on the edge from the center of the Earth. That's just illogical. They're just coming up with their theory, basing it on, the radius that's given. But the whole point of the string thing, if you take a string, Jeremy, and put it where it touches the water at the 12-mile mark, on each beach, it would be the string would be 90 feet above the beach. That's ridiculous.
Yep, and this is not what we're saying. This is what they're saying. Repeat. This is not the flat earthers or me saying this. This is the ballers, the guys who measured the bridge, told Rakia there's a drop and there's also a hump in the middle. Now, if anybody wants to start making excuses for them, please go right ahead.
Well, in their model, there's a drop from horizontal, and there's a hump from a sagittal.
There it is.
And there's a hump from a sagittal. 2 different.
There it
same
is.
thing
Baller
can be going
Jeremy
on.
to the rescue. How could you not see this, man? How could you not see this, bro?
Well, I don't think it's happening. I'm just saying in their model, this is what's happening. There's a hump from the sagittal.
Yeah, but why do you feel the need to come in and tell us their point of view? This is what I don't understand.
You asked. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what their model is.
And when you say drop hump, it's not that is legitimate in any way, shape, or form.
When you say drop hump, you make it seem like they think like there's like 2 antithetical things happening.
That's what they.
You're thinking of it, Jeremy, from one spot. It's a drop from one spot and a hump from another. I mean, it has to be a hump and a drop. I mean, if you're standing at the 12-mile mark, each beach drops from you. But if you're at the beach, the 12-mile mark is above you, a hump in front of you. That's what obstructs things. So it has to be 2 different things.
That's right.
I mean, there's no way around that, but I see the different way of looking at it. But I will agree, and I will be honest and tell you right now, when I drive over this bridge and look down the power line, it, depending on the conditions, it will probably, now I can't say that because I haven't seen it yet, appear to arc, right? Go up and then arc down. Well, how can that be? Even on their model, you're supposed to be on the top all the time. So it would always be going down, and it doesn't do that. It's the way we see. They tell us and taught me how we see things, right? How we perceive to see things in the distance. I've learned over time that humans are terrible at that, judging distances, and our eyes get our brains fool us over distance a lot of times with the conditions of the day. It makes bridges like are made of cement and steel appear bent and warped and shaped in different ways that they're not actually shaped. You know, that's just a fact of life, and they use that.
Yeah,
I call it.
Rakia.
Am I roboting?
No, I wanted to add to your point. I shared a video maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, of the Bolivian salt flats, and the guy specifically stated, like, your depth perception is shit here because of how flat it is. So that's
Yeah.
absolutely true with distance. Everything you're saying is true.
Well, and you add to that the illusion part, right? You get to something that's parallel, like the bridge or the power line, like that's a straight. You know, it makes your brain interpret it the wrong way in most conditions. In some conditions, it makes it appear to go up, like a concave Earth or whatever. But you have to just realize you can't just look at something like that and say, oh, it's curved or straight or whatever. Your brain, your human eyeballs and brain, the way it interprets, the way your eye takes in information, is not capable of doing that over long distances. You're easily fooled in short distances, much less long ones. You get the average person to tell you if that's a mile, you know, if that boat's a mile away or 10 miles away, they can't do it. You just can't do it. I can't even really do it.
That's because we don't see in 3D.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you see only the flat wall of the boat in front of you. You don't see its shape. That's craziness. I mean, you know, I guess at a certain distance it appears to be 2D, but I can see the car in front of me 3D. I mean, it's not like a flat canvas in front of me. It's a shape. But technical terms, you know, scientific terms or whatever, 2D, 3D or whatever, just the way I think about it. I mean, the car in front of me is 100 yards. I'm definitely seeing it in 3D. The trees, you know, I'm just not seeing a flat, you know, canvas in front of me. Everything's just, I'm only seeing the back of the car. I can see all the shape, the curves and all that. It seems 3D to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm coming up on the ramp right now, St. Charles Parish, where you have to get off, like you get on the medium to take a picture of the power line. Like I'm going underneath the power line right now.
You see in 3D because you have two eyes.
Let me see what the power line looks like today. Oh shit, it's pretty. I'm going in a car looking out the window, but it's straight as shit today. Like it ain't as pronounced curve as it usually appears to be. I don't have my camera, and then I'm on the opposite side of the bridge that you would need to film. But, and then there's people don't realize, you know, that's why I call it the soundly angle, because from the same position, there's a power line that runs north and south that goes to the west bank of Metairie, and I'm looking at those power lines now. If he would just pan over in the same video that he's showing Earth curve in one power line that he's at a certain angle, and then pan over to the other power line that he's at a different angle, just slightly, there would be no Earth curve, what he calls Earth curve, because the angle is different and the illusion is lost, right? You just don't see it anymore.
So, Kia, camera don't have emotions. Printer don't have emotions. You take only picture, you print it, you take a ruler, you connect two dots, one at the beginning of what seems to be a hump, and one at the end, that you draw a straight line and you compare the two lines. Is one of them curved,
Yeah, how about you
or
do
are
that?
they parallel? That's it. That's all you need to do. You removed any illusion, any possible illusion from the equation. If the lines are parallel, you're right. If the lines are not parallel, the globe model is right. Simple.
Okay, so you can take the same picture from the same position with the same camera 100 times during the year,
Oh, you
and
cut
all
out.
those lines would be
No, you
exactly
came
the
back.
same. You're
You came
full
back.
of on a graph condensed like that is not, because you don't even have to measure it. You can look at the pictures and they're totally different on different days. I have pictures that I've taken myself. You can count all the pixels you want, right? But you can visibly see that the bridge is distorted and bent in different ways. So you change that angle and it bends a different way. I went from each side of the bridge. 20 minutes later, went to the other side, and the bridge appeared to curve towards me again.
Yeah, this is part of the thing me and Chike are gonna do, because in order to
No, it
draw
was
straight
fire.
lines to things, we have to have it. Hold on, Chike, don't interrupt, please. In order to draw straight lines to things on a globe, and for those static positions to be changing, the radius would have to be changing if we're drawing straight lines. So me and Chike are gonna go around and let everyone know that Earth radius changes on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, but position of that. Yeah, you made my point, Jeremy. But position of what? I'm showing you that the bridge. When I'm on the south, when I was on the south shore and I was on the east side of the bridge, because of the angle I was at and the conditions of the day, the video and the pictures that I took, made the bridge appear to curve towards me as the viewer. Now this is a straight parallel bridge. It doesn't curve there. So when I went to the other side, the west side, I'm still on the south shore, but I went on the west side and took a picture of the same exact straight parallel bridge that doesn't curve. It appeared, because of the position the viewer was in, me, and the conditions of the day, which were different than 6 days before, appeared to curve towards the viewer again. So what are you measuring? You're just measuring the illusion that you've captured in your picture. So if it appears that you're at a certain angle and it appears to arc up and then arc down and appear to make a curve, and if you put enough of those bridges together, it would make a sphere. You're just measuring an illusion. Thanks.
Well said, brother.
Well, they agree that the pictures that I show are optical illusions, right? They agree that that's caused by this and this and this, and the weather changed and the conditions changed, so the bridge appeared to curve that way on that, at that instance. Well, what about on the conditions that you get at a certain angle and it appears to make an arc or to arc up? I mean, those are just typical, right?
Chike wants to draw straight lines though, so we got to go with that.
I'm traveling over a causeway, you're right, over Lake Pontchartrain, and it's 14 feet above the water, right? Let's just say that. Well, it's 14 feet for long, long stretches. So you're telling me if you take a straight edge from one end of the bridge and start making a straight edge, not using the water as elevation or whatever, that it would be a different elevation above the water when you got to the other end? I'll take that bet.
So put me in there too. This thing destroys your fantasy. The Soundly Bridge destroys the fantasy, destroys the water dropping, destroys the water humping. It's game over. Game over.
They taught us all about refraction, how we see, how optical illusions happen. Show us optical illusions. Show us on a different day how that bridge looks different. Show us from different elevations how it looks different, and then tell us it's Earth curve and nothing else. Forget about everything else we taught you, because basically I learned it from them, right? Barrel distortion, perspective, all that I learned from them. And then say, nope, that's not perspective or anything else. That has nothing to do with the conditions of the day. That only has to do with Earth curves, because we've measured it from the center of the Earth, from point A to B, C. We've made 1,000 different points from the center of the Earth to here, and see it curves. Well, I don't think Soundly or anybody else has been measuring anything from the center of the Earth. So I say horse hockey.
Yep, that's simple. We know how water flows. End of story. Water does not curve and water does not hump. Prove us wrong.
The great thing, and I mentioned it earlier, you can take the same exact tools that you're saying I can't measure earth curve with water curving over distance because there's too many variables, and then take a body of water, like do it over static water, but that's not good enough, right? You did this and you followed the earth curve, and then take a body of water that's flowing very, very slightly. It might be an inch, fall over a half a mile, and you can easily measure that inch. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's dropping because of the water's flowing, because we know how water flows. But you can use the same exact tool to measure that long distance and measure how much drop is in there, and they're proud of it, right? They tell you how accurate they are. They even tell you how accurate they are within the millimeter or centimeters or whatever, how much the moon is moved and all that bullshit. When you tell me you can't measure 8 inches per mile, bullshit.
Yep, it's that simple. We know how water flows. There's no way around that, guys. Got to come up with a new argument. Or you don't have an argument to begin with anyway, so.
Not to change the subject, but real quick, I just wanted to mention to Jeremy that over Unity device, that ion propulsion thing Ken was talking about, he said is 300 times over Unity. Like, it's 3.4 EV input and like 9 output.
Wait, and before that, I want to entertain a little idea with the Rakia here. You know what the Bible say about accusing people about things they are not guilty of, right, Rakia?
I guess. Go ahead.
So there's the slightest possibility that you're wrong, and you're accusing people of lies they never said. Everything they said was true, and you accuse them of lie. Now, you can make to yourself, you can make to yourself, I didn't finish. You can make to yourself, and to me, but
I'm not going to allow it. I don't want to talk to you if you're going to accuse me of accusing someone of lying. I never mentioned lying.
I'll go and I'll bring the clip that you say it. Never mind.
You're personally attacking my religion and my faith and using it against me in a manner.
I'm not using anything against you.
Said how I believe in the Bible, and I shouldn't accuse
All right, guys, yo. Right, hold on. No one can hear
no personal attacks.
Well, you're both over talking. Yeah, do you have a topic? Let's just stick to a topic or something, Chike. You got something real?
That's my topic. It's short. I'm just saying.
No, we're not. The topic's not if what Rakia said or Rakia is accusing. Just stick to a topic. Don't worry about Rakia.
What's the topic? There's no topic here. There's
over Unity. Over Unity. Slow just said it.
The topic is drop and hump. That was the topic. Water dropping.
Go ahead.
Or the drop and the hump. We can talk about the drop and the hump thing or the over Unity thing. Just stick to a point, though. Let's not get messy with it.
No, let SC do its thing. Run in the loop, SC. Keep telling us it's over. Come on.
What, is that what triggered you? I'm sorry if that's what triggered you, but we know how water flows. Prove us wrong. Tell us where the hump is.
He's just deflecting more. He's doing more non-talking. So,
yeah. Tell us where you see the hump and the drop, please. Rakia's been asking for years, and so have I. Enlighten us. Where's the drop? You see, when you get a chance,
doesn't want to do the topic. I personally, I'm ready. Like, I'm cool. I think I've measured static water at a lake. I'm actually pouring concrete on that lake. At a house near the lake on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. The lake that I did my test on, and I'm happy with my results. If someone can show me how they can create a horizontal line, straight line segment and extend it out over distance over that same lake and measure that water to curve, I'm fine with doing it, actually doing it again and doing it their way or whatever. But I've been asking for that method for years and it hasn't come up other than the one shot, 2.7 miles from A to B. And we all know because of what they've taught us about how we see long distance through optics and in those conditions, low level, you can't do it.
You can't
And
do
why
it in
would
one
I
shot.
waste my time doing that? Yeah, you
That's
can't
a
do it.
huge waste of time. No one with any brains is doing it in one shot at this point. We
But
all
that's
know
what
it's
they
just
have to
moving
go
all
to.
over the place.
I've heard that, or that local area is flat. That's the two. Because they know the method that I used is correct, right? They know it. A straight line segment can be extended. They finally had to admit that you can create a horizontal line starting at a first benchmark. It just, in their model, that horizontal line would be higher or lower in positions over distance over static water. So they had to admit that. Once they did that, game over. Because anyone, and I mean anybody, can go rent this equipment and extend these straight line segments over water that doesn't move, right? Is as static as you get, doesn't go up and down. And extended further enough a distance, even if the water did go up and down an inch or so, we're talking about feet that you should be measuring. And you don't get that deviation, then what they have to answer is, well, your area must be flat. You need to go measure a different area. That is ridiculous.
It's not like you do this for a living or anything, right? Nah.
It's very precise, and like, we have margins that we can have, but you can measure that margin, and the best way that a contractor or me knows that my guys did a good job. Water. When it rains on that slab, the part that's the fraction of an inch lower is going to hold water. The other parts aren't.
Tell them how your guys referred to leveling of a piece of land one time. How did they tell you it?
Well, there's been two things that's been eye-opening to me that I didn't know. I learned on the job site. Most of my guys are from like Honduras and Guatemala, Mexico, and the preferred tool, the most accurate tool used there is a water level tool. So they get a piece of tubing like we've been introduced to here, child to Bev, and you can accurately, shoot grade for as long as you want around corners. There's some benefits that are actually,
the price of it is huge. It's basically fucking free. I mean, if you're in a third world country and shit, you can get a fucking a laser level or a theodolite or just a tube of water. I mean, what's more realistic?
That's definitely one of the benefits, but the biggest benefit is that any distance, right? No matter how long the distance, and you can go around stuff, like if you have obstruction like walls or trees or hills or whatever, that doesn't hinder you from getting the level that you need. Now, the bad points is that it's tough to do by yourself. So these tools that are created like laser levels, especially, I can go out in the field and very accurately measure horizontals or levels by myself, right? So but they're expensive and whatever. If I had to go get a water level tool and check these elevations, it would take me a lot longer, blah, blah, blah. But the accuracy would be the same.
Shaiki, you don't even know what you're looking at, bro. And by the way, Rakia, before we get into that, didn't they tell you a certain thing like, hey, boss, we watered the ground, some sort of reference like that?
Yeah, water is the key to them. I mean, like Jeremy said, they come from third world countries, so they don't have they can't buy the expensive tools. So water is the key. Everything is based on water in life anyway. I mean, life in general, but measurements can vary. I was with a surveyor one time, and we were using a transit. So I was holding the tape, and he was looking through the optic, and we were shooting the height of a slab. And I was like, something doesn't seem right. I said, when's the last time you calibrated your tool? And he said, well, we have to do it every 3 months, blah, blah, blah. He goes, well, just go shoot the lake over there in 3 different spots, and I can tell you if my tool is calibrated or not. And he used water to make sure his tool was calibrated. And that was a survey.
You hear that? Do you hear that, gentlemen? Water.
So, Akia, I posted 2 pictures. I posted Bev auto level. Bev legs are, I believe, wet in the water, meaning he's on the beach, his legs in the water. However, his auto level is aiming way high above the top there, which should be, let's estimate, 30 feet at least high above sea level. Why is that?
You're asking me to comment about a picture you posted while I'm driving about someone who I wasn't with and on that. I tell you what, Chikey, I'll just be honest with you. I have no reasoning to talk to people like you. I mean, I deem you a time waster. You can. I mean, it's a good deal. Bev has done a lot of tests and it's been great. But until you go do it yourself, I don't know why you're posting pictures.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
See ya.
No, it's not fair. I don't fear anything. I've done it myself, Jackie. I don't need someone else's picture from across the world that a third party is posting on the internet to try and prove something to me. Do you understand that? Like, I have these tools within reach of my arm right now. I use them every day. Why would I discuss a picture that you know nothing about, basically? You're going to say, well, it may be this and it looks like this. I don't care. That's time wasting to me. Good luck.
Jackie, it's like you're telling a dentist, here, let me show you how to do a root canal. From a picture from another person. This is what you're doing.
I mean, I'll just be honest with you. I think Bev is very capable, right? But I have no clue if his instruments are set up right. I just know when I can duplicate his test, I come up with the same results, right? So I'm cool with that. I mean, until someone shows me different or makes logical sense, don't come to me, well, what you should have done was shoot A to B over 2.7 miles because that's what I saw a guy on the internet do, and look, he got dropped. Now, it didn't match the drop of the Earth, and have that guy come on and then tell me, well, 2.7 miles isn't far enough. I have to measure 6 miles to get a more accurate radius. Right? You have to make a longer measurement with an optic through low-level atmosphere to get a more accurate measurement of the true radius of Earth.
The longer you go, the more accurate you get. Isn't that how like building stuff works?
No. I mean, that's who was that? Was that Larry? Whoever did the backyard over his
That was Bob.
And he claimed that was Earth curve, but it didn't even match Earth curve. Well, his excuse of not matching Earth curve is because the measurement was too short. He had to measure a longer distance over water. But these are the same people who told us that you can't measure long distance low level, especially over water.
Wasn't that Bob that did that?
Yeah, it was Bob. Bob was saying the longer distance you go, the more accurate measurement you get.
I'm not sure that was Bob that actually did the. I can't, but he's the one that put the lights on his transit. He had the lights on his transit and shot in his backyard on Father's Day by himself. I don't know who I keep up with him, but
that was Bob, bro, with the lights on the tripod. Yeah, in his backyard.
Okay. He put nails and marks with markers on posts and things like that, and then when you actually question him and say, well, does that match Earth curve? And, oh no, it's off, and I used 2.5 inches of human error, like just to make it even come close. It's like ridiculous when you watch that video and critique it.
Yo, shout out to Bob. Bob, if you're listening, shout out to Bob. If you're listening on YouTube, feel free to come join us in the VC, bud.
Yeah, he used tape in one of the measurements. Tape.
I can see where you can do that, but and you don't have to be as accurate as you could be because you're supposedly dealing with 6 inches or however far he says he was dealing with. But then to say that you didn't come up with the right measurement, even though you added tool error of a certain amount and human error of another amount, but you didn't come up with the same measurement that matches what you were trying to prove, which is Earth curve or drop. They switched it from Earth curve to drop because they know it's not Earth curve. Like it could be optically dropping or whatever, and that might be what you're measuring. They did switch it to drop, but that equates to Earth curve, right? I mean, I don't know why they did that. But then to say it's not accurate because he needs to shoot A to B longer than what he did to get a more accurate reading. And that's only the case in figuring out the radius of the Earth. Everything else, you would want to do a shorter measurement so you would have less error.
Yep, it's a big dilemma for them. Water.
My point to
right
this
now.
is you can go to a...
Go
Let me
ahead,
finish
Rocky.
real quick. My point is you can go to a slab and go in the middle of it and shoot either side, and it's exactly the same elevation, right? You can build a farm around it, fill that farm with water, and it's going to go to the top of that slab and then start to overflow in every point unless it's lower or higher in each point. And that will show you that that slab is horizontal. And then you can go off into the distance and shoot like from a mile away from one side to the other of the slab. So you're shooting 1 mile to one point A, and then a mile point whatever to point B, and you're going to get different measurements. I'll take that bet for any amount of money. It's because the distance involved through an optic makes your measurements inaccurate, so you can't use them.
This is a guy that does this for a living every day. And that's what it is, man. It's like you're talking to a dentist about teeth.
That's another benefit of the water level. You got you get a more accurate measurement every time.
Well, I think you get a more consistent measurement, and the biggest thing is the distance and the fact that you can go around a corner, like in a house. You can go room to room and get the same elevation in each room. With a laser level, it's tougher, right? Like, you're limited. Even Blue admitted to that. He said he was in construction one time and used a water level tool inside a precipitator or something like that. Well, just coincidentally, that's the company I used to own. We used to build precipitators and heat exchangers and stuff. So we would have to do measurements inside these big vessels. And you're limited, right, with a laser or a transit because of you're going around corners, or you might have a partition in the way or whatever it may be, a divider, a pump, or whatever it may be. So if you use a water level, you're more efficient, you're more accurate, it's easier, right? He admitted to using a water level.
I remember that. He even posted a picture of the contraption that he did. Yep. Huge damn things. Those things are huge, huh? Damn.
Yeah,
it's not to be confused with the. It's not to be confused with the Lorenz contraption.
I was talking.
Oh, we didn't hear you, Chike. Go ahead.
You didn't hear me. Conveniently.
No, go ahead, Chike.
Essie, did you notice that Rocky, I didn't like your question about the tape. I bet you he marks everything with the tape all day long.
No, I said a statement, and Rakia told me that, yeah, it could be done, and I accepted it. Nothing wrong with that.
No, it can be done. I'm telling you, he's using it all day long. Everything he marks with the tape.
What's wrong with the tape?
Ask him.
Rakia is what you're doing.
That's what he's complaining about being interrupted over?
Yes.
What's wrong with the tape?
Yes. Nothing wrong with the tape. I didn't say anything.
You talking about tape measure?
No, he's talking about
marking.
A piece of tape, Chikey. Like you buying something like a duct tape. That's what he was talking about, I think. I mean, using a measuring tape we do all the time with a transit. What are you talking? You don't even know what you're talking about.
You misunderstood.
I perfectly know what I'm talking about. You measure elevation of some something you had to measure. You go and mark it with the tape.
You go and mark it with a tape. I've never seen anybody do that. Yeah.
Electrical tape?
I don't know. Yeah,
masking
something
tape?
like that, yeah.
Like painter's tape?
Yeah,
something you can see.
Painter's tape or duct tape? I mean, I'm just being honest. I've been in this industry for over 30 years. That's the first I'd ever seen anybody do that. And I just admitted that you could do it. It just wouldn't be, as accurate as doing it other methods.
Yeah, and
you don't find duct tape in surveyors' boxes to mark things. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and what did I do, Chikey? When he said that, I said, oh, okay.
Sure. it was,
You
it
just
was
named
Because I
just
all
know
the
funny.
knows what the
It
hell
was
he's
just
talking
funny.
about.
That's all.
That's why. Jackie, it's because I know Rakia knows what he's talking about. I heard him speak before, and I know he knows what he's talking about.
I don't even bash the surveyors who say that they believe in Earth curve or whatever. I just question the fact that they've done it, because all the surveyors that I've talked to, none of them have measured curved water. Like, and when you start talking to them about that, they're like, holy shit, I never thought of it that way. Because everything they are taught, especially in surveying, is that you have to do this, this, and this, and over long distance you're going to get this variance, right, because of Earth curve. Well, maybe they're not getting the variance because of Earth curve. They're getting variance because of the optics, right? How we see, or how, you know, the inaccuracy of the measurement. And is it a downward bias because of how light travels or what? I don't know. I don't really even care. I just know the more accurate measurement is a short distance. And to ask them, can you create a straight line segment and then extend that straight line segment in any direction for any distance? They'll all answer yes very easily. Like, because that's what we do. That's what they do all the time behind me. Like, I do the same thing they do. I just have professional surveyors come behind me and check my work to make sure that the plans are done right, or the surveying's done right, so we don't get in trouble. You know, we don't do anything wrong with drainage or whatever. So they stamp it off saying that my work is correct or not correct, right? So if we're off, if we're doing drainage wrong, or the pipe is wrong, or the slab is wrong, and they come out and shoot the corners and it's off, we have to redo it. So the more accurate we are in the beginning, the less work we have to redo. I mean, it costs me to redo things. So I've learned and double check. And the biggest problem that we have is human error. You know, so you get a different human using the same tool and they get a different measurement, then you know you have a problem. You can go from there. But no mention of Earth curve in my life until I got into this, you know, topic. And we've done huge projects. I mean, when you start talking about, you know, miles of runway that have to be a certain grade, that are very specifically drawn, you know, to grade, and how much elevation changes based on this single benchmark, none of it has to do with Earth curve. There's no mention of it ever. I think we can get back to the basics too. Water flowing, like from my town, I'm 66 feet basically above mean sea level. And mean sea level has nothing to do with the center of the earth. I mean, it's just higher elevation to lower elevation, the way water flows. So that could happen. I mean, to me, I don't see how that works any other way than over a flat plane, but you have to introduce some forces that can't be, again, you know, are kind of weird and can't be proven or whatever, or there's alternatives to them. The superfluid thing is really coming out, right? Like, that was like 4 years ago I brought it out, but the scientists back then were saying if that's true, then we have to redo all of our calculations and you know, the way we view things and all that. Everything would look different, measure different, distances would be different, all that. So it's gonna be a fun another 5-10 years. I'm sure Chaiki will be here telling us how we're wrong.
Hey, what you were talking about, Rakia, it reminds me of when you said that surveyors, they take a point and they can extend it from in any direction from that datum, from that benchmark. You know, when you're it's called, as we both know, it's called transferring the line. When you do that, it's always continuing. It's always continuing the horizontal, and I just don't get why that can't, like, why it doesn't make something click in their mind. Like, how do they not grasp that that's continuing a straight line? I don't get it. I don't see it. Why they don't see it?
I don't either. It's really simple. They thought that it could even be done for years, and that was crazy. That was the key point to me, knowing, I knew myself that they didn't know what they were talking about, because all you have to do is go to any surveyor, just a random one. Go to random 10 surveyors and ask them if a straight line segment can be extended in any direction and for any distance. And they would all say, yeah, and you ask them if that line would be horizontal. They would all have to say yes within a margin of plus or minus, right? But there is curving of that line. So if something underneath it, such as water on their sphere, right, is curving, then under that line you could easily measure with tape, with a tape measure, down to the water at point A, it would be 1 foot if you put it 1 foot above the water. And if you continued that straight line for a mile, at the other end, it would be 1 foot, whatever you want to call it, 1 foot 8, 1 foot 4, whatever it would be different, right? But I challenge you to do that, because you cannot. If you extend that straight line segment and you do it above static water, and you measure point A and point B and all points in between, guess what? They're all going to be the same within a limited margin of tool error and human error, which has nothing to do, which is way less than earth curve.
That's the point where they open up the new modified definition and say that level is adherent to the curvature of the earth. So that
they have to do that. I mean, I get it, right? They're trying to save it, but you go ask people who are actually doing these measurements from shoreline to shoreline. They never really measure the water, right, per se, but they understand that. Just ask them, is water horizontal? I mean, just ask them that. Ask a surveyor that, which he would, if he believes in a globe, he would have to say no, it curves. But you ask him, yes, it's definitely horizontal. It's a baseline.
Listen, it would be a different word if it weren't level. Okay, if it were level, then it would be the word level. If it weren't level, it'd be something like curved or something else, right? But level's level. You got to accept it. You got to put on your big boy, big girl pants. Let go of blankie, okay? And move forward here.
Yeah. Forget Santa Claus. It doesn't, I actually talked to a lady who is who has degrees and stuff, and we were talking about Santa. Do you lie to your kids or whatever? And she said no. I said, well, what if you found other lies to be, that's a lie once you grow up. What if you grew up and found out that water is actually horizontal? Or I asked her, I said, do you think water curves? And she said, no, it's, it seeks and finds its level, basically, in so many words. It's horizontal. Like, we use it all the time. She knew. Her husband's in construction. And I was like, well, that's a problem. Maybe that's another lie that we've been told that, I've personally investigated and I don't believe it anymore. Maybe you should look into it. She comes back to me now with all these questions. It's eating her up. People know that water doesn't curve. They know in their mind, they've been taught, right, in school and just in life in general, that water, basically in so many words, right, seeks and finds its level horizontal, right? Static water is horizontal. It's a baseline used to measure things. I mean, to make sure that something is not curving or not a different elevation, just fill it with water. If it's lower on one end than the other, that water's going to flow out.
Right.
I don't know how else to say it. The same thing with the beaches. I'm crossing over a section of Lake Punch Stream now, the East Bank, and it has boundaries. It has land mass. I mean, that mass of land is holding in that water. There's places that are lower where the water flows out, or higher that the water is contained more. I took a surveyor to Lake Pontchartrain when I first got into this, and we only measured 3 different points, but on different shorelines. And we had I actually forget how many, but it was inches, right? It was inches difference in the water level at the land, right? But there was wind that day. And so what do you attribute that to? Now, this was before I knew the earth was flat. I had measured it myself, blah, blah, blah. This was just going out with a surveyor friend and measuring the water level, right? Because I was interested. I thought at that point that the water curved, right? And he said, no. He said the wind is blowing in that direction. So you see these 2 points we took on this shoreline where the wind is blowing, it's higher. So the wind is blowing the water and pushing it up on the shore higher on average than the other shore. So when that happens, the other shore is obviously going to be lower because the mass of water is being pushed away from it. And he said, that's the difference. And we didn't even talk about earth curve. I mean, think about that. We both were global, we both knew the water curved. We were just shooting the elevation at the shoreline. I hope that makes sense. Because in general, what Soundly and everybody else is saying is that over 24 miles, there's a 90-foot hump, or the water is higher at 12 miles, but it's the same measurement at each shoreline. That's crazy. I mean, you can't even wrap your head around that.
Yep. And I hope the flat earthers are listening to Rakia right now. Because I know the ballers, there's no way. Forget about them. I hope the flat earthers are listening to Rakia.
Yeah, this came to me about a year ago, but forget about the land, right? Just put yourself in the center of a lake, and in every direction that water is lower, right, than where you're at. Go to any point on that lake, and the water 100 feet away is lower, a mile away is lower. I mean, wow, dude. It's as simple as that, really. And you think it's lower, right, than 1,000 miles away or 100 miles away or a mile away. It's lower than where you're standing right there, but it's not flowing. It's not flowing a mile away. It's not flowing to that point because of angle to the center of Earth. Like, that doesn't even add up. The pipe thing is what really got me. Zanuck saying that if you made a pipe,
Yeah.
miles long, the center of the pipe would be high, like more water in the center, because the pipe would be higher above the Earth, a mile away, so the gravity would be less.
Yeah, bro. How about the LIGO arms? The balls, the rolling towards the middle. How about that one?
Yeah, you on it, rolls towards the middle. I mean, it has to. You can't ever do that, but in theory, it has to. Well, we deal with plumbing on a small scale, like on a short distance, and you just put a fraction of an inch to one end of that pipe to the other, and then open both ends. And guess where all that, in the beginning, if you have a 4-inch pipe and you fill it with water and it's capped on both ends, and it's only angled a fraction of an inch down towards the other end. If you open both ends at the same time, water is going to come out of both ends because of pressure. You have 4 inches of that drop, but if you just put water in the middle, right, you put a pipe that's 4 inches thick with no water in it, open both ends and just slightly slant it one way, slope it one way, and then pour water in the middle of it, guess which way it's going to run? All of it.
Uh-huh.
Every last drop will go to whichever end is just the slightest fraction lower than the other. You can call that gravity all you want, whatever. I mean, I don't debate that at all. A waste of time. Like, you're not going to change people's mind, because that is one point that's been so programmed into people. Even I use it, right? Like, why not? It's just a word that we call what the effects of something like that. We don't know the true cause of these things. Ask even the gravity component. What causes it? Oh, well, we don't know.
You reminded me of this place in California, here in Southern California. There's a cemetery called Rose Hills, and as kids we used to go and like check out this really cool, weird optical phenomenon. They call it Gravity Hill, and you could park the car, and you look like, while you're in the car, it looks like you're going uphill. But then if you park the car and put it in neutral, the car starts going uphill. If you go outside and turn the water spigot, the water starts going uphill, but it's an optical illusion because technically it is sloping down, but for some weird reason, like look it up, dude. It's called Gravity Hill. It rolls hills.
I've seen it. Yeah, it's just a optical phenomenon. We had the
Yeah, it's
same.
optical illusion. Yeah,
I was
but
talking to a contractor one time. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
We were on a site and we were on top of a hill and it had a road coming up to it that was like at a severe angle. And he built this dirt pad like level, you know what I'm saying? Not at an angle. And when we were at the dirt pad looking across towards that road, I was like, holy shit, look at that dirt. You sure that's right? There's no way that dirt is horizontal, right? Is level. It's just no way. It looks like it's lower over there by like 2 feet. He agreed. He was like, man, my dirt guy must have messed up. I said, well, wait a minute. Let me get my transit out, set up, shot it, and it was exactly horizontal, right? It was just because of the road going down behind it at an angle that made our eyesight and our brains think that the dirt wasn't level. Crazy.
Right.
That was over 200 feet. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That was like, we were right there.
Right.
Yeah, that was a nuts thing, yeah.
They even have a place, I don't know if you've ever been to Knott's Berry Farm, but they have like this really cool room. Everything in there is optical like illusions. And like you stand on one side and you're like bigger, and then you go the other, you're smaller, and you're like, but it looks like you would be bigger on the. It's just really weird, dude. Like, it's a total mind fuck. But it's in Knott's Berry Farm, dude. It's a really cool little fun, whatever thing.
Yeah, I bring this up all the time because it's something I learned about. I'm interested in how our brains, basically are easily interpret things to create optical illusions or whatever. I mean, it's not hard to do. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Easily done, especially with water, but with shading, all the things that we mentioned, how we see over distance. Think about just the different angles and different shades of light and where the light source is coming from. That's a huge thing that I didn't realize. I'd go shoot over the lake, in the morning and in the afternoon, and the view would be totally different. And I found out later on that the light source has a huge amount of, play on how things appear, over distance. The shape, the size, shading, the color. You can get a tree, and I've fought with people over this, and they still don't agree with me. But you get a flat building, or a water tower that's painted white. You're right, and it's the same height as a tree that's next to it, or a power like a cell tower or something that's gray or not as blunt, right? Doesn't have that face of white. You can see that water tower from a long way away, right? Even though the thing next to it is the same size and the same height, you can't see it at all. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it just, the buildings over Lake Pontchartrain soundly shows, this one's 180 feet. There's 3 buildings right there, but they're at different angles. So when you're at one spot, you can't even see the other 2 buildings, even though they're the same height, because the angle of the light is not hitting the viewer. It's coming off of those buildings and being reflected. They're all made of the same glass. They're the same exact building. They're just different angles towards the viewer. Right. All that matters. I mean, these are things like, that's why I say time waster or whatever. Like, I don't need, it's hard not to sound like you think you're smarter than, let's say, Chaiki or whatever. I don't think I am. I think Chaiki's very smart. But I don't need Chaiki to tell me something about, how I see over 24 miles, especially over Lake Pontchartrain, because I've been there a million times. He's never been there. Like, I have video after video, picture after picture. He can't show me one of his own, right? That's why I just don't mess with that part of it anymore. You say you've measured water to curve? Okay, where? I'd like to go there because you've told me in my area it's flat.
Yeah. It's a belief. He believes it to be.
I went to Lake Pontchartrain the first day that I saw the pictures on the internet of the power lines. Me and my son went. It was on a Thursday, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, I've fished here all my life, lived here. I've never noticed that the water curves like that. I mean, it was obstructing the distant shoreline, which was only about 10 miles away at where I was looking at. And, I was like, holy shit, look how, it's easily, you can easily see it. It's right there. Took pictures of it. Okay, Earth is curved, cool. People on the internet are idiots, right? And then start researching, well, wait, this happens, this phenomenon, this, and go back like a week later, and I can see the shoreline. Well, wait a minute. Either the water is curving and obstructing that shoreline, or there's something else going on. Well, yeah, there's like a lot, of other things.
You're going to have to come up with something else, guys. Because this water thing, forget about it.
Yeah, their arguments are kind of dwindling. They're getting less and less. They're all getting knocked out the park. Of course, you need logic and reason, understanding to see that, but fortunately, not all can. Yeah. On Thursday, we're gonna have Nathan and Jaron on the show in the asylum. Just to let everybody know if you guys want to check it out. That'll be interesting.
Well, I'm surprised they agreed. Well, one of them, especially, I heard Jaron yesterday. That was something. Whoa.
Yeah, even so, like 2 days ago, I went on like Nathan's show, because the day before I heard him saying, or the morning of, I heard him saying like he wants to extend the olive branch to Jaron. So then I had Jaron on the show later that night in the asylum. So then I tell him, and then I go back and tell Nathan, like, hey, Jaron agreed. And then they both make videos just smashing each other. I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, I don't know if this is going to work or not. Because then there's like flinging mud at one another. But, I still messaged them after, and they both still agreed to still meet up and talk. So we'll see how it goes. And I know people are like, what? Nathan Oakland's actually going to leave his server and go to another one? I was like, well, it's going to be through live stream, but
I'll believe that when I see it.
yeah, well,
Did you make a deal with him that he has a mute button or something, or no?
No. Matter of fact, Nathan even said that he will be better. It will be better that they both are in a neutral place where they both aren't, moderate, hosting it. So he's actually appreciative that it's going to be that. I'll put a link in the chat. Who asked?
I think Jaron can handle, he's not going to interrupt and be obnoxious and all that. I think he can handle Nathan. Nathan, I'll just say this. I used to support Nathan a lot. Like, he's smarter than people give him credit for. And that dude can handle a room, right? Like, you say he uses the mute button, but even without the mute button, he's,
hang on, Dave. I'm really sorry. It's really nice to hear your voice again. But Dave, can I just address the mute button issue that everybody seems to have?
No, you gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish, and then you can talk.
Okay, sorry, Dave.
No, I'm just saying that's the word everybody uses. He does mute people a lot now. He used to not do that.
He doesn't. He doesn't actually hit a mute button on his show. It will only broadcast his voice. You're not actually getting muted in the server, the Discord server. He's running through Google Plus, which only allows his voice to come through. And that's what pisses people off, is they don't get to be heard on a live show because Nathan's mic is the only one that plays through the show. Nobody's getting muted. That's why I get so pissed off when they all complain about a mute button. He's not actually muting anyone.
I'm not saying he's in the butt. I'm saying he's muting people. You know, he's when his mic comes open, it cuts the other person off, or however it works. They're not being.
But they're calling it a mute button. He's not mute buttoning people.
It's
Hold on
essentially
there,
the
buddy.
same.
Hold
It's
on. I
essentially
went
the
on the
same thing.
show. I
It's
went on the
essentially,
show.
But it does the exact same thing a mute button does.
yeah.
It's not. He's not hitting a mute button though. Let's
It's the
not
I don't
same
make.
care
effect.
what he's
Let's
doing.
not. No.
He's muting.
Hang on.
Don't try to
No,
whitewash it for him, bro.
he is not
All right, let's
He's
not
muting.
get crazy,
muting.
guys. Hold on, let's not get
Hang
crazy.
on.
Everyone go one at a time. Let's let Rob go, and then
No,
somebody
all I
can.
was saying is he's never hit a mute button. He's had moderators that he says, "Can you mute this person?" He never mutes anybody. His gateway for his microphone overrides anybody's mic on his show.
So it's
Yeah,
essentially
we
a
know,
mute
but
button.
it's essentially the same
It's
effect
not
that's
a mute
happening.
button.
His voice is being heard, and the other person's voice isn't because he hit a button to make it so the other
No,
person
he
can't
didn't
be
hit
heard.
any button. He didn't hit any button.
He does
He
mute.
obviously did
He does
something.
mute. So he does mute. You
You
can't
guys
say he
keep
doesn't
saying
mute. He
he's
does.
muting people, but he's not.
Have you?
He's
Hold on.
making it so
He has
okay.
muted people.
Wait,
Okay,
let
so
me ask
he's
you a
making it
question.
so
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Jared. Go ahead.
he's making it so other people's voices can't be heard. However you want to phrase that, whatever. That's what's happening. It's the same exact effect.
While Nathan is talking, his mic has a priority over the people that are trying to overtalk him.
No,
But
wrong, Rob. I respect you, bro.
Not.
100%.
I
You're wrong.
understand what you guys are
My
saying, but
turn
he's
to talk
not.
now. My turn to
Okay.
talk now.
Yep, I got
My
you.
turn. Okay, thanks, Rob. I respect you, bro, but you're wrong. I went on his show. I don't care how he does it. If it's rigged, if somebody else does it, if he has it automatically done, it doesn't matter. I went on his show. Every time I spoke, I got muted. No matter how way he did it, I didn't have a chance to speak. So however he does it, Rob, it ends up the person not being able to talk. Sorry, bro.
hey, Rob, if you don't mind me asking, have you ever gone into an argument with him on the show?
I have.
I
No,
asked that
I have not.
I have.
I have not. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to answer?
The reason why I asked is because I have before. Like he's, I've even gone at it with him before. Like maybe been about 2 years ago. But while talking to him, you do get muted on the Discord. Like even in the Discord part of it, like how you show a red mic when someone's muted. It and so I don't know who okay, if you're saying he doesn't do it, you're okay, that's fine. But I can personally attest to the fact that I have been muted, and the reason why is because he wants to be heard, which is fine. It's his show, and I agree. That's fair. You're modding it. That's great. But I would just say, like, I don't know why someone would say he doesn't mute people. Respectfully, it's his show. I don't care if he mutes everybody. I'm just saying, like, it does happen. I know you're saying no, he doesn't, but he definitely does. And my thing turned red, which let me know, oh shit, I can't talk. Like I've been muted. And then he'll unmute you when he's finished making his point. You'll be unmuted, and then you can talk. And then if you listen to the playback, like you'll hear him, like talk, like arguing with someone, and then all of a sudden that person will just be cut off, and then it'll just be him talking, and then whatever happens, whether it's from his side or the Discord or the Google Plus, whatever, he actually has a really cool setup, and he could easily mute individual mics, like even in Google Hangouts, he has like 10th Man and like Neil and all them. He could even individually mute them within it. It's pretty. He has a nice setup. But anyways,
He
I'm
cuts
just
it
saying,
off
like,
from Discord. He cuts it off. He cuts off his Discord. He'll let G Plus come through, but cut Discord off. So anyone in
right.
Discord just gets muted essentially. No, is
I
that
don't
how it
know. I
goes?
don't
That's
know.
how I think it works.
It changes the server. It changes format a bit. I wasn't live, so I can't tell you. But the after show, he did edit. He didn't cut much. Maybe
I can
some
tell you
swearing.
this:
That's
Either
about
he
it.
way,
disagrees with you, you're getting muted. It's as simple as that. Not
No,
only that,
no.
I was trying to finish a sentence, right? He would ask me, "Is it an angle?" And I would say yes, and I would continue, and then he would go, "All right, great." He would mute me. "All right, I see. You're full of shit, Nathan."
When was it?
I could speak from personal experience too. When Dell went on the show, I was also there, and I wasn't trying to be disruptive or anything. I was, because the whole panel was dogpiling Dell, and I was just trying to throw in a couple extra points, and he server muted me for the rest of the show. And then he would just mute button over Dell, and hey, any of y'all could disagree with what Dell's coming with or not, but yeah, I mean, that's just how he does it. And Jaron made a salient point last night, and I agree with you, Apocryphan. You know, it's his show. At the end of the day, he could do what he wants
Right.
with it. But it's very easy to make yourself look like $1,000,000 when you have that power. When you could just over talk someone at any point, it's real easy to make yourself look like you're coming out the winner.
And again, like I don't even fault him for it. It's his show. He can run it however he wants. He could do whatever he wants. I get it. You know, like if you're in controlling the discussion for your audience, you know, it is what it is. I would never. I didn't complain. Like when he muted me, I was like, fuck it. You know, like oh well, it is what it is. I would never foul him for that, or
I just got here. I just got back.
Yeah, don't
Talking
call
about
it a
Joker?
debate, though. It ain't no freaking debate. That's for
Talking
sure.
about Nathan Jokley or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Diceful's been muted
Yeah.
there.
Oh God, years on in, bro. Years on in.
Yeah, Dicelo. Years ago, I've heard you muted many times.
But
They
Yeah.
really get mad at you when you talk about Ether.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. Oh fuck yeah.
After
Well,
hearing Jaron last night, what you were talking about yesterday with the olive branch thing, Apocryphon, I think that's going to be a big fat negative, Ghost Rider.
well, that's what I was saying. Like after I heard Jaron, Jaron did his. QE posted a video yesterday from 13 days ago, and then also Nathan posted a video, and I was like, "Wait, how is this going to work? Everyone's throwing shit at each other." But after all, once the dust settled, whether it's early this morning or late last night, Nathan Oakley messaged me on Skype, and he still agreed. He's like, "Yeah, we'll do it." I was like, "All right, cool. Let's just get a time and date." I mean, I don't know if it's going to change from now till Thursday, but Jaren's definitely on board, and Nathan's definitely on board. They both gave the yes. They both gave the green light. But we'll see. We'll see as we get closer.
well, I guarantee it's going to be a shit show. Seeing it from the content you put out in the past.
Yeah. Well.
Why do you guys think it's gonna be a shit show? Do you know what Nathan's objective is? Forget the rest of FED.
I was just basing that on what Apex put out so far.
What
Well,
is
I
it?
will
The
say this.
scientific method, Eli?
No, he wants to increase his channel.
Bingo. SE.
That was
That's it,
tricky.
right? Yeah. Okay.
I will say this though. We did agree to have first before the show. On I guess it'll be Thursday night, depending on, again, we have to check with the time frame where he lives. But before the show, we're actually going to have a private show to where they're going to like talk it out. I guess this is kind of like what's been through the messages. There'll be a private show where it won't be for the live stream. They'll talk things out, but then we'll do the live show where then they're both on the show and we'll come up with a platform and what to talk about and discuss. But it's going to be. I'm just
There's
trying to
only
structure it
one
right.
thing to talk about. Nathan only has one objective: talk about the scientific method. Everything else is not relevant.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Nathan made it very clear. Both Jaron did as well. Jaron said, I guess Jaron's main gripe was he just wants an apology in
No,
the
he's
science
not.
doesn't prove
He's
everything.
not getting that.
No, I know, I get it. That's why hopefully the private conversation, produces that. I guess hopefully they can, man to man, all right, look, check it out. All right, I apologize, whatever. I get what you're saying now. Something along those lines. Hopefully. And Jared even said himself too, if he apologizes and admits that science doesn't prove anything in that sense and where he's coming from, then he said himself, like, I'll
How's
retract my statement and
Nathan
say,
gonna
okay, you're
admit?
not a scammer.
How's Nathan gonna admit to that when Jaren and Nathan aren't talking about the same epistemology? When Jaren
Yeah.
says science doesn't prove things, he's talking about pseudoscience. So what are we
Right.
talking
So there's
about?
a miscommunication, right? To begin with.
Which
I
is what
agree.
I've been trying to tell these knuckleheads. Yeah, I wish that wasn't
Nathan
the case.
knows. Nathan knows. That was my whole point of entry upon the discussion was that there's a difference between current science and original science, and they don't necessarily segue smoothly across to one another.
Yeah.
So Nathan's coming from the approach of materialism. I don't know too much about Jaren or Jarenism, but
What is
Nathan's
materialism?
definitely not using the Socratic method of approach.
Yeah. If you're using the scientific method, that would be a Socratic method.
So why is he
It's just a method.
right? But he's hung up on the whole quantum perception of reality.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean? They totally talk about the whole.
We just talked about how there. I mean, how could you be a Christian and materialist at the same time?
Right. I mean, they're contradicting themselves outright. Nathan and quantum eraser.
We'll see.
They assert light as a photon, particle wave duality. They talk about it all the time
I
about the
know
wave
they
class
don't.
function.
I know they don't, but people say that they say they do.
I mean, it's on his fucking drop down arrow of every video.
If you say so.
Did he remove it?
If you say so.
I mean, it's been there for years.
There's no particle wave duality, but if you say so.
Are you talking about the light is a particle, Dicelo?
No, he's talking about the light as a
Yeah, they
particle,
about
but
the photon. They talk about
and a wave. Duality.
yeah.
There's no. They're very clear. No, it's not a wave.
They don't talk about the wave distribution probability.
Not as part of the scientific portion of it. No.
So then, what part of it are they speaking in regards?
Well, if it has to do with the distribution, it's definitely not the science part. They're just talking about. I mean, they've talked about the difference between the tests versus the pseudosciences that come about from the tests.
So what's their conclusion?
We'll see, I guess. If it
So they've
comes up.
never provided one.
What do you mean conclusion? What is there to conclude if the scientific method was done as far as the phenomena for diffraction, the conclusion would be the conclusion of the test. What do you mean?
So
What's their conclusion?
yeah, what's their explanation behind light?
They don't have one. That's what I'm saying. Like, but people keep saying that they're saying things that I've never heard them say.
So standing on the outside, not having an explanation, but refuting everyone else's, that's their position.
Well, I don't know. That's a weird flip because we were just talking about the very opposite, them having an explanation right in the drop down window you were talking about. But I was saying I don't remember seeing that.
Okay, so I gotta go to this channel now on the drop down arrow. Let's see. Nathan Lee, 1980.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard the show with Jaren, but I even want to let you guys know too. If you didn't hear it, actually, a Glober brought this to my attention, to the attention and discussion that on YouTube,
if you search for certain things, and if you have yours, it's a default filter to be relevance and flat Earth, and even if you put it by title on YouTube, it won't come up because it's under relevance. But if you put it under date, then that video will be on your first like top 5 or 10 videos suggested. So that's just like a little loophole. If you do look for things through YouTube and you can't find them, put it by date and you will find that video. Just a little like heads up, cool
Yeah,
little hack.
So
that's a
here's
really
here's
good
the
way.
drop down arrow. I'm just looking at in their description. They've got science versus pseudoscience. They've got
Mm-hmm.
quantum
Mm-hmm.
mechanics, double slit, and quantum
Mm-hmm.
eraser explained. They've
Mm-hmm.
got light is a particle video,
Mm-hmm.
double slit
Now,
experiment.
is there a particle wave duality video there somewhere?
Well, I mean, when you're going to assert that light is a particle, and then in the same breath talk about, the wave collapse function. I mean, isn't that kind of implicit?
No, it's not
Really?
a dual. It's not a
So
duality.
how do you get a wave? How do you get a
It's
wave
not.
collapse
It's
function out
not
of a
a
particle?
duality. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So light's what? A wave or a particle? Which one is it? What are they from their claim?
Light's a particle.
So they're asserting light is a particle. Got it.
That's
And
what
now
we've
you
heard
see
them say.
why they're materialists. And that's
Why
why I'm
would that
saying they're
make? Why would
materialists.
that make someone a materialist? What's the definition of materialism?
Definition of materialism is asserting that all fundamental premises of any sort of phenomena is a particle interaction.
In fact, I've heard Nathan and QE say the opposite. So why are you calling them materialists?
What's the opposite of that?
Just because we have a method for the study of the physical and natural world doesn't mean that they don't believe in other ways or other epistemologies to knowledge, which they've
So
mentioned.
what's the opposite of a particle when you say the opposite?
That's a non sequitur.
You said it, not me.
No, I'm saying we were talking about them being materialists, and now you're asking me something that's completely non sequitur.
How is
Like
it non sequitur when
we're
I just
supposed to be
told
trying
you?
to understand each other and not argue. I'm just trying to have as many things not unjustifiably tailored onto people as possible, because that kind of causes friction where there doesn't need to be any.
Well, again, I guess I got to repeat it. So when you're asserting that particle, the premise of all phenomena is particle interaction, how are you then not
They
saying
didn't say
that,
that.
or
They
saying that
didn't
they
say that.
believe in the opposite? What do you mean by
They
the
didn't
opposite
say.
of that?
They didn't say that. That's the
I
point I'm
just,
making.
if you would let me finish, because I think you're just too quick to chime in. I just said,
What you said, they did not say. What
I
you said,
understand.
how does one
I
who
understand.
believes they don't
You
believe
said
that?
they
So I
believe in
don't
the
know.
opposite of that. So what is the opposite of that? I'm trying to squeeze it out of you since you're running from
Does anybody else think I'm running from it, or does it sound pretty clear what I'm saying? That they
It's
don't
clear what you're
believe.
saying, but he's strawmanning what you're saying. What they said.
You refuse to
So
Because
understand.
what they said,
I'm
from
talking.
where do you go
I'm
from? No,
talking.
because he was
I was
actually,
talking.
dude.
I was talking.
Are you going to address what he's talking about, or were you going somewhere
Yes.
else?
Yes.
Is this George?
A question was asked, and I'm answering.
Oh, suck a dick, George. Please go to sleep. We don't have time
So
today.
It's Chike. It's not George. It's Chike.
I always used to get
Same
them
it's
difference.
not
confused
Go
too.
Chike.
to
Chike
sleep.
was talking and was talking over.
all right,
Same
Chike.
difference,
Let
Do
George.
your
Chike
job,
finish.
Jeremy.
Guys, please, please. I got this. This isn't my job. Okay, just relax. Let's let Chike go, please, guys. Don't interrupt.
Well, you make it your job when you need to silence me. So anyway, yes, a photon is an elementary particle. Elementary particle is not dual, it's what it does. That's the behavior of elementary particle. It's not a grain of dust, it's
Mhm.
elementary particle.
Okay, but that
Here-
doesn't
here-
address what he was talking about.
Here's
We're
the
talking
thing.
about him and
It kind of
Nathan.
does.
Hold on, no,
But
'cause I understand, yeah, but it doesn't because what we were saying was, is who was it? Napalm, who was the one that was talking, saying that that
Elijah.
Nathan's no before Elijah, the one who was saying that
Dyslow?
Dyslow.
Dyslow was saying that because Nathan believes that it's a particle, that everything else is this everything's a particle, and he doesn't, and he believes in materialism.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that? I definitely heard some people in here say light is actually what everything is made up of. But I
Yeah,
could tell you
I
one
said that.
thing, but you saying that Nathan is saying that is not the case. Nathan does not believe that a light particle is the makeup of literally everything.
I no
No,
shit.
he doesn't believe that.
That's a straw man. I never even mentioned that.
Yo,
Like
but did he
that
not
Nathan
just say
asserts
that
that.
El Before or not? Am I tripping?
Well,
Yeah,
he
you're
said
tripping.
that Nathan believes that everything's materialism because he
Based
believes the light
on
is a particle.
exactly. So what are we talking? I mean, hello.
So what you said was he believes in the opposite of that, but you never explained what the opposite of that is. That's all you. So you just throwing things out there. Like, can you
You
get into
said
an
he was a
explanation?
materialist because he believes that everything is made of these little individualized particles. No, he's never said that. He
Okay,
said the opposite.
he's asserting light is a particle. We're talking about light, right?
Oh, so what?
Okay, so what's the opposite of light being a particle then?
No, the opposite of your premise, not a particle, dog. That's like asking me what the
You're being
opposite of
real
a tree
vague and
is. What are you
ambiguous.
talking? It's not vague. It's like saying what is the because it's a thing, right? So what is the opposite of a tree? That's akin to what you're asking me. I'm
You're the one
saying
who
the
said it.
opposite of your premise,
So
meaning
what is it?
he's a
Explain it.
materialist because all he believes is this. I'm like, actually, that's the opposite of what he said because he's mentioned other things that are in existence that isn't necessarily have to do with the physical realm.
So
So that
information,
means
like
he
things.
can't be so that means he can't be a materialist.
Okay, we're
Why are
not
Yeah,
you
talking about
saying
the
that?
specifically.
supernatural. We're just talking about one topic right now, bro, and you're like trying to conflate it to everything here. But the
No,
problem
say.
is you're asserting. Go ahead, Jeremy. My bad.
Well, I was just saying he's not a materialist. He's not. He believes in other things like information, things that aren't material, things you can't put in a jar and paint red.
Okay, that's nice, but we're talking about light right now.
So you put him in a false dichotomy, the thing that you keep accusing FED of doing to people. Wow, how interesting.
I put him in a false dichotomy, or he put himself.
Oh, you admit it then,
I
unwittingly.
admitted what? Here we go with your vague ambiguity.
That's what unwittingly means, is you don't even know what conversation you're having. I'm following the
Sure,
form.
because
You're
you're
just saying
confusing me.
things.
Yeah, you're over here. You're over here overcomplicating things. All I'm saying is that Nathan believes in particles. He believes light is a particle interaction, and I'm telling you that particle interaction is pertaining to materialism. Now you're saying that he's the opposite of that, but you're not giving anything to support that other than saying he believes in other stuff that's outside of materialism or particle
The
interaction.
material. The
Just
material, yeah. He's not a materialist.
just because light just because light is a particle doesn't make somebody material.
I mean,
Material.
just
I
because you have
mean, you're
beliefs of supernatural things doesn't not make you a materialist. Just makes you
well.
a confused, perplexed one.
What?
Anyway, I mean, see, this is why we have beef. Really, it's not me. It's not
Oh, it's Dyslow. Yeah,
FED. It's
Dyslow
not
did it.
FED as crass as some of them can be. It definitely is people who create this rhetoric. I just come in here to try to dispel some of the false
Mhm.
claims and the false notions. I don't go running around and putting words in people's mouths and saying that people have certain positions that they don't have.
He
Eli
doesn't even
doesn't
have a
do that.
position. That's the problem. That's his
Thought
whole
you
fucking
said
little
he
gimmick
did.
is
He's
that
a materialist. I
he
thought you
doesn't
said he
claim
had a.
any statements. He only refutes the statements that are being claimed. That's Nathan and QE's whole MO. They'll never give you an explanation behind a said phenomena. They'll only refute the one you provide. That's their
Nor
whole
do
MO,
they.
bro.
Nor do they need to.
Nor do they need to. Really? Are they doing science then, or are they just scrutinizing science without without a conclusion.
Well, if you don't have a claim, you don't have to do anything. It's the same. Now you're doing the same thing.
That's a nice tactic,
Yo,
bro. That's a
Jeremy, can
real
you
nice
stop him
tactic.
from interrupting me? Because this is why it gets hot. He says something, I don't say anything. Then I say something, he gets mad in the middle of my sentence, and he says stuff.
Let's go one at a time. Dice Low, you're gonna go next. No one interrupt. Dice Low's next. Go ahead, Eli.
That's interesting because my whole gripe with the globe Earth and all the arguing about the globe Earth is that, hey, I don't have a position, and all they do is try to force me to have one. Seems like you're the same kind of person. It's the kind of cancer that we need to cut out of this community.
Wow, that's a really lovely statement.
That was
Considering
harsh.
Yeah,
Well,
that's pretty
Oh
harsh,
well.
bro.
It was justified. Oh well. Everybody's listening to the combo.
Yeah. So they've got no logical framework to support anything off of, yet they just want to refute everything that comes through and passes by them. That's not really concluding. That's not really helping anything, thought provoking. All that is just dismissive arguments, bro. Like that's what you've asserted yourself upon, entangling yourself within the Nathan Oakley and QE crowd. Like you guys got no position. Your only position is to refute the positions that pass by you. And you think that's a righteous position to be in.
No, the
Good
only
luck,
position
bud.
they
Good
have
luck.
is to prove your claim. If you have a claim, you might as well prove it. If you don't have a claim, then what the hell?
Yeah, there's a guy that came into 24/7 the other day, started making all types of first he tiptoed saying, I don't want to say anything that'll get me banned, and I'm like, what does that mean, bro? It was me and AI. Sat there and talked to him for a whole hour while he pretended like we weren't letting him talk for an entire hour. All he was doing was committing affirming the consequent fallacy, and I was pointing it out, and all he kept saying was, yeah, but. Then he kept saying it was a logical framework. Then I pointed out, well, the logical framework, so called, actually has an affirming the consequent within it. Not so logical, is it? All he did was then call us materialists. All he did was, I don't know, begin to attack people's character for simply having the conversation with him, and then pretend that we were trying to paint him into a corner when in fact he was trying to paint us into a corner. That's all I hear is going on around here.
All I hear is ad hoc assumption that light is a photon, i.e. particle. And you want to just kind of dance around that notion without ever
So
explaining
he
it.
didn't mention anything about light, though. Okay.
That's the whole point of our conversation. If he wants to digress into other things and start attacking, assassinating one's characters and comparing what happened on 24/7 with me, I mean, that's his problem, bro. I ain't got time for that. But let's get back to the point at hand, which
Not
is
with
your
you, with
particle.
some other guy.
All right. Well, let's explain this particle you guys believe in.
What for? You guys talk about the same thing, just call it something else and then go on with the pseudoscience that none of us care for. What's the point?
So you believe in photons, huh? That's
Well,
bad.
you believe in the same thing, except you call it something else, and you call and you gave it a reason as to why it happens. So it's not like you're denying the existence of what we actually see.
It sounds like you're just denying what you can't define, which is the epitome of ignorance, without ever getting to a premise or a conclusion or anything. You guys are just hand wave dismissing everything that comes your way while simultaneously asserting yourself upon particles without anything to substantiate it.
No, dude.
Wow.
First and foremost, the phenomena for the actual experiment, and QE has stated this many times, there are hundreds of different versions, and they're not all actual experiments. But first and foremost, in case anyone forgot, the actual natural phenomena observed is diffraction. I don't even know if you guys are in the same ballpark because I never know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hold on, QE does claim it's an actual experiment, though. Double
No,
slit, you guys know what a
I
double slit?
just said he said that there are many, and they are not all actual experiments. So
Elijah, I do have.
you can't just type in double slit or look up double slit and go, oh, here's the double slit. And then say, oh, look, this is what QE believes in. No, you better know exactly which test you're talking about.
But he
Elijah,
said you can definitely put it into a scientific experiment using the method.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. There's so many
I don't think anybody
so-called
is, bro.
different.
This is where we get the vague
I'll
ambiguity
say
from.
it again. It's not
That was
vague.
not
There's so
vague, bro. That was to the point. First of all, he said there is many types. In other words, there's a bunch, and not all of them are scientific experiments. Meaning, some are and some aren't scientific experiments. How is that vague, bro?
How is that not vague? Some are and some aren't. You're not.
Yeah,
You're not
some are
giving. You're not
scientific
narrowing anything
experiments,
down.
and some are not scientific experiments. How is that not vague?
Which ones? Which ones precisely?
Okay, okay. Now you're asking
That's
which
my point.
precisely is a scientific experience, but there's
That's my
some
point.
that are and some are not.
That's
Hey,
my point.
Elijah, I do have a question for you.
Just so
In
y'all
re-
know, I don't know everything, bro. I just most
that's fair. That's fine.
uh-huh.
I do have a question though for you.
Hey,
In regards to this little argument.
are you slamming stuff? Right.
What? Oh, I have my question is this: does QE believe in the photon?
I guess yes. I mean, photon, particle, whatever
Right.
it is
And
that hits the photon detector, I would have to say yes. I guess,
okay,
right? We're clear on that.
okay, so then
But
my
that's
next
not
question
an
would be
experiment. You know that, right?
no, yeah, no, I know. That was my next question. Then, in if you believe in a photon is real, then how do you science that? How do you prove
It's not
a
science.
photon to exist? I
It's
mean, no,
not
I'm sorry.
science. It's just something. It's something that hits the detector.
Okay, okay.
So it's a belief then. Okay, I got it. Religious.
Well, that's what I was getting to. So like if it like technically we don't know what it is, but we're just going to call it a photon. Is that fair to say?
No. The
Oh,
phenomena is diffraction.
mm,
Again, like you guys are hung up on this idea of photons. You might have Googled it. You might see like things orbiting other, like nobody's taught, bro. Y'all are like so
no,
missing the point of
I'm
why.
ignorant to it. That's why me personally. I'm ignorant to
I know, and
if
it's a
he
lot harder to
believes.
understand when other people are trying to inform you on what QE is saying when he hasn't said it, right?
Right. That would be something like I would maybe probably have to have that conversation with him and
I
ask
would
him
also
like,
advise doing it because he has a short fuse.
oh, I know.
Just watch his video, man. And
Well, in
then
his I've seen a lot of his videos.
indict him for his video. If it's not enough for you, then just leave it at that. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Just don't add things to what he says if he hasn't said it. Just leave
No,
it
I
where it
hear you.
is. If it's too vague, then it's too vague. Don't get on board with it. I don't know.
No, I hear you. I was just trying to get an understanding. Like, does if he speaks, like photons are a thing, or is he just explaining what a photon is without even believing in them? That's kind of like where I'm getting at. Like, does he explain them according to like the way we can learn in a textbook and and online? And is he saying it like accurately in that sense, but at the same time he doesn't truly believe that they exist or they are
No,
a thing?
quantum mechanics specifically has very valid tests, and then there are a lot of things based on the natural phenomena observed that is not science and is pseudoscience. That's as much as I know, because
Right.
I really don't give a shit about this conversation. I don't know any, not in this one particularly, but like in general. Like I don't know much about like uh uh any technology. I don't know how the fuck my phone works, to be honest with you. So for that reason, I'm out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. No,
Let me just say
again,
one thing if I can, guys.
go ahead.
I'd like to shout Eli out because he comes here. He's one of the few from the FVD that comes here and he says his stuff. He doesn't hide behind a button or any shit like that. So I want to shout out Eli for that. Kudos on you, bro.
Thank you, Essie. I actually tried to defend you in the back channels from them guys. I was like, nah, he's cool. You guys were just dicks and weren't able to communicate with him. I remember the day that we bumped heads, and I found a way to figure it out and get past that, and we're cool now. So I just told them they didn't do that, and that you actually know your stuff and you're cool. So
Well, thanks, bro. I remember when we clashed and then we came to terms. So yeah, that's how people should be, man.
That's the way it should be. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that the private conversation before the show, I hope they can work it out amongst them. You know, as two grown men, instead of just like flinging mud at each other through videos. Hopefully, they could actually like be like, all right, let's be real about it now. And have a good discussion. Not
well, I
a
will
and
say
and
that.
here's
Oh, go
here,
ahead. Go ahead.
here's one thing that I told Jaren as well. Like it's also different when you're dealing. What's up, Carlos? It's also different when you're doing something on a show because then there's like the show value, quote unquote. So like things can even get heated just because it's a show, just because there's a debate in front of others. But when you can privately speak to people, it does change the conversation. I personally feel, and it's not as you're not trying to entertain or trying to prove a point for someone else to hear you because now you're just man to man, just talking one on one. So I think it will be productive in that sense. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Most of the guys are not so optimistic, but again, they've been told to stay the hell out of it, because they can be really reactionary. And the bottom line, my critique that day was specifically if Jaren doesn't understand the difference between an affirming the consequent fallacy or some of these other fallacies that may be, a little elusive to the common person, then I don't know how far we'll get because he's going to have to accept that there's science and the scientific method, and then there's pseudoscience. I already know that Jaren knows that. Why? Because Jaren has specifically called out certain others and saying, why is your science, wrong, right, and this science wrong? So it's not that he doesn't believe science proves things. He just thinks certain things are valid and certain things are invalid. Well, what he needs to reckon with is the fact that what he's often talking about is pseudoscience. We all hate those guys. We all hate the dudes in the cute lab coats or the astrophysicists or the people that are in university who are claiming things are science that aren't science. Even when
Right.
it comes to a lot of the quantum realm talk, majority of it is bullshit. We all know that. So Jaren just needs to accept that there actually is an empirical method and it's only a method in form. If he just pays attention to the form, if A then E, if A then B, if A then not B, which is what makes it empirical. It's based on the question that you ask. If you ask a question that is outside of being able to do that, it's not that method. That's what we mean by it's not science. It's just not that method. That's all that means. Like I
Well,
can't dial any number, any combination of numbers I want and get my sister. You know what I'm saying? It has to be a certain set of numbers. Even you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. I told you. And that's why, like, when I was talking to him, privately, to Jaren privately, I think there's maybe not necessarily a miscommunication, but maybe they're talking past each other. But I think if they have a private conversation and say, look, this is what I meant, this is what I mean, stop saying I mean something else, stop implying, stop maybe misrepresenting what I'm saying. And that's from both sides, you know what I mean? And like I said, Jaren said he'll retract his statement of calling them scammers if he will agree to what Jaren said. But I think that Nathan will only agree to what he said if he puts that in that context, because I think that the context that Nathan thinks he's saying it in is maybe misunderstood. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Before I say here's the problem, what do you guys think? Because some of us may have been there and some of us may not have been. Now, I'm on the side of Jaren started it. He stuck his nose in some place it didn't belong. Why? He was standing up for his friend. That's understandable. That's respectable. However, he was wrong. Because he did that, he wrongfully called Nathan a scammer because he says Nathan's a scammer for telling people that science proves things, which is actually non sequitur to the entire reason. Well, maybe it's not non sequitur. It's a little. It has a little bit to do. It has probably everything to do with it. But the bottom line is, how you gonna call Nathan a scammer for a method that's a method? It is a method. It is valid. It is empirical. So he's the first person to do that.
Yeah, but when QE was running around saying water boils at X degrees at X pressure, right? So saying science proved this.
Mm-hmm.
You can. I mean, Jaren has a valid point. You can manipulate certain variables to make that statement not be true. Like science
No, you
didn't prove
can't. You
that.
can't change controls, bro. And second of
No,
all,
not the variables QE. Hold on, real quick.
no.
Not the variables QE stated. You can hold on, real quick.
Secondly,
Let me
what
just address the first point.
you guys say that QE said is a hypothesis. Yes, I've gone in the back chats and said, QE, why would you do that? Because that's not a hypothesis. Now, QE knows what a hypothesis is. He knows that the entire statement is not a hypothesis. He knows that. He knows that. So, could this confusion be on him? Sure. But did Jaren call Nathan a scammer? Yes, the fuck he did. If 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 Jaren knew what the scientific method was, then he wouldn't have been calling Nathan a scammer simply because QE added something into a hypothesis that may or may not that shouldn't have been there. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
QE likes to set traps for the ballers and whatnot. Whatever. He's been doing it for
Yo, I'm
years
not.
already. So it's like, well, he does his thing. But he made it specifically clear what a
All
scientific
right.
what a hypothesis is versus the conclusion of the hypothesis, which is what was read out.
Okay, but I'm not into the whole 5-year-old shit of who started it and who's calling who names and shit
Yeah, I
like
know
that.
you're calling the conclusion the
I'm more
hypothesis, and I'm like,
interested in
yeah,
the
that was a conclusion from the hypothesis, not the
I'm
conclusion itself.
I'm more interested in the statement QE made when he said science proved this, then made a statement. That statement that QE made after that is provable. You can show that that statement is not true.
However, science proves things, doesn't it, Jeremy?
You got to be clear though.
Science proves things, doesn't it,
I
Jeremy?
do think science proves things, yes, but you need to
Okay,
be clear and
so
hyper specific.
first of all, we're not talking about QE, we're talking about Nathan, right? So again, when Nathan is being called a scammer for saying science proves things, which you and I both agree that it does, that's a little too far, isn't it?
That's a bit much, but what? Yo, Nathan should come in here and chill with us sometime. Tell him to come fuck with us.
I wish he would. He doesn't fuck with anybody like that. I'm surprised he's going on a different server to talk about this, but I'm happy.
Speaking of which, I'll post the link again if anybody wants to join it. Check it out. It's gonna be cool. It'll be interesting. But if you don't want to go to the Discord, it'll also be on the Asylum YouTube as well. But you could choose how you want to participate. But it's I do again, Elijah. Like for instance, what you just said that science proves things. I in discussion with Jaren, I agreed with him in the sense that, for instance, 500 years from now, everything we know, quote unquote, that our science has proven today, quote unquote, is going to be different.
Only
Eventually,
pseudoscience.
right.
Pseudoscience.
Right. And I think
Because again,
maybe
if you take a valid hypothesis
Right.
I bet you there's nowhere in history that that valid hypothesis has ever been invalidated and changed.
Right.
So that would be an incorrect statement. He
Well,
would be
that's what.
talking about pseudoscience.
Well, exactly, which is what I'm saying is I think that is the misunderstanding. So if you say science proves everything, well, in modern times we are labeling pseudoscience as science, and maybe that's what Jaron is standing upon. I don't know. I can't really speak for him other than the conversation I had with him, but I can
I
see
wish
his
he
point.
was. I wish he was, and I hope he is.
Well, I can only.
But
I'll just.
and I've said the same thing. I've said the same thing to Nathan. I said, nah, I've watched Jaron for a long time, long enough to know that he's conflating the two things. And Nathan and QE would not have it because Nathan specifically said, I went on his show and I explained to him to his face what the scientific method was, and he denied it. And then Nathan got kicked off. But that probably was because of Bob and other factors. So I don't really know.
Well, I can't speak for Jaron, but one of the things I've heard him say when it comes to this, he had a. I watched a few minutes of his stream last night. I just kind of skimmed through and watched a little part of where he was going through like Brian Leakey's video and stuff. I'm not speaking for Jaron, but what I've heard him say is that you can't ever know all of the variables to ever get. That's why he's saying science doesn't prove things, because he's from what I heard him saying is that you can't, like, things could always change. There could always be some other variables. So even though like water boils at this temperature today, there's these other variables. Maybe tomorrow it won't. So you can't ever prove it because reality could change at any time. That's kind of like the premise of what he's going at with it.
Right.
Which he seems like an unresolvable thing. If that's what he's going to assert, then there's really no way to resolve that. Like, I don't agree with him.
Except for reality has never changed, though.
Well, that's the thing. But I mean, he's saying
water is boiled exactly the same as it always has, unless you know, again, something in history has changed that we've been told has changed, but can't really verify or identify. For as long as you've been alive, for as long as I've been alive, doesn't matter. Like, you know, poor people, rich people, we all boil water the same way, using the same phenomena.
I agree, and I have my viewpoints on it as well. I agree, but I'm just saying, like, in general, Jaron is saying that like it always, because he was saying last night in his stream, he was hardcore. He was like, science doesn't fucking prove things. It absolutely doesn't. He's hard on that, dude. Like, I don't think he's going to change because he's saying that they're always.
He doesn't know the difference between pseudoscience and the scientific method. That's the only, like, if he takes his mind off of rhetoric and focuses on, like, when we say method is just a form. That's all it is. If you're outside of that form, then you don't have a method. He's talking about the non-method that leads nowhere.
Well, he's saying the conclusion is always changing. Like he's trying to say that the conclusion could always change. Like it always could change. At any point, there could be different. Yeah, I mean, and maybe like, yeah, water would boil at a different temperature tomorrow, or maybe the function of water could change. So he's trying to a bit kind of say the mainstream concept, current kind of mainstream idea is that science doesn't prove things. It's just a process that's always refining. It's always refining and changing, but it doesn't ever actually get to a conclusion. That's what he's pushing, and he seems pretty.
So he's fighting against the pseudoscientists while picking up their rhetoric at the same time. Now that's why QE thinks that he's a turncoat or maybe some kind of infiltrator, because why would you be using the same rhetoric as the ballers, but only in name trying to say something different? We got to think about that. Now I'm not saying think about Jaron possibly being this. I'm saying this is the perfect opportunity to explain to Jaron, I understand what you're saying, but given what you think, if I were to give you 5 different actual valid hypotheses, you would have to then show where it has ever changed. Any valid, matter of fact, not even ones that you give them. First, we have to go over what a valid hypothesis is. What's a valid hypothesis? Well, you got to follow the epistemology of the scientific method to then critique it. You have to, just like if you were going to critique the Bible, you would have to have a specific epistemology and some way to test it from within itself. That is the only way you could actually be just and true to what you're trying to do. Okay, so he would have to have an actual hypothesis and show, hey, look, they always change. If that's not the case, then what he's saying is changing has nothing to do with what Nathan is talking about, which is the scientific method. Am I wrong in that?
No,
I must
yeah,
say I'm
I
with
hear
you on
you.
this, Eli. I'm with you,
Yeah.
bro. I don't understand this. No proof can be possible. The scientific. Then why the hell do we do it then? Why? I don't understand this disconnect here. Why are we doing a scientific method if it doesn't prove anything? For what reason?
I feel like you
is
can.
water ever going to change? Is in the future, in 20 years, is the composition of water ever going to change? No.
No, but the
the
makeup of the atmosphere could, or something, to where now water doesn't boil at 14.7 psi. I'm just
let us know.
No, forget the water thing. Forget the water. That's just one thing, right? That's just one thing. But we can prove here. I can prove to you with 100% certainty, okay? If I take a plant and I don't give it water or sun, it will die 100% every time I try it. How's that?
You're a scammer. No, I'm just
Nothing.
kidding.
You're a scammer.
You're a scammer, bro. You're a liar. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I see.
Jaron has a good point, but I do think that you can prove that we can make water boil with heat. Like, that's proven. That's a fact. We can put heat to water and we can make that shit boil. Like,
yeah,
100%, no doubt.
Jeremy, come on, man. That's one of the ways. I can make it boil with vacuum, right? I can make it boil in the sun with a magnifying glass.
Yes,
Do I have to continue,
ways.
man?
There's other ways, yes, but heat is one of the ways we can. We've 100% proven that we can do it with heat. This is how engineering works.
Well, you know what's crazy?
Because science proves things.
You know what's crazy? I don't understand this, but if you guys spoke to Brian, he has found some papers, and even if you change the atmospheric pressure and you see what appears to be boiling water, it's a different process. It's a different thing going on in the water, and therefore
it's called outgassing. It's called outgassing, that process. Yes, correct.
So that would be different. It's not. I mean, and then if you did that 100% of the time, it would happen. Like, so it'd be a different hypothesis, but still, the same.
Yeah, like I can make this statement, right? I can make this statement. If I get a flask of water and I get a freaking torch, every time I put that freaking torch on the water, that water is gonna boil. Every single time, without exception. Prove me wrong.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's maybe more along the lines though, to where, let's say you have this claim, hey, this is the temperature that it boils, right? But well, what if it's in a different container, and in that container it could actually rapidly heat up something to where it can boil quicker? I don't know. Maybe there's some variable, but I think arguing
there's no time limit. The time is not a variable.
I would say that's a separate.
No. Even with a different container, it's still gonna. Even with a different container, it's still going to have the same amount of heat in order for it to boil. Like, it still would have to come to. Brian annoyingly did a lot of reading on this, different containers, different things, how you actually read the temperature of boiling water, all this and all that. And I was very satisfied, and I was like, okay, I'm tuning out now because I get it, right? So it's like, let's not go down this. We could go down that road,
right.
But there is information out there. It's not like we're just saying shit, and it's just
I hear you.
I would say that's a
Geo get his thing out.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a separate experiment. So if you have a container, let's say stainless steel pot, and you have water, you have particular type of water, and then you have a particular type of heat that's applied to it. That is an experiment in and of itself, and you can prove what that setup will do with that container, that temperature, the type of heating source, and you can prove that. If you have a different container or a different type of water, that is a different experiment. Now you have experiment B, experiment C, experiment D. You have other experiments. Let's say now you have an iron pot, made of iron instead of stainless steel, and you have water that is, pond scum water. So it's a totally different type of water that has all kinds of other materials and toxins, and versus maybe the other one was distilled water. These are different experiments, and they have slightly different variables to them that will yield different results. But if you do it with a different container and you have a different type of water and a different type of heat source, and you get whatever slightly different result, or of course at different altitudes, of course, as well, different barometric pressures, there's different components. If you do that, it is a separate experiment. That separate experiment has its own result. And if you repeat that separate experiment with that result, maybe it boils at a slightly different temperature, then that you are proving that result from that container with that water. You can't just conflate them.
Yeah.
In my viewpoint, you can't just conflate them and say, well, we're changing these variables and now it doesn't prove it. No, you're changing the actual experiment. You're on a different experiment you're proving if you're going to change those variables. Science proves things at a consistent rate with consistent materials and a consistent experimental setup. It will prove that. And just, I think it's conflating it to try to combine those and to kind of confuse them and say, well, now it doesn't prove it because you changed the materials. Well, in the end, that's a different experiment. Of course, it didn't prove the original experiment. It proved a different one.
Now, Gio, you're so spot on,
Exactly.
Gio. You're so spot on, Gio, and you should get much more respect than I hear you getting. I mean, I consistently try to give you that respect in the face of those that maybe have bad feelings about you in the past. I know I was one of those people, but you've consistently, like, I've not had a problem with you since I've been in the server. And so maybe our differences were just, just maybe it was just me being big headed or whatever it was, man.
No, dude, hold on. What are you talking about? Negative stuff in the past. The only thing I did was call out the vile corruption on that 24/7 server. There's nothing negative I've done that has made any bad anything for me.
I didn't say
I've never done anything. I've never done anything out of integrity in any way. I called out the vile corruption on that server. And if you're saying that why somebody has a bad taste in their mouth because I did that, because they're into that
no, I'm talking about QE and not even being on that. So I'm talking about FED now. So it doesn't even have anything to do with 24/7. I have no idea what you said in relation to science. But right now, saying what you're saying now, I can't see why anybody would have a problem because you seem to understand, what's going on here. So
yeah, maybe that needs to be explained
that's
to
all
Jared.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Maybe that's all I'm saying. I don't understand why. Like, man, this is so messy because me being here, right? Like, I don't know if you guys know they call this the James Fonda server. Sorry, um, but it's the guys in between that give some of us good guys a bad rap, like because
Dice Low.
Yeah.
And the whole James
Sorry.
Fonda thing was about Bendy Light, who hasn't been here in a while. I don't even think anyone's heard from that guy in a while.
What does that mean? What is that, James Fonda? I'm not that familiar with that reference.
As a terrorist sympathizer server, so I come. There are hardcore people on the other side that are like, I don't want anything to do with it. Some flat earthers are trying to tear us down, but obviously, I'm here enough to realize and reason with myself that that's not what's going on for a lot of you guys. Sometimes we're caught in the middle and we're confused, like, what the fuck is going on here? And it takes a few weeks, maybe a few months to figure out.
So you're saying because we give everyone a voice fairly here, that's why because we let Globe Earthers.
No, let me be clear. Only QE says it. We know how harsh QE is, so it is what it is, right?
Well, I mean, QE did come in here, and the first day he was here, he first of all he asked for a mod roll. The minute he came in, he said, "I want one of those mod rolls." And then that guy Drink of Kool-Aid like called him out for stolen valor, and then QE erupted. It was a whole eruption, and he was muted, and then he left the server. I was actually a mod on that Science for Pseudoscience server. Like QE, those guys had given me the mod role because I've always been good with Betty and over the years and different things. And she had given Righteous and those guys had given me a mod role at one point, and then whatnot. So and then once, but QE came here, that happened.
I thought you a whole lot more than Righteous. I'll tell you that.
So then, I mean, QE was muted when he did an eruption here. The first time he erupted, he did get muted, and then he left, and then I'm sure he has whatever negative thing just because of that, I guess. But I haven't really discussed.
Yeah, I know that for sure. I know that
he's
for sure.
He's unforgiving. He's unforgiving. It is what it is. I don't know.
That's what he's pissed off about. We spoke about that. Yeah, like the guy gave him questioned his military thing, and he took that very, very bad. I don't blame him in a way, but yeah, that's what happened.
So I just I think that man, like I appreciate having these conversations because everybody who is coming into the conversation learning about the topic, they don't need to be poisoned with this back and forth bullshit. And people don't need to automatically be labeled in a bigotrous, that has to be a word, man, in a bigotrous fashion, just because
bigoted. I think it would just be bigoted.
Would it?
I think so. A bigoted fashion. I think so.
I'm mad that I didn't figure that out. Whatever. In a bigoted fashion. Because it takes a little time, and I think a lot of flat earthers are just like highly skeptical. Wait, back to the Jaren thing before I forget. Now, the point that you were making, Geo, when you were saying we can't just, switch, variables and then say, what if we do this? What if we do that? And again, I'd like to parallel that reasoning. Remember, I'm just talking about the form. That is the same exact form ballers take on when they say, well, you don't need to actually have an observed phenomena. You can change the variables. The variables change. You can do this, and then what if you do that? Isn't it the same thing, guys?
Well, this is what I've said about the Cavendish thing, because they'll start to say they're changing the weights and that's their independent variable. I've gone over this for years, and it's just like, absolutely not, you guys. If you're going to change the weights, you're dealing with a different experiment. You can't change the experiment variables and then call that your independent variable. It doesn't work that way.
You'd have to understand all the variables associated with weight to begin with, and I think there's 8 in total.
Well,
you can
hold on.
modulate. You can modulate the independent variable. You can modulate it. You can't change it. You can't bring in another. You can't have balls that are 8-pound balls and get a certain result, and then say, okay, now my independent variable, I'm gonna bring in 20-pound balls, and like that isn't valid. You can't bring different variables in to then claim that's your independent variable. You could, if you had 8-pound balls, you could modulate within the device itself. You could, in terms of kind of wiggling the independent variable as it were to test that, but you can't change the actual independent variable, because then you're dealing with a different experiment altogether at that point.
Yeah, the thing with Cavendish is when they change, they're just measuring the effect. If they change the weights or the torsion bar or whatever, they're just keep measuring the effect. They never actually come out with a cause of it. They trick you like that. It's an affirm the consequent, because they never come out with they never experiment on the actual cause. They're just measuring the effect over and over. Bob tried to do it with weight change, with latitude. They try to do it with the gyroscope, pendulum, all types of shit. It's just they're just measuring the effect, and then they act like they have some kind of experiment, and then they'll make up a cause that wasn't anywhere even in their experiment, and try to tell you that that's what it is. Bullshit.
That sounds like modern day science.
But I mean, from what I heard from back to the thing with Jaren, from what I heard him saying, I don't think he's going to budge. I mean, he's just even listening to his stream last night. He is, and
it doesn't make any sense. We're on the same, like, from what you guys are saying, like, how can someone be on the same side and off the same side at the same time.
Well, I do think people just have. I mean, people do have a range of viewpoints on things. You know, some people are really into Christianity. Other people think it's a total cult and it's BS. You know, I mean, there's like I'm just saying, there's this wide range. You know, what one person may think is totally valid, somebody else. You know, even with the photon thing. I mean, some folks are going to think that's legit, even though they still have other viewpoints that maybe other people agree with, and then vice versa. You know, and it's all there's like a spectrum of all these different ideas, and so.
But to clarify what I mean, he disagrees with pseudoscience, but he uses the same pseudoscientific logic to refute it. That's what I don't understand.
I gotta say, he's got a point on this, man. He's got a point on this.
Who does?
It's either science proves things and we do it for a reason, or it doesn't. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can either prove things. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I know my viewpoint on it, and you know, I agree. It's very cut and dry. Yeah, and I absolutely agree. When all these guys come in here and science doesn't prove things over and over, I've been saying for years that's absolutely, that is pseudoscience, because the word prove I can't say that word right now. Etymology. I want to say etymology. Etymological. Yeah.
Etymological. No.
The etymological roots of the word prove, and even the definition of it. The word prove, the definition, there's a couple ways of the word prove, but one of the definitions is to establish something as true, to establish its truth. So if you're going to say science prove things, are you trying to establish truth? And like, as he said, if you're not trying to establish truth, what are you doing? You're just playing with things and just, well, this might point to that someday. Great. We'll add that to the list. Well, this could point to that. What are you doing? Like, you're not, you know what I mean? So yeah, exactly.
Or if you're continuously refuting others' proofs while simultaneously never providing a more concise, valid explanation behind a said phenomena, then what are you really doing aside from being just an antagonist?
Well, the whole reason engineering works, right? Engineering, the stuff all we have, the cell phones, all the shit we have, it works, right? The whole reason that stuff works is because science proved things. If it didn't prove things, because engineering is applied science. So they take the science that's now proved something about reality, they apply it, and the shit works. If it didn't prove things, the shit wouldn't work.
Yeah. This bridge can take only 5,000 pounds of weight. If you put 5,001 pounds, the bridge is done. You have to know that. You have to be able to discern that limit. That's proof right there.
Well, again, you still have to be understood on the variables there. That's all, associated with that said thing. Because
what's
if you don't understand,
what's going to change? The steel, the air. What's going to change?
Again, if you don't understand the variables associated with weight, as you put it, pounds, then you're just never gonna get to a concise explanation. Like, you could change the medium that bridge resides within. Now, 1,005 pounds isn't going to matter if you increase it to 2,005 pounds. The integrity of that structure will remain due to the fact that you've just now changed a variable associated with that, i.e., pound or weight.
Agreed, but I ain't gonna build a bridge in water, and when I do, I'm gonna make a pontoon. Yeah,
I get that, but again, there's 7 more variables associated with that one thing you just outlaid. So unless you're going to be understood on those 7 other variables, it's going to change.
No, that's never going to change. The amount of steel needed for the amount of weight to pass over that bridge, that's never going to change in that medium, ever.
What if we apply a current to that bridge?
Well, you're changing the medium then.
Well, so
changing something
is 1,005 pounds, which that bridge was designed to support. If it exceeds that, is it going to collapse now?
Well, they usually leave a tolerance, but yeah, if it goes over that tolerance, right? Then yeah, the bridge will collapse every time. Yeah.
My whole point was if you change a variable, it's going to change the conclusion. and you have to
Agreed.
understand the variables to understand the dynamics with the integrity of that support structure. I'm just saying, like, we have to know what it is precisely that we're talking about, not just like within, you know, a certain
Dude,
conditions or
that's
parameters.
why
I agree. I agree.
that's why in the physical and natural world, even though there are other things that exist, when we're talking about these things, you have a phenomena, you have independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables. So when you elicit the response that you're looking for, you have accounted for all the things that matter.
This is the silliness about the glower saying that science doesn't prove anything, though, because it's provide evidence. But what's the definition of evidence?
Yo, dude, the guy that was talking about, he didn't say 0 point impedance, but he said it in a different way, but basically that's what he meant. Do you know that at the end, because he first tried to say it's not science, it's a logical framework. Then he tried to give a hypothesis. And I said, why are you trying to give a hypothesis for something that's not science? And then he said, does it have to be science? And I said, no, just make a statement that doesn't end in an assumed premise or a false conclusion. And then you know what he said at the end of that? Science doesn't prove things. That is very fucking annoying.
But what did they say? It provides evidence to something, right? That's their other word they want to use, right?
Yeah, 99.999% sure. They always
Right.
leave that margin. Yeah.
Right. So, what is evidence? Is the available body of facts. What's facts? Facts means a thing that is known or proved to be true. You know,
Yeah,
and
no,
also evidence is synonymous with proof. And what's the definition of synonymous? It's something that means exactly or similar to another word. So
right, like one of the first definitions of evidence is that which tends to prove or disprove something. So if you're collecting all this evidence and then saying it doesn't prove anything, then what is it? It's not even evidence then. It doesn't even fit it would fit maybe a
Right.
different definition of it.
Which would that's the whole thing, because then we get into, because that's what they try to say. They say, well, they try to make words fit where they don't fit. And it's like, well, I would just say, well, that's a contradiction. You're violating the law of non-contradiction. They're like, no, I'm not, because this is what I mean. But then they'll take a word that is used for something else, and they'll use it in another context, and then use it in another context, try to use it in the same context that they said they weren't using it in later. And that's the fallacy of equivocation. And I'm like, why all of these fallacies just to prove a point when you should just concede?
Yeah, I think the basic concept of science doesn't prove things is a way for pseudoscientific axioms to be built into what used to be science. It literally is, it's like opening the door for pseudoscience, because once you say science doesn't prove things, all we're doing is just trying to point at things. We're just trying to get 99%. You've now allowed for corruption and pseudoscience to be able to weasel its way into a method that has a very solid approach and solid tenets to it. And you've now brought in the ability to build in the pseudoscientific baseline, which is really one of the, I think, largest kind of poisons of the world today in terms of this, because by doing this, they've been able to do things like assert the globe as science, which is based on all kinds of fallacies, and they can't prove it, but everybody believes it and thinks it's science.
Well, yo, can I have something? You guys got me thinking about that. One thing though is like the idea of like the same door that allows pseudoscience into it is what also the same door that keeps a true scientific mind open-minded about what the evidence is.
I think that's bullshit.
Whatever. So like because you have me even thinking about the etymology, like you were talking about. I happen to believe that you can't prove things. Like I think that's awesome and correct. I don't think science can prove things personally, but like it made me think of the definition that you said about to prove something, and what is the definition of prove? It says to, something that is, or evidence, something that establishes truth. And I thought, well, what
I
is
can prove
truth?
something to you.
Wait,
What
wait.
is what
Well,
is the
here's the
definition of
thing.
truth?
There are things that are like there's truth. Truth never changes. There are things that are true that can change. There are things that are true that can change. Truth never changes. One example? One examples, or is everybody tracking?
Forgive me, I'm a little tied up, but I'm listening.
Well, Issa, did you finish what you were going to say as well?
Oh yeah, you're good, brother.
Yeah, like one of
So
the first definition of prove, is to establish the truth or genuineness of as by evidence or argument. So yeah, that's like the first definition, as prove as a verb, to establish the truth or genuineness of.
Yeah. Why do you think? Why do you think science? What? Well, first of all, what is the epistemology of science to then refute it, saying that it doesn't prove anything or have an empirical result? What do you mean when you say science?
Is that to Issa? Yeah, Issa, if you're saying it doesn't prove things, then what is it doing then?
Not what is it? Not what is it doing? What is it? I need to first, we need to be talking about the same thing first. So, what is the epistemology behind the scientific method, or what you're talking about, and then explain how it doesn't prove things?
Well, I'm saying just because you have like a formula to use, like science is like finding out the formula to whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like let's say this 1+1=2 kind of a thing. I think the concept of like that, and that to me is the evidence. Like you take this and then you add it to that, and it equals to this, and and this is the evidence that leads to that. I just think that either way, you could get locked into a concept that is the only way. That's the only, like it's like making fire was kind of the example. Like if you make a fire using a bow drill, you just insist that everyone who uses Bic lighters, who uses other means to make a fire is wrong. And I just think like so science provides for these multiple means to create these different avenues. I think the problem when you go into like that you've proven something that it's kind of, it limits it. And I think in a linguistic sense and even in a mental sense. So if you found fire doing this, well, I have proved that this doing this make fire. But it doesn't negate the other truth that you could run electricity through something and create fire. You know what I mean? Like it's just evidence that leads us to suggest that this and this makes fire. It doesn't mean that it explains the end all be all of it. It's formulaic. And I think
Yeah.
it's like true science leaves that window open of like, hey, we don't even know if we're touching anything. Right? You know what I mean? Because the very concept that you're just experiencing the impulses in your brain from the chemical reactions of the physical. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, at what point are
Well,
we actually
let me address something. Let me address something
That's
here
all.
about light and matter and the
Oh,
reconciliation between the two. Like, do
I
you
was.
not? So you don't agree, Elijah, that light and matter are synonymous? Like,
Oh my
because I never heard
God.
you mention it.
No, I don't.
So then, how do you interpret the university study that was performed 2 years
I
ago, where
don't
they took
know, and I
all
don't
high
care.
ultra
I don't
powered
even know
lights and shined them at each other and
I
created
don't.
matter?
I don't know, and I don't care, to be
Yeah, that's
honest.
the point.
But
That's the
back
point.
to
You're in a
no, it's
cult, bro.
not, because I'm trying not to argue with you about things that I haven't looked into, about things that I haven't said, and about epistemologies that I haven't accepted. Like,
So
so
once again,
just chill out.
you're ignorant
So just
to
chill out. Just chill out
just
instead
chill
of
out.
trying to label me. Now, I wanted to respond to Issa because I didn't really disagree with uh I don't really know if I have any disagreement with what he said. It just sounds like we disagree in rhetoric, but I don't see why. Um Now,
Don't
It
label
was
you,
a
but you've
little.
already
It
labeled
was a
me.
little.
That's funny. Seems like
Have
you
I?
projected a bit.
Have I?
Yeah, did you not call me the cancer that should be removed from the community?
Specifically because of the conversation that happened at that
It
point.
was a little turned up.
Because of the situation that happened at that time. I didn't come in here and call him a cancer. I did it based on how he was acting at that
Well, it's
time.
your own subjective interpretation of the matter. I wasn't acting any other way other than refuting what you're saying in
You
refutation
didn't
of what I said.
refute what I said because I didn't have a position.
Well, that's my whole point. That's my whole point. Like you're really coming into an argument without having any formal understanding on the matter, just simply
Well,
refuting.
that's just an ad hominem.
It's not ad hom. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, it is an ad hom. You're telling me about things I don't understand. It doesn't follow the point that I just put to you, that I don't fucking have a claim.
That's my whole point. You're coming in without a claim, but yet you want to deny
Coming
others'
into
claims
what?
without
This
understanding anything.
arena that you've created yourself for argumentation?
I haven't created
In your
anything
mind?
myself. I haven't created anything myself.
Well, you're arguing with me for no reason.
Well, is
I'm
it worth
arguing
considering
with you for a good reason?
Well, Daiso, is it worth considering that Eli is not FED? You know, he may be on the panel and be a part of that group, but I'm just saying, like he doesn't. Are you assuming that he represents everything that everyone else on that panel may or may not say or have said or have their perspectives, and that you're putting it all on Eli?
I'm definitely putting him in the basket. Yes.
Well, you're a bigot.
I mean, that's the basket you choose to reside in. That's not my fault, bro.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
but
a
just
bigot.
because he's on their panel doesn't mean that he like is representative or agrees or has all the same epistemologies and viewpoints as they all do. Just like on here, I mean, you know, we're all individual
Right.
people.
No, yeah, we're all individuals for sure. But for the most part, you know, he concedes to what's said over there, and he uses that as his basis of assertion upon reality and refuting everyone else's
What are
claims.
you
And
talking
it's
about?
kind
I
of a
didn't.
problem. It's an
When did
antagonistic
I?
position.
What am I refuting?
You
What am I
refuted
refuting?
ether, the whole
What's the premise
understanding of
of
that.
ether? What's the premise?
That's irrelevant. That's a non sequitur.
Exactly.
That's a non sequitur.
No, it's not a non sequitur. In order to be refuting something, there has to be something that I'm refuting. Ether being a word is not a
light's a
refutation of
particle.
something.
You're claiming
That's
light
not
is a
refuting
particle.
anything either.
If you're going to claim light is a particle, and I tell you you're a materialist, and you tell me you're not, you're refuting it.
You see what I'm saying? What like I don't. He's a level. I don't know, man.
You want to say light is a particle. You want to
I don't know.
simultaneously say you're not a
He's a dog
materialist.
with a bone. He has the same mind virus that some other people have. I don't fucking know. It is what it is.
You're in the photon club, bro. It's not my fault. You put yourself
Okay.
there, kid. You got to deal with it.
Deal with what? You're not saying anything. You just told me it was a non sequitur when I asked you what exactly am I refuting? And then instead of answering that, you said, well, you believe light is a photon, blah, 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 blah. So that's why I said,
logic, natural order.
That's why I said when you guys say that we force you into false dichotomy, it's actually you doing that to me today. And speak about someone not actually having a claim. When I asked you what the premise was, you didn't give it.
It's the premise of the ether is irrelevant to the fact that you believe light is a particle.
Guys, is this fair? Like, I mean,
That actually made sense. Yeah, good point, Dasla.
Okay.
So can you explain a field? What's the particle associated with a field?
I can't.
Exactly. You'll never do it. You'll never do it. That's the problem. You want to sit here and refute things around you while simultaneously never defining or explaining.
What am I refute? I never.
You're an antagonist,
bro. Did anyone
You're the
else
cancer in the community, bro.
Did anyone hear me refute anything?
You're the cancer in the community. You've got no explanation or understanding. Simultaneously
How is
everyone
he
else
justified in saying that I'm the cancer when I haven't argued against?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I didn't have my microphone, and I just had the speakers on, and I was listening to you guys. To answer your question, no, it's not fair This guy has declared himself an idiot multiple times throughout this conversation. He's saying mentally retarded things and changing his argument every so often to something else entirely. Don't worry about what he's saying. He's not worth the time.
Who are you talking about, Bob?
The one talking to Elijah. I think his name might be Dies Slow or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Dice
Okay.
Slow.
Not even gonna address that.
Calling someone cancer.
There was context when I said it. He just said it with no context after basically saying I'm doing something that I'm not doing. Because whenever I have a conversation with somebody and they make a fallacious argument, that's all I do is point it out.
And there's
That's
nothing
all I do.
inherently wrong with calling somebody cancer. It's an analogy.
Now, when he called me a cancer, it was for doing something that no one here has seen me do. I didn't. What position do you have that I'm refuting? He basically said it was
That's
non
the whole
sequitur.
point.
What the fuck am I refuting?
That's
And
the whole
then he
point.
says
You're just
that's
like
the whole
Nathan. You
point.
stand on the outside, never having a position while refuting others' positions, bro. You're an
Well, you
antagonistic
asked.
cult.
You already asked me qualifying questions like, do I think that photons are a thing? I said, yeah. And then, so now I'm put into this false dichotomy of, oh, it's either photons or it's whatever the fuck you think it is that you've yet to say. But either way, me choosing photons means I'm a materialist. But given the definition of the word materialist or materialism, I don't fit that description. But you're calling me
So,
one anyway.
what's your definition of it? You asked for mine, I gave it. What's yours? Hello? Elijah, are you there?
Materialism. We hear you. We hear you. What are you looking for? A definition of materialism?
I'm
Or?
not. I'm not asking for yours. I'm asking for Elijah's definition on
It
it.
looks like his
Jeremy
thing keeps,
already one of the
flashing. There it
guys
is. Now
already
I can
said
hear
it.
him.
I mean,
Why do you have
like
to? Why do you have to
I
define it? Is that
explained
what you
to
just
you.
said?
I explained to you how I can't possibly be a materialist. The example was
That's not what I
being
asked you.
a
That's a non
believer.
sequitur. I asked you for your definement of materialism. I didn't ask you for why
Well,
you
it
think
kind of
you're not.
makes sense
Guys,
if
so you
you.
haven't addressed the other
It's kind of.
myriad of issues that you guys have had in
It's
this
fine.
conversation
It's
first.
fine.
Yeah, you're
It's
not helping,
fine.
Bob Dole. Thank you.
It's fine because clearly he's talking about philosophy. Clearly, here's a definition right here that I would agree with: the doctrine that nothing exists except matter and its movements and modifications. No, I don't believe that. So
Well,
I'm not a materialist.
is it worth considering that the idea of like science proves things versus science doesn't prove things is a certain kind of tension, that dynamic? And then another one would be this dynamic of light. And, you know, there's the ideas of there's ether, which arguably is where everything came from before the kind of current photon model in terms of like the roots of humanity. But that's a whole topic in and of itself. And then Einstein and the Michelson-Morley and all of these different components. And then how that now has led to the current sort of quote unquote mainstream model of light and photons and the materialism, like the whole Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, which is part of the whole structure of today, the current modality of today in terms of the globe and heliocentrism and the scientific structures of today. And the photon is in there, you know, in terms of the way they try to describe what light is. Whereas, you know, ether is very different in terms of its, you know, the roots of that. And people that say ether is the same as space time is not true. Those are very different things. But nonetheless, I'm just saying, is it worth considering?
How? How though? How is it different?
Yeah, you got to explain that to me. They say it's different, but when you look at the premise and you listen to the form of the argument, what's the difference? I don't care that the rhetoric is different. I don't care that people are saying it's different, but in form, how is it different?
I mean, because if
Talking
you
about field
think about
dynamics.
it,
You're talking about
if you think
particle
about it,
interaction.
it's a conceptual medium, which they can never prove.
But I'm not even. I look. I don't even argue it. I don't care what they say, what they
Logically
think it is,
necessitated.
what it is. I don't honestly, none of that stuff matters. Why? Because they can believe what they believe, know what they know, do what they do. But when it comes to the scientific method, that's just a method that, well, Issa, hate to burst your bubble, is limited. It's used for what it's able to be used for. Now, there are other means or other epistemological approaches to knowledge as well. That statement alone makes me not a materialist, right? So I'm not the only person that knows this. The rest
Talking
of
about
the
beliefs.
FED panel also knows this. So I don't
Talking about beliefs.
understand. I don't
I'm not talking about
understand.
beliefs.
I don't understand why we're trying to use this fake non-starter argument as an argument against the scientific method, really, because the scientific method is not trying to take ether away. You guys are just gonna have to come up with whatever the fuck you guys come up with, and either people are gonna get with it or they're not. That's not my problem, dog.
Well, there's a lot of there's so many details, and we could go down any of these avenues of unpacking these things. I guess the main thing I was trying to say, I was just trying to give like an overview kind of thing. I guess when I said that ether is different than space-time, obviously that is one of the claim, one of the things, one of the dynamics that certain folks are claiming and whatnot. So my main purpose of saying that was more like the overall. I was just trying to say how there is this, the kind of mainstream model of the photon and how that links to the materialism in the very strict mainstream model of materialism, and how, blending that into sort of the shape of the earth not being the globe and not being that materialistic paradigm. I was just trying to give like an overview that, like, just like the idea science proves things, science doesn't prove things. Gravity is a force, it's only buoyancy and density. There's all of these like spectrums of these ideas and where they meet on that spectrum. And there is the kind of mainstream model. Many think that there are parts of the mainstream model that is sort of a cancer, if you will, some kind of like a disease in the system, a corruption, something that is faulty and deceptive and problematic and is worsening human life in multiple ways. And there's deception. And then there's, the idea of the truth being there to realign ourselves with on some larger scale. And then the entire spectrum within that. And each of us individually is, on our own journeys, but then we're also collectively, there's research and experimentation. So, we could go down any of the individual avenues. I was just kind of trying to give, like, in terms of the photon component and light as a particle being physical versus other perspectives on it, like ether and others. I'm just saying it doesn't it make sense?
I
This is
guarantee
one of
you, if
these.
you get shot with a laser, you're gonna burn, bro.
It's one of these.
Guaranteed.
It's just one of these polarities. Just like is gravity. Remember when Bob Nodell and Nathan went back and forth with, is gravity a force or is it buoyancy and density? I'm just saying the light as a photon versus ether or other descriptions of light is one of these polarities, and so it makes sense that there's going to be tension. I think it's more valuable to actually discuss the ideas rather than doing all of the drama or the name calling.
I agree. I agree that you don't think that we've spoken about it. And then, like I said, I'm like always working. I'm listening to these guys in the background. These guys fucking dig extensively into a lot of probably the same shit that the other guys dig into. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there isn't actually a problem. It's only people trying to strawman other people that make it a problem and make it impossible for you guys to see that there really is no problem. The things that you think people think, they don't actually think. The conclusions that you guys might think people come to, they don't actually come to. That's the only thing that's clouding people's judgment, because it takes away from the fact that most of them don't fucking have an argument. To keep it real.
There's only one side funding the other. Can't go to Nathan Oakley's server and have these discussions, but they sure as hell can come here. What does that tell you, bro?
Well, they sure as hell come to 24/7.
Yeah, another biased server that's got all kinds of mutiny.
So, I have a whole 2-hour. I have a whole 2-hour. I have a whole 2-hour conversation of a very open conversation. Yeah. Like I said,
you were one of the original members in that community, that 24/7 community, when I came originally 2 years
So
ago
this
to talk
is
about the
what I
ether,
mean, Gio, of how this is
decided.
what I mean,
Hello,
Gio, of
I was
how like
speaking. You
people
don't need
like
to
me
interrupt me,
actually
bro.
having.
You
But
don't
this
need
is
to interrupt
what
me,
I
bro.
mean. This is what
You
I
don't
mean
need to
about
interrupt me, bro.
I'm actually having conversations about
Yeah, I'm
substance,
actually having a
and he's
conversation
talking
too,
about
bro.
gripes.
I'm actually having a
guys.
conversation too.
He's talking about gripes,
Yeah,
and
you're
I'm
interrupting me,
talking
bro.
about no.
Why
Hold
are you
on,
interrupting?
Eli. Eli, let Dicelo finish. Eli, you can go next. You're next, Eli.
All he wants to
Yeah.
do is talk
So
about a
2 years
gripe.
ago, I
Hold
came
on,
into
bro.
20.
Hold on.
That doesn't exist.
Yeah, here we
Doesn't
go, bro.
exist.
Pure
Just hold
projection,
on.
bro.
Just let him speak his piece. Eli, you can go next.
I came into 24/7 2 years ago to talk about ether, to talk about light, to talk about the things I talk about, right? This guy was the one who poisoned the well and basically got me muted and shortly after merely banned from the server, all for talking about what things are versus what they are not. This guy does not want to have these conversations. He wants to stand on the side of not having a statement while refuting others, not being able to define things while simultaneously denying them. Like you're coming from pure ignorance, acting like you have a position. And we know
Okay.
you don't. You say it
Okay.
yourself, you don't.
Okay.
All you have is refuting. That's called antagonism. That's all you guys do. It's pure
Oh,
trollism.
okay. Now,
Go ahead.
my response to that is no. I actually have fairly reasonable conversations with most people. I probably had the same kind of conversation 2 years ago with you that everyone just witnessed today. And unless you guys are on his side and think I did him a disservice or did him wrong, the reason we had beef back then was because of his argumentation and how he handles himself and how he carried himself today. That's not
Um,
hard to believe
hmm.
because it just happened.
By reacting to the fact you called me a cancer that should be removed from the community, and you think that that was said within context
That was
as your
before. That
excuse,
was after everything was already said and done.
as your excuse to
That
fucking
was
say these
after
things.
the
Like
conversation
I've never
happened.
said that to anybody. Like Caden ass a shill. I've never even said that to, bro.
That
Like
you called me a
wow, bro.
materialist, bro.
Wow.
Suck dick.
Wow.
You called me a
Yeah,
materialist,
because
so
you
you get what
are.
you get. So
I'm
suck dick.
sorry.
How you gonna
I'm
cry
sorry.
and then double back and say because you are after crying to everybody what I did? Yeah, you're a
How are
cancer.
you going to
Suck
claim
dick. So what?
how are you going to claim particles and photons and
Now he's
simultaneously
look.
say
This
that
is a
you're not?
circular argument. Basically, I tried to end the conversation. He said what he said. I explained that no, it wasn't that he was done wrong. He just acted the same way 2 years ago that he acted today. We're not about to have another conversation about the same shit we were just talking about 2 hours ago, let alone 2 years ago.
You get real
That
quiet when
makes
I
no
ask you to
sense.
define materialism. You get real quiet. So why is
I
that?
already defined it. What are you talking about?
I haven't heard you define it. You
You
talked about
guys,
some spiritual.
guys,
You talked
guys,
about
can
some
you help me out?
epistemology. You
Guys, can
talked
you
about
help me out?
epistemologies, bro.
Guys,
You
can you
talked
help
about
me out?
spiritual beliefs, bro. You
Guys,
think
did
that's
you not hear me? Did you not hear me just say what the definition that I would go with is? Because if so, can you just stop him from doing what he's doing? Because it's fucking up the conversation.
spiritual beliefs makes you a non-materialist? Interesting.
Who said that? All I said
That's
was
what you asserted.
doctrine that nothing exists except matter and its movements and modifications. I am not on board with that. The end. You gonna make me agree that that's exactly how I feel? No, it's not. I just told you that my words are spiritual, bro. Are you my
Again,
words
bro.
themselves?
Again, you're
My words
conflating
are not
religious
material.
spiritual beliefs. You're conflating spiritual religious beliefs as being the
My
antithesis
words.
of
What is
materialism, bro.
religious about my ability to speak words? And yet here I am speaking them. Obviously, I'm not a. Are you guys out to lunch or what? Because you see this happening and you're not doing
Elijah's
anything
correct.
about it.
Elijah's correct. By the way, I agree with him about I'm not a materialist either.
Thank you, Matthew.
I hear him.
Of course, Matthew
I
would.
hear what he's
That's funny.
doing.
That's funny when
I don't have any
when the
power to
Globers
do
are on your
anything
side.
about it, Elijah. Unfortunately, I know exactly what he's doing. I can hear him. He continues to do it over and over. I don't know why nobody else in the room responds or calls him out on it. It's unfortunate.
So you're aligned with the Glovers. Got it.
Well, anyone is
Nice.
yeah,
Keep
anyone's
going, Elijah.
I mean, anybody's free to speak their piece. So we're not going to mute people and shut them down and do that. So as long as it's not like egregious ad homs and all that stuff, you know, as long
Well,
as
it's gonna. The only way it doesn't get
I'm
there
aware.
is
I'm aware of
is
the
if I
rules.
don't
The
get
server
tired.
works. I didn't say that you had to change or anything. I just said it's unfortunate. That's all.
The only way that this conversation doesn't go where you're saying you hope it don't go is if I don't get tired of him looping the conversation around over and over, which
Die
obviously
slow.
you hear me getting upset. So
Die
either
slow.
do
How do
something
you
about it,
define?
or you're gonna then wait till the point that I get upset and then mute us both or mute me.
well,
How
what
does that make sense?
nobody needs to be muted. I mean, we only mute here when there's an intense
Well,
interruption.
he's not relenting. That's the problem.
Well, you don't have to engage. You can.
I mean, I was talking to someone else. He came in when Issa came in. He came in with when Blue Icon came in. He came in when uh El Bariqua came in. What the fuck else should I do, bro?
Yeah, just say you're not engaging with him. That's it. Just move on. That's all you
Yeah,
have to
you
say.
engage me first, just to make it clear here, buddy.
I think there could be
Die slow.
Hold on. There could be a fruitful exchange that could take place if you guys decided to. But let me just say one thing:
I asked him what his I asked him what his premise was.
Eli,
said,
hold on, man. Oh, Eli,
what
hold
else
on.
can I
Gio was
do?
in the middle of his sentence.
Elijah.
Eli,
well, you guys could disengage and we can move to something else. But if let me just say this: if this is helpful or not, I'll just say this: is part of the issue that Daiso is saying that just because Eli has some ideas with a photon, whether he fully thinks that the photon is the case or not, that then puts him into a category of being a materialist? Is that the problem, that you're being labeled a materialist just because you may have a viewpoint on the photon? And is that where the tension is? That you don't want to be put into a materialist basket just because of your viewpoints on the photon, and you feel like you're being called a materialist just because of that? Is that kind of what's underlying that?
Well, what's the opposite of that? Like, because there's a dichotomy here that he's building, and then saying he's not doing that.
So what's your definition of materialism?
Hey! As opposed to what?
I was waiting.
As opposed to what?
I was waiting.
Photon is a photon as opposed to what? When you shoot a light at the photon detector, that is opposed to what? I don't know what we're talking about. He has to be a little more unambiguous, but he's saying that I'm being ambiguous.
I think it would be valuable if you guys, we could ideally.
I'm saying it right now. What's his premise?
Okay. I did mute Chaiki. Chaiki was trying to get in, but he was interrupting you, kind of, although he is trying to get in. I don't know whether we want to let Chaiki get in, whether Daiso wants to respond. I'll tell you what I'd be interested in hearing. I'd be interested in hearing like a back and forth where there's no interruptions, like mute and unmute. So one guy gets a minute and then he's muted. The other guy gets a minute, like real strict, so that there's no interruptions. Because, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. Whether we do it now or some other day, there's a lot to unpack with all of this. So.
Well, and I agree, Gio, but the only problem is he's got no claim. Okay, he's got no dog in the fight. The only thing he's doing is trying to refute my claim. So there's no conversation to be had. There's no conversation to be had.
What's the claim?
It's ether versus atomism, i.e. materialism.
It's a false dichotomy.
The premise is field dynamics versus particle interaction.
But I feel like you're putting a lot on Eli. Like, he may or may not, be like, I'm not sure he's like, I haven't heard him say, hey, he's representing this whole thing and he's making all these assertions and he wants to go up against ether or something. Like, now maybe the FED group, I understand there's a tremendous amount with their kind of, what did they say? They wanted to eradicate the ether and all this stuff. So I understand, like, QE, they have, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if you can pin all that on Eli, necessarily, so there's that too.
No, I'm not trying to pin anything on anyone. I'm just saying he's placed himself in a basket. He's called me out. He's assassinated my character and demonizing me, painting me with a brush of being a cancer, needing to be removed from the community. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this whole sort of like mentality because QE's done it. Nathan Oakley's like that whole circle. This is what they do.
But he's
That's not welcoming. That's not
that is not
welcoming
fair.
to
That's not
furthering
fair.
understanding. All they're doing is trying to stand on the outskirts of reality, not make any claims or assertions, and refute everyone else's. I mean, I don't. It's as simple as that, bro. Like if
Yeah,
you're not trying to come to an explanation or understanding only each other's, what are you really doing, bro?
That's
he
not
doesn't
fair.
have to provide a
I called
replacement for
him
your
a can
idea
I
if he
called
doesn't
him a
like your
cancer,
idea.
but that's not see the way he laid things out just now is not how things actually went, is not exactly how things go. First of all, I called you a cancer for a specific reason. Okay? Now, outside of that, I've not come after you. I've not decimated your character. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
mean
letting you guys
that's a
interrupt
pretty
each other. I'm trying to let Chuck finish Chuck points.
Oh, we're gonna let a bias mod do this. Okay, I'll just
No,
back out, bro.
I'm muting both of y'all. I was just muted. If you look at Elijah, he's muted as well. So I'm muting one at a time, so y'all can get through your whole point without being interrupted. So go ahead and continue that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, not muting to shut anyone down. It would be interesting. The only reason to do the mute unmute thing is just so no one interrupts back and forth. Like it's actually helping both of you guys, so each of you can get your full time to speak. I'd be interested to hear that, whether it's now or another day, or we set up an event for it. I think there's a lot to unpack. It's up to you guys. I realize there's tension, so on. Nobody needs to be muted to be shut down or anything like that. You know, I mean, we do mute like temporary mutes if someone's interrupting or they're extreme ad homs or whatever. But this is not about we don't do like shutting you down for your ideas. But if there's a lot of tension, it may be difficult to do it, you know, because if it's just open, then it's tough because there's interruptions that happen. And if to really have the audio be clean, like if Dyslow's muted, Elijah speaks. Boom, Elijah's done. Elijah's muted, Dyslow speaks. I'm just saying that's very clear, clean. It's like clean audio. That's how they, you know, in debates, that's how it's done. You know, one guy gets a minute, boom, the other guy gets a minute. And it allows you to lay out all your thoughts. You know you're not going to get interrupted. Of course, it's important not to have.
The problem is, Gio, is when there's only one side with thoughts and the other refuting them. Like, how do we have like back and forth, like furthering of understanding? Like, that's not what. Like, your anticipation of the conversation and the outcome of that is not gonna come out in that way in that
You not
scenario.
liking the way someone has a conversation doesn't mean that it's an illegitimate way to have a conversation.
Again,
I have
it's not a
not refuted.
conversation. When you're scrutinizing
That is
one
fine. If
side's
you don't think that's a
opinion, it's not a
conversation, then don't engage
conversation.
with it. Just like you guys were telling Elijah, don't engage. If you don't like his way of having a conversation, then don't have a conversation with him.
Yeah, I don't need you to tell me that, bro. That's nice.
Oh, apparently you do,
No.
because all you're doing right now, you're whining about how somebody else has a conversation with people. You can just not talk to him, and then you'll never have to deal with that person having that kind of conversation with you. It's literally that simple to solve this problem that you're whining about like a child.
But he's
There's no
saying
whining going on here, dude.
He's
Thank
saying
you,
I'm refuting. He's saying I'm refuting him without having a position. Did anybody hear me do that?
Yeah, Dyslow, I'm not
you
totally.
do that.
I'm not really clear on that either, Dyslow. I mean, now maybe some of the FED guys. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you're putting like all of it on Elijah, you know, because maybe they do refute the ether, and then maybe you feel like some of those guys don't make certain claims or something. I don't know, but I have not heard in this conversation that necessarily be the case. There's definitely been accusations, and
do you refute the ether, Elijah? Can you explain the ether?
No, I can't.
Not only that, Gio,
refute it?
that he wants to put everybody in a basket. Well, because you refute the ether, or you believe that light is a particle, then you're becoming atomless. That's just stupid.
I don't know if it's that cut and dry.
Yeah, that's his point. Is ether versus atomless. That's his debate. But I mean, he's just putting somebody in a basket, and that's what's wrong.
I don't think Dyslow is trying to put Elijah on the spot when it comes to this specific issue. I think the conversation from Dyslow was to just get an answer about something. If I'm wrong, Dyslow, correct me, but that's the gist of what I'm getting.
He won't clarify what it is.
Yeah, that's precisely it.
His answer to my response was that I'm a materialist. And my answer to that was no, I'm not. So
you said, yeah, you're a spiritualist, therefore you're not a materialist.
I mean, no. What I'm saying is I know that there are things other than the physical world. Obviously.
Such
Who
as?
does?
Such as?
My words.
Your words aren't part of the physical world.
No,
Interesting.
neither are numbers. Neither is my love for someone.
I mean, if we're going to conflate concepts as being a part of the material world, then I don't think we're going to get anywhere, because that's not my claim either.
I didn't conflate them. I said that there's other things than the physical world that exist. Now, materialists believe that only physical things exist. There you go.
We're talking about phenomena, right? Like perceivable events, right? And within those perceivable events, your premise is that it's comprised of, at the fundamental level, particle interactions. Like outside of that, you would have to define what's going on that would not be partaking within the material understanding. You have yet to do that. So I'm waiting for that, and then we
Why
can,
do
I
I have
guess,
to do
take it a
that?
step further.
Why do I have to do
Because
that?
you're saying you're not a materialist. So I have to
Okay.
hear the fact that you're able to assert that in some logical way, other than just saying that things exist outside the material world. Like we're talking about said phenomena, not your feelings, thoughts, concepts, or beliefs. We're talking
Okay.
about perceivable events here. So within that realm,
Yeah, natural phenomena. Yeah. You also have a non-physical, a philosophy, right? An understanding, a methodology that isn't physical that you use to determine cause and effect between the physical and natural world. What's materialist about that?
saying that, I mean, that's your perceptive interpretation of it, but we're trying to get to a refinement as to what's taking place within these phenomena. So if it's not particle interaction, then what is it residing upon?
Why should I be concerned with that? Like, for example, if I jump in a pool, I get water, I swim. Why do I need to tell someone what's going on beyond what I'm doing? The
Okay,
words that
so
I have to describe what I'm doing.
this is exactly the problem that Dyslow is having. You keep beating around the bush, and you're not
How?
exactly saying anything specific. Like you're
What is
just
that?
questioning everything. Like
Does anyone else
Precisely,
feel like? Does
precisely,
anyone else feel like that's what I'm doing?
Hold
yes,
up. I just
precisely
got
what you're
here.
doing.
you're
I just got here. Hold up
changing.
for just a second. For just a second. I just got here, right? I just logged on. But if you have that feeling about it, Elijah, then why even have the conversation, right? It's like if you don't care, if you don't
No,
care
you don't know.
deeper to
No, no, no,
try to
no,
have
no,
a
no.
better
You just logged
understanding,
in.
then
You just
why
logged in. You
hold
don't
on.
know what
You're over
happened
talking me before I even finish what I'm saying, bro.
because
Let
you
him
don't know what
finish.
happened.
Eli,
What I just
Eli.
heard you what I just heard you say is basically like, oh, I don't really care to have a deeper understanding. But then that's cool. Like if you don't care, then allow
No,
people
no,
that
I
want to
didn't.
have that deeper understanding try to get there.
I didn't stop anybody from doing that. Number one, and number two, what I meant when I said what I said about jumping in the water and having the words for that specific experience and not going deeper. All I'm saying is that's enough for me. I'm not telling Slow that has to be enough for him. I'm not saying that there aren't other things going on. As a matter of fact, I believe that they are. However, I don't have an epistemology to prove that.
Right. So
So again,
this is
what's the
exactly
problem?
why the conversation is going nowhere. Is because you're having two different conversations. Because Dyslow is trying to get to the root of an issue, and you don't want to even get to that root. That's the whole
How
point.
do
And
I
you're
not want to? What
you're
is the
making
issue that I
you
don't want
just
to
said
get
it.
to? Does anybody else that has been in the conversation for the last
Yeah,
3
it
hours
started off with
agree?
light, Elijah. It started off with
Anyone,
light. Okay,
anyone
particle,
else?
photons,
I'm asking
particles and
literally
photons.
anyone else, and y'all are letting him interrupt. When I'm asking for the rest of the room to put their say in, what's going on?
I'll say
Say
something
that.
here.
Can I
I
say
don't
something
think you
quickly?
need.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Essie.
you can go. You
Yeah,
can
go
go.
ahead.
You can go.
Go ahead, Essie.
Okay, thanks. I was going to say this, and maybe this is the point of contention, right? I don't think you need to replace something when you're going against an argument, right? So in that sense, I'm with Eli. But I understand what Dicelo is saying. He wants him to say something about what he thinks it is, right? But that's not necessarily how the argument goes, right? He has the right to say, I don't believe in ether because of XYZ without replacing it. That's all I'll say.
I never
Jesse,
even
he's
said,
he's
I
already
never
jumped on
even
the
said that.
bandwagon of photons
I
and
never,
particles.
but I
He's
never
already asserted
even,
that.
but I
He's already
never
got a position.
One at a
I
time.
never,
One at a time.
I never even said, hey guys, I don't believe in the ether. Fuck the ether. Not in this conversation. I've never said that. All
You
I've
don't
been
have to.
arguing against, all I've been arguing, exactly. I don't have to. Why? Because if I think that a photon is something that hits the photoelectric plate, I therefore am a materialist. That has been
Correct.
his argument. And I'm like,
Correct.
what?
Correct. You believe light at its fundamental essence is a particle, i.e., a photon, and that's why I'm trying to tell you that you're in
What's a
essence a
photon?
material. You're in essence a materialist due to the fact that QE is supported upon its entirety
What
upon
is
their
a
understanding of
photon?
light, which is exactly what you call it, a photon, and
Ask
that's a
What is
QE
problem,
what a
dude.
photon
what
is.
is a photon?
Ask
What's
QE
that?
that question. See if he mutes you and then starts
Why do
calling
I
you
why do
names.
I have it? Why do
Exactly.
I have
So
to
why
That's
did you
how this
bring
whole
somebody else
conversation
into the
started.
conversation? This
Yeah,
QE
That's how the
person
whole
isn't here.
conversation started.
yeah,
Was
but I don't
about
know why you're
QE.
No,
bringing
no,
somebody
no,
else
no, no,
into the
no. But
conversation.
no,
Now
no.
you're having
How
a
the
conversation.
conversation? No, no. Actually, how the conversation started was science does prove things, and we don't know why Jaron says the science doesn't prove things, amongst other flat earthers. That's how the conversation started. He put his nose into that conversation. I said, well, there's a perfectly good epistemology for science proving things
Oh, was
within
Jaren
that
here earlier?
within that framework.
No,
Okay,
he
That
wasn't.
is what we were talking
nor did
about.
I bring it up. But the reason that it was brought up, I didn't bring it up, was because I think it's Apocryphon was just telling the room that Nathan and he were gonna have a conversation, and I said, well, I don't know if it's going to go well. The only thing I think Jaron needs to understand is that he's against pseudoscience. He's not against the actual epistemology of if then, if A, then B, if A, not B. He's not against that. He's against something else. That was my point when I came in here. I didn't.
Those
Wasn't,
statements are a
it wasn't to
hypothesis,
say.
by the way.
It
It's your
wasn't to say.
hypothesis. Oh, my bad. I thought
It
you were done,
wasn't
bro.
to
You took a
say.
long pause.
I didn't say shit about the ether. Okay. And all I said was the actual phenomena is diffraction. That's the
Those if
phenomenon.
statements.
Looking at a photon or something hit a photoelectric plate is just an observation. I don't know what that means. It's just what we see. It's not the experiment. These are the things that I said earlier, true or false.
Those if statements, by the way, are your hypothesis and your null hypothesis.
Yeah, right. If A then B, if A not B. That's the hypothesis and the null hypothesis. Now, I didn't
Yeah,
say
we were talking
if
about
A then
proof.
B, if A not B, therefore photons. Did y'all hear me say that? Did y'all hear me say that?
No. I didn't hear you say that. But the point is
Okay.
that like I said, you're in support of QE, are you not?
As far as the scientific method goes, I'm in support of the truth.
And QE
Okay,
is in
and
support of
there's
the
one.
photon.
Can I jump in quickly? The reason why I'm in this server is because the discussion is about Earth is progressing, whereas in other corners there seems to be a tendency where people don't like talking about. They just only want to speak about certain things. Yeah, in this server, you can talk. Anyone can bring forward their idea, or whatever the case may be, and they can talk about it. Whereas at other
Well, right
places,
now,
it's takes
right
Correct.
now,
away.
hold on, Plain because
Let
we're
Plain
having a
finish.
conversation. I
Let Plain
understand, but
finish.
y'all both having a conversation, and this is kind of going somewhere else instead of what the conversation is actually about.
Let's let Planer
Now,
finish. He wasn't done.
this is a very good server to come to iron out the problems, because yeah, you can come and say what you can, bring forward your ideas, or you can talk about something, have a debate with someone, and even though sometimes it becomes heated and whatever, but it's different to other places, because other places don't want to forward the conversation, whereas it does get, the conversation is progressing.
All
Yeah,
right. Now
I
what? Now,
feel
now,
like I was
Beautiful
progressing.
input.
I feel like
that's
I was
true.
progressing
But
the
what does this progress the
conversation.
conversation y'all having? What does this progress the conversation y'all both having right now? It is
Yeah,
true
I'm
what
not.
he's saying.
We're
It's
talking.
100% true. But what is that progressing the conversation? As a side, it's going
We're
to a side view.
we're show he's highlighting the fact that this server we can try to get to an understanding while simultaneously disagreeing upon what's being said. Whereas in other servers, i.e. Nathan Oakley's server and Quantum Erasers, you instantly get muted and told that you're a problem and that you should be eliminated from the conversation. That's an issue, dude. Especially when you're
what?
supporting,
That's somebody
especially
else's
when you're
server.
importing quantum relativity. You're simultaneously supporting
Who's
quantum
supporting quantum
relativity while
relativity?
calling
Who the
yourself
fuck?
a
And
flat
again,
earther.
see, this is again. See again. All of these other offshoots of the actual phenomena being tested, which a photon is not a fucking experiment. Okay, again, say that for the I don't know how many time. I did never hear from Quantum Eraser's lips say he supports quantum relativity. As a matter of fact, I heard him say that quantum foam is pseudoscience, along with 95% of the rest of the quantum bullshit that's out there. But
So
again,
then how does he accept the 5% then?
listen.
So you just that's just another
So
fallacy,
if
bro. That's a fallacy,
I
bro.
lied to
Like
you,
holy shit.
if I lied to you 95% of the time, why would you accept the other 5%?
No, it's not lying. It's not lying. There's the scientific portion of it where there's experimentation, and then there's the other bullshit. I said that to you earlier. I'm saying it to you now. So all you have to do is accept things that are valid within the scientific method, unless you don't agree with the scientific method for some reason. Okay? That's all we're concerned with. That's all I'm concerned with.
The
So
whole thing is, Elijah. The whole thing, Elijah, you're making it way too long of a pause. But I understand that this is a dramatic pause for you. But
Yeah.
he's putting you. It's putting you in the all or nothing fallacy.
He's trying.
The problem
I
is
think
Elijah.
I think the only reason that I'm hot right now is because I think that my friend there came in at the end, and because the conversation has progressed in this way for so long, he kind of had a feeling about how he thought the conversation might have went, and I don't like that because
Who assumed what? Let's
was
stop being vague and ambiguous. Start being precise.
I was attacked, and I don't attack anybody. If I
Except for
have a
Dicelo.
conversation, if I have a conversation and you come to me and present something to me and we have a conversation, and at the end of that conversation I say, well, hey, isn't that affirming the consequent? That's not me coming at somebody. If they respond with, well, aren't you a materialist for saying that? That is an idiot's response. I don't know what
Total red
else.
herring.
Well, I'm not addressing you right now because I gave the example that had nothing to do with you, the conversation that I had in 24/7 earlier. This conversation is not just about you, bro. It's really
Okay, it's
not.
hard to distinguish. It's hard to distinguish when 90% of it is. But go ahead, man. My bad.
No, you're making it about you. Now, only time I'm addressing you is when you're saying that I called you a cancer for this, that, and the third. And no, I called you a cancer for how you were trying to argue and put me in a position that I'm not in.
And that's
And
justifiable.
I tried to explain it to you, and you wanted to go
That's
headlong
justifiable.
into it. And so I called it what it is, and that was justifiable, yes.
Wow. Okay, man. All right. You're a pretty harsh dude, I guess. That's just how you roll, man. But I don't appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, and when
Okay.
I said you demonize my character, that's what I'm talking about because nobody is
After you
in your
called me a
head
materialist and
seeing.
demonized my character,
You called it yourself, bro. Like if you want
then
to
I
assert
explained
yourself
to you how
on
I wasn't a
photons and
materialist.
particles,
But what's the problem?
because you're conflating a spiritualist as the antithesis of a materialist, which it's not,
No, a
man. Like
materialist is just someone who believes that only the physical exists, and I don't believe that. I keep
that's
telling you
that's
that.
that's that's actually not at all true.
That's the definition of it. So if you're making
That's
up
well,
your
you got a
own
poor
definitions, I
definition,
don't
bro.
know what else. Well, how are you gonna just make up your own definitions for shit?
I'm not making up
That's
my
not
own
the Socratic
definition.
method. Didn't you bring that up earlier?
I'm not making up my own definition. Why don't you look at the denotative explanation as to what a material is instead of just what you want to perceive it to be as?
I looked up the definition, bro. You know what else you want me to tell you?
Yeah, connotative one doesn't count, but that's cool, bro. Stick with your colloquial understanding.
Does anyone else other than Die Slow agree that I'm a materialist?
No, you just call light folks,
So
bro, but you're
everybody
not a
else is going to
materialist.
be quiet and allow this.
No,
What?
honestly, I don't. I've been listening for like 10 minutes.
Of course,
Actually,
Bob Dole's gonna chime in.
I haven't been listening for like 10 minutes. I've just been in the VC. But I was gonna say, like, unless you guys really want to keep going on, maybe we could change the subject if you guys are
Yeah,
down.
just driving on for an
I
hour now.
already
Yeah,
provided my thoughts from the conversation.
I just got here, but I don't think you're a materialist, Elijah. You seem very spiritual to me, personally.
Thank you.
I
I
just feel like
mean,
you.
it,
I just feel like you two
Yeah.
are searching for some closure for something that happened 2 years ago, and we're just waiting for you guys to kiss and make up. So
no,
carry on.
there will never be closure because Die Slow still argues the way that he argues, and it's a
Well,
very it's a very
here's an idea.
raunchy way to do things, and it's like I gave him an opportunity not to do that today. You guys all sat here and heard it happen and agreed with me earlier that he was
You're
way
telling
out of
me how to
line.
live my life,
Okay.
bro. And now
Well,
you're
You
the
already
I
said
mean,
arbiter of
I'm down to like.
justification.
Does anyone want to go to live stream too and have a different conversation or something? Like I want to. You guys can have your piece. You guys want to
You
keep
have
doing it?
something else to bring up to the table?
Yeah, dude, I got plenty of topics to bring up to the table. You want to
Well, bring it on. Bring it on.
Well, hold on though. I mean, this has been a whole thing for the last 2 to 3 hours. There's been a lot of involved. So before we just, I don't know. I mean, Dyslo and Elijah, do you guys feel is this resolved for now? Is there any more to continue? Do you guys want to set up an event and actually go through some of this in more detail? Where there's
What is
not all
there?
kinds of
What is
where
there
there's
to go through? I don't have a position. What? Yes, the scientific method is an empirical method. That's my position. What else is there to talk about?
That's a cute tactic, bro.
How is that a tactic? That's my stance.
That's the same tactic
I
Nathan
also
Jokey
didn't
and
say, yo,
Chewy
Dyslo
apply,
can't talk
bro.
about what he wants to talk about. I
Elijah.
also didn't say that Dyslo can't.
It's the same tactic they apply, bro. You're never gonna progress with
Again,
understanding.
you're bringing
I'll
somebody
just
else into the conversation that isn't here, and it's entirely unnecessary. It doesn't matter if he
this
does something
this
to
is how
somebody else.
this is how the
It really
conversation
doesn't matter.
Hold up a second. Elijah just got muted. I don't know why he was muted. He was in the middle of speaking.
No. Dyson was in the middle, and Elijah also jumped in.
I know.
Elijah
That's
jumped
why
in.
I'm saying, like,
Agreed
if
with him.
you guys want to hash this out, we need to do mute and unmute. So we either just don't do it now or we do it
But
now.
but I don't have. I'm just going with forms of logic. That's it. That's it. If I don't have an opinion on something, I don't have an opinion on something. Someone can't tell me that I have an opinion on something that I don't have. I didn't come in here and say, well, the ether's not real. Well, this is dumb. I didn't do any of that shit. You guys heard what
right
he
now.
did. You heard what he did. I didn't do that 2 weeks ago. I could play you guys the fucking 2-hour audio of the kid
But you did
coming
2
in
years
there
ago.
curling.
But you did 2
No,
years ago. You poisoned the
no,
well in FE and
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. You argued, and my
yeah, you
point
did.
to that is you argued the same way that day that you did today. So if anyone was listening and they agreed earlier, it's reasonable for me to fucking snap at
I
you
only match
because of how you.
what's provided, bro. I only match what's provided. I don't turn up unless it gets turned up.
How's that true? How is that true? I mean, because the conclusion of this argument, it actually needs the rest of you guys to basically say what Die Slow is doing is lying right now. That's
I
what this
wasn't here.
requires.
I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but you don't. I mean, this is kind of weird that we're trying to call people out and say the whole room needs to do this or needs to do that.
No, the
I mean, the
people
funny
that have
thing is,
been here. That's why.
there's a bunch of
The
people,
people that
there's a
have
bunch
been
of
here.
people,
That's why.
there's a bunch of people within this community that seem to have some sort of vendetta of trying to do nothing but target other people within this community that may have a difference of opinion on something that is not necessarily directly related to the topic
Okay.
overall, right? But does have some relevance. It's an ancillary topic. But some people
Okay.
within this community that like to think of themselves as large players within the community are taking it
Okay.
upon themselves to attack others within the community that are starting to progress a conversation past just 3 different allowable things to talk about within the community.
Okay.
I think
What does
Slow is
that
doing
have
something
to
like that.
do with what does that have to do with me? Which is what I asked Islo.
I guess it has to do with the company you keep, right?
Nah, since that's
And
the
okay,
oh my
look,
god.
because look, guess what? The company I keep doesn't want me here, but I'm here. Who gives a shit?
You're a
At
terrorist
the same time,
sympathizer. You're
at the
guilty
same
by
time,
association.
at the same time, there are extremists in every camp. You can't act like there are other people that maybe you're not thinking about, that maybe aren't major players, that don't incite violence and throw incendiary comments here and there. Like that shit happens. It is what it is. That's why I'm here. That's
Yeah, but
specifically why I'm here. To
yeah,
to
but
to, to
all I'm
try
saying,
to quell the flame.
all I'm saying is the company I keep doesn't tell me where I can and can't go, right? Or are disappointed if I'm in a different place having a
Okay.
conversation with people.
Okay.
So
I would
why
just
is
like
it
to tell.
clicking up? Why are we clicking up? Why can't I go on and have a conversation with a QE or a Nathan Oakley?
I
You
don't know.
ask them.
That's them. But at
Because
the same
science doesn't
time,
prove things, bro.
but at the same time, me or AI, that's the company I keep most of the time. We're not doing that shit. We just had a conversation with one of your guys who
Regardless,
labeled
I,
us,
I don't.
who labeled us. So
and guilt.
I'm just saying, let's just keep it where it's at, which is attack the people who you feel have wronged you, but leave us the fuck out of it.
I think the last 3 hours has been a perfect example of what an echo chamber sounds like, right?
Well said,
Right.
brother. You beat me to it. Well said. I hope everyone's listening.
And you know the company you keep, Napalm, that is actually a fallacy itself, dude. It's
I don't
called
know
the
if that's
company you
No,
keep.
sarcastic or not.
I get it.
That's not at
But
all
It's
what
an
an
ad
echo
hoc.
chamber means.
the thing is, what I meant by that is, let's just say if I go into another server, there's intentionality about how I'm talked to or what I'm allowed to say, right?
But that's
Okay.
another
And
server though.
they label me just because I have a similar opinion as Dicelo does, right? But we have
That's
a
a fact.
difference of opinion
Okay.
on other things, right? But
Okay.
Dicelo and I don't say where each other can or can't go, right?
Okay.
I'll see him in another server. We'll see him wherever.
Yeah, me
Where
and AI we don't have a conversation about where one can and can't go either. So what's your point? Because there are probably people in this server that would oh, you know what? As a matter of fact, I can expressly remember no if I mean you know you're my dude now, SE, telling me that I shouldn't be hanging out with Nathan and them because I'm cool. So here's the fucking kettle calling the teapot black, and all I'm saying is, can't you guys see that?
And if, man, and if you're telling a grown man, and if you're telling a grown man where you can and cannot do, like holy fuck, bro. Like if any you taking that advice, then holy fuck, bro. Like
Yeah, and
are
the
y'all
pot
not
calling
fucking grown, man? How old are y'all? Like 15, 16, 12?
Are you saying SE is the pot calling the kettle black or me?
No, with the example, I was just saying at that time, like SE probably still right now can't understand why I would want to hang out with those guys. Die Flow, if I say, well, you know what? I'm not arguing against this. I'm not doing that. because of how he feels about that panel, would not want me to be hanging out over there. Like,
Yeah,
let's
but
not
here's
act like that's not the case.
the thing, man. Like SE and I will get into it, bro. But you know what we do? We still hang out with each other. We still
I still
agree
hang
on a
out with
ton of shit.
you. I still talk
I
to
know.
Winston. So
I get
what?
it, bro.
So
I
then
get
what?
it.
So then what's the problem?
The problem is
Other
trying
people, right?
to guide.
Other people, right? The problem is other. Just boil it down to it's other people.
We'll let him
hang out with
respond. We'll let him respond though.
All right, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna say the issue is sometimes the company you keep allows the conversations to get to a point, right? Meaning, if you and Dicelo were having the conversation, when I came into the conversation, you were basically just arguing for argument's sake to be able to like step back and be like, well, that's not my claim. I don't have a claim. I don't really care about this, right? Then why engage? Say that
But you
from the
missed.
jump. If
But you missed.
Dicelo started to
Yeah, that's
bring
not
up
what happened at
something
all.
like the
So you have an
You
incorrect
missed the
assertion about
context,
what
and I
took
tried to
place.
tell
Right
you
here.
that. But you
Yeah.
have a bias because of how these guys have treated other people, and that's what you heard. And I tried to tell you, as your brother, who's fucking spoken to you many times, like, nigga, you've only heard the last 2 seconds since you got in here. That's not what happened.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I understand. And if my analysis of what is taking place is completely off base, then I apologize. But it seemed to me as though, like, I don't know, if it's been 3 hours, why not just move on from the conversation if there's nothing to talk about? If Daiso wanted to talk about the ether and you didn't want to talk about it, I'd be like, I don't know. I don't know that stuff.
No,
I'm
he
not
kept
into it.
engaging me. We were talking about different topics in different times with different people. He kept interjecting himself into the conversation to engage me.
All right. Well,
And put him in a basket.
I'll bow out. I'll listen to the replay. I got a bunch of shit going on anyways, but I
That's
apologize.
funny
if I'm
because
Well, here's
I
the
never
thing.
mentioned your name, Elijah. You mentioned my name first. I was talking about QE. You jumped in defense of QE, and you decided to take the bullet, and now you want to sit here and act like you're a martyr, dude.
Exactly.
Get out of
That's
here,
the
bro.
thing.
You
Like,
called me. You called me a cancer that needs to be removed from the community.
That's
Don't
not
act
what
like it
happened.
wasn't justifiable
That's not
context,
how
because
it
that is what
happened. That's
Thought
happened.
not
about
the
it.
That
I've
sequence
is
thought
of
what
what
about it
happened.
for
here's
a
happened.
the issue
while,
I
Respect.
have
and
with
it's
both
Own
still
your
of you,
hard.
words,
though.
bro. Own your
Here's
words,
the
bro.
issue.
That's not what
Here's the issue
happened.
I have with both
I,
of you, though, right?
I
Because
don't have.
Yeah, if you want a consideration.
Elijah is not refuting anything. He asked you
Guys,
what the premise of ether was, right? And he didn't get a response. But here's the other thing that I didn't like about what Elijah done, because he then kept asking Dicelo to not speak. Like, he's got the right to come in and ask you that question. It's like you wanted him to not even be able to have his voice. So I don't
no,
like that.
he kept asking me though when I gave him an answer, and if I didn't give him an answer he liked, so he kept labeling me. That's what
You
happened.
refuse. You refuse
Yeah,
to have an
and
answer. You
that's
refuse to have a position. You said it yourself. You're coming
And
from an
and
antagonistic
so what?
position. You're
I'm not. I
listen.
didn't antagonize
You're
you just because I
denying.
don't have a position. I
You're
did not
denying.
antagonize you because I don't
guys,
have a position.
yo, Eli, let him finish. You can go next, Eli,
Yeah,
please.
real quick,
But
bro.
that's a
Real quick.
lie. Why can't somebody
You're
else other than me,
Elijah. Chill
who
out,
wouldn't
bro.
be
Chill out.
biased and did hear the conversation, say that's not what happened, Dicelo? Why can't
Chill
y'all
out,
do
bro. Chill out. There's no need to get all like worked up, bro. Like I'm just trying to tell you, if you're gonna deny what you can't define, okay, this is the epitome of ignorance, bro. And that's like your position, and that's like not
Now
a
I'm
fair
being
position to
gaslit.
have.
No,
That's not a
that's just
fair position to have,
Now
bro.
I'm
Bro,
being
when we're
gaslit.
talking about, all right, whatever, bro. That's what you're doing.
Deny. He said he doesn't have a position. How is he denying?
What do you mean he doesn't have a position? I asked him what light was. He called it a photon and a particle. I'm
Okay.
asking what he has to make this assertion, and he just wants to just back out of it and
No,
just
he
slap labels on
said.
things. Slap labels
But
on
he did.
things.
But he
That's
did
He's
like
ask
going
you.
off
not.
But
script.
he did.
Hold on. Hold on.
But he did ask you what the premise of the ether was, and he didn't get a response.
Hold on,
Okay,
Dicelo
here
wasn't
goes.
done, guys. Guys, let's get it together,
He
please.
did get a response. I told him the premise of the ether is field dynamics. I told him the premise of where he's coming from is particle interaction, which is the epitome of materialism. You're acting like just because you have subjective beliefs, that makes you not a materialist, bro. Like, what's your definement of materialism aside from epistemologies and spiritual beliefs? Like, you think this is the antithesis of materialism, which it's not. Okay, field dynamics is. It doesn't require a God of the gaps fallacy. Even though I believe in God.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I
I
thought you were
didn't
done.
say
Go ahead.
anything.
Yeah, I believe in. I
Eli's
believe in
going
God.
next. Let's let Dyslow finish it up. Eli's
I
definitely going
didn't
next,
say
guys.
anything.
I know. Somebody else did.
I believe in God, but the problem is that when you're just gonna like leave off with God as being the arbiter of phenomena, then you're falling into the God of the gaps fallacy, and you're projecting me being the cancer of the community, when in all actuality it's yourself for not having a position while simultaneously accepting the 5% of quantum field dynamic or field theory that you do, and then touting that over other flat earthers heads and not letting them have a different opinion, and trying to interject in conversations to support that. You fall into the QE and Nathan crowd just like you did to me at 24/7, and just poison the well from the get. And, like, it's not fair, bro. And then you want to come in here and act like you don't do this shit when you do.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't do that today, and I've never done that. I come after people who are annoying to me, or if they have fallacious reasoning. That's when I say something that they may or may not like. I didn't do any of the shit that you said I did. I didn't come
I've
after
never.
you. I
Hold on.
didn't
I've never
come after you.
initiated.
I
Hold
didn't
on.
come after you. I also said that I don't know everything about everything. I didn't look into this shit as deeply as everybody else because I just don't give a fuck. That's what I told you. And then you said, so then why do you believe in I said, what the fuck is a photon other than what you see on the photoelectric plate? Because I'm not really saying whatever the fuck you think it is. I told you that. I'm not that invested. Nor did I say, oh, well, whatever your position is I refute it. I simply asked you what you meant. You said field theory, whatever it is. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that means. Maybe I'll check it out on a later date, but I'm not refuting it. I'm not for it. I don't fucking know. I said that in this conversation.
That's
All
the
right.
whole point.
All right,
That
hold
was
on.
the whole
Just,
point.
just hold on, real quick. I'm gonna mute and unmute Elijah and Dyslow. Just at least let them get to the bottom of this if they're both cool with it.
There is no bottom of it, Gio. Come on. There's no bottom. We
I know.
literally, after 3 hours, they literally started saying the same exact thing 3 hours ago.
All right. Well,
Like, let's move on, guys. Like, like you literally said it, Elijah. You said it yourself. You said there is no conclusion to this. You said you cannot get to a conclusion in this conversation. You already admitted that. Let's move on. Let's move
Yeah,
on.
I think this just further illustrates that you can't prove things.
How?
See,
How?
you're doing it again.
I don't know
You're
why
doing
you're
it.
acting like
Just move
Elijah
on.
wasn't the one willing
No,
to
no,
move
no,
on.
no,
Yes.
because the scientific method and that epistemology has nothing to do with any of this. And
We
I'm
don't
not
care.
the
I'm
one.
just
I'm
trying
not
to
the
bring it
one.
back to something interesting. That's
well,
all.
my only thing is that if they're gonna have the conversation, it just to have the audio clean so they can both fully say their things without the interruptions would be key. If they
But
don't want to do that, that's fine. But it's
I already, Gio, how many times do I have to say the same thing? All he's going to say is, but that's not what you really did. What you did
Why
was,
does it matter?
it's like, and then
Why
you
are you
guys
still
aren't
talking
going to
about it?
bring it to a clean conclusion by saying, no, that's not what he did. What he said was actually what he said. And I think you're going a little too far. That would end the conversation. But you keep thinking that he's going to say something other than what he's been saying, which is just not what I've been saying. He keeps saying that I'm saying things and doing things that I'm not doing, haven't done. And that's what's causing the problem. And you guys aren't saying, oh, that's not what he said. That's not what some of you guys are. But at the end of the day, the guy already told you, like I said, yeah, I already told you what I know, what I don't know, what I'm concerned with, what I'm not concerned with. Just because I say, okay, a photon is this thing that hits the plate, whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's the same thing you see. I don't give a fuck what it is, I don't know the science behind it. That's not even the science behind it. Actually, it's diffraction. Okay. So I don't know what any of that has to do with any of the shit that y'all are talking about. I said that 3 hours ago. So that is the end of what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're an animalist because you believe there's a photon.
Hello, Smurf is here. I've got important news for everybody. The photons are fake. They made them up. You open a cartoon book, comic book, it's a photon. Nowhere else to find it.
All right, cool.
No, what do you mean cool? You want to go back to the emotional stuff? Let's get to the bottom of that.
Well, they're linking a phenomenon to what they're calling a photon.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenon. Yeah, it's not a physical thing that you can take a picture of. Yeah, but it's a phenomenon
correct.
that is. I think it's a real phenomenon. It just depends on how you associate that phenomenon with a larger foundation of structure of axioms and understanding about what that phenomenon is and what it's rooted in, and
It's
what it
particle
yeah.
particle versus field dynamics, right? And if you're going to assert a photon as a particle, I'm just saying you're putting yourself automatically, axiomatically on that side of the fence.
I mean, it is deeply relevant to everything, to cosmology, the Earth, the shape of the Earth, the larger sort of cosmos, the way light travels, the sun, the moon, the stars, the celestial objects. It's linked to so many different things. And the whole kind of atomistic model, which, just because somebody may think something about a photon, I don't think that's enough of a reason just to put them in a whole category of atomism per se, unless they state that themselves. Even though the photon is directly rooted in atomism, at least that word and that the way of conceptualizing it in that way, but it is a phenomenon. So I think there is like a spectrum and like almost like a gray area in a sense to where, one could call it a photon, that phenomenon of photon. It doesn't mean they're necessarily agreeing with all of atomism, but at the same time, the description of the photon in that way was born in the atomistic Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm.
Yeah. Hold up. Let me say a lot of talk about photons, neutrons, and all this stuff. But okay, we really zoomed in and saw breaks in the waves, and then people created various cartoon pantheon. But all we could really measure, are oscillations, vibrations, in wave patterns and such like that. And so here we are talking about things, cartoons, really.
So what's a field?
I did make the point that
A field is
honestly, we're not like it's not like we're rejecting the phenomenon. I mean, I'm not the first person to say this. Haven't you heard this before? You guys know you've heard it. I'm not rejecting it. It's nothing to reject. I'm not arguing about the rhetoric. I quite don't care.
Okay, well, just to make it formal on the record, I've never once initiated engagement with you anytime any one of the servers that we've interacted with. It's always been you. And for whatever reason, if you don't remember, you started this back in 24/7. I'm not just picking up where we left off. I'm simply pointing out the fact that you've decided to choose a side without any way to substantiate it other than choosing a side, bro.
You want to know?
That's
You want to
fine.
know what happened?
That's fine.
You want to know what happened in 24/7?
I'm okay with that.
I'll let you guys know what happened in 24/7. This Middle Eastern dude came in one day, and he was having a conversation with all of us, and then he had mentioned someone, and then I asked if the dude was famous. For some reason, me asking him that question pissed him off because he's like, oh, it's not our culture. We don't go with fame and yada yada. I'm like, okay, I'm just trying to figure out like if the dude is notable. It's not. And he started arguing with me in a non sequitur fashion. That was when Dyslow interjected himself into that conversation, talking about electromagnetism, yada 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 yada. And I told him it was irrelevant at that time. That's what started this beef.
I don't remember it necessarily going down like that, but regardless.
Whatever.
You say it was field dynamics. So what's a field?
I'll tell you, a field is like you got multi-surface dimensional creates convergent points where they meet, right? So you got geometry, and the medium between, and there's your field.
That's what you think it is, Dyslow? I was asking you. Sorry.
I mean, I'm sure I could add more to it, but I mean, I don't think that was a bad. I don't think that was a bad analysis of.
Is it physical?
Hey, thank you. I am oversimplifying things.
Is it physical?
It's physical in the sense that it's perceived, but it's not physical in the sense that there's some sort of particle associated with the field. No.
In physics, it says a field is a physical quantity represented by a scalar vector or tensor that it's a value of for each point in space and time.
Right. From the conventional perspective, it's essentially a map to identify points within a certain proximity having value. Correct. But again, we all know that it's not a convention. It actually exists. You can interact with the field. You know, that's the funny thing you feel between two magnets either pulling or repulsing against one another. It's not anything that you can see in the sense that, you know, there's something to be seen, but it does exist.
Yeah, just like the bonds, because a steel beam isn't one singular structure. It's made up of many other things, but what's the thing that holds it all together? Like, this is the shit that pisses me off. We don't really think that differently. I don't know where the beef comes from.
Well, I'm just saying there's a division within reality on how we define it. And there's only ever been two postulations in the history of science ever presented, and that's ether and quantum relativity. So the depending on which side of the fence you want to reside on is automatically going to make you, you know, public enemy number one, or the untold hero that's, you know, yet to be unveiled. So that's where I'm at.
But who's to say which? Yeah, I mean, who's to say either one of those are actually true? So you might be tacking on to ether, and I mean, there's probably is a field, there's probably something in there, but why do you think it is what they postulated a few years back? Then it actually means something else.
Well, they've never defined a field or given a concise explanation. No branch of science ever has. They've never defined a field. They've never defined magnetism. They've never defined energy. They've never defined a whole lot of things which are intrinsic within our reality. Like, there's nothing in our reality that's not magnetoreactive, be it ferromagnetic, diamagnetic, or paramagnetic. So you would think that should be the epitome and the forefront of our research into getting to a concise explanation as to what magnetism is or is not, or what fields or energy and all these things are. But they're not. They're only leaving off with vague descriptions of particle interaction. And a field is not comprised of particles, nor is energy, nor is magnetism. So
the question is, are you just
this is the problem. Like, if you're just gonna real quick, if you're just gonna leave off with perceiving reality from one framework and deny the other without ever getting to an understanding of what the other side's saying, what are you really doing?
Yeah, I mean, but all you bring in is ideas and not actual evidence to
These
what
aren't
you're trying
ideas.
to prove.
These aren't
What I'm
ideas.
saying
These
is,
ideas.
these not ideas, but these ideas.
These aren't just ideas. These understandings is what gave us our entire electrical grid that you're using today. So if that's the case, right, then maybe you should understand where these inventors were coming from in order to create these inventions. No, you just want to hand wave dismiss that and act like you're so well understood while simultaneously using the devices that you have no understanding about and acting like science has got it figured out. That's a
I'm
problem,
saying
bro.
what I'm trying to tell me what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying
You
to
understand
learn.
it?
I'm not saying I do,
Do you
but you're
deny
saying
it?
I'm just trying to hand wave this miss. I'm saying, what is there evidence that there is what you want to call an ether, and how do I test that myself?
Well, again, you're gonna have to spend some time, dude. I'm not gonna be able to wrap up freaking 9 years of research,
Well, I
two-sentence
will say,
conversation to convince you. I've been on here for years. You've heard me many times throughout those years in these conversations. It's not my fault you weren't really listening and trying to understand this entire time. And you're gonna support Elijah for whatever bias you have. That's your
why
fault.
need
I
to?
mean, that's your
Why
bad.
you see what I'm? You see, but hold on.
Wow.
So no one else can understand how just saying that right there is inflammatory. Like, you see why things blow up out of proportion. Like,
and what's crazy is that I'm trying to understand. I want him to show me something that he has that is doesn't have to be tangible, but of some kind of if it's scientific, show me an experiment, or if it's something that I don't have to be able to
they'll
hear
say the
9 years
same thing.
of research. I mean, you should be able to say, okay, well, this is what it
It
is
must be the
because
same
of this,
thing
this, and
that
this.
it must be the same thing that quantum mechanics is. It must be, because I have heard QE say the reason for your computers and your technology and this, that, and the third is because of the experiments from quantum mechanics, whatever those may be. Don't even know, to be honest with you. Um, so if you guys are saying, yeah, those things exist, however, it really means something else, what the fuck are we fighting about?
I miss what was said.
Okay, well,
But
moving
I'm
on.
anyway,
sorry.
like
I got a lot of people over here.
Peace. You can
the
move on.
over the
What's the other
overall
guy?
point is science does prove things. That's what I came in here with. Science definitely proves things. What I'm talking about is a specific method. Anything outside of that method, you could call it what you want. You could call it a logical framework or this or that. I don't really care. But it would be a different epistemology. And if it's a different epistemology, I am going to ask you what the method is. You can't just call it science. Most definitely not. Not saying that you're calling it that. Or I like, because I'm specifically again referring to the guy that I spoke to about 2 weeks ago in 24/7. When he said it wasn't science, he was just, had this logical framework and yada 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 yada. But then he affirmed the consequent. And I was like, okay. And then he started calling me all these names and shit. And he rage quit. So it's like, well, the scientific method is the scientific method. Other means to knowledge are other means to knowledge. There's nothing wrong with me saying that statement. Both statements are true. That doesn't mean I'm against anybody. That doesn't mean I'm forcing anybody into this forcing anybody to claim that they're doing science. But what I'm saying is, if it has to do with the physical and natural world, and you're talking about the cause of things, then you have to have evidence for that.
The last
Instead
couple
of
hours.
instead of claiming, like if there's a cause that is yet to be determined, but we have a phenomena, that's fine. That's fine.
Elijah,
If we have
let me ask.
if we have a phenomena but have not yet discerned the cause, absolutely fine. But you cannot conjure up, make up a phenomenon.
Let me ask you, Elijah, real quick. Does gas pressure require containment?
Yeah.
So what's our atmos contained by?
A container.
Have you verified that empirically?
No, why would I need to do
Logical.
that?
I'm talking to Elijah. I thought. My bad. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just gonna say it's logical deduction, but go ahead.
You agree with
Yeah,
that?
it's a logical deduction because we have air particles. Yes.
Okay. So does that still coincide with your initial statement that you just made? Prior to asking you that.
Yeah, it's called another epistemology separate from using the scientific method, because we all know that every time there's been an increase of gas pressure is if you put gas into a finite volume of something.
That's science?
No, it's not, but it's still true. That's the point I'm making.
Got you. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that that you were good with that, because there's a lot of logical necessities or deductions you can make with the ether as well, such as that the primary half of it can't be quantified. It's a necessity. But I digress, and
Well, I would
yeah, that's
like
all.
to.
Would you
I do have.
would you
Maybe I would. Maybe. Wait. No. Wait.
Hold
After
on. Let
what-
him finish, Eli. Eli, you go next. Let him finish, please.
No, I think he was done. I was actually just jumping in to say, would
all right.
Dyson say it's an antecedent? But
Yeah, but see that, but we experience the antecedent of gas pressure every day. Like as in like we literally have it on hand. I look, I didn't have to make any logical fallacious arguments to state what I stated. You don't have to imagine anything. There's nothing added to what I'm saying. It just is what it is. Well, obviously,
What do you mean? I have to imagine and accept that there's a container due to the fact that gas pressure requires a container. I'm okay with that. You can never substantiate or validate empirically or demonstrably that we're within a containment. It's only logically necessitated.
no,
So with
but
that
we know gas
said,
pressure requires a containment because we have containers and we have gas pressure increases based on those containers, based on those vials, based on those chambers, based on whatever it is. We do have that on
it's
hand,
fine.
and that's why we've made the logical deduction that okay, well, we're breathing gas, so there must be containment there as well because of these other things that we hands on know. I didn't make up some
Fine.
scenario of something that I can't possibly interact with and then say it must be that.
But that's
That's
a projection if you're assuming that's what I'm doing, because that's far from what I'm doing. I'm
well,
specific.
I'll give you an option to speak your piece. I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I'm not assuming anything. Go on ahead. I'll go on mute.
Well, like I've already stated, our entire electrical grid is comprised of the very things that I speak of that are logical necessity. So that
Like,
being the ether, the ether being comprised of magnetic and dielectric uh, fields, all being unified. So the inventors of these things that gave us the foundations of everything our technology is comprised of were understood on this stuff. And if you're going to say that Nick Tesla, Charles Proteus Steinmetz,
no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
all these
Don't start there. I'm not. I know that magnetic fields exist and I know that electric fields exist. So what those are real. But what's that got to do with anything?
well, I'm simply telling you that these are the things that we can interact with to make these logical deductions that this dielectric field is ever so present. So I'm just saying we got the same thing you got, where we have ways to extrapolate these ideas into being possible.
Yeah,
uh
but a container causes gas pressure. Like an electric field doesn't cause ether. That's not the same thing.
no, ether causes an electric field.
Well,
It's the opposite.
see how different that you have a container and then you have pressure.
Right.
Now,
You don't have an
you
example of an ether to show us. We can show you a container doing literally the thing that's being claimed it does.
Yeah, and like I just said, I can show you the fact that electricity is comprised of the ether being the dielectric times the magnetic, EQ and Planck of electrification, as well as the brilliant minds that put that forward. So you can never subtract or separate the magnetic component from the electric field. So you have to make the understanding, the logical deduction that the electric field isn't one simple component. So this has all been done. Maybe you haven't looked into it to make the conclusion yourself. But again,
I'm not arguing against that necessarily, but what you're doing is you're comparing two completely different situations. What you're
it's
saying
non
is that you can
sequitur.
make
Yeah.
the deduction logically about the ether and its existence from from as if it's the same thing as the gas pressure without a container thing, or with a container, needing a container, and it's not the same thing. Both gas pressure and a container can be shown to somebody right now, demonstrated to them in front of them for them to see and experience right now. That's a different situation than taking a different experiment and saying, see, this shows this ether thing that we can't show you does exist. Those are two completely different situations.
oh, and that's just an argument from ignorance. The fact that a ferrocell is an extrapolation of the dielectric interplay between the magnetic. It's all visible right before your very eyes. The
If the
holography.
thing that you're saying is the ether, why did you just call it all of those other things instead of just calling it the ether? That's the question you should be answering.
Because the ether.
That's what I've said. I mean, not today, but I've said, well, if you guys are calling,
You shouldn't have all these other words that you just said to describe the thing. You should just be calling it the ether then. Just point to it and say, that is the ether. It's not all these other words that I said. It's the ether. That would be far more simple, and it would actually make some sense instead of your gobbledygook that you just spouted.
no, I don't want to call it. I don't want to call it gobbledygook because I don't want to make him upset. Like again, like we are having a conversation, but in form, when you say this phenomena, this thing that I see is due to the ether, something that I haven't seen, in form, that's begging the question. To attribute something that is to something that you already said was true in the beginning or real in the beginning. Now, I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just critiquing the form of the argument. Does this make me a materialist? Is that what that means?
No. The ether by itself being the primary half of the conjugate field that makes up ether, which is why I added all these extra words, which you consider to be gobbledygook, not you personally, Elijah, but the other guy, is the fact that you have to understand these two conjugate field geometries to understand the ether in its full totality. It's the loss of that dielectric field is what breeds the magnetic field, and the two of those together, those two field geometries are synonymously connected. They're inseparable. So the fact that you can only see one of those field holographies visibly because that's the magnetic field doesn't mean that the other field doesn't exist. It's just the outline of it being centripetal convergence as opposed to centrifugal divergence, which makes up the toroidal field in its entirety, and the antithesis of that being the hyperbole field. So this is all visible under a ferrocell, right? Like you can call it gobbledygook, you can call it what you want, but until you look into it, you're just denying what you can't define, and that's fine, man. I understand. Like a lot of people do that, but yeah, that's not my problem.
Yeah, it seems like the point I was making either went completely over your head or you decided to ignore it. I don't know which one it is.
It's possible it could have went over my head. I got a lot right now, so I'm just trying to get forward what I'm saying, I guess, and how I'm perceiving things. That's all. So.
That was some intense shit. Just to clear it up, Elijah is a materialist. He thinks science doesn't prove things, and light is a wave particle duality. Right? Just to clear that all up.
Haha.
And then Jeremy's going to do 6 hours on Coriolis effect, guys. So get ready.
You guys ready for the core? We got Coriolis week coming up soon.
No.
I'm out. I'm out.
No, let's dig into this taboo conspiracy thing. Or is that been hammered out too much? Or I mean, come on, that's like the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think even QE knows that. He's like, but isn't the argument about negotiating how how much the plane should dip its nose over? We're like, yeah, nah, fuck that. Normal simpletons know that them damn stars should be rising up. The end. Sorry, QE. That right there is classic. Let's say. You don't even need an advanced argumentation for it or anything. You just, that African dude, that dark skinned African dude, where he's like on TikTok, and somebody does something really stupid, and then he just shows them like how to do it instead. Like there's this dude that like smashed open one of the refrigerators or freezers in the supermarket just to get something out of it. And then it cuts to a scene of him where he walks up to a refrigerator and he just opens it. And then he points his two hands like, duh.
You, you
Just
talking about that
open
dude,
it.
Obambi or Omambi or whatever his name is?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, that's how simple this taboo conspiracy thing is.
He has like more followers than Kim Kardashian or something like that. He's like, he got big.
Yeah. However, so I will bring this up though. So in the spirit of absolute intellectual honesty and getting to the truth, so there is something that this guy last night came into this live stream. His name is Mr. Green. He sounded like a younger guy, maybe in his 20s. And basically, what he said and stated, and I don't see how he's wrong. So what he shows is that he's saying that because he's apparently the Mr. Green guy is like pretty good with Google Earth, and you know he's kind of he said he's kind of a wizard with it or whatever, uses it a lot and different stuff. So what he said is that in that video, the simulation that Taboo Conspiracy did, where he pulled up Google Earth, he does not have the time feature moving through time. It only is progressing over the Earth, but the time feature is not activated. Like it's not actually moving through time as the flight is moving across the globe Earth on the Google Earth thing. And so this kid,
Meaning the stars aren't moving.
the
is what
stars
you
are
mean.
not. Yeah, the stars are not
Mhm.
exactly like the actual motion of the Earth is not. So what he did, I could go find it. I mean, it's in the chat here. I'll go find it in a second, repost it. I could just search for his name and repost it. He did a simulation where he turned on the time on Google Earth and did that same flight, and it actually shows pretty close to what the time lapse shows. Now, that doesn't mean that it's like game over for all of this, although he's tried to say it was. He's saying, this is it. You turn the time on, and now it shows what you see. I think there's more nuance to it. And, you know, I mean, I could just present that first and post it, or I could go on a longer thing because we were talking about it last night and going deeper into it because there's several additional factors. Like, first of all, what is Google Earth really showing? You know what I mean? Like, what is it really showing? Like, how is it actually working? You know, is it actually simulating a sphere? I mean, first of all, you can't put stars millions of miles away. You can't put them light years away. So on any simulation. So there's that to begin with. What is Google Earth actually simulating a planar surface or an actual sphere? There's that component in terms of how it actually is laid out. There's when you turn the time feature on, you know, there's many factors. I'm trying not to talk too long-winded because I'm just bringing this up. But it potentially does show that there could be a flaw, at least in that part of it, in the Taboo Conspiracy part where he shows the simulation that he didn't actually add the time. So to make the claim, hey, Google Earth shows it doing this, but in reality it doesn't, that claim may be faulty. It doesn't mean that the stars shouldn't still be doing that, because I know I've been long-winded here, but I'll just say briefly, there's a couple of factors. You've got the speed you're moving, the direction you're moving, and the sidereal rotation. With all that being into account, the 500 miles an hour you're moving will offset that sidereal, but there is still the additional, it's roughly 1 degree every 8 minutes of the plane tilting over the sphere, which should make those stars come up from the horizon. So we need to unpack it more. Like, is Google Earth faulty? Now, I will say too, I'm not surprised Google Earth is showing what we see because they're not that stupid. They're not doing this whole deception to make it that easy to catch them, you know, quite that easy. So there's that too. So
Lou, you know, it's crazy. Lou is the only one that pointed that out. He said the video is excellent. I don't know why he did the Google Earth shit because they're gonna find a way to overcome that somehow, some way. There's something about that he just didn't like, and he said that a week ago.
interesting. That's a good. He was on it then. I actually felt a little bit the same way when I watched it. I'm like, ooh, we're just doing a thing with Google Earth here. You know, I had a little kind of a red flag in my mind, but I didn't really think more about it. But when this guy brought it up, I'm going to post his video so you guys can see his simulation because he simulated it with the time. But here's the thing. What this shows with the time isn't what should be happening on a globe. So it's like Google Earth is showing what happens on a planar surface, that not actually tilting a plane around a globe. So the plot thickens.
Yeah,
Meaning,
I still think it's bang on as far as they're definitely, you can't excuse, like, if we can, like, what we see, it's the same thing with the Black Swan at Santa Barbara. Like, We just need more of those. It's no way it's 2023 and we still arguing about that black. That's why I never use it. I just use different things. I use the same method, but different scenarios. And I just think let's just get some pilots on board. Look, yo, we're cool with Mark Sargent and motherfucking Dave Weiss. They're cool with pilots. Let's get some pilots getting some time lapses out this motherfucker.
Yeah, because there's a lot more that needs to be done. So I'm posting his right here. This is what that Mr. Green guy did. It's not even like a perfect simulation, but it does show. You see in the upper left corner, that's the time. So you see on Taboos, it doesn't have that. On Google Earth, it's the upper left corner. That actually moves it through time. Whereas on Taboos, it only shows the one on the lower left, which just shows the actual plotting. So yeah, so there's a couple factors here. Like, is this thing incorporating the actual tilt of the airplane, or is this showing what it is over a planar surface? You know, so yeah, or what it would be over stationary, I should say. Yeah, stationary and planar, because over stationary planar surface, the airplane is planar, so it's horizontal. So you wouldn't have any additional 1 degree every 8 minutes of that effect. You're not inducing that 1 degree per 69 miles by the airplane. You know, you're only just getting the actual sidereal, which is, you know, that kind of slow motion that it's making. And then the 500 miles an hour is going to offset that. If you're going east to west, west to east, of course, it's going to offset it a little bit. But the thing is, on a globe, no matter what, you would have what I'm saying, the 500 miles an hour, you would have the sidereal, you would have all that. That's fine on your spinning globe. But you would also have that 1 degree every 8 minutes, because the airplane on a globe, the difference is on a globe, it has to tilt around the sphere. You know, it has to literally make a curved path, which would induce that additional 1 degree every 8 minute, movement of the stars, which should be rising up from the horizon. So yeah, I think there's more that needs to be unpacked with it, but I think at least that part of Taboo's video, it'd be good if someone let him know that, because at least that part of it is a flaw, and it's not good to have a direct flaw in it, because he's trying to say, hey, this is what it is in Google Earth. It doesn't match what we see, but if you didn't move the time feature, if you didn't have it moving through time, then at least it doesn't, you know what I mean? It's not a match in terms of at least trying to use Google Earth as a comparison.
Yeah, can I just
I'm looking at
something
go ahead.
quickly? So can I just? I'll be very quick. One thing that I've noticed about how the Globers address this as well is that they will pretend that the rotation of the stars, like instead of addressing the whole sky of stars and addressing whether it rises up or not, they'll take the rotation of the sky, where some of the stars are going up and some of them are going down, and they'll cherry pick some of the stars that rotate upwards, and then they'll ignore the rest. I just wanted to point out this is one of the ways they've been handling this argument.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the video that you sent. This doesn't look like Taboo Conspiracy's first video. Like the stars are indeed like disappearing. Like I didn't see any. I gotta watch. Let me watch it again. It doesn't look the same to me.
Yeah, and this is not also what he did here is not even a perfect. I don't know. The little airplane is shifting right, shifting left. It's not even a direct. But he did say that it's the general same direction. He said it's between the same cities. It's the same flight or whatever, and it doesn't show that dramatic effect of the stars rising from the horizon up. You know, like this seems to just show just that slow motion of the stars moving to the right, which is what the time lapse shows in reality. So. But I know what you mean. It's not like a perfect match.
Oh wait, there's a part 3?
Yeah, and I haven't watched that yet either. There is a part 3, yeah. That reminds me.
Oh God. All right, let's watch it together. Okay, wait. First I'm gonna watch part 1 again. And then do we want to do this together? Part 3 is only 2 minutes and 37 seconds. What is this? Because if this is just the simulator, I don't want that. No, this is real. Yeah, this is real. I don't know. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he says in this third one.
The drop post links.
Yeah, that's the third one. Part
That's
3.
a step away, so I kind of missed the taboo conspiracy thing.
Yeah, see again though, he's putting even in this third one. See, he's not involved. He's not including the time. I'm just saying if you're going to use Google Earth and say, "Hey, this is what Google Earth shows," you have to turn the time on. It doesn't have the time on. That is a problem. At least for him trying to present, hey, if he's trying to say, "Hey, it's what Google Earth shows, but it's not what reality shows," we gotcha. That's not complete because he doesn't have the time feature on Google Earth.
But the problem with Google Earth is that they would just have a planar surface, and then they would have the rotation of the celestial sphere.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, how the hell does that help their case?
That's when this guy, the Mr. Green guy, got really mad at me because I was bringing up like, okay, well, let's unpack what can we validate of the simulation that is Google Earth, how exactly that works, how it's coded, how it actually functions. Just because you put a little graphical curve left to right doesn't mean it actually is simulating a sphere. That can just be a layer, and they could still be functioning because. And this gets into like how GPS works, like there's a lot to this. Like
Oh, GPS definitely necessitates horizontals. I think I played a video. I have a video. I mean, it's no fucking surprise. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not even gonna open that can of worms. You do need a fucking a planar surface. I don't care if it has undulations and hills and this and that and the third. The point is, if you're going to create a horizontal, it's going to be parallel with the surface of the earth. Otherwise, the angle means nothing. So you can create an angle that means nothing, but of course, that's not what they do. They just pretend that they're going to take it to this angle that you measured from the top of the earth to the center of the earth, where this is where you're achieving your angles for the select. It's just no, hell no, no. And then it's like, oh well, look, ooh, actually, here's the angle right here, how it meets in the 90-degree with the star up there. But if you were on the surface, it wasn't actually there. My bad. You probably don't know. Anyway, about the GPS, I had a video of the guy. He was explaining how the time works and the formulas and the equations work. And the one thing he said was, we're not concerned about anything but this elevation angle right here. And prior to that, he said, we have this line here. It's flat, but we know the earth is not flat, but we're just gonna use that for now. It's like, yeah, why you gotta use a flat plane for everything?
Well, the thing is, if you're making an elevation angle, if you're making a horizontal and then getting it and then making an angle to something and saying that's the height that this thing is, that would have to change on a globe with distance. Like it wouldn't be the same 10 feet away as it is 100 feet away as it is 10 miles away. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
There needs to be something else there.
The real problem with that is not even that, Jeremy, because it's one thing to have a hill, but overall it be a plane, because then the integrity of the angle is still intact. But if you have something curved away from you, you don't have an angle anymore. If it's related to the ground and then something up above the ground somewhere on Earth, you can't do that.
I don't know. I like rise over run better. It's much more clear when you get elevation that it's a horizontal thing. Like I said, I just started looking at this elevation angle thing. But like I said, if it's a sphere and the ground's curving away from you, but you're getting elevation by making a horizontal, and then the angle to whatever you're looking at is its elevation, there would need to be some kind of spherical formula in there for accounting for the ground curving away from you with distance.
And you know how they always say, well, it's 60 nautical miles per degree. Well, if the Earth was any size, let's say it was 20 times bigger, because of the nature of a circle, you'd still have to, with whatever distance you're working with, fit that into 60, wouldn't you? Because it's still a circle. You still only have
Wait, what was
300.
the what was the thing?
You still only have
Say it again.
360 degrees of a circle. And since you only have 360 degrees of a circle, it would have never mattered what size the Earth was. But they claim that the 60 is because it's a curved Earth. No, even if the Earth were 20 times bigger than it was, you would still have to have the 60 to work with.
No, no. The 60 is based on how big it is. Any ball you go on, it's going to be based. It could be
No,
1 inch
because you
per.
only have
Could be 1 inch
360
per degree
degrees.
if you're on a.
You're still gonna have to fit it into the circle, which will only be 360 degrees. So whatever it is, you're still gonna times it by 60 because
No, you're
that's just
not.
how not.
60 nautical miles per degree. You're talking about?
The convention of the 60 at all.
Well, it
Okay,
kind
we're
of
talking
depends
about
on
60.
what.
Go ahead, Jay. Well, no, I'm saying if this Earth was smaller, it'd be less than 60 nautical miles per degree. If it was bigger, it'd be
Yeah.
more than 60 nautical miles per degree on our globe.
Or it'd still be 60 nautical miles.
Because the degree would still be a degree, and the 60 miles would still be it. Even if it was 120 something, it would still be related to the 60.
But then the length of the mile would be different. It would be bigger on a bigger planet. It would be smaller on a smaller planet.
But you'd still be working with the 360 degrees. That
Yeah,
part wouldn't change.
that's correct. But then the length of the nautical mile would be different.
Okay, so I guess maybe I said that wrong.
Well, see, I would say it depends. What I would say real quick, it depends on what you peg it to. Like if you peg the curve to the ground, and then you try to say the sky are these stars that are light years away, which essentially the light is quote unquote coming in parallel. You're invoking planar geometry by making those star rays quote unquote parallel. That's where you're making it planar, and then try to say the Earth is curved, and that's why the effect is happening. The 1 degree is because you're curving on the Earth. That's pegging the curve to the Earth. If you reverse that, which I think that this is what they've done, they've inverted it. If you have the Earth is planar and the stars are in a hemispherical dome above you, and I'm not trying to say that it's a dome all the way up there. I'm just saying visibly, you have your azimuthal grid and you have the local dome of stars, as it were, visibly in your local region. And if that's where the star is dropping in a curve, kind of like a planetarium. When you have a planetarium, it's like a hemispherical dome. I'm just saying if that's what the star is dropping and that's where the curve is in that planetarium type dome surface, then now the surface is planar and you're going to get that exact same ratio.
That's what I'm saying.
But just converting the nautical miles, forget about the nautical miles part. Just convert it to regular miles, and then depending on how big the Earth would be, it would be either more. If you're on a globe, it would be either, because when you multiply 69 times 360, you get the radius, give or take, so of their globe. So you'd have to, if it was double the radius, it would be 69 times 2 miles per degree. Or if it was half the size, it'd be half of 69 miles per degree. I think Paid NASA Show was trying to get in. What were you saying, Paid?
No, I just made one comment.
Oh, what was that? I don't know if we caught it.
It was a while ago. I was telling that the distance, the nautical mile, was defined, and if the Earth were bigger, the nautical mile would be bigger. If it was smaller, the nautical mile would be smaller.
Yeah, because it has to do with the elevation angles to Polaris.
Right.
So if we were on the moon or whatever, something
Yeah,
else, Mars,
the
it would
moon.
still be 16 nautical miles per degree.
Well, you could, if you, because they defined the nautical mile based on the amount of drop they saw. So if it was a smaller, like the moon nautical mile would be shorter. The Jupiter nautical mile would be
It would
equal.
equal it. So 1 nautical mile wouldn't equal 1 regular mile like it does on Earth. It'd be a different
No, no, it'd be a different number.
Yeah.
Well, that's going off the assumption though that it has to do with the surface being curved and
Well,
the stars being so far away that they create that planar, the parallel light rays, as it were. So that's going off that assumption.
I mean, shit, we don't even know if you could see stars on the moon, bro.
You realize they were there during the daytime, right? You can't see stars.
We don't even know if you can be on the moon.
Yeah, there were 12 people there. I've met.
We don't even know if you could touch if the moon's tangible.
We do know that because you can bounce radio waves off of them.
And does that make it tangible? You think that's what tangible means?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, what is
it's got to be something there to bounce them off of, right?
what does tangible mean to you?
Well, you can play the let's play the definition game. I've only been back for like 5 minutes here, and already we're playing the definition game.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Well, no, just so we're clear about, because I'm talking about something very specific when I mean tangible. Like, I don't know if maybe you mean something for vague or. But welcome back. Good to have you.
Poor Pate. He's got more warnings than anyone, and it's like he's like perma restricted now. So
yeah, that'd be nice.
We're
took a little bit of break.
We're
gonna
take
a little bit of excuse me, go on.
No, I'm just saying I saw you pop in, so I it's like the bot just does that automatically. So I saw you pop in, and I thought I'd unleash the beast.
I'm rooting for you, Pate.
Yeah.
No, I took a little bit of a break, and
oh, dude, you have good things to contribute and stuff. I mean, you know about this topic and whatnot, so it should be all good. Well, I mean, just coming into a room and just throwing insults nonstop, it's just going to create shit shows every time, and it's not a good way to spend our time. So
it's not conducive to our goal. The goal is to not have a shit show. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff's happened since you were gone. They're about to double the age of the universe. They found out cold dark matter is not a thing.
Yeah, that's
what else?
That's the fake satellite in fake space, right? To find all that out.
I mean, you have to believe the satellite in space. I don't. This is your own inside your own paradigm.
If you're going to use those two things, those are based off of data from the fake satellite in fake space.
Sure, which you have to believe, but I don't. So I'm just using like your evidence against you.
Well, then you shouldn't bring it up if you don't think that this is evidence. If this is fake evidence, then you should just say you shouldn't even bring it up.
This is evidence within your paradigm. I mean, do you not believe in it?
Well, see, that's the thing, though. I'm not a problem with it being a fake satellite in fake space.
Yeah, but
I don't know if you believe in this.
That's not fair.
I mean, if it's a fake satellite in fake space, it's giving us fake data. Therefore, it's all fake, right?
But that's not what you believe, though. So within your paradigm, it's basically just style witness. And basically, because Jeremy thinks it's fake, this is your way to not really answer or give your opinion on it, which is a little weaselly, bro.
Yeah. If you're gonna, if you're gonna use data from a fake satellite, then I don't see what good it does you.
Let's say it's real and I believe it. Now what?
Yeah, it's a no. What? I know I don't have to believe it because he had. I mean, if you don't,
I do. What's
all right.
What's the?
Yeah, they got.
Eli believes there's a satellite up there. Now what?
Well, they got some issues to work through. I mean, this is cutting edge data. Who knows?
I mean, if you didn't believe the satellite was there, then fine. I'm fine with that. But if you do believe the satellite's there and the data is correct, then we got something to talk about, right?
Well, again, like I said, if you're gonna bring up fake data from a fake satellite, I mean,
Do you think it's fake?
Well, I don't think it's fake, but if you
Then
think it's
fine,
fake,
okay, then.
then why you? But see, the thing about it is, you're bringing up data from something you think is fake. So that means that all the data that it brings up is fake. Therefore, why should I talk to you about it?
Well, I like to let you guys beg the question a little bit. You know, it lets the conversation get deeper, and we can get into more things. But
It's all based on what you think is fake data. So
well, that's fine. I mean, either way, your paradigm's about to change the whole age of the universe by double. That's crazy, right? Cold dark matter doesn't exist. Holy shit, bro! You know what the lambda CDM model is?
that's why we sent the thing there. That's why it's orbiting there. It's just peering back. This is cutting edge data. You got to look at it. It's going to take a while to figure it out.
They had a 5 sigma rating on this whole cold dark matter thing.
Yeah, well, I think you have to get to nine sigma before it's confirmed.
I don't know. Are you sure that's how it works?
Pretty sure. It's been a while since I looked at the sigma thing.
What's the highest sigma rating?
I think it's 9 sigma.
I don't know. I heard 5 was the highest. Could be wrong. Is it 10? 10's the highest? 9's the highest? Like, what do we do? Either way, shit, your whole cosmology is getting overturned. I mean, bad enough when they replaced Newton with Einstein.
That's what.
Now this.
You see, this isn't a problem though. This is how science works. The fact that you have a problem with it is interesting to me.
Well, I would call this pseudo-science, as some would refer to it, or pseudoscience. Hey, don't climb in the fridge.
Yeah, don't climb in the fridge. That's a bad thing.
That's crazy if they double the age of the universe, bro. What are you guys gonna do?
That's how science works.
Do we double the age of Earth?
And that's an early conclusion too.
What about redshift? What's that gonna do with the whole redshift math that they use?
Good point. Don't know.
Especially if they get rid of cold dark matter, because you're using redshift with the lambda CDM model. Oh my god, this is gonna be a mess, bro. Shit's about to get real fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there's some real smart guys who've studied this for their whole life, and they know a little bit more than we do.
They're gonna figure it out. They'll ad hoc the shit out of this, I bet, right?
That's called science. That's how it works.
They came up from the bottom, and ain't no stopping them now with the ad hocs. Science works with that via ad hocs.
Everything's science.
How does science work, Paige? We've been over this, and I don't think you even. I mean, I don't know, man.
I mean, science has to deal with the physical and natural world and testing things here. How come you guys can't just say yes? This mathematical abstraction. That's how math works. It changes when you come up with new shit. That's all it is, right?
If history continues to repeat itself, everything we know about science, mostly everything we know about the world that we have quote unquote proved scientifically is wrong. So everybody's wrong because eventually we're all going to be disproven years from now, hundreds of years from now, if we're still around. They'll be looking back at the guys from 2023 from the guys and women. Sorry, don't mean to discriminate. They'll be looking back at the men and women of today and say, wow, those idiots really thought they understood and knew the truth. But here's the truth now, people. And apparently that's just the way it works. And just like NASA show said, that's the way science works. Don't worry about it.
Yep, it's exactly the way science works. Welcome to science.
Welcome
science
to
work,
We're
Dave?
Not Right.
Does science prove things?
No.
So you and Eli are sitting here telling us that science doesn't prove things.
That's correct.
No, seriously though. But you know what engineering is paid?
Engineering is not science.
I know, but do you know? I know that's why they have different meanings. But do you know what engineering is?
Yeah, making stuff, building stuff usually.
What's like if you had like to put like a technical name to engineering, describe it. What are like some words you might use?
I don't know what you're going for.
Have you ever heard of the words applied science?
Yeah, applied science. That's a good way of putting it.
That's a good way to put it. So you know what they do is they take science that's been done, that's proven something, then they apply this shit to make like cell phones and all kinds of goofy shit that we love. And if the science didn't prove the stuff, the engineering wouldn't work. The engineering works vis-a-vis, is that the right word? Whatever. Therefore, the science proved things. If it didn't, the engineering
No,
wouldn't work.
it just means that we understand this bit of it now. Who knows? Maybe, like you say, maybe someone in 200 years will come up with something different. Will Einstein be wrong? No, it'll just be, for better explained. We'll say, hey, look, but
Yeah.
in this case, Einstein was right, but in this case, he doesn't work so well.
We're talking about engineering though. Like my cell phone's always going to work, right? As long as they keep the towers up and I can always keep it charged and everything's going the way it goes. Like my cell phone's always.
Well, it's not going to always work because you're going to drop it, or
Yes. Prohibiting any droppings of the cell phones or anything crazy happening. Like the cell phones work, right? They definitely work.
Your battery will eventually wear out.
You're missing the point, bro. The shit works, right? All this engineering and stuff we have, it all works, right?
Yeah, so it works.
It works because
it works because we understand something. I mean, when they made the first transistor, they used their understanding of quantum mechanics to make the transistor. Now it's in everything.
It works because we've done science and it showed us the truth. If it didn't show us the truth or facts or proof or have proven something, this engineering shit would be all over the place. It wouldn't work. They wouldn't,
Well, and engineers make mistakes.
Engineers make mistakes when they don't apply the science right.
Right.
The science that's proven something to make the engineering work.
No.
Yes. Will you do me a favor and say no instead of no? I don't know if I've ever heard anyone actually say that.
This is a philosophical discussion. You need to look into. See, because you're taught in 6th grade, you're taught that science proves things. No, that's not technically correct.
I think I would beg to differ, and it's definitely debatable that science proves things. Because we have quotes from scientists that do work on the ground where they actually manipulate independent variables and they're doing real science. We have quotes from those people saying that science proves things. Now, there's another group of scientists that are doing pseudoscience where they're not manipulating any independent variables and actually touching anything or doing anything real, that are saying science doesn't prove things, so that when their shit doesn't prove anything, they can still say they're doing science. It's called pseudoscience.
No, that's not how it works. But nice try.
That works. I'm telling you, man, if science didn't prove shit, all this engineering stuff wouldn't fucking work. We wouldn't even be able to talk right now if science didn't prove things. They've hijacked science. They hijacked it. Sneaky bastards.
Would it be safe to say that real like true science, real science, can you know can um wouldn't fall under the correction, um like if you did it right? Does that make sense? Like if they did it right, like everything checked out, but what would be the other word besides pseudoscience? Because I think they don't like hearing that word. What would be another word for like, oh, they keep trying but they're not getting it right, but they're doing, they're saying it's science but it's not science? What would be that word? NASA, do you have any words for that?
No, I don't know where you're going.
So like, so did they do science to measure the distance to the sun?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were wrong though, right? Like
Well, no,
they've
they
been
were
wrong. They've been wrong, right?
again.
It's a yes. It's a yes or no question.
Again, the whole definition. That's how. That was the.
Okay, you
That was the
can't answer
measurement they
yes or
got.
no.
You see, you
Okay,
understand. You understand when we get you understand when we get better data, we change.
okay. So listen, they did science, quote unquote, to come to a conclusion, but they didn't come to the right conclusion. So
Became the
what
best conclusion they
can we?
could at the time.
So what can we call that then? Because that's not science then. Because science should be where they find out like exactly like, okay, this is what is, and then boom, this is, we did science, everybody. We use
No,
science,
science
right?
is science. That's religion. Science is not perfect.
Okay, well, okay, so then what's the, so science is not right then, you're saying it's not,
No,
it's not
science is
right.
not perfect.
Okay, so then what do you deem science?
Science is a what do I deem science?
Yeah, what is science? When someone says, oh, here's science, what would you, how would you explain it to somebody? Like, this is what science is. What would you explain it as?
All right, let me Google it for you since you can't.
I'm
I wanted
interested in if he thinks measuring things is science, because that'd be interesting.
well, sometimes you gotta give them enough rope, Jeremy. I'm getting there. What's science to you, NASA?
Hold
Chill.
on, hold on. I got Google it for you since you can't figure it out.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just a stupid flat earther who doesn't know how to use Google.
Your words, not mine.
Right.
This might lead to an argument about what the word "and" means. Just saying.
Who knows? You might have called it. We'll see. Only time will tell. So what is science? Are you looking for a definition? Is that what you're doing? You're just kind of skimming through them?
50-50, this ends in an argument about what the word "and" means. Go ahead, Paige.
No, I'm trying to get something that he'll understand. There you go.
Oh, great. I hope it's written in crayon. Let me see. Let me double check.
I hope he tells you what science does, since it can't prove anything and it doesn't do stuff. Like, what does science do while what it is? It's going to be so interesting.
You definitely need to watch that.
All right, can you give it in a definition without a? I didn't want to see a video. I wanted your definition.
Well, you need to get the basics. You need to get a background in it too.
All right, so what is science to you? How would you explain it?
Did you watch the video yet?
No, I
We're
said I
asking
don't
for
want to
your
watch.
basics.
I don't want to watch a video. I want to hear your definition or your. I want to hear. I want to talk to Pay NASA Shield, not to the people that Pay NASA Shield, worships. I want to hear you. You know what I mean? I want to hear what you say.
This is the background that you slept through in 5th grade that you need to get back.
All right. So
Is it that hard for you to explain it to him? I mean,
Yeah.
dang, if it's 5th grade information and you
Uh,
can't explain it, what does that say for you?
To you, yes, Damonk. Explaining
Cool
anything to you
story.
is difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult to explain your religion to people. We know, that's why we're asking you what it is.
It's difficult to explain anything to you.
So then can you answer the question, Nessa? What is science?
I can answer it. I mean, this isn't hard.
Will it?
All right, Jeremy,
He's
please.
asking you though. Can you do it, Pay? This is 5th grade shit. Do it up.
Well, I gave him something. He didn't like it. So hold on a second. What do you
You
want?
gave him a video, bro. We're in the middle of a conversation. Give him some words.
How many words do you want?
Hey, when somebody at your house asks you a question, do you like Google a video for them?
Yeah, watch this video.
If it's something like what is science, yes.
Well, okay, so why can't you answer that question? It's such a you would think that when you ask
Because you're not asking it in good faith.
No, well, I'm going somewhere with it though. I want to make sure that I understand how you understand it. That way, my line of questioning is accurate. Right? Does that make sense? So when someone says, if someone said, "Hey, what's science?" What would you tell them? Nothing?
Yeah, we're going to go into the definition game. So hold on a second.
I mean, I thought you were Googling, what is science, and then you're just going to read the definition. That's what I thought you were doing.
Well, you asked a question, so I'm going to give you the answer. Hold on. I'll make sure that is Merriam-Webster good enough?
Sure. I mean, anything you want to, whatever. Only if you're like, if you agree to it, and that's your words, they would be your words. Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to use the definition game here. So we define words, right?
That sounds good. Which is good because then we want to try to find a word, and it's actually along the conversation because I also want to find a word to explain another part of this. But go ahead. Are you writing the book or are you just looking up the book?
Well, I'm just wondering why you're not Googling it yourself.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to Google it. Give me a second.
Okay.
All right. And then I'll read it to you, okay? And then you could agree. Okay. The systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Would you agree? Would you agree? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have I got the push to talk. Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. So in that definition, there's no I didn't maybe I didn't catch it, but there's nothing about proving anything.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
And there's nothing about not proving anything, right? It's like it's kind of just vague. Would you then, like when some people say science, we use it to prove things, you wouldn't agree with that?
In the vernacular word, in the common use of the word, yes. In the absolute meaning of the word, no. Science does not prove things. Only math prove things. You can prove things like math in very limited areas like that.
Okay, but can't you use math in a fantasy way too? But just because it adds up doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. Like if I said
No,
there's
we're talking pure math.
Okay, okay. So along the lines of that, if you have science and or scientists doing things, and they're would you agree with them when they say this is a fact?
Okay, now what does the word fact mean?
All right. We are definitely playing the definition game.
Hmm.
I found the first one. Do you want to find that one?
Sure, sure.
All right, go ahead. I'm waiting. What's the definition of fact? Do you have a slow internet?
Yeah, it's not fast. Plus, I'll make sure I get the right one. So I'm reading several, not just taking number one.
Oh, I mean, it's real simple. It's a noun, right? Can't you just read the first one? No,
I like the first one.
you didn't like it.
No.
Okay, okay. All right, go ahead and find which one you need, and then let me know.
I posted it.
Oh, okay, good. Let me see. In science, a fact is an observation that's been confirmed so many times that scientists can, for all intents and purposes, accept it as true. But everything in science comes with a level of uncertainty, so nothing is ever scientifically true beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay. So then it's safe to say then that everything is not a fact then.
No, I just said the opposite.
Well, but if it says everything, it's safe to say that there's a level of uncertainty, then that negates the fact, right?
No, when you take something and measure with your tape measure, there's a level of uncertainty. Everything's got a level of uncertainty in it.
Okay, so then it's not a fact, right?
Well, it is a fact, but it's got a level of uncertainty to it.
But isn't that kind of
No.
that seems like it's like double talk. Like
Well,
you say it's a
maybe to
fact,
you.
but then if you say something's a fact, but it could be wrong, then that because a fact would be a fact, right? Like a
Well,
fact would be certain.
it's correct as much as we know. We have observations. We've repeated it. We've confirmed it. Now, if somebody comes in and notices something different, then okay, do it.
Is there okay? So this is along the lines where I'm going. Okay, so then wouldn't there be two different words then? So wouldn't you agree that a fact should be that proof 100% it's true? For instance, if I drink a cup of water, it would be a fact that I drank a cup of water. And there's no disproving that. That is an actual thing. It 100%, without a shadow of doubt, is true. So then that could be a fact, right? Because a fact should be true. Yes or no? Because if it's not, like if there can be uncertainty, then I think there should be two different words then. Because then it's like there's a gray area, and then I think that's where you guys exist in a wiggle room
Yeah, science
of gray area.
Science is a huge gray area. Very good.
Okay. So then in science, wouldn't you agree that there should be factual science to where so that way there's no gray area, and then
Oh,
there should be another word to where like it's we apply the principles of science, but we can't deem it a fact because there can be uncertainty, so it shouldn't be
always
labeled as a fact.
there's always uncertainty. I'm sorry.
Okay,
There's
but
always uncertainty. When you drank your glass of water, did you spill any? Did you drink it all?
no, I just took a drink of water. That's it.
Did you drink it all? I mean, how much water
Okay,
did you drink?
okay,
Does it matter?
okay. Look at. I scratched my face right with my hands. That's a fact, right? I just did it right now. I just scratched my cheek. Okay, that's a fact. That's 100% true. There's no gray area on that. What I'm trying to get at is why do you live in a world with these definitions that allow for all this wiggle room? You can't be
Because
held to a truth. So then I think maybe a better word for it maybe should be true science, and then
no, there's no such thing as
and
true.
then and then false, or something
There's
with the falsehood.
there's no such thing as true science.
Okay. Well, okay. So then, but do you think though there should be though?
No,
Shouldn't there be?
no.
What?
I mean, but somebody could make an observation tomorrow and change things, like the satellite did. You know, everything was
Okay.
working. Everything was working fine with Newton until somebody figured out that Mercury wasn't acting correctly, and Einstein comes in with a better theory that explains it. That's how science works.
So then that.
It didn't disprove Newton. It just showed that in certain situations, Newton's calculations are not correct.
But what that did though is that made everybody believe that Newton was right, but he was proven wrong.
Newton's right.
So
Newton's is right. They use when they send satellites to the moon, when they send rockets up into space, they use Newtonian. Unless you're doing something really really fast, or you're going really close to a strong gravity source, or you're really really small, and you start getting the quantum. Newton's mechanics work.
How do you
okay.
science those mechanics and prove it? So science doesn't prove it. So how do you prove his mechanics work without science and without a demonstration? Just saying lots of numbers does not prove anything that I've never known in my life.
Thank you. And that's right. It doesn't prove things. Very good.
Okay. So that.
So what does?
Right. That's what I'm trying to get at. What can prove something to be true and
Science doesn't work in truth and falsehoods. We can prove stuff to be false. I mean, if you say something like the sky is pink and you look up, no, the sky is blue. That's false.
okay, so
Like we've proven the globe false.
You haven't proven the globe false, though.
okay, so so NASA. So in science, you just admitted that it's not fact,
Well,
right?
no, that's not what I said at all.
Because you said there can be proven. Okay.
I didn't say anything. You said it, not me.
Okay.
You
Okay.
said
Okay.
proof it's science. How many times have I
Okay.
say this?
Okay. So
Science
if you
doesn't prove
can't, okay, that's fair. It's not proving anything. Fair. Okay. I'll agree with you. It doesn't prove anything because historically, every time they say that this is what it is, and then we find out later that they were wrong. It's not what it is.
Well, no, stop it. They were right as far as they could with the techniques that they had. Someone else comes along with better techniques.
But do you understand how that? But they weren't right then. They weren't right then
They
though.
were right as much as they knew. That's how it works.
But that's not right though.
It doesn't. No, if you have a problem with
That
this,
doesn't make any sense.
I
That's
don't
called
care.
an opinion.
I don't care if it makes sense.
It's called your
That's what
opinion.
happens. No, to you it does. It makes
You
sense.
don't care if it makes sense.
I don't care
look.
I don't listen to me, Damok. I don't care if it makes sense to you because science is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Okay, so NASA, put it this way,
So
NASA.
it doesn't have to make sense.
But okay, put it this way, NASA. Let's say I go on a trip, okay, and I calculate that I'm gonna need 50 gallons of gas to get where I'm going, okay, and I said I am correct. I say this is as good as I know. This is correct, right? But then I go on the trip and I run out of gas. Wouldn't you say that I was wrong in my calculations?
Probably.
Okay. So then why wouldn't you admit that they were wrong? You keep saying at the best of their knowledge, but they were still wrong. No matter how you want to word that, at the end of the day, they were wrong, right? According to today, they were wrong, right? Right?
No, the fact that science can change its mind is not a weakness. It is a strength.
I didn't say it's weak or strong. I just said, were they wrong? Once upon a time, when
you learn something new, you change your opinion.
Okay, regardless,
So
that's not you're not
I,
addressing the point.
So wait, I have a question for you. So what era do you want everything to be true? And we'll never do anything more. We'll just say everything in 1970, let's say, is right.
No. I'm not talking about an era. I'm talking about when people come into Discord and insult other people and say you are wrong, I am right, but then in time you are wrong as well because even what you believe to be right is corrected down the road. and then that makes you wrong, right?
Some
Can you
things,
admit that?
some things we know pretty much to this fact level, it's been verified before. The distance to the sun isn't going to change that much. I've measured it myself. The distance to the moon, you can measure it yourself.
Okay, look it.
The
So
Earth is
back,
the Earth is a
back.
sphere. It's been
Look,
measured by people since 2,500 years ago. You
look,
can do
look,
the same thing. So
look.
just stop it. Just you can't
No,
say
no, no,
you
no.
can't say
Can
just
you just admit?
you can't
Can
say
you
that
admit?
you can't say that because what we know
You
today
can't say it.
might be changed. No, you can't say it.
Okay, look it. Okay, can you admit that once upon a time, the people that thought they were absolutely right, just like are doing right now today, back when they measured it to be 55 million miles, they could have said the same exact thing as you did. Oh no, I
Yeah,
know for sure it's
to
55 million
to the
miles.
best of our knowledge, it won't change.
Okay. So
No, see, they were doing
the,
triangulations though, So I mean, they had an error bar. There's still error bars. It's very small error bars these days,
okay,
but
all right, right.
it's 93 million plus 93
You
million miles is an average. But
so you can't accept the fact that you are wrong right now. You can't accept that.
uh, am I wrong? Like I
Yeah,
said, I
you
don't think it's going to change that much now. I mean, how
okay.
unless
So
you can come up with something. I mean,
okay, so when you come into discords and you insult people and tell them that they are wrong because they don't believe in the
stop,
information that
stop,
you have, which is
stop,
wrong.
stop. Science is not a belief system. Stop.
Wait, well, you have to believe you're true.
No, science is not a belief system. We have
Well, when when it becomes a belief system is when you believe in somebody telling you something that is wrong to
you
be
can verify
true.
it. You can verify it though.
How? Okay, but you can't verify it.
Sure, you can.
This is a matter of fact. When they go to verify, they keep finding out that the last person was wrong.
Well, sometimes, but not often. I mean,
Okay,
you could verify. What do you think is wrong? And you think the Earth is flat because of why? What's your evidence for the Earth being flat? By the way.
I don't have evidence of the Earth shape.
Thank you.
I,
Thank you.
did you just say crickets while I'm talking?
I didn't.
Wow,
I didn't
that's
say you.
amazing.
Somebody else
Well,
did, not me.
whoever did, it's amazing. So, anyways, I don't have proof of any shape of the world, but there is a lot of evidence that you can do the opposite, where, like in a courtroom, where if you can prove somebody's evidence to not be right,
Science is
that,
not a courtroom. No,
no,
it's
no, 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 I didn't say it was a courtroom. I said, like in a courtroom, when you have evidence on one side of the table and you can prove their evidence to have flaws in it, then that will get that evidence for their position thrown out of the courtroom. So in this case, you have your quote unquote science facts that are going to eventually be proved wrong as because history repeats itself.
So hey, stop. What do you mean?
All right.
Going to eventually be proved wrong? What do you mean by that? You can
Because
basically one plus. See, here are some things. 1 + 1 will
what
always equal
did
2.
you just ask me a question and then keep? Okay, go ahead. I'll
Listen,
let you talk. Go ahead.
1 + 1 will always equal 2. No
Is that
matter
science? Is that science?
that's math.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were talking science right
Yeah,
now,
but you
but
see,
maybe if you want to talk math, you can talk math.
there are some things that will not. The 93 million miles to the sun average. You can do that. You can measure that yourself.
That is a theory.
No, not a theory.
Is that
No,
science?
You can measure it yourself.
is
Is that science?
is it science?
Yeah, it's a measurement.
So
Is science
you just
measurement?
Yeah, there's a lot of science is measuring stuff. Yeah.
No, science is not
oh
measurement.
man,
Science is measuring stuff. A lot of things
let,
science is
No,
measuring.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
let me ask you something. When you
Cite it.
walked into your math class in school, did you do science or math?
There's a lot of math and science, by the way, in case you.
Well, okay. So then math is maybe a tool you can use in science, right?
And again, there are some things that will always.
But it's not science, though.
93 million miles to the sun may change a little bit, but not that much.
Okay.
The moon is slowly moving away from us. Like an inch per year.
Let's rewind 1,000 years. Would you be accurate with 93 million miles away 1,000 years ago? Would you be right?
If I had a radio 1,000 years ago, I'd be like the smartest guy on earth.
No. If you said that the sun was 93 million miles away 1,000 years ago, would you be right?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because that's what it is.
Oh, the hindsight 2020 thing. Got it. Okay. So 1,000 years ago, were they saying it's 93 million miles away?
No.
So that makes them wrong, right?
They were doing the best they could. It was a lot. It's further away than the flat Earth says it is. It's definitely not 300 miles away. It's definitely not 3,000.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Well, I've seen.
You've seen a lie in the sky, right?
They were doing triangulations.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? So then you used a formula to prove a distance without measuring it.
No, they observed stuff and calculated math.
Right. You calculated it,
Yeah, they observed stuff,
but
and
never measured it. You just
yeah,
calculated it.
they observed things and calculated from that. The transit of Venus, that kind of stuff.
So how did they get the measurement to Venus? Who measured the distance to Venus? So, for instance, I can measure.
Yeah, I'm not totally up. I'm not totally up in the Venus.
Okay.
Stuff.
Well, so check it out. So I can measure, right? Let's say a shoe, okay, and then someone says, "Hey, go 10 times farther than that shoe," and then I could just go 1 shoe, 2 shoe, 3 shoe, and then I'll say, "Okay, I measured it." But I had the shoe originally like measured, right? And then like physically measure it. How do you measure something that you are not physically measuring? And then call it a measurement.
Do you have a laser measurer? You can buy them at Home Depot for like $20.
Right. Yeah.
Does that measuring stuff accurately?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess what? It's based on light. And
Right.
the speed of light. The speed of light reflecting.
But I'll tell you what though, my laser doesn't shoot all the way out to the Polaris, and it doesn't give me a reading of Polaris. So how did you measure the distance to Polaris?
The distance to Polaris is an interesting subject. It's based on redshift, if I remember correctly. And I'm not totally up. This is, you guys bring in and you scattergun different fields. I mean, no one's an expert in all these fields.
Well, I'm just hoping that I can try to figure out how you want to come in here and call people idiots.
Yeah, and then he brought up the Venus thing. So he asked you about Venus. Then you don't know nothing about it. I mean, all you have is anecdotal information, and then you believe it.
For fuck's sake. If you want to look into the transit of Venus, look into it yourself.
Yeah, but you're saying you have all this evidence in science. You're saying a measurement in science, which is not.
Actually, it is. So you measure.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Actually.
What is? Dude.
Yeah.
Like you're so wrong.
Have you taken a science class?
NASA, you told us.
Yeah.
NASA,
did you measure stuff?
You can use measurements in science, but it is not. Science is not measurements.
A big part of science is measuring shit.
A big part of pseudoscience, I agree.
No,
because what happens is because what happens is to say that this light in the sky is this distance and the one right next to it is this distance, even though you're not measuring it like physically, and you can't and you never will. But you created then in your head. Actually, you didn't do nothing.
Do we have to take a tape measure and measure out there with a tape measure?
That would be a measurement, right?
Yeah, well, it's a little.
So when you said we took measurements to the distance of the sun by the measurements to the distance of Venus, we knew how far it was because we knew how far Venus. I asked then, well, how did we get to Venus? And then you said, I don't know about it. But you don't know nothing about how they measured Venus, but you trust that they somehow know that distance.
If you're interested, go ahead and look into it. It's not. I mean, it was interesting. The whole Captain Cook thing going out to the, on his voyages. One of the main reasons he went there was to observe the transit of Venus.
Yeah. So when they look at a sky and then tell you a distance, and then I simply say, well, then how did you get that distance? How did you measure it? And then they say, oh, well, wouldn't you agree that they kind of made that up? They modeled it because they obviously never physically measured it. They just had to theorize. Would you agree?
That's science. Welcome to
Oh,
science.
okay.
Science.
Okay. So they theorize these distances, which is probably why they always end up wrong, because it's just a theory. And like you said, well, it's just better science, right? But but the thing is, though, that is it. You guys are all wrong. Like right now, you're wrong, but you just don't know it yet. Is that safe to say?
Possibly. You have better data?
Well, I mean,
If you don't have better data, then
well,
kindly shut the fuck up.
that's the problem, that you are relying on this falsehood that it's taking better equipment and better measurements to get a better reading on it. But the problem is that it's all bullshit at the end of the day, because if they were wrong 1,000 years ago, well, then 1,000 years from now, we're gonna be wrong, and then 1,000 years from there, as long as you keep going further away from the reality, you're just gonna stay being wrong.
Again, the fact that science changes its opinion is not a problem. It is not a weakness. It is a strength. Yes, when you find something that you thought was correct is
All right.
wrong, yeah, you change your opinion. You don't hold on to your old opinion saying, "Oh, the sky must be blue because I was told it was blue back in."
So space being a lie and the sun isn't even a million miles away. It's actually closer, and everything you know right now is wrong. And you can say, nope, no, we
data,
know
please.
it's that far. The data shows it that be far.
Data,
But your
please.
data's wrong, though.
No,
Your
it's not.
data's wrong.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
No,
I guarantee you it's wrong.
I have measured the distance to the moon myself.
Then you've done it in folly. Then
No,
you've fooled
no.
yourself to believe that you're
Excuse
the
me.
way you.
You just said that a laser measure works. I use a similar
When did you put a laser to
I used
Venus
radio to the moon.
and it bounced off the sky? Got it.
No, it bounced off the moon because you aim it a little bit off the moon. It doesn't come back to you. It doesn't bounce off the sky. If you point it just a little bit off the moon, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it
come
come back to you? It doesn't hit
because it
anything out
doesn't
there.
No, it doesn't hit anything. It just goes right out there.
Well, wait. Then how did you measure Venus?
I
Wouldn't you have bounced it off Venus?
I posted the thing about Venus there. If you're interested in the transit of Venus and how it was used, read it. It's historical science. It's interesting, but I'm not an expert on it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get you sometimes, but oh well. I don't think you're ever gonna. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter.
If you don't have any better data, then kindly shut the fuck up.
Well, kindly, you're wrong.
How do you know
you
that?
are
Do you have better
100%
data?
wrong. You are 100% wrong.
Do you have better data that proves that to be incorrect?
You are. I have the knowledge that you are wrong.
Maybe I'll be wrong. You don't know.
No. For a fact, you're wrong.
No, maybe you don't know. You don't have no data.
I know for a fact you're wrong because it's not.
I know scientifically you have to be wrong. Scientifically, you have to be wrong. You can't be right.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, you see that's bullshit. You know it's bullshit.
you,
It's like
you
saying, "Oh,
can't.
we don't know. We can't know anything. Therefore, let's not try knowing anything." That's the Daymok
That's
method.
you. You can't know anything. Why
No,
don't you use
Daymok,
that for yourself? Why don't you say that's Paige Nats and Shill can't know anything?
No, Daymok, you can't know anything because you don't know anything. Not me.
No, you can't talk for other people, buddy. Clearly, you can only talk for your brain and you, right? You're only
No,
one guy.
I'm
So
talking
when
for
you
you.
say I can't
talked.
know, dang, buddy,
I
I'll
have
let you finish everything.
I have talked to you for a long time. I know that you basically don't know anything. So
Scientifically, you don't know that. You know that that's
I do
wrong.
know
You
that.
know
I do know
scientifically
that.
there's 100% error margin that you have to dissolve, that you can never dissolve the 100% error margin of science and knowing. So you can never know anything, Paid NASA. I'm sorry, buddy. You can't even know whether you got hair on your head. You'll never know.
That's not how it works.
Scientifically, you couldn't prove that there's hair on your head, Paid NASA.
Yeah,
So that's not my fault.
You can look and see. I wouldn't know if there's hair on your head because you have it someplace that's very dark and impossible to see.
On my crotch.
NASA, if you were to have to bet your life on it, would you? Would you, if you had to bet your life that science your science is factual, and this is why you come in the Discord servers and tell everybody they're wrong because the science you believe in is true.
Stop. Science is not a belief system. Stop it right now. Do not use the
I'm sorry. I'm
belief
sorry.
is
Let me
belief is the religion.
reword that. Let me reword that for you, since you don't like that word, even though it clearly describes you.
No,
If you okay, if well, if you knew that the science that you know is 100% true, this which is why you come in here and tell everybody you're all idiots and you're all stupid,
excuse me.
and
Nothing is ever in science is ever 100% true because there are margins of error in everything you do.
okay,
So
so
that's false also.
so you're right. It's not a globe.
It is a globe.
And you can't prove it to be true. You just
Actually,
said you can't prove it to be true. No, you just said you can't prove it to be true.
actually, you can measure it.
You said science doesn't prove anything, and you're
Science
using science to say it's a globe, and I'm
I'm
saying you're wrong.
I'm not proving it's a globe. I'm measuring that it's a globe.
Oh, you measured it, so you used math then, not science.
No, we used observations and a little bit of math. That's correct.
So when you observe the oil rig that's 10 miles out, and it's only supposed to be at like 4 miles out.
Oh God! And don't go into the black swan today, please.
I'm just we're using math here
No,
on
it's
observation.
not. No, we're not going into the black swan.
So then, are you saying that was incorrect?
The black swan. The observations of the black swan were taken in a very highly refractive day. Low to the water, maximum refraction.
So you're saying the lower you go, the further you can see.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes when in a very refractive environment, you can see further lower to the water because the light bounces. It's tunneling.
If the refraction was really high, would you be able to see Africa from Florida?
Well, you should be able to see it on the flat Earth. I mean, we don't see far enough.
No, that's not true at all. That is so not true.
We don't see far enough
Matter of
on the
fact,
flat Earth.
matter of fact.
You should be able to see the Rocky Mountains from Chicago.
Well,
Why
is that?
criteria? Because they're within the Raleigh criteria and they stick up. You should be able to see them. You do the math.
Really,
Yeah.
really. So how high is the mountains?
14,000 feet.
All right. So can you see a plane that's 14,000 feet? That's X amount of. How far is the Rocky Mountain?
Bigger?
Hold on.
Are planes bigger or small? Are the Rocky Mountains bigger or smaller than an airplane?
Okay, how many miles away is Chicago to Rocky Mountains?
I don't have that information at the top of my head.
So then, why do you say you should be able to see them then?
Because I've done the calculations.
So then, what's the distance then? If you've done the calculation,
no, I don't have all this shit. You can't expect me to have all this shit memorized and come up with it once you come up with some. Hey, what's this? Tell me about the transit of Venus. No, you don't have all this shit memorized. You gotta look it up.
Okay, so let me look it up for you. Let me see here. We're gonna go with how far.
No, don't calculate the Raleigh criteria. You guys always mess that up too.
No, I wasn't calculating anything. I was gonna say, how far are the Rocky Mountains?
You should be able.
From Chicago.
You don't see far enough for it to be the flat Earth.
All right, so let's see how far are the Rocky Mountains from Chicago. Even Google doesn't want to answer that. 1,126 miles away.
There you go.
Okay. Should we use an Earth curve calculator? What would be the best way to?
You can't. No, if the Earth was flat, you should be able to see it though.
Why is that?
Because it's within your Raleigh criteria.
So you're gonna just like dismiss the fact that there are things that you can't see because of the distance? You're just gonna dismiss that?
Yeah, you can't because the Earth gets in the way. The fact that what do we get? Are we gonna get into the tired light thing now?
Hold on, let me see here. Let me see.
How far can you see light? How far can you see a light source?
Let me see. Check it out. Earth curve calculator. Check it out here.
Did you go to flat mode?
They go to flat moon.
Flat mode.
Distance. Let me see here. 1,126 miles. All right. So wow, it's so far it doesn't even compute it. Okay.
What was that number again? 1126.
Yeah. Yeah. The distance is 1,126 miles. Well, just to let you know that 1,000 miles away, you're gonna have 125 miles of drop. How high is 14,000 feet?
I was talking on the flat Earth.
No. We're talking curved Earth. I'm in your world. This is your world.
You won't see it on the curved Earth. That's correct.
No, none. This is
Oh, there's
how
no
far it's
drop.
gonna be behind. Right.
What's that?
So I'm just trying to like let you realize that it's that far away. Even in your world, you can't see it, right? And but you're saying on a flat Earth you can see it though. Oh wait. Do you think do you think there's a flat? Let me see. Actually, okay. How? So you want me to look up on a flat Earth calculator? Let me see if there's one. Let me check.
Go to Walter Bison's.
Walter Business. I don't see this page here.
Well, search for Walter Bison's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator. And according to him, target 1 is visible, 14,000 feet, hidden 0 feet on the flat Earth.
Walter Bislands. Let me see. Flat Earth calculator.
If both distances are horizontal, what's that mean with no drop? No drop at all. Perfectly horizontal. What does that mean, Paid?
All right, target distance. It's all in meters. Can I change it? Can I change the
Yeah, you can click down there. There's units.
units? Oh, here we go. Do it in miles and feet. Okay, cool. We'll say the person is 6 foot high, and the target distance is
You're also at 7. You're also, I think
26,
I think the elevation in Chicago is 800 feet or something.
and 14,000 feet. You said, right? 14,000 feet. All right. Let me see here. Flat Earth.
So a guy would have to kamikaze 120 miles to stay at the same altitude that he's at when he kamikaze down. This is going to be so awesome.
All right. So
What did you just say? So target 1 visible, 14,000 feet, hidden 0. Size 14,000 feet. Angular size 1.13 degrees, which is within the Raleigh criteria.
So it says 0 feet. You can't see it.
Oh, that's on the globe. Now switch over to flat Earth.
No. I
The
put flat
globe
Earth.
is horizontal.
No, I
switch over to flat Earth on the model.
I hit flat Earth.
Look at the top.
Yeah, it's globe and then flat Earth and then globe flat Earth. I just hit flat Earth.
Okay, do you see target 1 visible, 1,400 feet, hidden 0?
It says visible 0 feet. Yeah.
What? No, target 1 visible.
Target 1.
14,000 feet. You have the globe.
Oh! I'm sorry. I had it. I had it on basics and I didn't click on target 1. Is that what you have to do? I don't know how to use this calculator or whatever it is. It still says 0 feet. So I don't know what you mean. I don't know what. Here, let me reset it all. Target 1. I went to basics. Observer height.
Okay,
right?
you see where you're in the distance and height there? Right
6
below
feet.
that, it says model.
Yeah, I literally, I'll screenshot it for you. How about that? 14,000 feet it was, right?
Which one do you have clicked? Model, globe, or flat Earth?
F flat Earth. I have flat Earth.
And what does it say when you get done?
It said 0 feet. Wait, now it's changed. Hold on.
Yeah.
It said
14,000 feet, hidden 0.
Where do you see hidden 0? No, it says hidden point
The
8.
top left.
It doesn't say hidden 0.
What does it say? Target 1 visible, 14,000 feet.
Oh wait, you click on target 1 then, right?
No, I hadn't hit target 1, but
I just hit 0. It's just on basic. I honestly don't know how to use this. I don't get it.
you have it on basic. Did you click where below where you entered the data? It says observer height, target distance, target size.
Yeah, and then what's the refraction? What should we put for refraction?
Let's not worry about refraction right now.
Let's not worry about it.
Oh, if you want refraction, okay, it's a refraction. See the buttons up above. It says standard 0. Hit standard.
Zero refraction?
Well,
Zero?
that's what it said. It's standard refraction if you want.
So zero every day is standard. Which day is standard zero?
Daymock, try to keep up.
Yeah, I am. Which day do we have zero refraction?
You guys don't like refraction, so you can use 0 if you want.
Oh, for our model. So we don't get no refraction. The sun doesn't work in the air on our model. It does in yours. That's weird.
I thought you guys didn't like refraction.
No. Okay, so I'm looking at it, and
Well,
it's saying that you can see all of the mountain.
Yep.
Now let me ask you something. Why, when let's say if you were an inch, if you lay down on the floor, okay, and listen, and you're in a warehouse, okay, that's maybe 50 yards across, okay. It's just 50 yards. It's a building 50 yards across. If you were to put your eyeball on the floor, then, and if you took something, in a distance away from you, you wouldn't be able to see all of it. It disappears.
No, it doesn't.
No, it disappears.
Not the floor is flat.
Yeah, if the floor is flat, it disappears.
No, it doesn't.
Right. You never seen that dude that put a brick in and set it up. You don't believe that, even though you saw with your own eyes. You don't believe that, or you never saw it.
He has a curved floor.
Those floors are not built curved, bro.
Well, they actually are. They drain water. They're not
No,
perfect.
no. Well, they're not curved to where they're gonna block out a 4-inch brick.
How long are you looking for?
The size of the Home Depot aisle. And the bottom brick completely disappears because it's low, and that's the way perspective works.
No, it's not the way perspective works.
It absolutely
Probably
is.
about 100 foot. I'd say it's 100, probably 100 foot from wall to wall in certain sections.
Send me the video.
You never seen it? Yeah.
I don't know which one you're talking about.
All right. So I'm just interested that this calculator that you guided me to, it shows that you would see all of the mountain when you can't even see a 3-inch brick from 100 feet.
Let's send me the video.
Or 100. Wait, no, maybe it is 100 feet. Let me try to find it.
Most of these videos have a curve in them or a lip or something.
It's just weird that you would believe that.
All right, hold on a second. I gotta go cook some dinner or something. Let me check in. I'll be back.